The story ignites in the heart of Gangnam. The year is 2006. Inside a bustling securities firm, a panicked voice cuts through the noise.
"Captain, the money's been transferred," the grizzled captain demanded. "How much?" the employee stammered. "Nearly 20,000.
"Someone's testing us," the captain growled. "They've decided to show their hand." In shock, the employee asked what their next move was. "Issue a public notice, now," the captain snapped. He roared that even a rookie should know that much. The captain mused. He didn't know who this phantom was, but they were unbelievably lucky. He barked at his team. "We don't know if there are others. Stay sharp." His voice dropped to a lethal whisper. "If anything else happens, you're all dead." A chilling realization dawned on one man. They knew. The company's dirty secrets were exposed. But by whom? The scene shifts, revealing a young man bathed in the glow of a monitor. A triumphant smile plays on his lips. He's ecstatic, having just raked in 46 million won in 3 short days. He was a master securities trader. Staring at the numbers, he thought he'd never seen such a mountain of cash. But it wasn't enough. Not nearly enough. "I can get more," he schemed, a hungry glint in his eyes. This was only the beginning. For a fleeting second, he considered stopping, but instantly crushed the thought. He needed more. In a sweltering room in a humble country house, our main character, Jang Chan, is writing the story of his own future. A story about to be rewritten. We leap forward in time to 2020. Jang Chan stands defeated, staring into the depths of the Han River. Chan knew his company was finished. He was so close to being hired full-time. Just a little longer. He gazed down, a dark thought tempting him to just let go. Suddenly, a shout pierced the air. "Hey, are you getting down from there?" It wasn't him. Another soul, pushed to the brink, had climbed the bridge's edge. He screamed at the onlookers not to come any closer. The police sighed, wondering why these things always happened on their shift. The man on the ledge cried out that his life was completely ruined. But in the end, tragedy was averted. He was talked down, and he didn't jump. Jang Chan watched it all unfold. The Han River, a place where dozens of lives are swallowed each day. He figured the world wouldn't even notice if he was gone. He decided he would probably return to his old village tomorrow. Standing at a crosswalk, he noticed a young boy completely absorbed in his phone. Chan looked at the child with a pang of envy. To be that carefree again? What a happy time. The light turned green. "The path is clear for you," he thought. Walking behind the boy, Chan chuckled to himself. Kids these days were incredible. But then, a jolt of pure ice shot through his veins. A car was hurtling down the road at an impossible speed, right towards the oblivious boy in the crosswalk. Chan froze in horror. What could he do? The vehicle was too fast. He had no time to think. The car showed no signs of stopping. And the boy, lost in his phone with headphones on, was deaf to the world. Chan refused to watch a child die. A desperate roar ripped from his throat as he sprinted towards the boy. "Get out of the way!" he screamed, his legs pumping harder than ever before. In the final split second, the boy finally looked up, his eyes wide with terror. Chan kept running. He leaped. With a final, heroic shove, he pushed the child to safety. It was the last act of his life. The impact was devastating. As he was thrown into the air, he had one last thought. Is this how I die? He'd never truly lived a good life. Then, a strange thought surfaced. A pedestrian crossing accident. His parents would at least get the insurance money. Suddenly, a booming voice shouted his name, and he was violently flung into a dizzying vortex. What was happening? Why was he flying? He saw a familiar face. His grandfather. "Grandpa, why are you here?" A wild idea sparked in his mind. "Wait, are you the Grim Reaper?" The old man scoffed. "I am the progenitor of the gods." Chan was stunned. "The who now?" The progenitor roared. "I am the one who forged the very heavens." He then asked Chan if he intended to crawl back to his pathetic life like a beaten dog. "Will you let those scoundrels continue to mock you?" Chan was completely lost. What was this old man screaming about? "Listen to me, boy, and listen well," his grandfather commanded. "I will grant you a gift, a present. When you return, you will not forgive your enemies. You will forge a new destiny for yourself." The progenitor warned him never to seek him out again. Chan was flabbergasted. "What are you even talking about?" The progenitor just laughed. "To me, 500,000 years is but a fleeting moment." Suddenly, Chan began to plummet. He had no idea what was happening. All he could do was scream as he fell through the void, helpless. And then he saw it. He was falling right back to the spot where he had died. "Am I really alive?" he wondered in shock. With a sickening thud, Chan slammed into the asphalt. The scene changes. A hand slaps an alarm clock silent. A young man sits up, confused. It's Chan. He looks around, his mind reeling. Where am I? He was in his old room. The room in the village where he'd spent his youth. It was August 2020. He was supposed to be 32 years old, dead on the pavement. But now, he looked like a high school student. He couldn't wrap his head around it. This dreary room. A place that held only memories of teenage loneliness and hardship. He touched his face, feeling the smooth skin of his youth. He couldn't believe it. He had been sent back to the year 2006, his high school days, a time he only remembered through faded photographs. It's exactly the same, he whispered in awe. He looked just as he remembered. How old was I? He wondered, starting to count on his fingers. Am I 18? A joyous shout escaped him. This is it, the legendary age when you feel like you can conquer the world. He realized his grandfather was telling the truth, and then it hit him. A tidal wave of memories from the last 32 years crashed down upon him. A lifetime of endless sadness intertwined with fleeting joy. He noticed something on the floor. It was like a prophetic dream, he murmured. I saw my entire future. He began to recall his carefree high school days. A wave of shame washed over him. He remembered the grueling entrance exams for the institute. And then, something else. A memory so vivid it shocked him to his core. I remember, he exclaimed. Reality crashed down on Chan. This was no dream. The law exam. What was he supposed to do now, then? A new thought struck him. The economics exam. He hadn't even taken it yet. A cold dread washed over him. To become a master in his field, Chan had poured his soul into 3 disciplines: securities, funds, and derivatives. He mastered stock quotes, foreign prices, and futures contracts, along with complex options and other derivatives. Even foreign exchange margin operations. He had never pushed himself harder. This wasn't some lottery ticket. It was a 10-fold winning bet on the Super Bowl. But how was any of this happening? He recalled his progenitor's words. A promise of a gift. Could this possibly be it? Was this the so-called gift? Suddenly, a brilliant flash engulfed his room. Our hero cried out, blinded by the overwhelming light. Then, a voice echoed. It commanded him to open his eyes. The first thing Chan saw was a raven, perched atop his progenitor's head. The old man spoke, his voice filled with ancient power. He declared he would now pass on the knowledge of the great limit. Chan was completely lost. Who are you? He stammered. He glanced around, and his confusion turned to shock. They were standing on a mountain peak. The old man announced, I am the god of health, Qin Riang Xin. Qin Riang Xin? Chan gasped. Are you really? The god of health, Qin barked at him, declaring this an illicit technique. If Chan were discovered, he'd be suspended. Chan's mind was reeling. He couldn't grasp what was happening. A god of health. An illegal art. It was impossible. Qin then remarked on Chan's excellent physique, but he questioned why our hero was so incredibly frail. He even advised Chan to stop watching adult films, claiming they would rot his very bones. Was this a doctor's appointment from hell? Qin then criticized his ramen diet, saying it would corrupt his blood. Chan wondered what the old man expected him to eat. In a world this cruel. Close your eyes, Qin commanded. Chan hesitated. Is this place dangerous? He knew this was an illegal transmission. Qin simply asked if he knew the 3 pillars of learning. Speed, accuracy, and essence, the god proclaimed. It sounded absolutely ridiculous to Chan. Qin said our hero had likely seen it before. Chan immediately thought of martial arts movies and novels. But Qin scoffed, calling them cheap fakes that disgusted him. Could this god of health actually be real? We're starting, Qin declared. And in an instant, the old god vanished. He was behind him. Chan felt a hand press against his back. The god explained he would only impart the fundamentals. Chan would have to master the rest himself. Our hero asked how. The same way you are now, Qin replied cryptically. Then, the transmission began. Pain erupted through Chan's body as the god placed both hands on him. Chan had no idea what was happening, but he could feel powerful waves radiating from his back. The agony was making him nauseous, but the god told him to endure. He revealed that this technique granted power, directly proportional to the pain felt. Chan cursed the old man internally, convinced he was going to die. He begged Qin to stop, but the god of health pressed on. A raw scream of agony tore from Chan's throat. His veins bulged, and the sheer force of his cry sent crows scattering. In that moment, Chan truly understood the meaning of losing one's mind. Sweat drenched his entire body. carrying with it all the impurities within him. His nerves felt like they were on fire from the old man's technique. This was it. He was definitely going to die. His veins strained, looking as if they were about to burst. But still, the old man showed no mercy. Chin declared that only when tears and snot streamed down his face.
Would he truly become stronger? Overcome the pain, Chin roared. I will grant you the power of the 5 elements of Taiji. The 5 elements Taiji technique, an art that
can only be wielded by those who survive the most hellish training. And just like that, Chan was back in his room. He gasped, realizing the old man hadn't been lying. He had truly acquired the 5 elements of Taiji after the ritual was complete. The old man had told him not to judge a book by its cover. Chin boasted that he had defeated the master of the Mu teachings in a battle that lasted 4 whole days and 4 nights. He'd also won the grand prize at the 3,233rd Jade Emperor competition. But none of that meant anything to Chan. It was a tale too fantastical to believe. His eyes then fell to his drenched t-shirt. Our hero was astonished. The effect of this technique was absolutely incredible. Had there truly been that many impurities trapped inside him? Chan checked the time and his jaw dropped. He could have sworn he saw the sun rise and set multiple times. But in the real world, time had frozen. How was that even possible? It defied all logic then, the state of his walls caught our hero's attention. He grimaced. They screamed of poverty, looking at his ancient computer. He let out a dry chuckle. It was laughably weak, and even worse, it was running pirated software. It's like I've time-traveled to the last century, he muttered. Suddenly, an unpleasant sensation hit him. He realized his room reeked of a disgusting stench. He needed to clean up, fast. Just then, a voice called out that breakfast was ready. It was a familiar voice, reminding him to eat properly. Hearing it nearly brought Chan to tears. It was his mother, a voice that warmed his soul, one he'd known his entire life, the one person who never abandoned him, even when he failed exams and couldn't find work. She always sent messages, reminding him to eat 3 meals a day. Chan called back to her. He told his mom he'd take a quick shower. She urged him to hurry before the soup got cold. He stepped into the bathroom and stripped off his clothes. What he saw in the mirror left him speechless. He couldn't understand how, but he had grown significantly. Had all those impurities been stunting his growth? A wave of pure joy washed over him. He exclaimed in shock, feeling how firm his skin had become. After his shower, Chan stepped outside, feeling completely revitalized. His gaze fell upon the garden his mother tended to daily. His dad's old lawnmower sat nearby. This was the house his ancestors built, passed down for 10 generations. Chan finally understood why he was living out in the countryside. Just then, his mother came out, asking if something was wrong. Chan assured her he was fine, just admiring the beautiful weather. She gently reminded him, and to eat before his food got cold. Tears welled up in Chan's eyes. She looked so tired from working in the garden every morning. To him, she was the greatest mother in the world. Of all the mothers in the world, he ran to his own and embraced her tightly. She asked what was wrong, reminding him he was a big boy now and shouldn't act like this. Through his tears, Chan confessed she was the greatest mom in the universe. Her concern grew when she finally realized he was crying. His mother, a graduate from Hongik University's prestigious art department, a place reserved for true geniuses. She'd once told him that before marriage. She had never even pulled a weed. But now, she was a farmer. She chuckled, saying it seemed his father wasn't the only one with bad eyesight. Chan replied that her energy was boundless, but he begged her not to push herself too hard. He admitted that no matter how he looked at her, he could never picture her as a simple country girl. She just smiled, saying it didn't matter. As long as farmers existed, people would never go hungry. Chan wondered how his dad got so lucky. He even joked, asking if she'd sold out her country in a past life. His mother laughed, suggesting she must have been a princess who betrayed her nation. It had been so long since Chan had heard that laugh. He made a vow then and there from this day forward. She would only walk on a path of flowers. She then teased him, asking if he loved her enough to eat a mountain of food. Chan quickly apologized, realizing he was hugging her without his dad's permission. She laughed again, agreeing that his father was an incredibly jealous man. Later, they sat together on the porch, eating while a cool breeze washed over them. Chan thanked her for the meal, savoring a taste he thought he'd never experience again. This was his mom's cooking, a treasure he'd almost lost forever. He couldn't stop praising it, insisting it was unbelievably delicious. He urged her to open a restaurant, certain her bean sprout soup would be a massive success. Chan even added it was the perfect cure for a hangover. His mother looked at him curiously, asking how he'd know what a hangover felt like if he'd never had a drink. She sighed that her son was already so grown up, taking his comment as a joke and laughing it off. But the truth was, Chan had drunk plenty during his college days. Now, returned to the body of a teenager, that knowledge felt alien. But something else disturbed him far more than his strange memories. A rat, scurrying across their floor. He finally saw it. The kitchen was in a horrifying state, just like the rest of the house. Why were they living in such poverty? The crushing reality hit him all at once. How had he never noticed this before? He couldn't let it stand. The hero decided then and there he had to make money. A short while later, his mother found him washing dishes and cried out in shock. She warned him that when a person suddenly does something they've never done before, it's a sign they might die. Chan reassured her it was fine, explaining he always did the dishes in the army. His mother's eyes went wide. He'd slipped up. Chan quickly tried to play it off as a joke, but she was suspicious. She asked if he was plotting with his father to make fun of her. In that moment, Chan realized what a terrible son he'd been. If the simple act of washing dishes caused his mother this much stress, he had to change everything. He promised to make her happy, but she just sighed, saying his dad spouted the same words every day. Chang knew her health prevented her from doing much in the afternoons. So, while his mother rested, he decided to unleash all the skills he'd learned in the military. He began mopping the floors with practiced efficiency. It was time to erase the foul stench of poverty from their home. He tore down the curtains, washing them until they were spotless. He worried his father was at the bank, dealing with their mounting debt.
Chan scrubbed the windows until they gleamed. He hauled out a literal mountain of trash. Finally, the cleaning was done. His father grew apples organically, without any pesticides.
But in Korea, organic food wasn't popular yet. And looking at their bruised, imperfect appearance, Chan knew no family would ever choose to buy them. He decided to try one for himself. The taste was just as bad as their appearance. Chan sighed. There was absolutely nothing good about these apples. And yet, his father's debts were still astronomical. All he owned was this small garden and 2 rice paddies, inherited from his grandmother, who had passed away 3 years ago. It was a crushing thought. Soon, because of this debt, even the garden and the paddies would be gone. Chan realized this was the moment his family truly began to fall apart. From that day on, even his brothers had stopped visiting. He felt a profound sorrow for his father. His first mission was clear: save the garden and the rice paddies. And the root of the problem was painfully obvious: money. Suddenly, strange tables appeared before his eyes. He'd only seen them twice before, but their images were seared into his memory. A wild thought struck him. Had he become a genius? No, that couldn't be it. He pushed the thought aside for a more pressing question. Had history itself changed because of his return? The very idea that he was back in 2006 was insane enough. And with the stock market at rock bottom, what was the point of government bonds? Chan knew no lender would ever approve a loan for a high school student. And working part-time jobs would never earn them enough money to make a difference. There was no realistic way for him to raise the startup capital his parents desperately needed. He racked his brain, thinking about what was in demand. What could he possibly do? Promotions were a powerful tool, but he had nothing to promote. He looked at his ancient computer. It was barely capable of word processing. But then, something on the desktop caught his eye, a single program he had forgotten. It was the website for Panmugo, a hub for web novels. A slow smile spread across his face. A triumphant laugh escaped him. He apologized in his mind to the great writer, Jang Chan. He remembered the name of a legendary series, Warrior of Magic and Sword of Lightning. It was considered a masterpiece. He navigated to the site and began his work. The novel's first publication was in 2007. 59 volumes had been released by 2020, and the story was still ongoing. And Chan, he remembered every single word, with a determined look. The hero's fingers flew across the keyboard. He would use the same name, Warrior of Magic. The main character, Ed, the female lead, Cho. He began to write, when her father passes away, her family is thrown into poverty. To give his starving sister a chance at an education, Ed, a total nerd, accidentally enters a newly created game world. The story, Chan knew, was legendary. Incredibly, he recalled the entire plot of the novel he'd spent years reading. He remembered every twist, every turn, every minor detail.
Chan paused, a look of awe on his face. He took back his earlier thought. He truly was a genius. This beloved masterpiece was about to be reborn, by his own hand.
It was a flawless masterpiece, not a single word needing an edit. The hero gazed at his creation, thrilled by what he had accomplished. He declared that his dormant writing talent had finally awakened.
Chan considered his next move should he release it in the free section first. He knew this novel was destined for greatness. A new energy coursed through him. Was this the power of a truly captivating story? Chan logged in with his ID. A wave of pride washed over him. He finally understood the soul of a writer. Even if this masterpiece was stolen from the future, Chan was absolutely ecstatic. He immediately recalled one of the main character's most iconic lines, then roared it to the heavens. Money has no eyes. Those who make it, eat it. His mother peeked in, wondering if he'd eaten something strange. At that moment, somewhere else, a teenager stumbled upon a brand new novel. He began to read, his eyes widening. "This main character isn't bad," he muttered. "I thought he'd be some ordinary loser. But there's something about him." He realized it was just a short story. But it was quite possibly the best short story he had ever read. The teenager was completely captivated. He even laughed out loud at certain parts. He devoured the first 10 chapters in one go. It was a story from a user named Gold River. The teenager knew instantly. "I have to buy this book the second it goes on sale," he declared. First, he had to lock in a pre-order and recommend it to everyone. Already, 3 comments had been posted. Though the novel was free, it was skyrocketing up the most read list with only 10 chapters out. Meanwhile, in a bustling publishing office, Assistant Manager Lee gave his report. "I've checked everything," he said confidently. "We'll print 5,000 copies." Even if they couldn't secure the publishing rights, the editor-in-chief was certain. "As long as people like it, this novel will absolutely sell," he declared. But he had one question. "Isn't it too early to publish? It only has 10 chapters?" Lee shook his head. "As you can see, the story is incredible. Its setting is original, and the plot is gripping." Lee insisted it was a work of genius. Another editor added, "This must be a veteran author who decided to write under a new pseudonym." The editor-in-chief agreed the story was fascinating. But he posed a question. "Don't you all think the fantasy genre is far more attractive than novels about games?" The room disagreed. "Reader preferences have changed," one said. "Novels about games are dominating the top of the charts today. Especially with a title like Warrior of Magic, it has massive potential." A female editor chimed in. "I also strongly recommend this novel. I read it yesterday," she said. "And I can tell you, the main character will definitely resonate with readers." They all urged the editor-in-chief to contact the author. Now, the question was what conditions to offer. The woman suggested, if the author is a veteran, not a rookie, it would be fair to offer 8% of the profit from sales of 4,000 copies. She was asked if that was too much. "Honestly," she replied, "I was initially thinking 10% of 5,000 copies." The CEO declared the first offer was better. "Contact him immediately," he ordered. At the same time, in another publishing house, a similar discussion was unfolding. The editor-in-chief there was asked if he was aware of the new hit. "This novel? It looks special," his subordinate said. "I saw it yesterday," the chief replied. "It's the real deal." The editor-in-chief stated with absolute certainty, "This novel will be a monster hit." The man had a good feeling and proposed a bold move. "Let's publish it. I'm offering 10% of sales from 6,000 copies." The chief was shocked. "Isn't that too much? Our publishing house is going through some hard times. If our partners found out, they'd be furious." But the man, Manhwa, was unshaken. "I dreamed of a pig last night," he said. "So I'm sure we'll publish at least 10,000 copies." The editor-in-chief smiled. He couldn't argue with such a good omen. He knew this novel was destined to become a bestseller. He instructed the man to contact the author immediately. "If the author responds," the CEO declared, "I will personally attend the meeting." Some time passes. High on a mountain, at 3 a.m, Chan is pushing his body to its absolute limit. It's grueling work, but he's holding out much longer than before. His breathing became steady and deep. The hero practiced the circulation of celestial energy, and the feeling was on a completely different level. He focused on the 5 elements of Tai Chi. He leaped into the air, unleashing a powerful roundhouse kick, then took a deep, cleansing breath. He roared into the night. "I will never live like a loser again." He couldn't practice the 5 elements of Tai Chi so openly at home, so he found a secluded place on a mountain, an altitude of 500 meters above sea level. Later, Chan was back home. Just as he'd expected, 5 major publishers in the genre had already reached out. The first part of his plan was a resounding success, but Chan decided not to answer any of them just yet. The only reason Warrior of Magic was so popular until the year 2000 was because the novel offered an escape from reality, immersing readers in its incredible world. Chan knew they were just trying to establish contact. Thanks to his knowledge of failed writers from his past life, Chan was well acquainted with the traps of many publishing houses. The internet was filled with horror stories of authors who fell for tricks and signed slave contracts they still regretted. Chan knew he needed to be much more careful. Then he saw it, an email from Nice Media, the very publisher that originally released Warrior of Magic. A short while later, Chan's mother was puzzled. Where are we going? Isn't this a little spontaneous? Chan simply smiled. I'm treating you to a full meal. She hadn't been on a date in a long time, and wondered if she should be going out with her son. They were on their way to meet with representatives from Nice Media. Chan knew he might be able to secure a contract. However, he was held back by one simple fact. He was a minor, and minors cannot legally enter contracts themselves. They require the presence of a parent or guardian to legitimize processes involving advance payments and penalties. To make things go smoothly, Chan brought his mother along. She would act as his legal representative. As they arrived, his mom remarked, "Your sense of humor has improved markedly over the past few days." He suggested they stop for coffee first. His mom looked at him in surprise. "What do you know about how coffee tastes?" Chan just grinned. "Of course I know," he said confidently. "In this weather, there is nothing better than an Americano with ice." And so, they walked into a coffee shop, trusting him completely. His mother recalled her promise to stand by him until her dying day. With that, they stepped inside the coffee shop, where representatives from Nice Media awaited. The publishers were already deep in discussion, remarking how he seemed to be just an ordinary schoolboy. Chan smirked. They were right on time, a point in their favor. He strode toward their table. "Are you from Nice Media?" The men looked up, startled. "You're the Gold River writer?" Chan confirmed it with a simple nod. "That's me," his mother gasped. The men stared in disbelief. This was no veteran author. He was just a kid, an everyday high school student. But something about his aura felt different. His speech was confident, his demeanor unshakable. The man realized Chan had sized them up the moment he walked in. He'd launched a frontal assault, reading the situation with the skill of a seasoned pro. Chan's instincts were already on a whole other level. "Is there a problem?" he asked coolly. The man gestured for him to sit. "You're younger than we expected," he stammered. Chan nodded. "I'm currently a high school student." The statement sent another shockwave through them. Even the way he spoke carried an unexpected authority. They knew right then this negotiation wouldn't be easy. Getting Chan to sign their standard contract was going to be an uphill battle. His mother, completely lost, whispered, "Who are these people? What is this Gold River writer?" The editor-in-chief saw his boss, Choi, was completely flustered. It amused Chan how poorly they hid their surprise. He decided it was time to apply even more pressure. "I imagine you're hesitant," Chan began, "to work with a mere high school student." The representatives of the publishing house quickly backpedaled. "Not at all," they insisted, deciding formal introductions were in order. The head of Nice Media, Choi Won, introduced himself first. Then, the editor-in-chief, Wang Su. Chan offered a faint smile. "A pleasure." He introduced himself, then turned to his mother. "You should introduce yourself, too." She looked stunned. "Publishing house. What are you talking about?" Chan's smile widened. "Today, your son is signing a contract with them." One handed his mom a business card. "It's an honor to meet you," he said. "You have a truly wonderful son." His mother just stared at him. "What is going on?" Chan met her gaze. "Why is it so hard to believe your son is a writer?" "That's not it," she argued. "But I've seen how you write. It's just strange that you'd suddenly become an author," she added. "You still have to study." Chan explained he'd uploaded a short story he wrote over the holidays. "I came here to sign the contract and see your reaction." He leaned in. "It's all real. Remember what you said you'd believe in me until the day you died." His mother sighed dramatically. "Looks like my time has come." One jumped in. "Mr. Chan's story, Warrior of Magic, is absolutely incredible." One praised him further. "He only just started writing, but he's already captivated readers." Still, she couldn't bring herself to trust it. But Sue, the editor, insisted, "As an editor, I can say with certainty it's the best work I've ever read." Yet, something in her expression bothered Chan. She just muttered, "It's a very good name," then looked at him with a thoughtful gaze. Chan turned to the publishers. "Shouldn't we offer our guests a drink?" His mother immediately scolded his informal tone with elders. The representatives apologized for their poor manners and offered to order right away. "Iced coffee and a pat bingsu," Chan stated, taking complete control. Sue hurried to the counter while Juan remained at the table. Chan got straight to the point. "Have you prepared the contract?" Juan let out a nervous laugh. "I see you're very impatient." "I don't know about impatient," Chan replied calmly. "But I am very curious to review the legal documents." Juan nodded, understanding perfectly. "Of course, please, take your time." Chan's eyes began to scan the document. Then, something caught his attention. His gaze locked onto a single clause.
It stated the publisher held secondary copyrights for 5 years, with an automatic renewal clause. A cold smile touched Chan's lips. How utterly shameless. They saw a kid, but they were dealing with someone who passed the bar exam in his past life. The secondary copyrights, Chan stated, belong to the author. Fix it and send it again. One began to sweat. Ah, I thought a new writer wouldn't know. But secondary copyrights aren't that important. He tried to play it off. Technically, all writers sign contracts like this. Chan finished for him. But I don't like it. Your company is only authorized to publish my work. Nothing more. He continued. Also, all foreign publications must be approved by me. One and Chan's mother stared in utter shock. And I want a 20 million won advance. The publisher's jaws dropped. His mother looked at her son as if he were a stranger. But Chan wasn't finished. Mandatory payments and royalties will be 10% of the 6,000 copies sold. For any reprints, you'll send a monthly fee to my bank account. Along with a notice, one laughed, but it was strained and awkward. You've really thought this through? Sue apologized, saying, no publisher would pay that much to a rookie. Even with a record number of episodes, Sue argued. There's no guarantee it will succeed. Just then, Chan's eyes landed on their briefcase. He saw the corner of a laptop peeking out. You have a laptop with you, he asked. The representatives were caught off guard. Yes, why do you ask? A confident smirk grew on the hero's face. I'll give you a chance. If you're not satisfied after this, you can walk away. He placed a small USB stick on the table. What is this, Inch? They asked. Chan slid it towards them. Those are drafts. The two men froze, their eyes wide with shock. There are 5 completed drafts of Warrior of Magic on that drive. As the rain poured down outside, his mother whispered, Is this all real? Chan thought to himself. This is just the beginning. Far more amazing things are about to happen. But for now, he just wanted to watch their reactions. Their eyes were glued to the laptop screen. Chan waited, wondering what those stunned expressions meant. He wanted to hear them say it was a masterpiece. Finally, one spoke. Writer Chan? Writer? Please, sign a contract with us. He was practically begging. We'll wire the 20 million won immediately. Chan nodded. The right choice, boss. And just like that, they handed over the contract. We've changed it to meet all your terms, one said. All that's left is your signature. Please fill out the tax return without any errors, Sue added. And pay close attention to the resale provisions. Chan just smiled. I may not look it, but I have some experience in this industry. He wasn't entirely sure if this was the right path, but the money about to hit his bank account gave him all the confidence he needed. His mother was still reeling, unable to process the whirlwind of events. Sue gently explained that as his legal representative, her signature was needed. With that, Sue confirmed a transfer of 20 million won directly into Jang's bank account. The most money Jang had ever seen was 2 million won in his begging bowl. He made a silent vow to never be penniless again. Jang thanked them, promising a wonderful collaboration for both sides, then turned to his mother. We can go now. The representatives insisted they stay for lunch, but Jang politely declined. Perhaps next time, he said. We have somewhere to be. He knew his mother wasn't comfortable in these formal settings. Besides, he needed his rest. As they left, his mother finally broke the silence, her voice full of confusion. She didn't understand what had just happened, but felt she had to apologize. McCain simply said they were incredibly lucky to land such a lucrative contract with writer Chan. Just then, Sue turned to Jang with a serious expression. There's one thing I must ask. How many volumes? He began. Are you planning to write? The drafts they had were enough for at least 10 volumes. Jang's reply was simple. I plan to write 60. The representatives were floored. In his mind, he already had 59 volumes perfectly mapped out. To leave them with only 20 volumes for a story that could run for decades would be an insult. Isn't 60 volumes a bit much? Sulu asked cautiously. Don't worry about the script, Jang replied. I can easily write that many. Sue urged him to reconsider. Let's decide later. We can discuss it next time. Jang smirked to himself. If they knew he could write 100 volumes, they would truly lose their minds. His thoughts were already on the next step. Where are we going now? His mother asked. Jang's gaze sharpened. We need to stop by the bank. There's something very important I need to do. His mother looked worried. Why can't you tell me what's on your mind? You're a writer with $20 million in his pocket now. But Jang's real plan was already in motion. To start his work tomorrow. He needed to open a stock account today. Shouldn't you discuss this with your father? She asked. He knew that since he was underage, he'd still need a parent's signature. But this 20 million won was meant to erase his father's debts and end their financial nightmare. He couldn't risk revealing all his cards just yet. Do you really believe in me?
Like you said, he asked, looking her in the eye. His mother nodded firmly. I believe in you. Then give me 1 more month, he pleaded. Then I'll tell father everything.
This money was just the first step on the path to their family's prosperity. His mother smiled warmly and agreed. Your mother believes in you. As if on cue, the rain outside stopped. He grinned. Now, your son will treat you to jjajangmyeon. She laughed. I want tangsyuk too, since you're so rich now. A short while later, just as the sun began to rise, Chan sat meditating on a mountain, his senses sharpened, and he finally saw everything clearly.
Every single detail was in perfect focus. He was ready. It was time for war. From this moment on, he would be the one dictating the terms.
It was his turn to drink their blood. It's been a while, he muttered, his eyes glued to the monitor filled with countless deals. Today, they're all going to die. The only question was when he should strike. He knew the unit value of a single share in this bear market was low, 2,251 won, with a small block of shares valued at 50 million. But soon, that price was destined to explode. As a former broker, his fingers danced instinctively across the keyboard. He knew the exact trigger point. The value wouldn't break the 25,001 mark until precisely 20,000 shares were sold. The scene shifts to a chaotic brokerage office. An employee screams to his boss, Sir, our assets in Cal are being bought out. $220,000 worth. Just vanished. The head's face hardened. Someone sniffed out our activity. They're trying to hijack our plan.
What do we do? The employee asked, his voice trembling with fear. The boss glanced at the clock. Trading was about to end for the day. We have to secure at least part of the package, he yelled. We don't know when a predator like this will appear again. Be vigilant.
If they lost this bid now, they were finished. The boss's mind raced. This player appeared from nowhere, like a ghost who already knew all their plans. I don't know who it is, he snarled, but they're one lucky bastard. The potential revenue from this kind of market manipulation was in the tens of billions of won. The chief knew that if this continued, people would lose more than just their jobs. Back in Chan's room, the young man stared at his screen. 46 million won reflected in his eyes, earned in just 3 days. And that didn't even count the 26 million won from his last operation. Should he continue? Of course, Chan wanted more. He laughed. I haven't even gotten started yet. There was no such thing as too much money. But to get more, you sometimes have to give a little back. He thought about his past. Even as a professional stockbroker, he'd never been this fortunate. New promotions would be announced next week, on a clear schedule he already knew. Chan smirked. I'll give them the win today. After all, money must circulate. He never thought the insider information he'd gathered in his past life would become his ultimate weapon. The stock market was about to be set ablaze. It was a cheat code that only Chan possessed. He would be a complete lunatic if he didn't use it.
We're transported to a book rental shop, where people have started discussing a new novel. The title on everyone's lips, Warrior of Magic, by writer Chan.
This looks interesting. I'll take it, a guy says. His friend peeks over. The main character seems a little boring, though he's simple, but he has a unique charm, the guy replies. The plot develops quickly and consistently, in my opinion.
I just skimmed through it, but it's really good. At his words, other people in the shop began to show interest in Warrior of Magic.
The owner told the guy to return it as soon as possible. I will, he promised. And if it's really this interesting, I'll tell everyone I know. That very same night, the guy burst back into the store. The Magic Warrior. It was incredible. He was absolutely thrilled. The owner was shocked he had read it so fast. This novel is exactly my taste, the guy exclaimed. After pre-ordering the novel's next volumes, the scene shifts to the main character's home, where he's having a meal with his mother and 2 sisters. A heavy silence hangs in the air. His mother, sensing the tension, asks his father if something is wrong, but he just keeps eating without a word. Chan watches his father, a flicker of concern in his eyes. His father insists that everything is fine, telling them not to worry and to just eat. But his sisters press on, noticing how unwell he looks. They even suggest a trip to the hospital. The oppressive atmosphere is too much for Chan. He decides it's time for him to step in. Setting his chopsticks down with a soft click, Chan loudly thanks them for the meal. He declares his mom's soybean soup is the best it's ever been. With a reassuring wink, he silently tells her that he's got this, already thinking of a way to lift his father's spirits. Chan then casually asks if anyone has plans for the day. His sisters are completely baffled by his sudden change in demeanor, but his mother seems to understand. Tonight's on me, Chan announces, a grin spreading across his face. I'm treating everyone. His sisters stare in disbelief, asking if he's being serious. His father starts to object but trails off, his gaze falling to the floor in frustration. Chan turns to his mother, asking her to make sure his father comes along. Dad, bring your ID card, he says. And you girls, bring your school IDs. His mother asks why they would need them, but Chan just laughs, saying it's
A surprise. His sisters immediately start guessing. Did he secretly get a part-time job? Chan just smirks, telling them it's none of their business.
playfully calling them kids. Outraged, they remind him he's only 2 years older. But Chan has already made up his mind. It's time to spend his hard-earned money. The thought of earning a fortune only to spend like a pauper makes his blood boil. Later, in the car, Chan reveals he's become a writer. When they ask about his pay, he plays it down, saying it's not that much. Soon, the family arrives in the bustling city. Chan remarks how long it's been since they've all gone out together. It's not just been a long time, one sister says. This is our first time. Suddenly, their eyes light up as they spot something in a storefront window. They're mesmerized by the latest phones, gushing over the cute designs and the 13-megapixel camera. Chan simply lets out a small, knowing scoff. Their father immediately shuts them down, saying they can't afford it and that they should move on. But Chan steps forward, telling his sisters to pick whichever one they want. His parents are just as stunned as his sisters. Really? We can have any of them, they ask in unison. His father interjects, saying the phones are far too expensive for his little sisters. Even if Chan received a paycheck, this was too extravagant. But Chan simply asks his parents to pick out matching phones for themselves. He then points to a sleek model, remarking how cute it looks. A smile finally breaks across his mother's face as she agrees to choose one for herself. After his mom makes her choice, his sisters ask again, "Are you really sure we can get these?" Chan nods, confirming they absolutely can. He calmly tells the salesperson they'll need standard data plans. Since he and his sisters are minors, he asks for the contracts to be under their parents' names. His father looks on nervously. The total comes to 2 million won. Everyone gasps. Without flinching, Chan hands over his card and pays for everything. His sisters erupt in joy, shouting that he's the best brother ever. "Are you buying us lunch, too?" they ask. Chan just laughs. "Of course I am." The scene then shifts.
In a high-rise office, a manager is furious. An employee reports a major financial disruption that happened early in the morning.
"They're from Seas and Goo," the employee stammers. The white-haired man slams his fist on the desk, demanding to know the scale of the damage. The employee nervously reports a loss of nearly 1 billion won. "What kind of scoundrel is it this time?" the boss growls. "Is it the same one?" The employee explains the numbers are different. "It seems," he says with a mix of fear and excitement, "that a major player has entered the game." The boss is seething with rage. This newcomer has no respect for business.
Ethics. "What are your orders?" his subordinate asks. "What kind of question is that?" the boss roars. "If he's selling, we're buying, take everything."
Back with our hero. The family is walking when Chan suddenly stops. His mother and sisters look at him, wondering what's happening.
Chan gestures towards a grand building, holding the door open. "From now on," he declares, "this is how we're going to travel." The family freezes, staring at the sign. It's a luxury car dealership.
Inside, a consultant greets them, welcoming them to the showroom for the safest and most reliable cars on the market. Chan thinks to himself that nothing is more important than his family's safety. Today, he decided, would be the grand finale. He walks over to a pristine sedan, asking his father for his opinion. It's the flagship model of the Sion company. His mom comments on how solid and dependable it looks, but his father remains silent, a sad and distant look in his eyes.
"I think this would be perfect for taking the twins to school," Chan says. The twins light up with excitement, but their father just asks what's gotten into him.
"From now on, everything is going to get better," Chan says firmly. "Don't worry anymore." His mother then reveals that Chan had been planning to buy this exact car for the twins all along. As she speaks, she hands something to his father. He looks down, confused. "What is this? A bank book? It seems your son's novel is quite the hit," she says with a proud smile. His father's eyes widen in shock as he reads the balance, 50 million won. To him, it was an unimaginable amount of money. "Our son. He's really grown up," his mother says softly. Chan looks his father in the eye. "Just trust me, Dad." In that single moment, his father finally understood. His little boy was now a man. "Of course," he says, his voice thick with emotion. "Of course I believe in you." Chan knew what his father had been worrying about. The monthly payments for the phones alone were like another loan, but he was determined to erase those worries forever. "Do you have another car just like this in your warehouse?" Chan asks the consultant. "One we can take today, if not," he adds coolly.
"This showroom model will do just fine." He turns to the twins. "Go on, get in the car. We're going shopping next."
In that moment, Chan fully accepted his new role as the head of the family. His parents beamed with pride. and his sisters were ecstatic, shouting that they loved him. With that, Chan's grand plan for the day was complete. Later, the scene changes again. Chan finds himself thinking, how long has it been since I left school? The thought made him chuckle. He was a high school student once more. As the bus pulled up, Chan stepped aboard. Everything was exactly as it lived in his memory.
A wave of nostalgia washed over him. He had truly missed the days of his youth. It felt like a lifetime since he last sat in this very seat.
He listened to the same old playlist, the one that served as the soundtrack to his school days. Chan watched the familiar scenery roll by the window. He knew Sadang would go live today. This meant as long as he went to school, his investment would automatically make him a fortune. Right now, Jang should have about 1 billion won. He smirked. Automating his future had definitely paid off. Chan knew that retail investors, the ants, rarely touched stocks with stable prices. They chased the thrill of volatile stocks, riding the waves. He was once one of them. But compared to the absolute power of the chart, their struggles were meaningless. In the end, they could never beat the system. But Chan possessed perfect knowledge of the future. Not even the gods themselves could stop him now.
On the bus, a couple of girls chattered away. The holidays are over already. One of them asked her friend why she was so tan.
Did you really work on a pepper farm? The girl scoffed, saying her family went to Guani. This was Mijin, always bragging about resorts, and her envious friend, Nahyun. But then, their conversation died. They both noticed Chan, staring at him in disbelief.
Chan returned their gaze calmly. They thought he was unbelievably handsome.
If your bags are heavy, he offered, I can hold them for you. Nahyun stammered that her bag was indeed heavy. It's no trouble at all, Chan said with a smile. Just hand it over.
Other girls started whispering, recognizing him. They felt like they'd seen him around. Has such a cute guy always been on this bus?
Soon, everyone's eyes were on him. Chan recalled the unspoken hierarchy on this bus. The girls gushed over how hot he was, totally their type. He remembered that in the future, the girls with a bit of modesty left would be the first to ask for a guy's number. Noticing his smile, they thought they'd been caught. Just as they decided to talk to him, the bus arrived at their stop. As everyone filed out, Chan's eyes locked on a girl still in her seat. A spark lit up within him. This was the person he desperately wanted to see again. He looked at her, his heart aching. She was the one he had only ever admired from afar. His first love, Lee Yaren. Chan arrived at school. His classmates immediately swarmed him. What did you eat to get so huge? They exclaimed.
You look like a total hunk today, one friend joked. The uniform fits you like a glove. Completely different from the rest of us.
That heartwarming feeling of seeing his first love was instantly shattered by his chaotic friends. But Chan had missed them terribly. There was Tae-sun, constantly sniffling from rhinitis. Young-suk, who kept his hair buzzed short, hoping it would make him smarter. Hyun-chul, already showing signs of balding. Chun, who would ignore everyone for a bite of food. And the self-proclaimed poet, Bong-suk, who acted like he'd lived 1,000 lives. Did you steal some magic pill from your dad? How did you get so tall all of a sudden? Chan grinned. Just stop watching adult movies, and you'll grow up just like me. Tae-sun, however, refused. I'd rather die. In that case, Chan declared, your time has come? Tae-sun yelled that he was insane and threw a punch, but Chan caught his fist effortlessly. The class erupted. He's giving up. When did you get so strong, Chan? Did you actually hit the gym during the break? Chan shrugged. We're almost high school seniors. Of course I need to work on my fitness. Are you serious about majoring in physical education? Suddenly, a cold voice cut through the noise. You guys are too loud. The classroom door creaked open slowly. A white-haired guy glared at them. This isn't a kindergarten. It was Hong Sung-hyen. The mood in the room instantly froze.
Chan thought to himself how the week always flocked together. Well, Jang grew up over the holidays. Chan just stared back, hating that arrogant face.
He'd even been hurt by this guy before. Hyen was part of a third-rate group called Scorpion, and at school, he acted like he was the king. The bully sneered. I asked you a question. You agree you shouldn't keep me waiting, right? Chan simply smiled. Are you jealous? The class gasped. Hyen was stunned silent for a moment. Then he laughed. This is why guys like you need to be beaten every single day. You think just because you avoided me on vacation, you can act like my equal now? Chan mockingly bowed. I worship your highness, Hyen. Then his eyes turned cold. But you don't even deserve that title. Hyen was furious. What did you just say? You're much lower on the food chain, Chan stated calmly. His friend's jaws hit the floor. Is he crazy? What's gotten into him? Chan decided it was time to put Hyen in his place. There would be no mercy. This was revenge for all the pain he'd endured. Hien stalked towards him. Repeat that. Did you just move your head? But only a faint, amused smile played on Chan's lips. Cute, Chan thought. He could see Hien believed violence could solve everything. Suddenly, the classroom door slammed open. An adult stormed in. What is going on here? It was their teacher. It's too quiet. I was hoping you were studying. Why are you all just standing around? Chan immediately apologized. We were just so happy to see each other again. Hien was burning with rage. Chan was playing the innocent angel right in front of him. The teacher yelled at Chan. You ignoramus! Everyone, get to your seats, now. The students sighed in relief. They all thought the teacher's arrival had just saved Chan from a serious beating. Chan hoped he wouldn't reveal another one of his pet names. As Jang left, he promised they'd meet that afternoon. Everyone froze. Hyun smirked. Was Jang that eager to see the next world fine? Since he was in such a hurry, Hyun would gladly grant his wish. Sometime later, the lesson was in full swing. The teacher droned on, reminding them to look after him. A higher CSAT score, he said, meant a better wife. Chan sat in class, but a fire of pure rage burned within him. During the first break, his classmates cornered him. They told him he was a dead man walking. They whispered that Hyun was probably gathering his crew right now. Chan just said he knew. After the second lesson, they pressed him again, asking what was wrong with him. Chan calmly replied that he wasn't afraid, just ready for a little cleanup. By the third break, his classmates were desperate. Did you really spend all vacation sniffing paint? One asked. Chan shot back sarcastically. How'd you guess? Finally, it was lunchtime. Are we going to eat? Chan asked. Or is something wrong? His friends exploded. Are you completely insane? How can we eat now? They screamed that it was all his fault. Now they couldn't even die in peace. What did you eat to become so fearless? They demanded. Do you even know about Hyun's gang? Rumor was they were a pack of absolute scumbags. One of them wailed. Am I going to die today just for being friends with him? Chan told them to stop. Go eat and then come back, he ordered. They were furious, shouting that they couldn't stomach food knowing he was about to get beaten to a pulp. Chan knew it wasn't the smartest move, but he recognized their loyalty. They were his friends. Suddenly, Hyun stormed into the classroom, calling them little rats. And he hadn't come alone. His friends paled. Should we come up with a plan? One whispered. Chan simply said, You're being too loud. His friends stared in horror. Had Chan truly lost his mind? Are you in that much of a hurry to die? They yelled, convinced he was a goner. The hero asked, Why don't you just come with me? Chan replied coldly. Don't make a scene in this classroom. The thug sneered. You're dead either way. And we'll make it especially cruel for you. Chan turned to his friends. Calm down, he said. As soon as this is over, we'll go get pizza. His classmates were utterly speechless. How can anyone be calm right now? Chan thought to himself that it was time for the first real fight of his life. The thug snarled. You're going to swallow your own blood. Hyun gave the order. Bring in the others. But Chan felt no fear. In fact, he wanted the entire gang to assemble. He decided this was the perfect day for a little spring cleaning. They all moved outside. The seniors shouted that they had arrived. Chan handed his phone to Tochan. Hold this for me. Tochan trembled with worry for his friend, but Chan's eyes were filled with unshakable confidence. There was not a trace of fear in him, even as a huge circle formed around them. Chan's friend flipped open his phone and secretly started recording. Hyun addressed the juniors with a smug apology. Because of Jung? You couldn't eat, so tonight the drinks are on me, he declared. I'll even bring a couple of beauties, so look forward to it. Chan thought, high schoolers drinking and messing with girls. This was turning out to be a goldmine of evidence. Let's get straight to the point, Chan suggested. Hyun scoffed. Trying to look cool now, Chan countered. Why would you hurt weak people like us? Aren't we all comrades here? But Chan knew it was a question no one would take seriously from a weakling. Hyun sneered. He had plenty of reasons. First, he was disgusted just sharing the same school with trash like Chan and his friends. Second, he couldn't stand their cheap breakfast smell. And finally, he hated the sound of the gears turning in their slow heads. Hyun screamed, I'm disgusted just by the sight of your faces. Excellent. Chan thought, that was perfect proof. He continued his act. But we're still friends. It's wrong to beat us and take our money. Then, Chan dropped the bombshell. What about your father, lawyer Hong Chang-hyuk, the city council member? What kind of problems will he face? When the public finds out about your little antics, think about your father, Chan pleaded. And stop hurting yourself. Jang used his full name and profession. Hyun suddenly roared with laughter. Don't you worry about him. Better yet, just forget it. He leaned in. My dad told me.
That servants need to be pressed down, so they never dare to raise their heads. Chan realized it instantly. This family was completely insane. Jang pressed on. So you beat up your classmates, even high schoolers and juniors, just because of what your father said? Of course, Hyun gloated. The principal's son and the head of administration are Dad's friends. He boasted that all you had to do was slide them a little money, and they'd pretend nothing ever happened. Chan knew he was recording fantastic material. At least let my friends go, he begged. They didn't do anything wrong. Hyun's face twisted with rage. They did plenty. They dared to talk back to me. I'll use this chance to beat every last one of them until they can't speak. Chan feigned desperation. I apologize for them. Please, let them go. Hyun burst out laughing. You're crazy. You really think I'd let them go after all this? Chang then asked if they could continue to give him their money. At that moment, Chan knew Hyun had walked right into his trap. Hyun's eyes lit up. Now you're talking. He said that if Chan gave him 100,000, he'd forgive them completely. Chan handed over the cash. My parents put their blood, sweat, and tears into this money, just so I could go to school. There's also some pocket money in there. Once more, he begged Hyun to release his friends. Hyun just laughed at the sight of the money. Let them go. Jang pleaded one last time, but Hyun just gave him a vicious grin and slapped him hard across the face. Even though Chan was completely prepared for the blow, the pain was real, but he had played his part. His friends watched in pure shock. Chan leaned forward, staring at the floor. Then he slowly looked up. His lip was split and bleeding. To-chan was horrified, but he kept the camera rolling. Now then, Chan thought, who do I start cleaning up first? Hyun and his gang began to walk away, but Chan's voice stopped them cold. Hey, where do you think you're going? If Hyun just let him walk away, his pride would be utterly shattered. As shock rippled through the crowd, Chang dared to ask if he was being set free. Fury ignited it in Hyun's eyes as he commanded his gang to take action. Chang taunted Hyun, calling him a disgrace to his family name. He sneered that Hyun's ancestors would weep in their graves if they saw him now. This insult sent Hyun into a blind rage, his voice trembling with fury. Hyun warned Chang that he had just crossed a line he couldn't uncross, but Chang simply scoffed, saying it was their family's shame to have such a pathetic descendant. Hyun's thugs roared in anger, asking if they should silence Chang for good. Hyun, lost to his rage, demanded to know what they were waiting for. He screamed at them to turn Chang into bloody mincemeat. With a battle cry, the entire gang charged, their eyes filled with killing intent. Yet, for some reason, Chang remained perfectly still. Then, in a flash, he struck one of them with unbelievable force. His comrades watched in horror as their friend was sent flying from the single blow. They hesitated, suddenly terrified of facing that same power. Chang silently apologized to himself. He still struggled to control the sheer scale of his strength. Chang's own friends were frozen in disbelief, never imagining their quiet friend possessed such devastating power. Hyun, recovering his nerve, screamed at his men to swarm Chang all at once. Chang smirked. This was the perfect scenario for a counterattack. He was ready. Tear him apart! Grind him into the dirt! Hyun shrieked. Chang knew the time had come. An attack came from his blind spot, but with impossible speed. He dodged and struck back. The first thug was neutralized. He then hurled the gang member's body into the others, leaping back to create distance. While still in midair, he slammed his fists into two more thugs before him. The impact knocked them both out cold. The remaining gangsters were stunned, but Hyun's frantic shouts spurred them on. Don't be afraid, keep attacking. They rushed in again, only to find that Chang was far stronger than they could have ever imagined. Hyun and his remaining lackeys watched in absolute horror as Chang effortlessly defeated another one of their crew. This can't be happening, Hyun muttered. He screamed for his other crew to join the fight, but it was too late. Chang dealt with one problem, then immediately took down another. They came at him with spiked wooden clubs, but it was useless. Hyun couldn't believe his eyes. Was this really the same loser he knew in a single, fluid motion? The hero took down 3 attackers at once, shattering their makeshift weapons. Chang coolly remarked that they weren't very smart, bringing such dangerous weapons to school. Only a few gang members were left standing, too terrified to even approach him. What are you staring at? He demanded, his voice like ice. Kneel! One by one, the thugs collapsed to their knees, but Hyun remained standing off to the side. Trembling, Chang's cold gaze fell upon him. You too, Hyun, kneel. Shock turned to defiance on Hyun's face. He sneered, asking if Chang really thought he could get away with this. In his mind, this was still just the weakling, Jang Taesong. But as the hero slowly began to walk towards him, Hyun's confidence evaporated. Don't come any closer, he stammered. A sharp slap echoed through the clearing as Chang struck him across the face. Hyen couldn't comprehend why this boy terrified him so deeply. "Don't make me repeat myself," Chang warned. "You're only making things worse for yourself." Chang wanted Hyen to savor the same humiliation he had so eagerly dished out, tears streaming down his face. Hyen whimpered, "Do you think my father will let you get away with this?" He snarled through his sobs. "I'll never forgive you." Chang simply tilted his head. Was Hyen trying to scare him? How amusing. He was just spouting nonsense. Jang realized that taunting Hyen felt surprisingly satisfying. "Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Hyen screamed. Consumed by tears and rage, he lunged at Chang, roaring that he was going to kill him. But Chang was more than ready. Their fists collided with a sickening crunch. An explosion of pain shot up Hyen's arm. The force of the impact had shattered it. He collapsed, screaming in agony as he saw his own broken fingers. Hyen writhed on the ground, clutching his ruined hand and wailing. "You're dead!" he shrieked. "You and your entire family." Chang's eyes narrowed. That was a line he couldn't ignore. "Looks like I need to teach you another lesson." It was a famous line from a future movie, War on Crime. The words sent a fresh wave of terror through Hyen as blood began to fly. Chang continued his brutal assault on Hyen. His friends could only watch in horrified silence, too paralyzed by fear to intervene. Blood splattered across the ground with every blow. He beat Hyen so mercilessly that the boy was soon lying in a pool of his own blood. Chang paused, thinking it would be a shame to let things end here. In that case, he decided, it was time to say hello to Lawyer Hong. He turned to his friend. "Tochin, give me your phone." His friend stared, horrified. Chang took the phone, dialed 112, and started shouting into the receiver that a terrible fight had broken out. He gave their location the mountain behind Changshu High School. He reported that, including himself, 20 people were injured and needed immediate help. With that, Chang decided to add a little more fuel to the fire. The scene shifts to a chaotic hospital, filled with the wounded. One gangster clutched his head, another his chest. Doctors scrambled to treat the influx of patients. Then, we are taken to a luxurious VIP room. A doctor delivered the grave news. "Rehabilitation will take 16 weeks, he stated grimly. The fingers and joints of his right hand were crushed to dust. Two men listened, their faces grim. One of them clarified that even after surgery, Hyen would be permanently disabled. A man in a light suit then asked a chilling question. "Where is he now?" The other man looked confused. "I don't understand." Lawyer Hong's voice was dangerously low. "Where is the scumbag who did this to my son?" He ordered them to find him and throw him behind bars immediately. The man quickly reported that Officer Kwan was already on the case. He added that the student in question was also injured, and currently in the emergency room. Hong was incredulous. He couldn't care less if the boy was a student. "Are you telling me it's difficult to arrest a single high schooler?" he roared. Rage contorted his features as he screamed that his precious son would be disabled for the rest of his life. The man could only apologize profusely to the powerful senator. Hong gave a chilling order. "Contact the precinct chief. Tell him the senator wishes to see him." His voice was pure venom. "I will destroy the boy who did this, and his entire family." The scene shifts again, this time to the emergency room. Jang Taisang lay in a hospital bed, being interviewed by a detective named Park. "Why did you do it?" Park demanded. "Why did you beat up those kids?" Chang replied calmly. "You're mistaken, officer. I'm the victim here." He gestured to himself. "The criminals are the ones you should be questioning. They attacked me. I'm a patient in this hospital too." The detective scoffed. "You think I'll believe that nonsense?" He leaned in, his voice laced with menace. "Don't play games with me, kid. You're the culprit. Once I start my investigation," Park threatened, "everything about you will come to light." But Chang knew something the detective didn't. His phone was secretly recording everything. Park's voice rose to a shout. "Why did you beat them up?" He began leveling wild accusations, from extorting money to bullying high school students. Chang cut him off with a simple question. "Have you been bribed, detective?" He looked Park dead in the eye. "Why are you only questioning me in this case?" "I'm still a minor," Chan stated calmly. "Neither my parents nor my lawyer are present." The hero warned the detective not to treat him like a hardened criminal. "And so what?" Detective Park snarled, his rage flaring as he seized Chan by the collar. "Did you really think you could just cover your tracks?" he hissed, shaking the boy violently. Park spat. "You think this is my first time dealing with a little bandit like you?" He called Chan a little scumbag. "I'm getting dizzy," Chan gasped, demanding another detective. He then screamed for a doctor and fled the room in a panic. "That detective, he tried to kill me." The doctor rushed in, asking what had transpired. Jang revealed that Detective Park had treated him like a monster from the very beginning.
The doctor's face darkened with fury. "What exactly were you trying to do to this student?" he roared. "He is a patient. Shouldn't you be questioning him with care?" the doctor demanded. "Will you take responsibility if something happens to him?" Then suddenly, a nurse cried out in alarm. Her face was pale with horror. "Doctor, I think Jin just fainted," she shrieked. The doctor erupted, yelling for the nurse to prepare to lower his blood pressure. "Get him an immediate X-ray and an MRI scan." The doctor's voice boomed with urgency. "This is an emergency. It looks like the early symptoms of a concussion. Be extremely careful with his head," he commanded the worried nurses. The doctor then turned his blazing glare back to Detective Park. "Did you come here to assassinate my patient?" he accused. The scene then shifts to Changgu High School, where a tense meeting is already in progress. "As you are all aware," a man stated grimly, "a violent incident occurred at our school yesterday, and this time, things have gone far beyond our control. The school must take immediate and decisive action," he declared. Another voice cut in sharply. "We should expel that scumbag immediately. Chang brutalized more than 30 of our students." But another man stood in opposition. "It was a fight of 1 against 30 if you're going to punish one. Then all the others must be punished as well." The members of the meeting turned on him. "Teacher Kim, are you protecting Jang just because he's your student?" "I'm saying this because it's completely unfair to punish only one person." The man scoffed. "So, Teacher Kim, are you suggesting that every student involved should be expelled?" Teacher Kim, flustered, shot back. "That is not what I meant at all." He pleaded for more reasonable measures. But then the principal spoke. His voice was final. "Second year, class 4 student, Jang Tae-sang, is hereby expelled." Someone mentioned that the police were still investigating, but the man dismissed their concerns. "This situation could leave a permanent stain on our school's reputation," he insisted. "However, according to me, if we punish this student immediately, it will actually help to elevate our school's reputation." His expression was repulsive, clearly hiding a darker motive. Back in the hospital, our hero was lying in his room. With a laptop, Chan was waging war on a different battlefield, the stock market. He'd been diagnosed with a concussion, granting him an 8-week break from school. This meant he was completely free to trade stocks. The outcome was perfect. He enjoyed the silence of the private room. He wondered, what was the point of making all this money? He smirked. The point, of course, was to enjoy moments exactly like this. What truly amused Chan was how masterfully he had played them all, faking a concussion with an actor's skill. Thanks to this clever ruse, Chan could handle his schoolwork without any problems. Between books and online lectures, his education and his stock market domination continued. His brain simply had no time to rest. Chan mused that money truly begets money. His earnings for the day so far: 700 million won. The market trends were positive. Chan decided this was the perfect time to work. Just then, someone entered his room. "How are you feeling?" It turned out to be Chan's lawyer. "Please, call me by my first name," the hero requested. "How long will you stand on formality with a high school student?" But the lawyer replied that this was their company's policy. It became clear Chan had hired powerful legal counsel. This lawyer's name is Cho Yoon-tae. His company, Samil, is one of the top 3 firms in all of Korea. Just as Chan thought with enough money, there are no barriers. He laughed. "You're too stubborn, Lawyer Cho," he said. Cho replied, "That's why I was kicked out of the organization." Until recently, Lawyer Cho was the deputy chief prosecutor of the district. After his dismissal, he became a private lawyer. In Chan's opinion, this was a model public servant. Chan guessed Cho wasn't used to his new job yet. Cho laughed. "You know about the organization as well," Chan replied coolly. "I don't know much, but if it isn't used properly, it can be more dangerous than any knife." As Chan considered Cho's powerful background, a shouting match erupted just outside his door. A man demanded to know why a lawyer had been allowed to see Chan. He threatened, "If you do not allow me inside, it will be considered disobeying the lawful order of a police officer." Cho looked at Chan questioningly. But our hero was the picture of confidence. It was Detective Park. He declared that Chan would be finished today. Park announced that Prosecutor Kang Kang-jun of the Criminal Investigation Department was here to bring Jang to light. But Chan wasn't intimidated in the slightest. Kang sneered. "I thought you had a concussion, yet you're sitting there as if nothing has happened." Park began screaming at Chan to stop pretending. Chan just wondered when the hot-headed detective would finally snap. He knew the detective had suspected him from the start. But the prosecutor was different. He was a sly fox. Of one thing, Jang was certain the prosecutor had definitely received a bribe from Jang Hyuk. Chan then asked, "Did you bring the decree with you?" Park was taken aback. "The decree? What kind of nonsense are you talking about?" Chan wondered if they were nervous. May I see your identification cards? He asked. Prosecutor Kang called him names, mocking him for using such abstruse words. Kang ordered Investigator Kim to show Jang his credentials. The third man, standing by, began to reproach Chan for his audacity in front of the prosecutor. Investigator Kim showed his identification and introduced himself. Chan noted he was just an ordinary civil servant. I've seen your ID, Chan confirmed. Now, what about your ruling? He pressed. Kim sneered, calling him a stubborn donkey. Do you even know what a decree is? Of course, Chan knew, after all. This was the wisdom the hero had shared. Knowledge from a future yet to come. Chan declared that the Constitution guarantees basic human rights and freedoms. He stated that this is clearly spelled out in Articles 12 and 16 of the Constitution, offering to recite the entire text for them. As Chan lectured them on warrants, the investigator seethed, completely blindsided and furious. He specified that warrants for arrest or searches must be issued by a judge at a prosecutor's request. Then, his voice boomed through the room. The investigators flinched, startled as he demanded to know why they were questioning him. The victim, this hospital room, he declared, was his private space. He asked if they thought it was normal for a student to be memorizing complex legislative acts instead of math formulas. His voice echoed down the hospital corridors, a roar of righteous indignation. He bellowed, demanding to know why he was being treated like a criminal without any investigation. The performance was set, now to add a touch of emotion. He pleaded that he was just a normal high school student, yet they had ambushed him without a lawyer. Weren't prosecutors supposed to protect the weak? The weak prosecutor Kang let out a derisive laugh. Did Chan really have the audacity to call himself weak in front of him? Chan felt it then. The distinct aura of a madman. The prosecutor sneered, calling his legal knowledge nothing but nonsense. He spat that people like Chan belonged in jail. Chan challenged him. So, you're going to arrest me by force? The prosecutor then gave the order. Investigator Kim, arrest this punk. He acknowledged Chan's strength, but was certain the boy was helpless, especially with a concussion. He boasted that he'd already contacted the judge. The warrant would arrive any second. Park smirked, thinking Chan was completely finished. Did the boy even grasp the situation? But Chan was smiling. He couldn't believe they had revealed all their trump cards in a single foolish move. Rotten, Chan whispered. You're all completely rotten to the core. They stared back in shock. Detectives, prosecutors, investigators, and now even a judge. Is this really my country? He asked with disgust. Enraged, Prosecutor Kang shouted and raised his hand to strike. But suddenly, the door burst open. A figure rushed in, stopping the prosecutor's hand and demanding what he was doing. It was the doctor. But Chan knew he didn't have the stomach for this fight. Park yelled at the doctor to get out of the way, claiming they were on duty. Meanwhile, in the very next room, Lawyer Cho was listening to every word. The prosecutor claimed Chan was a flight risk and had to be arrested. The doctor, however, fought tooth and nail to protect his patient. Chan was genuinely touched. This man, he thought, is a true professional. Little did the doctor know. This whole drama was being filmed. Chan wondered if he should add to the performance. He was about to feign illness when a real wave of nausea hit him. Still, he knew. Today, his skills would ascend to a whole new level. The prosecutor and his men were stunned. Suddenly, a powerful voice roared at Kang. It was Lawyer Cho. Kang froze in disbelief. Vice Principal Cho. What was he doing here? Cho strode forward and without a word, delivered a crushing blow to Prosecutor Kang, sending him flying. What have you done? He roared. Park tried to intervene, but he met the very same fate. A swift strike sent Park tumbling right on top of Prosecutor Kang. The doctor and Investigator Kim were frozen in pure terror. Cho then pulled out his phone, dialing an old acquaintance. Kung Chan, he began. I told you to train your people properly. His voice turned to ice. You put a prosecutor on a simple school brawl case. Do you want me to come over there and kill you myself? The scene then cuts back to the school, where a man insisted that Chan must be expelled. Teacher Kim urged caution, reminding them the verdict wasn't out yet. Chan could be found innocent. But the executive director scoffed. As the owner, his word was final. He'd heard a prosecutor was on the case, so Chan was probably already locked away. Teacher Kim was speechless. Then, the vice director spoke up, stating the director couldn't do that. He argued that such measures required a clear verdict from a judge after a thorough investigation. Director Ian shot back. What about our school's tarnished reputation? The headmaster advised patience. If they acted rashly, not only would the school's reputation suffer, they might even face an audit from the Department of Education. Ian's temper flared. He demanded an immediate decision, tired of the hesitation. I've decided. Chan is expelled, effective today. He declared this wasn't a request, but an order from his father, the chairman. Just then, a man rushed into the room, looking panicked.
He hurried over to Director Ian and whispered something urgently. The internet was going crazy. "What is it?" Ian asked, utterly confused. "Has a war broken out online or something?" "Then we are transferred back to the hospital." A nurse came to check on Chan. He smiled warmly and said, "Thanks to the care of the hospital's most beautiful nurse, I'm getting much better." The nurse's heart skipped a beat. "Are you some kind of playboy?" she teased. Chan replied that even if he tried to lie, her beauty couldn't be hidden. If she were just 5 years younger, he'd ask her on a date. The nurse laughed, saying even if they were empty words, it was still nice to hear. Chan then mentioned he'd ordered pizza and told her to get some snacks. The nurse wondered how a student could be so well-mannered. The nurse remarked on his polite nature. But then Chang revealed something stunning. He wasn't just well-mannered, he was wealthy, unimaginably so. Her eyes widened, asking if it was really true. Chang pressed for an answer, but Nuna simply gave him a knowing pat. "You must be raking it in," she teased. "Judging by your lifestyle, money is your entire world." As she left, she gave him some parting advice. "Don't just play games alone, you need a real break." Then she thanked him for the pizza. A strange feeling settled over Chan. He wasn't playing games at all. She didn't believe him. But that was for the best. No one could ever know his secret. With that, Chan returned to his laptop, his eyes scanning the glowing charts. The trading volume for the day had reached tens of billions. He checked his own funds. His liquid assets now stood at 20 billion. A smirk touched his lips. Who would ever believe it? A mere high school student, wielding that kind of power in the stock market. After the commotion, his room was on lockdown, no visitors without a doctor's approval. It had become his perfect fortress. Chang stared out. The window at the city below. A plan clicking into place. Right about now, he mused. The disciplinary committee should be drowning in paperwork. The scene shifts. We're transported to the school, where the assembly members watch a video with grim faces. On screen, Hyen sneers about the stench of Jang and his friends. The footage continues, with Hyen spewing insults, claiming their very faces disgusted him. That's when Jang's voice cuts in, asking why Hyen was praise on the weak. At these words, Executive Director Yang grows visibly nervous. A wave of shock ripples through the assembly. The directors lean in closer. They watch the video with intense focus. Jang then plays his trump card, telling Hyen to think of his father, the influential city councilman, Hong Jang Hayak. Terror flashes in Hyen's eyes. The video shows Jang handing him cash, and Hyen makes a fatal mistake. He admits his dad told him to crush the servants, so they wouldn't dare raise their heads. The executive director is aghast. The entire room watches as Hyen casually confirms his father's corrupt directives. Jang's voice on the recording presses him. Was he beating teammates because of his father's words? The assembly watches as Hyen arrogantly declares that, of course it was true. After all, the headmaster's son and the administration chief were his father's cronies. Nearby, Director Sun Young looks absolutely horrified. He wonders how he got dragged into this mess. We flash back to a moment just before the meeting. Lawyer Cho asks his client, "How far should we take this?" A cold smile forms on Chang's face. He hands the lawyer a phone with a simple order. Trample their reputations into dust. Back in the present, Director Yang slams his fist on the table in fury. "What is the meaning of this?" he roars. As the damning video plays, his phone rings. All eyes, filled with disdain, turn to him. Yang snatches up the call. He barks into the phone, but his tone instantly shifts from rage to fear. It's his father on the line. Yang meekly asks if there was something he needed to say. His father's voice explodes through the phone. He roars that he knew his son would mess things up now. Everyone has turned against him. He tells his son to just wait, because he was already on his way to the school. The line goes dead. Yang is frozen in terror. The moment the video went public, the internet and media erupted. The public cried out for the bullies to be sent to a juvenile colony. The news reached the Blue House, where a representative promised a thorough investigation. The scene shifts to the administration building, where Hong Chang Hayek is swarmed by a mob of reporters. Their camera flashes like lightning. "Is it true you pressured the police? Give us a statement," they yelled, backed into a corner. Hong could only offer a pathetic apology for everything. Facing immense public condemnation, Hong Jang Hyek resigned from the city council. The dominoes continued to fall. Next, his son Hyen is visited by men from the police department. They inform him of his right to an attorney. Hong Hyen is officially arrested, his heart burning with pure hatred for Chan. The rest of Hyen's cronies were expelled, forcibly transferred, or suspended. The chain of corruption continued to break as prosecutor Kong Kang-jun also resigned. Upon his departure, Kang expressed his profound shame. Inspector Park Tong-sik and Investigator Kim were promptly dismissed. The head of the district office was also removed.
And just like that, with the mess swept clean, the school bus arrives. Everything returns to normal. The kind of magic only money can perform. Chan rides along, listening to music, thinking that this world is truly beautiful. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto someone, and his heart skips a beat. It's Ren, the girl he likes. He thinks once again, this world is perfect. He turns to her. In his mind, she was the absolute jewel of bus number 32, Lee Ren. He tells her to let him hold her bag. She looks at him, confused. I can carry your bag for you, he repeats. Ren politely declines, saying it isn't heavy. The other girls instantly recognize what this is. A classic pickup line. Chan presses on. It looks so heavy, he insists, adding dramatically. My hands are withering away waiting to help. Ren finally gives in. Thanking him, Chan is ecstatic. It was the first time she'd ever thanked him. As Ren hands over her backpack, she glances at him and asks if he's okay, because Chan wasn't just holding Ren's bags. He was holding a mountain of bags from other girls. I'm fine, he manages to say. We have to help each other in this cruel world. He muses to himself that no matter a man's age, when he meets his first love, he'll always act like a fool. He notices Ren glaring at the other girls who piled their bags onto him. Seeing this, Chan finally says his name. She asks him to repeat it. My name is Jang Chan, he says clearly, before turning to look out the window. Suddenly, the name clicks in her memory. Chan puts his headphones back on, and the lyrics float through his mind. About how yesterday's problems seemed so far away, but now they are here to stay. Ren remembered. A student from T in high school started riding this bus last year. A boy who always looked insecure and kept his shoulders slumped. That was him, right up until the summer holidays. As Ren stepped off the bus, she couldn't stop thinking about how much he had changed. Her friends called out, telling her they were going to be late. And so, our hero enters the classroom. Immediately, a so-called friend runs into him, fist raised in mock anger. Look who's back! Just in time for the exams. Another one shoves him. If I were you, I would have stayed in the hospital to miss them. A third bully smacks him lightly. Forget the fancy drinks from your private room. They started to circle him. Did you at least get the nurse's number? Why'd you even bother coming back to school? The taunts escalated, and the shoves grew harder. You should be grateful we're even talking to you. That he'd escaped with only a concussion. They tried to cheer him up, saying how cool he looked, and Chan tearfully thanked them, knowing this was their way of showing support. But they were his friends, and that's what mattered. Just then, the lesson began. The teacher's voice cut through the room, hoping they were all prepared for the test. He reminded them that in the last exam, their class had ranked dead last. The teacher warned them not to dare embarrass their homeroom teacher ever again. Teacher Kim then checked in on Jang, asking if he felt better. The hero smiled brightly, assuring him he was perfectly fine. In fact, thanks to Teacher Kim, he felt completely refreshed. They shared a warm smile. With that, Teacher Kim announced the lesson was over. But before he left, he urged them to give the upcoming tests their absolute best. He told them to live without regrets, because this was the best time of their lives. Chan thought to himself that the only ones who truly grasped those words were his master. And him. He knew that once you step into the real world, no one looks out for you. Chan understood that one day, a person would miss every small detail of their home and their school. A smile crept onto his face as he looked at the test questions. Chan found them familiar. He couldn't suppress a grin. Was it really supposed to be this easy? The hero knew, in that moment, that today was a turning point. A short while later, Chan was on the bus home. He approached Ren, handing her a chocolate bar. He explained that he'd waited a few days to give it to her. She seemed a little taken aback. He reminded her that her exams were coming up soon, and sugar is great for boosting short-term memory. Hearing this, the other girls began to gossip. They whispered about how Chan must like Ren, their jealousy obvious. Ren simply thanked him. He told her she was still a high school student, and there was no need to be so stressed. Since Chan was just a sophomore, she'd never met a guy who was so thoughtful. At the back of the bus, another high schooler seemed to recognize Chan. The hero asked Ren how her exams went. She said she did well, and returned the question. Chan replied that he'd passed everything with flying colors. Ren joked that he looked like he'd scored the highest grade. Chan's smile only deepened. She asked if he was serious. He reminded her that she was a high school student. After all, the other girls erupted, exclaiming that Chan must be number one in the entire school. They swooned over how cool he was, excelling even in his studies. Chan just shrugged, saying he felt the teachers had simply made this exam too easy. Ren was left in utter shock. Chan then asked if she had a phone. He wondered if she'd give him her number. promising to text her from time to cheer her on before the exams, without hesitation. Ren began to dictate her number, and just like that, Chan got her number. The other girls stared, stunned at how quickly they'd exchanged contact information. Chan leaned back, listening to music as the bus drove on. When Ren got off, he waved to her from the window. The bus pulled away, and Chan let out a triumphant cheer. He was ecstatic. Staring at Ren's number, he felt pure joy. But suddenly, a voice called out to him. A guy sitting at the back of the bus was yelling his name, cursing at him. He demanded that Chan come over. Jang instantly recognized him as Choi Hyen-chan, a delinquent whose name was infamous in the local papers. Still, Chan decided to face him. He walked over calmly. "I'm here," he said, his voice laced with ice. "What do you want?" Hyen's cronies were furious at his audacity. One of them shouted that Chan had lost all his fear. They plotted what to do with him. Hyen snarled that he'd turn Chan into a meat patty if he kept chasing after urine. Chan thought to himself, "Forget a patty. I'll turn you into stew." But aloud, he just said he didn't want any trouble. He asked what they should do. This only enraged Hyang further. He screamed that urine was his. Chan sighed, tired of hearing this beast howl. That was the last straw. One of the thugs lunged at Chan, but it was exactly what he'd anticipated. With lightning speed, the hero grabbed his arm, and in a single deft motion, threw him over his shoulder. The thug crashed hard onto the floor. Yang was furious, and the other punk was shocked. Chan cracked his knuckles. Feeling the stress melt away, he stated that today was the last day of midterm exams. Then he asked, "So, will you two entertain me?" The hero compared them to a traffic jam, noting they clearly didn't care about exams. But Chan was different. Gripping the bully's tie, he leaned in. "I'm not in a hurry today," he said with a smirk. "So let's have a proper fight." He then asked if Yang understood. Yang could only scream in rage. He vowed to break Jang's back. But suddenly, the bus driver slammed on the brakes, shouting indignantly about what they thought they were doing. Chan immediately bowed his head. "I apologize for the inconvenience," he said, speaking for the delinquents as well. This just made them angrier. But Chan knew this beast would never understand. His dream was simple: to become a model citizen with the money he earned. He planned to slowly build several properties in Gangnam, and maybe a few villas, so he could relax on Jeju Island or overseas. If there was still cash left over, he wanted a private jet, or at least a supercar. That was the life Chan wanted to live. He decided then and there that anyone who tried to take away his cherished dream would be cursed for all eternity. The scene shifts, and we're back at the school. We are now in the dining hall. A girl with purple hair wished everyone a pleasant meal. Then, the camera pans to the slop being served. Chan's friends were visibly disgusted. One of them muttered that his dog ate better than this. The purple-haired girl simply told them to eat up. She lectured them on the health benefits of their soybean stew. But rumor had it she was the headmaster's mistress, and the one responsible for the disgusting food. The woman boasted that the stew was made from homemade paste. But Chan suddenly remembered seeing her unloading cheap, canned paste from a truck. With a clatter, Chan dropped his spoon onto his tray. The girl noticed him immediately. "My, you're a handsome one," she cooed, then asked why he hadn't eaten. She condescendingly asked if he knew he'd be punished in the afterlife for wasting food. Chan retorted, "I guess you've never been punished." Then, with that, he dumped his entire tray in the trash. She shrieked that he should apologize for saying such things to a kind and beautiful girl like her. Chan calmly told her to get one more serving, so she'd have less to answer for when she died. She started screaming, asking if he was done running his mouth. Chan turned slowly, his expression menacing. "By the way," he asked, his voice low, "is the executive director feeling well?" The girl froze, her face draining of color as she stammered in outrage. "What did you just—" The scene shifts again. Chan stands before a door, asking for permission to enter. Inside, an old man sits, eating his meal. Chan walks in. In the executive director's office, Chan stood before Ian's father, who demanded he get straight to the point. Chan's request was simple. He wanted meat on the school menu. The director was utterly confused. What was this student even talking about? Finally grasping the situation, he dismissively said Chan could take all the meat he wanted, but Chan corrected him, stating it wasn't for him, it was for everyone. Chan laid it all out. The old man had installed his mistress as the school's nutritionist. The director's silence was deafening. Chan pressed on, explaining that since last year, the school lunches had devolved into nothing more than dog food. He reminded the director that students pay 35,000 won for a single meal. In any other school, meat would be served at least 3 times a week. According to him, no school would dare serve its students plain rice and pasta soup for that price. Chan stared directly at Director Lee and declared the menu an absolute disgrace.
The hero proclaimed that students can only study well if they eat well. He then urged Director Lee to file a formal complaint with the police. With his piece said, Chan thanked the director for his time. But Director Lee warned him, no matter how young he was, he would be held responsible for his words. Chan was unfazed. He replied that everyone, except the director himself, knew he was telling the truth. An awkward, heavy silence fell between them. It had cost 500 million won, just to handle Hong Se-yoon. The lawyers from Da-yoon and Chan demanded a high price for every move, but they were true professionals. As Chan exited the office, Principal Lee immediately began screaming at his deputy, ordering him to summon the principal and his second-in-command at once. Chan walked away, thinking that if the headmaster was ousted now, it could throw the entire school into chaos all over again. For now, all Chan wanted was to add a decent side of meat to their slop. He mused on how simple it should be, to just add the meat. Suddenly, the scene shifts. It's night, in a lavish, opulent setting. A subordinate pours a drink for his master. The man then asks if it's time to kill him, though the identity of his target remains shrouded in mystery. The master gives a simple order, for his assistant to handle it quietly. The assistant sneered, claiming that dealing with some high school brat was no problem at all. He boasted that among the local thugs, there were plenty who would do anything to join their organization. The task would be handled swiftly. The senior promised that if everything was done without a trace, he would reward his assistant handsomely. Meanwhile, Hong was left with nothing but money and a burning rage. The memory of Chan sent him into a fury, and he screamed that Chan was going to die. We cut back to the school, where someone is yelling Chan's name. It's Teacher Kim, bursting into the classroom. He demanded to know what happened. Teacher Kim looked deeply troubled as he asked Chan, "What have you done?" He then slammed the test results down. "How?" he stammered. "How could you get a perfect score?" Chan was thrown into an awkward spotlight as every single classmate stared at him with suspicion. Suddenly, the classroom erupted. Voices rose in outrage. Furious that Chan had scored the highest, they screamed that he was a liar, a cheat, and began demanding a thorough investigation. Teacher Kim asked if Chan felt he owed everyone an explanation. Chan simply sighed, saying it couldn't be helped. He thought to himself, "They're all dead." Teacher Kim and Chan's friends caught the wicked smile spreading across his face. As Chan began to speak, the whole class held its breath. He announced that today, he was buying pizza for everyone. His classmates were stunned into silence. Teacher Kim and Chan's friends, however, remained skeptical. Then, Chan raised a single finger. "And that's not all," he declared. "The internet cafe is on my tab, too." In an instant, his friends were won over, and Teacher Kim was completely bewildered. The entire class exploded with cheers. Chan's friends immediately started defending him, talking about how he was secretly brilliant and studied incredibly hard. They claimed they always believed in him, even calling him a genius. Chan turned to Teacher Kim with a smirk. "Looks like I've explained everything." The teacher sighed, admitting Chan had won this round, and told him he was free to go. As he left, Chan thought about how pathetically simple his classmates were. The scene changes to the cafeteria at lunchtime. The students are in shock. After fried pork yesterday, today's main course was a whole chicken. The new nutritionist, a young woman, timidly apologized and asked if it still wasn't enough for them. She promised to work even harder. With that one troublesome woman gone from the school, a peaceful atmosphere had finally settled in. In fact, the new dietitian, Jang Jugo, already had her own fan club. Not only was meat back on the menu, but high quality, local produce was also being served. The market vendors loved Jugo for buying up so many ingredients to feed 1,500 people a day. We're then transported to a pizzeria. Chan's entire class is there, buzzing with excitement as they rush the counter to place their orders. The woman at the register laughed and asked why they were so energetic. The students proudly announced that the top-scoring student from the midterms was treating them all. The cashier's eyes lit up. "You mean Jang Tae-san?" she asked. Chan's friends were shocked and asked how she knew his name. The woman explained that her son also attended their school. She said rumors were spreading that, thanks to Chan, the school was finally at peace. She then looked around and asked where the hero of the hour was. Meanwhile, Chan was sitting alone at a table. Lost in thought, he suddenly realized all eyes were on him. Chan offered the woman a small smile and a polite greeting. The girls at a nearby table began whispering about how cool and handsome he was. The cashier asked if Chan had enough money to cover this feast. Chan simply told her not to. Worry, his revenue for the day had already surpassed 1 billion won. Just then, someone approached his table, calling out to him. Chan answered the call and turned. It was a girl. She asked if he was a second-year high school student. She then called him Appa and boldly asked for his phone number. Chan was taken aback. In Korea,
Oppa is used for an older brother. Or a boyfriend. He apologized, explaining that he already has a girlfriend he likes. His friends watched from afar, green with envy, but the girl wasn't deterred. She pressed him. You have a girlfriend, seeing his slight hesitation? She pounced. That means you don't. She leaned in closer. So, how about that number?
Chan was getting flustered, confused by this girl who had absolutely no fear. He tried to explain that he didn't think it was
right. He said that even though his love was unrequited, it was still a kind of relationship, and he had to remain faithful. She just called him Appa again, and said he was funny. Chan felt a flicker of recognition. He was sure he'd seen this brave girl somewhere before. Then he saw her name tag, Kim Soa. That name suddenly clicked, and his eyes widened in shock. He wondered, could it truly be the Seoryun he knew, the most famous star to ever come from? Their neighborhood. Seoryun, the idol destined to represent all of Korea. She was the core of the group, OB, once called the most dominant female idol. In the industry, Chan's friends began to wail with envy, cursing his unbelievable luck. Chan was lost. Was this a dream or some unbelievable reality? Rin then asked if he
planned to keep her waiting all day. Chan snapped back to reality. This was actually Kim Seoryun then. Another voice cut through, calling his name questioningly.
It was Rin. When Chan saw her, his heart sank. Of all the moments, why right now Seoryun then turned to Rin, politely calling her Sunbae, the term for a senior student in Korea. Chan felt a cold sweat as he grasped the whole disastrous situation. Rin thought back to his occasional text. Messages, they were mostly just awkward jokes or clumsy greetings. But for some reason, seeing him now, Rin had called out his name without thinking. At this unexpected meeting, Rin's friends started buzzing. Did she know this guy? They whispered about how handsome and well-built Chan was. Chan just stood there, completely bewildered, as he greeted Rin, calling her Nuna. His own friends started roaring that he was a dead man, showering him with insults and saying that Chan must have spent the entire vacation mastering the arts of a Casanova. Then one of them yelled, recognizing the other girl. He said she was the most popular girl at Changju Girls' School, a third-year legend. They were floored that Chan was not only at the top of the sophomore rankings, but he was making moves on the top senior too. They
screamed that he was on a completely different level. Chan fought to keep his cool, trying to act as normal as possible. He asked if Rin had also
come for pizza. Rin confirmed it, explaining her friends were treating her. Chan repeated her words about being treated. A surprised look on his face, then Rin's.
Friends started greeting him warmly, even calling her the prettiest girl in school. Chan felt cornered, but he had no choice but to awkwardly say,
hello back. The girls mentioned to Chan that Rin aced her midterms again this time. Rin's friend then said it was a crime that Rin never told them she knew. Such a cute hubei, the term for a junior student. Her friend pointed at Chan and asked if they could just call him hubei from now on. Suddenly, Seoryun exclaimed that she knew. She looked at Rin and asked if Chan was her unrequited love. Rin instantly froze, her silence speaking volumes. Seoryun asked if she was right, nudging Chan with her elbow. Chan and Seoryun were now facing each other, with Rin caught between them. Rin suddenly turned to the blonde girl, answering her friend's call. Seoryun then asked Rin directly if she knew Chan well. Rin replied coolly that this was the first time they'd ever met. Chan breathed a silent sigh of relief, thinking that he was saved. But his relief was shattered by Seoryun's next words. Chena was completely her type. She declared that since Chan seems to be a good student, he's also
a pretty boy. Chan was horrified. He couldn't understand why she was doing this to him. His friends were practically weeping with jealousy, continuing to curse his name. The
two girls locked eyes. Seoryun wore a playful smile, but Rin's face was unreadable. Then, Rin suddenly smiled back, saying she felt the exact same way. Chan was so stunned his jaw nearly hit the floor. His classmates were losing their minds. The hero now had not one, but two legendary girls fighting over him. Seoryun walked toward Chan, asking Rin if she could. She said Rin was incredible. Then, Seoryun started closing the distance to Rin. Chan braced himself, thinking something was about to explode. However, Seoryun just walked past her and asked if they would play fair. Rin paused, considering her words. She didn't know how to respond. Chan tried to break the tension, commenting on how nice the weather was. Then Seoryun asked for a second. Suddenly, she loudly asked Rin if she had his phone number. She declared that if Rin didn't, then she should get it too. Seoryun stated that would be a fair game. Chan was in agony, clearly suffering from the pressure. Rin then told Chan to give her his number. Seoryun smiled at this. Looking completely satisfied, Rin once again demanded his phone number.
Chan wondered if this was the legendary battle between girls he'd only ever heard about. He was flustered at first, but then a hint of pride crept in. He held out his hand and told Rin to give him her phone. Chan took her phone and began to type in his number. Rin stood directly across from him, her gaze locked onto his. In that moment, Chan wouldn't have traded places with anyone in the world. After all, real-life drama was unfolding. A clash between these amazing girls, with him at the center. The possibilities for the future were intoxicating. After Chan finished, his classmates stared blankly, unable to process what was happening. Chan thought to himself, what an incredible plot development. On one side, his first love. On the other, the future superstar, Rin versus Kim Seoryun. His classmates screamed that Chan was shameless, a truly terrible person. Then, one of the girls made a call, reporting everything that just went down. The scene shifts, and we see who she was calling. It was none other than Hyung, who declared he was going to kill Chan. Today, he ordered her to call the boys. Just then, his coach yelled at Hyung to get back to his training. The coach approached him, ordering him to respond immediately. He walked over to Hyung and put a hand on his shoulder, asking if he could hear him. But Hyung was so consumed by rage that he violently threw his coach to the ground. Hyung screamed furiously that he was going to destroy him, calling out Jang Tae-san's name. We then jump forward in time. We see Chan has gifted his father a brand new car. He took his whole family on a shopping spree. We also see people now tending to their garden. His father told them to take a break, but they happily refused, proud to be earning their pay. Chan's entire family was overflowing with happiness. Chan mused that, as they say, you can solve almost anything with money. Then we're transported back to the present night. Chan savors the sound of his keyboard clicking in the empty room. Chan had left home and started living by himself. His commute to school was now much shorter, giving him more precious time for himself. His revenue for the day had already exceeded 7 billion won. Chan calculated that tomorrow, he could probably earn close to 9 billion. The stock market was in a state of explosive growth. Prices were skyrocketing tenfold in a single day, opening the door for even more massive profits. Chan smirked. It was all true. The world truly is a beautiful place. He was talking about a world where cash is king. However, Chan still wasn't touching futures and options. This was because trading in that arena required an entirely different level of starting capital. Chan knew he had to bide his time, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. A subprime storm was brewing, and Chan was ready. A looming mortgage crisis, set for 1927. He also foresaw a devastating spike in raw material costs and a chaotic surge on the international currency market. This was the perfect storm Chan had been waiting for. The scene shifts to school the next day. A friend clapped Chan on the shoulder, asking if he was heading home. Chan agreed, the now empty school halls feeling strangely quiet. He wondered if he should check on the day's profits. He realized coming back to school wasn't so bad after all. Even the thought of studying, something he despised, didn't bother him. Lost in thought, staring at the floor, he walked straight into his friend. Hey, why'd you stop? Chan asked, realizing he'd nearly plowed him over. But his friend was frozen, his face pale with fear. Choi and his gang of thugs were blocking their path. Well, Chan muttered. What does this worm want? The lead thug sneered. Look at this flock of sheep, one of his lackeys squinted. Is that Chan Li? The second one confirmed. Yeah, that's him. The first thug bellowed Chan's name. Chan looked them over coolly. And who are you? Do I know you? The thugs just grunted. Just follow us. Chan was silent, thinking how he had no time to waste on losers like them. He turned to his friends. You guys can go on ahead. But they stepped in front of him. Hey, if we stick with you, are you buying pizza and hitting the PC bang? Chan's face split into a grin. Of course, it's on me. Tears welled up in his eyes. These guys, they were true friends. The sunny day was already fading, the sun dipping below the horizon. Later, the thugs dragged Chan to their boss, a brute named Gangnam. We brought him, they announced. The place was swarming with delinquents, all wearing ugly sneers. There had to be at least a dozen of them. So, you finally showed up, Gangnam growled, his voice dripping with contempt. He spat insults at Chan. Don't even think you're walking out of here alive. His crony, Hyang, added, There's no escape. Chan just smirked. Aren't you two being a little dramatic? He asked calmly. Are we shooting a movie here? He then pointed at Hyang. Especially you, fatty. Chan's friends erupted in laughter, and so did Chan himself.
I'll kill you, Hyung shrieked. The two groups faced off, but the numbers were completely one-sided, and they were all older than Chan's crew. Something about this place felt off. Chan heard a faint, sharp sound. Ever since his training, his senses had become razor-sharp. His intuition was screaming at him, too. Something wasn't right here. Chan spoke up, his voice cutting through the tension. Are you all aware that what you're doing right now is a particularly serious crime? He suggested. Why don't we all just calmly go our separate ways? He continued. I may be young, but I know that life is fleeting. Is there really any point in wasting this precious moment on a useless brawl? One of the thugs scoffed. This worm has some nerve. The second one cracked his knuckles. Don't worry, Gangnam, we'll set his brain straight for you. But Chan wasn't finished. According to Article 261 of the Criminal Code, he stated, this constitutes a special group assault, committed with a dangerous weapon. The thugs just stared, their simple minds unable to process his words. Chan clarified, that means even if I just get a nosebleed, it's considered a serious injury. He looked them dead in the eye. Your parents will have to pray for my recovery, because if anything happens, you're all going to juvenile hall. And do you even have the money for my medical bills? He added thoughtfully. You should know, I recently suffered a head injury. I was in the hospital for 6 months. He paused. And for the record, I only stay in private rooms. Chan's friends took a nervous step back. Hyung just laughed. How cute. You're a real piece of work, Chan shot back. And you? You're a disgrace. Smoking will ruin your athletic career. He tapped his own head. Yours must be full of sawdust. Chan's friends couldn't hide their smirks. Hyung's face turned purple with rage. Our older brothers will handle the consequences, he roared. Your job is to turn this worm into mincemeat. Suddenly, Chan's friends lost their nerve. They looked terrified, ready to apologize and run. Chan sighed. All these punks can do is bark. He couldn't believe they were actually scared. The thugs sneered. Keep running your mouth. We're all minors, you idiot. Even if we beat you half to death, we'll get a tiny fine. We'll cry a little for the judge and go home. You'll be the one stuck in a hospital bed for half a year. Chan's expression hardened. This is why the laws had to change. This broken system in South Korea, where good citizens suffered at the hands of protected juvenile delinquents, he made a silent vow. He would tear this law down. He would destroy it by any means necessary. Get him, Gangnam screamed. The thugs brandished steel pipes, raising them high as they charged forward in a terrifying wave. Chan's friends flinched at the sight of the rebar. Get back, Chan commanded, pushing them away. He took a step back himself, but his foot caught on a step. He stumbled. His friends gasped in horror. Chan was on the ground, and a mob of furious thugs armed with steel pipes was about to crash down on him. Then, we see it. A pipe swings down with brutal force. Chan's eyes widened in shock, frozen in place. A tooth sailed through the air, followed by a spray of blood. In that split second, our main character sees the world in slow motion. A dozen figures swarming him with bats and pipes. They wanted to maim him. Or worse. He could feel the bloodlust in their eyes. Sweat poured down his face. He had less than a second to make a choice. Seeing his apparent terror, his enemies broke into cruel, victorious smiles. But in that instant, Chan moved. He grabbed one of them, using their momentum to launch a devastating kick straight to another's face. The thug's tooth flew. He then vaulted away from the spot, a blur of motion, effortlessly deflecting and countering every blow that came his way. They thought they had him cornered, but they were wrong. Their crude weapons were nothing compared to the martial arts buried deep within his soul. He barely remembered the techniques, but his body knew. He stood over a fallen opponent, one who had just tried to cave his skull in. He settled into a low stance. A wicked grin spread across his face as he looked at the shocked thugs. We need to wrap this up quickly, he declared. My boys and I have plans for tonight. He rose to his full height, an incredible aura flaring around him. Behold, he announced, the power of the 5 elements. His enemies were stunned into silence. Their shock quickly turned back to rage. They were many, and he was one. They decided to attack all at once. He knew he was outmatched, but as he jumped and ran, he saw it in their eyes. Just like a hero in a movie scattering villains, he would do the exact same. Today, he would put on a show. The main character of this story would be him. In a flash, he tore through his opponents, a whirlwind of motion, promising to crush every person who had ever mocked him. The crowd was speechless, but it was too late. Our protagonist had already unleashed his fury. He delivered crushing blows to everyone around him. They tried to flee, but some foolishly charged straight at him, but even together, they stood no chance. He sent them flying in an instant. Our character turned to them and said, "If you've got nothing better to do, you should call the authorities. Be sure to report everything, especially how one student took down all of your thugs." The leader, watching this unfold, knew he'd been ordered to finish our protagonist. If they failed this task, their reputation in the organization would be shattered, humiliated. One man pulled a knife and lunged at our main character. The hero was still basking in his success as the man closed in from behind. The crowd screamed, warning him to turn around, but our character simply smiled. That thug had just made a mistake he would regret for the rest of his life. In an instant, our hero twisted the man's arm until the bones shifted with a sickening crunch. The thug screamed in agony. Everyone was stunned by this display. The man lay on the floor, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Our main character looked down on him from above and said, "Let's start with the serious charges. Attempted murder, forming a criminal gang, and we'll end with aggravated assault. You'll be rotting in prison for years." The thug couldn't believe what he was hearing, but it was too late. Our hero was already on the phone with his lawyer. "I have an attempted murder case for you, involving a whole gang of criminals." The lawyer was to take the case. Lying on the floor, the thug started begging for forgiveness, crying as he realized our main character was not just some simple kid. But our protagonist only smiled coldly and asked, "Do you smell that? It's the scent of despair." After a few seconds, we see that the case of a criminal gang attacking minors has caused a massive public outcry. High school students forming a gang and committing attempted murder. This incident sparked a movement to end school violence, not just in their school, but on the streets as well. People watching the news were furious. How could this mess even happen? They were sure that this would lead to an official investigation that would pin them all down. Elsewhere, one of the gang's superiors begs for forgiveness, but a remote control flew past his head. His boss roared, "Every TV station is covering this. Not a single snake has slipped by such a high-profile case." Everyone was watching. Meanwhile, the main character was resting in the hospital, as police had already arrested everyone involved in the case. The boss knew he couldn't reach his clients. Everything had failed. He turned to his assistant and told him he should lay low for a while. "I will take care of all this," he said. "But if you screw up again, you won't get off so easily." The assistant poured his boss some whiskey and went to leave. But then, a sound came from the street. A rock flew at them, and a strange man in a chaya hood emerged from the darkness. The boss was terrified. It was a rainy evening. The man introduced himself as Death. The boss thought, this person must have lost his mind, coming all the way to his house. Clearly, he was tired of living. But the main character, filled with righteous anger, declared that the boss had committed too many sins. "Like a real reaper," he said. "It's time to pay your debt. No one can help you here." The boss, sweating, tried to sound tough. "Do you have any idea who you're messing with?" he asked. He grabbed a can and tried to swing it, but it was too late. Our main character was several times faster. He landed a direct hit to the boss's arrogant face. The boss stumbled back, his face covered in blood. He couldn't believe someone who came to his house dared to touch him. But the first blow was followed by another, and another. The boss realized he wasn't just hurt, he was terrified. Our main character looked at him and said, "You've killed too many people." The boss spat back. "I didn't kill anyone." He tried to hide behind his hands, swearing that he was innocent. For a moment, the protagonist lowered his fist. "Do you hear that sound?" he asked. "Those are the cries of the people you showed no mercy to." All at once, ghostly figures began to approach the boss. He couldn't believe his eyes as countless hands reached right for him, tearing at his clothes, pulling him in different directions. Whispers echoed all around him. "You killed us all." The boss started going crazy. "This must be hypnosis or drugs," he screamed. "You must have sprinkled something on me." He almost believed his own lies, but our hero, Death himself, said, "These are the souls of those you unjustly killed, along with your henchmen." There was nothing to be done. The boss started screaming that it was all a hoax, so our hero placed his hand on his head. And all the corpses and ghosts swarmed over him. When it was over, our main character looked at the man's lying body, realizing that, for the first time, this man was truly suffering. But does this pain even compare to that of those who died at his hands? The boss kept shouting that he didn't know anything. But the main character told him, "There are no survivors like you. Before you die, you must completely model." To atone for his sins, our hero reached out his hand once more, but the boss recoiled in terror, begging for his life, unmoved. Our hero held his hand over him. A chilling question escaped his lips. "How many souls have you snuffed out?" The question echoed in the boss's mind.
How else could he explain the ghostly figures materializing before his very eyes? He stammered a reply. Only one person, he lied. But our main character knew the truth. There were 10 of them. You don't even remember your first kill, do you? The ghost of a girl in a school uniform appeared before him. The boss froze in shock. A memory from 13 years ago he tried to bury forever. A crime he desperately wanted to forget. He had brutally murdered a schoolgirl who was in love. Our hero's voice cut through the phone. Sharp as a blade, he delivered his ultimatum. To atone for your sins, turn yourself into the police, and accept punishment for everything your gang has done. The boss tried to argue, to deflect, but our hero's gaze was like ice as he said, "This is your only chance to stop another person from suffering. If you fail to do this, I will make your entire family fall, just as your men did today." In that moment, the boss saw a demon standing before him. Utterly powerless, he could only bow his head in defeat. "I'll do as you command." Shortly after, the news exploded with the story. Several bodies had been discovered hanging at a reservoir. The location had become a crime scene, where the body of a schoolgirl, missing for 13 years, was finally found. The criminal was announced as the gang leader, Pack. He had turned himself in, confessing everything. He had covered for another boss, but no more. Following this incident, the entire area was purged. Every last thug and bandit was exterminated, but that wasn't all. A full investigation into the prosecutor's office, and the police force was launched. Meanwhile, our main character lay in a hospital bed, gripped by a cold fear. He could still see the ghosts that haunted him, even after getting rid of the gangs that stood in his way. The terror remained. On the television, a news panel was in a heated debate. They weren't just discussing the 10 civilians murdered by gangsters. One panelist declared, "This isn't just a corrupt policeman. A prosecutor is definitely involved in this case. It requires a much more thorough investigation than what we currently have." Others called the information strange. They even suspected the incident was a plot, orchestrated by the opposition party. "We should start the investigation with them," one argued. The debate raged on, with accusations flying back and forth. But for our main character, none of it mattered. The ghosts were still there, everywhere he looked. He knew what he was seeing, and he feared he was going mad. Had he become a shaman? Or maybe, was he a ghost himself? It was a logical, horrifying thought. What if he had died and been resurrected by a spirit he hid under his pillow, his head spinning from the chaos? He just needed to calm down, to get a grip. He promised himself it would all be fine, but as he pulled the covers up, he saw another one, a ghost he desperately wanted to ignore. He realized the hospital was swarming with them. But why? Why were they all following him? His eyes darted to the door. Sensing another presence, he braced himself for another spirit. But as the door swung open, a young girl rushed in. She launched herself into his arms, sobbing. "I was so worried," she cried. "I thought I would never see you again." He looked down at her, confused. "Shouldn't you be at school? What are you doing here?" But the girl just held him tighter. "What's the point of studying if you're gone? My education won't make me successful without you." She was completely serious. She started to pull away, then hugged him again. "What about your injuries?" she asked, her voice trembling. "Are you okay?" Our main character felt her touch, her soft hands. The atmosphere in the room suddenly felt strange. He looked down at hers, and his heart began to pound. This was dangerous. She was young enough to be his daughter. He had to get a grip. But then she moved. He gently took her by the shoulders, but with trembling hands. She looked up at him and leaned in for a kiss. Our hero's heart was already promised to another. But still, the girl before him was a tempting sight. The moment hung heavy in the air. He knew it was wrong, a line he shouldn't cross. But against his better judgment, he began to lean forward. Suddenly, a second girl with dark hair entered the room. "What is going on here?" she asked. Our hero jumped back, completely flustered. "Nothing. I just got something in my eye," he stammered. "And she was helping me get it out." The first girl's eyes filled with tears again. "I thought you were seriously hurt," she cried. "Were you pretending all this time I came running because I was worried sick?" Our hero cleared his throat, feeling the heat rise in his cheeks. It felt like being caught cheating by his wife. It was clear now. A rivalry had begun. Sparks flew between the two girls. A silent war for his attention was declared right there. He tried to push them apart gently. "Let me get you both something to drink," he offered, escaping the tension. After bringing them sodas, the girls sat down, the air still thick with rivalry. "The entrance exams are just around the corner," one began. "I thought a good sunbae would be studying more seriously." The dark-haired girl immediately retorted, "How could I study, knowing our hero was injured? My first duty is to be by his side." He watched them exchange fake smiles and icy glares.
He had to change the subject, fast. He decided to use what he knew. I heard, he began, turning to the first girl, that you already signed a contract with that agency. The girl stared, completely shocked. How did you know about that? She was stunned that he was paying such close attention. At that moment, our protagonist turned his gaze to the dark-haired girl and said, he'd heard she took her midterms. So, when did the results come out? The girl's face brightened, glad he was showing interest. It was nothing special, she said. The second part was easy, but that history section was a killer. But why worry? She was sure to pass.
Sensing the strange tension, our main character decided to step in and support them both. He thought he was improving the atmosphere,
but he only made things 1,000 times worse. Now, both girls were fuming, either at each other or at him. He quickly suggested a change of plans. How about some pizza? To his relief, both girls agreed. Okay, give me a minute, our hero said. I just need to go change. As he walked away, they couldn't help but notice his surprisingly masculine frame. He really doesn't need to be shy around us, one of them murmured. In that same instant, worlds away, a team of analysts stared in disbelief. This is impossible. Is our boss some kind of genius? They had double-checked everything, not a single mistake. Every move he made was perfectly, flawlessly legal. He was an absolute monster. A man with slicked-back hair confirmed their fears. It's all true, and it's obvious. We don't have a single shred of dignity left. Another man, adjusting his glasses, spoke grimly. All of you are master traders, and you were utterly defeated by an ordinary high school student. The room was filled with a horrified silence. They had been outmaneuvered by a mere child. Outside, the snow began to fall. It was incredibly beautiful. The first snowfall of the year. Everyone was mesmerized, their eyes drawn upward to the winter sky.
Our main character saw the look of surprise on his father's face, but his father just smiled cryptically. You'll understand everything once you join the army.
I think I already know what you mean, our hero replied with a knowing look. It's like a white feast is falling from the heavens. The old man was stunned. Our main character quickly pretended he didn't understand, feigning innocence. He then changed the subject, gesturing to their home.
Looks like the construction is almost finished. The house was undergoing a massive renovation, expanding the living area and redesigning the interior.
It was a perfect blend of modern Korean architecture, while preserving the grandeur of their family lineage. The old man gazed at it proudly. We'll be able to move in about a month.
Everyone was thrilled. They would be living here just in time for high school.
And the girls' school is very close, his father added. Close enough to walk. Later, as they started dinner, they noticed the apples had been cut with artistic precision. His father beamed with pride.
Thanks to the new clearing, the sunlight has drastically improved the apple quality. The cooperative will accept them without question.
His father's farm had become perfectly self-sufficient. Then, his mother turned to the main character. How is your work going, dear? Our hero nearly choked on his food. He froze, realizing his mother shouldn't have asked so suddenly. He glanced at her, flustered. Well, I've sent out more than 20 manuscripts. His sisters immediately started cheering him on, our friends adding that the publisher was sure to reply. His mother seemed to grow younger every day. Anyone who saw her would say she had become the most beautiful woman in the country. At the same time, their parents handed them some money. 200,000 won, an amount that brought genuine joy to their faces. His parents often asked about his finances, probably because they believed money was so incredibly difficult to earn. In moments like these, they were always grateful, never asking for more. The twins were ecstatic with their pocket money, even if it was only 200,000 won. To his parents, it was a huge sum. But it's true that you can get sick of anything if you have too much of it. And that applies to money as well, while everyone else stayed the same. He had changed. His stock assets had finally surpassed 100 billion won. With that kind of unearthly income, brokerage firms would do anything to keep him in their sights. Just like the company he once worked for in the future. Snapping back to the present, our main character turned to his mother. I have to fly abroad for a while. The news shocked everyone at the table. I need to gain new experiences, he explained, and find some inspiration to make my work even better. His mother looked concerned. Her son wanted to fly all alone, still. He wasn't a child anymore. The twins were immediately thrilled, asking if he could take one of them along. But that was out of the question. Have you even prepared your passport? Of course, he had everything ready. Then his mother made an offer that completely surprised him. Why don't I go with you? He just realized she could speak English,
French, and Japanese. He never knew. It was so strange that she could speak 4 languages. She began to laugh at his shocked expression.
Don't be so surprised. I'm still a graduate of a good university, you know. It was incredible. His own mother was fluent in 4 languages.
You should just relax and have a good time on this trip. she said, her voice filled with warmth. He felt ashamed for not knowing this about her. But his father spoke up. You shouldn't thank me, he said, looking at his wife lovingly. You were born from a woman as beautiful and intelligent as your mother. She started to playfully hit her husband's arm. They were always telling each other how much they loved one another. Were they sure it was okay to act this way in front of their kids? These lovebirds. Everyone got goosebumps watching them. But despite the cringe, the feeling of family warmth was nice. In a flash, that feeling vanished. Our protagonist awoke to find a strange man standing before him. It's a pleasure to meet you, the man said. He looked like a wise old grandfather, yet not so old at the same time. Where am I? Our hero demanded. This is my home, the old man replied. This deeply surprised our main character. This place. It felt familiar. He spoke his thoughts aloud. This place feels like a roadside inn. A starting zone for those with insufficient points. Is this some kind of new instruction? After a moment of thought, the old man replied, In my life, I have been a speaker for 25 years, and I have understood others for 50 languages. But why suddenly bring up 50 of them? The other man claimed he was feeling better, that Chris was somehow helping him. He himself had mastered 21 languages in his life. But why this sudden obsession? The man just continued lamenting how his house had fallen into ruin, all because of his own shortcomings. He knew the immense struggle of learning foreign tongues, which is why he decided to help our main character. Language, he preached, is the very foundation for building relationships between people. Language is the key to understanding a culture. Without it, achieving true greatness is impossible. He had to be one of the divine entities. But what could a being like that want from our hero? The mysterious figure immediately made his purpose clear. To truly learn a foreign language, one needs a worthy teacher. But why force himself upon someone so directly? The old man began to lecture. That learning begins not in a classroom, but in open dialogue. As he spoke, his very speech seemed to have a healing aura. Something was definitely strange here. He insisted the most important thing is finding the right teacher. Even our main character had to admit he understood the logic. But a single question still burned in his mind. What did this old man truly want from him? After all, he wasn't summoned here, just for a chat about the flaws of modern education. Of course, the old man didn't need to spell out every single detail. If the home of a so-called god was neglected from a lack of points, it meant our main character had something he desperately needed. As he approached, he wondered if this man was truly a god. The old man's response was firm, I am. There wasn't a hint of lies in his words. Time to apply a little more pressure. The old man quickly insisted that he shouldn't take it to heart. He claimed he didn't care at all. But his nervous expression said otherwise. The old man claimed a life of study made him forget about good deeds. Our main character instantly understood what that really meant. The old man's patience was wearing thin. He thought our hero would only ask one question. But why did he continue to press him with one after another? He claimed that if he had the money, he would donate it all to charity. But it was just a flimsy excuse. He had studied so relentlessly that, after death, he became a native speaker, a divine linguist. This revelation truly interested our main character. So, to get these points, he needed donations. Digging a little deeper, he realized the truth, that this special point system was the key. This must be his first divine instruction. First, he needed to confirm his suspicions about these points. The old man began to get defensive. Why are you questioning me as if I'm some fraud? However, he knew the hero had every right to be skeptical. It was the old man who should understand that earning these karma points was an incredibly difficult task. The facade shattered completely. He realized our hero knew everything. Swallowing his pride, he finally admitted, You are right. The karma points he gets for good deeds are everything. And thanks to his recent actions, our hero's karma rating was sky high. He'd jumped in front of a car to save a child. Not long after, he led an operation to clean up the neighborhood, getting rid of the local thugs. He brought peace not only to the school, but to the entire city. The compensation for his unjust death should be astronomical. So why was this god so desperate? Was he trying to take those karma points on the sly? The old man immediately swore he would never dare. But why was he acting so subservient? He claimed he was only sharing the basics of his divine instructions and begged our hero not to misunderstand him. A small smile played on our main character's lips. I only want us to help each other, he said. But you should have been honest from the start. How much did you want to take for all this? The old man's eyes gleamed. 50%. But did he forget that it's illegal to take them without permission? The old man's face fell instantly. He confessed that this was why he'd approached him with such a story. Still, no one knew the true value of that 50%. It was time to negotiate. Let's start at 20%. The old man screamed that it was far too little. It would barely be enough to build the main hall with marble. He cried that it was unfair, that he needed more to build a garden. But would our hero even consider giving him 30%? Our main character decided to try a different tactic. Fine, he said. I'll just turn to someone else. He knew it was a bluff the old man couldn't possibly call. With a confident smile, our hero played his trump card. I'll just turn to another patron. Since my patron is none other than him, the old man collapsed in terror. He knew exactly who he meant. The very important boss who had resurrected him. For that being, a single divine language was more than enough. But this old god had been greedy. Fate had brought them together. So now he had to offer something much, much more. 25%, he stammered. Our main character thought to himself that this was an incredibly generous offer. What choice did the old man have? Our hero continued to bombard him with questions. Why were all the buildings constructed in a Chinese style? He could have picked medieval castles or traditional Korean houses. The old man simply confessed he was a huge fan of martial arts, especially Chinese ones. Meanwhile, at a different location, some people demanded a meeting with the branch director. Unfortunately for them, it was an unplanned visit. Any unscheduled meetings are automatically rejected by the system. But then, our main character appeared, holding out a letter. He announced he had a very important business offer. He asked if the girl could do him a favor and deliver the documents. And just like that, everything changed. She was confused, claiming she didn't understand. But our hero just gave her a knowing wink and said, "You'll find out when you see it." He needed to be confident and fearless. The girl, now intrigued, said she would sort everything out. As she left, our main character began to inspect the room. He realized he hadn't been in this place for a very long time. This bank was located right near the company where he worked in his previous life, so he used to come here often. Was this blur something only people who'd returned from the future could see? The thought was strange. But just then, a girl standing behind him spoke up. She informed him that Mr. Benson had approved their meeting. The girl gestured for him to follow. And at that moment, it finally sank in for our main character. He had truly gone back in time. To think he'd come this far. He was about to meet the director of the Hong Kong Commercial Bank's local branch, a privilege only granted to representatives of massive corporations. But there was no need to worry. He just had to press forward. His mind was focused on one thing, how to make a powerful impression and seal the deal. Inside the elevator, he told himself there was no reason to be afraid. This was only the first step. Moments later, he came face to face with the director, Stephen, the head of the bank's Hong Kong branch. Our hero extended a hand, saying it was a great honor, and introduced himself. The director noted his flawless pronunciation. Had he studied abroad? But this was the result of his teacher's training. Skills that clearly worked wonders. Our protagonist simply replied that he was self-taught. They took their seats, and a girl brought them black tea. She asked if our main character liked tea. The men watching him assumed a kid like him couldn't possibly appreciate something so refined. But they were wrong. He knew its true passion. The man to his left remarked that black tea is always perfect if you follow the rule of 3 grams, 3 minutes, and 300 milliliters of water. Our hero drew his cup closer, saying it looked wonderful. The director was baffled. How could someone so young remain utterly calm in his presence? Did he truly possess a level of courage and pride that defied his age? The director immediately asked for our hero's age, assuming he was a college student. But our main character looked him in the eye and declared that in 1 month, he would be a third-year high school student. The answer sent another wave of shock through the room. He even presented his ID card to prove he wasn't lying. Our hero then calmly stated that the director's tea was delicious and asked for another cup. The director, having reviewed the submitted documents, was in utter disbelief. He had never seen such flawless financial records. It was almost unbelievable. The total amount in his shareholder account exceeded 250 billion won. The director decided to get straight to the point. Why was our main character here? Was it to open an account or make a deposit? Our hero placed a file on the table and revealed his true purpose. He came to take out a loan, which stunned the director. The Hong Kong Commercial Bank owned several subsidiary companies, including security and investment firms. He explained that he wanted to open his own investment corporation in Hong Kong and needed a loan to fund the account. He needed their help to play in the big leagues. The director was about to say that a student couldn't just open a corporation, but our hero cut him off, his gaze sharp and unwavering. "I plan to go to Hong Kong tomorrow. Can you help me, Mr. Stephen?" The man finally understood. This was no ordinary teenager. He couldn't treat him like a child. "Very well," he conceded. "You are a special client. For what amount did you wish to take out this loan?" The woman sitting beside them tried to stop the director, but it was too late. Our protagonist had found his mark.
Stephen was already treating him like a VIP. Our main character looked at him and replied that he needed $100 million. For collateral, he was using his securities account. Both of them were speechless. But why the shock? This was merely the beginning. Our hero had already obtained the licenses to start his business. With a little legal finesse, the entire corporation could be established even before he was of legal age. The lawyer had done a brilliant job. But he still had his doubts. After all, he was just a student who should be in school. What would his parents think? Our hero simply replied that he got the highest score on the last mock exam, winning first place in his school. And establishing the corporation already had his parents' consent. For a corporation with a capital of over 1 billion won, a special certificate is required. Our main character was counting on his lawyer's full support.
While his parents were busy moving, his lawyer would handle the audit. The lawyer still couldn't fathom it. A high school student. Opening a corporation with 1 billion in capital, this young man, our main character, was simply incredible. The company name was also quite unusual.
Did it have some special meaning? Our hero simply replied, "It means nothing more than the legend of regression. The legend of the returner." It was a bold name. After all, what kind of king was he? The lawyer asked him to consider the people of their country. Were any of them truly worthy of being called kings? It didn't make sense. But our protagonist only stated that his life was a legend of return. A legend of regression. A very surprising statement from such a young man. He couldn't reveal the truth to anyone, the fact that he was a regressor, but he was determined to become a legend. As evening fell, he looked out his window at the city lights. It was a beautiful sight. So, where to begin? High school students couldn't drink alcohol, but the buffet here was better than any expensive restaurant. He popped open a soda and began to enjoy the view, humming to himself. It was then that a girl passed by, and her presence completely captivated him. He nearly spilled his drink. The girl sat down at his table, explaining she was here for an interview with a lawyer. She said that the main character was simply stunning. For a director, he looked incredibly young and attractive. Of course, he was often told he looked younger than his age, but he didn't just look like a teenager. He was one. After taking a sip of her own soda, the girl remarked that it was unusual, that he was conducting an interview in a hotel restaurant. Our hero just smiled and said he thought it would be nice to get to know each other over dinner.
We're on the verge of the fourth revolution. People need to adapt. Our main character found the old ways strange.
He believed the outdated mistakes of the past should be erased. This new thinking clashed with the company's entire ideology. But had the interview even started yet? Our hero simply said, "That's not necessary. You can start tomorrow." The girl was absolutely stunned. He didn't even look
at her resume. He simply explained that he'd received a recommendation from a very important person. Therefore, there was nothing
to worry about. Did she really think he needed to check her resume? The girl was still confused, but he continued, saying that for now, her responsibilities would be light. If she needed certifications in a foreign language, now was the perfect time to get them. Indeed, everything was going far too smoothly. This was just an office job, so the salary should be terribly low. The girl finally asked how much she would make per year. He replied, 70 million won. The company would also cover all 4 major insurances, which left the woman completely shocked. In fact, our main character thought that wasn't enough. But the girl could only say, that's too much. He continued to fill out the paperwork, adding that this didn't even include bonuses. For instance, there will be an annual bonus and an additional payment for the holidays. She would also receive paid vacation. She then asked if he was the one managing the entire conglomerate.
Our hero didn't seem to understand, but simply stated, "I am a thief." The remark shocked the girl into silence. He called himself a thief.
A few days later, he boarded a plane to Hong Kong. As he moved through the crowded terminal, he effortlessly understood the strange languages swirling around him. All of this information and linguistic skill he had acquired in a single night. He could even afford a first-class ticket to Hong Kong with ease. Many people couldn't believe it. Why did this young man look so cool and important? Like a celebrity, people were constantly approaching him, including the flight attendants, who presented him with an onboard menu, a wine list, and Korean food. Our hero politely told them to hold the alcohols, because he was still underage. At one point, a flight attendant even slipped our hero a note, saying she really liked him and wanted him to call her. By that time, he had already arrived at the Hong Kong airport. There he met the same girl. Now standing in heels, she introduced herself as his secretary, Clara. She had come to greet him and introduce him to the other employees. Our main character also introduced himself, asking her to simply call him Chan. Despite being welcomed like a VIP guest, he remained down to earth.
In the car, she brought up a rumor that he was the son of a conglomerate's head. Our hero was quick to say that. This wasn't true. He explained that his father is a farmer who grows organic apples. If she wanted some, he said, she just had to ask. This girl had beautiful, charismatic eyes. But thanks to his training of the 5 elements, he had become supremely charismatic, fearless, and confident. By then, they had arrived at the main office of the commercial bank. Our protagonist knew it was time to take the money from the tiger's den. He had to secure as much capital as he could this time. He had to achieve everything in such a short amount of time. As soon as he entered, a man rushed up to him, exclaiming how amazing it was. It's simply unimaginable. To achieve such success at your age? But can we even trust this report? Another man asked from his chair. Our entire legal team has checked the accuracy of this information several times. The first man insisted there must be a reason. Why he possessed such a vast amount of capital? It must be a secret inheritance. Or maybe he's an investment genius. His credit rating was a perfect AAA+. This wasn't a score that an ordinary farmer's son could ever achieve. He was requesting a $100 million loan as a safety net for a multi-billion-dollar equity account. The sheer amount was staggering for most people. If the deal went south, there would be huge problems. But one of the men looked at the director and said, "There's nothing to worry about. This is a loan with 15% interest. We stand to make a massive profit either way." But at that moment, our protagonist was looking up at the towering main office. He had finally made it. The girl, seeing the look in his eyes, asked if he wanted to go inside. Our main character knew this was it. After a few moments, he finally found himself inside the building, where they couldn't believe their eyes. Before them stood a young man. They rushed up to him, saying they were happy to welcome him. "I am Leo, the Director of Financial Investments, and this is Team Leader Harry." Our hero shook their hands, radiating a huge aura of confidence. His flawless speech was like that of a British aristocrat. They couldn't believe someone so young could be so relaxed. One of the men thought, "We cannot underestimate him." Looking at our main character, he asked, "Did you study in England?" "That isn't true. I've never studied abroad," he replied. "I'm just interested in the country." Leo mused that his family must have a grand reputation. He couldn't believe it. Despite everything, he had a good feeling about this boy. The old man then asked the secretary to step outside. The girl agreed and left the room. "Wouldn't a fine gentleman like yourself enjoy a cup of tea?" I still remember the aroma of the tea. "I drank at Stevens, so you mustn't refuse." The old man looked at our hero and said, "You are the best speaker I have ever met. Your command of the language and incredible pronunciation." Another person then posed a very direct question to our hero. The older man stared at the data. If this was the same company, did that mean our hero was planning a long-term investment? Or was he just preparing his next move? The old man slammed his fist down, shouting that they could not lose contact with this boy. They had to earn his trust. The old man had no clue what was happening, but he seemed to know a terrible secret. What kind of surprises did this kid have in store for them? At the same time, as a car sped down the road, the news broke. The economy was in chaos. The price of oil, after soaring for some time, had suddenly collapsed. The price drop was about 20%. While the world panicked, someone made a colossal profit in just a few days. Our main character knew that the game he had just played was simply perfect. A festival was set to begin tomorrow, which was the reason people were mindlessly buying oil. This is what it meant to truly manipulate the market. It resulted in a profit of more than $1,285 million from a 20% return. A few days ago, he was finally able to earn over $300 million. Combined with his initial capital of $200 million, his account balance was now a staggering $600 million. His funds were stored in a secret account, and thanks to Casanova, his understanding of the market had improved dramatically. He now possessed a much deeper insight into the world of business. He also gained an incredible new ability, the power to turn even sadness into a beautiful memory. He learned techniques that allowed him to fully control his emotions. Our protagonist understood that even a breakup required a special kind of skill. He realized that starting next year, he and that girl would be attending the same university, but their interactions would end there. As soon as he had that thought, he decided to accelerate, slamming the pedal to the floor. When he arrived, he realized that money was a truly great thing. He was finally able to see his new home. The old tiles were replaced with new ones, gleaming with a black sheen. The wobbly clay walls had been rebuilt with strong, red bricks. This place looked far better than he could have ever imagined. As he looked to the side,
He noticed his dog. The better the owner lives, the better his pet lives. But in that moment, our protagonist heard screams coming from the house, voices arguing that earnings and income were incredible, that they needed to save some money. A certain person signed a contract but didn't have enough capital. It was much cheaper to force him into debt than to approve a loan with humane interest. These people were shameless. Our main character realized. But despite it all, his mother had held on for a very long time. He believed it was now his turn to make his contribution. As the eldest son, he needed to turn this entire situation around. As soon as he reached the house, his mother ran out. He saw her disheveled hair and demanded to know what happened. The people sitting on the couch just smirked, asking why such a commotion.
A child's voice cut through the adult conversation, and instantly, a relative erupted, demanding they continue their interrogation.
Where did he get so much money? How could the neighbors not know his source of wealth? One by one, they pressured our protagonist. They begged him to help his brothers, pleading for a share of his fortune. But our main character simply looked at the greedy faces before him. He coolly asked his uncles and aunts how they'd been, admitting he'd almost forgotten their faces. A man on the couch scoffed. He called it nonsense, questioning why this little thing wasn't bowing and showing proper respect. He sneered, asking if he was mocking the adults. Another woman chimed in, wondering when he'd become so ill-mannered. All the while, his father remained silent, a storm brewing in his eyes.
Our hero simply spread his hands, questioning their audacity. What manners could they speak of, crashing his parents' anniversary with such demands?
He was truly ashamed of them. His words lit a fuse. They started shouting, demanding to know who taught him such insolence. Our character saw the shock on his mother's face. He moved to her side, asking if she was okay, completely ignoring the fuming relatives. This enraged them further. But he simply stated that besides his father, there were no adults in this room. One of them lunged forward, but a firm hand
stopped the attack. His father had finally exploded. With a voice that shook the room, he commanded everyone to stop.
At last, the protagonist saw his father reveal his true nature. It was the roar of an awakened tiger. The father's voice was laced with ice. Have you forgotten that you are in the presence of an elder family member? They stammered, canned, but his father continued his decree. You will call me Big Brother. Instantly, the atmosphere shifted. They addressed him as Big Brother, meekly asking why he was so angry. The sheer pressure radiating from him silenced them all. He then ordered his son to apologize to the relatives, and in the same breath, he ordered them to apologize to his son. It was the absolute authority of the family head. The main character immediately bowed, formally asking forgiveness for his manners. Humbled, the relatives admitted their own poor behavior and offered their apologies. With the matter settled, the father of our main character declared that if they truly needed money, they should speak to his eldest son. From now on, he would manage the family's finances. And just like that, the New Year's holiday concluded. Back at the office, our hero received a New Year's gift from his assistant.
She explained that she'd visited Australia with her mother, and the locals there raved about a certain dietary supplement. With a mischievous smile, she said her director worked so hard,
and these pills would make him as energetic as a kangaroo. She warned him that they were expensive, so he should only take 1 tablet a day. Then she fled, shouting that it turns men into hardworking machines. But just as expected, the winter break was coming to an end. It was time to say goodbye to his carefree life and return to being a high school student. He wondered if his team leader would
quit if she ever discovered the head of the company was still in high school. He turned to his monitor, his eyes tracing a timeline from 2007
to 2009. A massive shockwave was about to hit the world. The U.S. economy, once considered an unshakable titan, was about to collapse. If the Federal Reserve hadn't intervened with quantitative easing, the world would have faced another Great Depression. This was his chance. Only the United States could become the king of finance, and chaos is the ladder for a new hero to ascend. He couldn't meddle in real estate. The tracks would be too obvious. He couldn't risk exposing his identity. The same went for owning companies directly. A nominal owner would make him a prime target. But he knew how to play the game unseen. After all, money rules the world. Or more accurately, finance does. He would become the one to pull the world's invisible strings. Meanwhile, his assistant was baffled by the sheer number of pizzas he had purchased over the vacation. She couldn't fathom who the director really was. He paid with a corporate card, but pizza wasn't a stock. Why would he need so much? It couldn't be a girlfriend. It was far too expensive for a simple date. The only explanation was someone with a truly bottomless stomach. The thought made her pause. But then she realized she hadn't seen the director for a month. She just assumed he was living a happy, solitary life. Little did she know, our protagonist was at home,
thinking everyone around him was an idiot. He couldn't believe pizza was his only stress relief, though now, even looking at it, made him feel sick. Everyone gets nervous when they become a high school student. The school cafeteria food is balanced, but kids eat like crazy, never caring about the cost. He scoffed, remembering he once spent $15 million on a single snack. But now, the time had come. The American Stock Exchange would open at 10:30 a.m. Korean time on April 3rd. The countdown timer showed 5 minutes remaining. The sum of all his savings, across countless banks worldwide, totaled $1 billion. And today, that 1 trillion won would multiply several times over. Today, the world would learn of a new legend. His heart pounded like a war drum, his face a mask of intense focus. A week ago, he had made his move, short-selling the stock of the second largest company in the United States. Simultaneously, he sold individual call options from others in the same industry. He was about to turn the entire exchange upside down. Only a few seconds remained. The U.S. stock exchange was about to open. Unlike the Korean market, in the U.S., stocks could fall indefinitely. And not just one, but all the giant companies from that industry experienced a catastrophic fall, an unthinkable decline. Stocks instantly crashed by tens of percent. Finally, the U.S. bear market had collapsed, and he was ecstatic. But just as he was lost in thought, a new figure materialized before him. It was the same mysterious man from before, his eyes fixed on our hero. He demanded to know what had transpired in the main character's world, sensing a distinct change in his very essence. Our protagonist was baffled. Why had this man, Tut, summoned him so suddenly? And how did he know something had happened when he felt completely normal? This man, named Chris, was nothing like his brother from the pantheon under Zeus. He simply extended a hand, offering congratulations. "You've leveled up," he declared. The words sent a jolt of pure joy through our hero. All that effort fighting the American bears had paid off. But glancing at his hands, he felt no different. Had the old man made a mistake? Was he certain that anything had truly changed? Chris insisted, his eyes sharp. "I can see it perfectly. A faint blue aura now surrounds you." But our main character still saw nothing. What was this old man's real purpose? Why did this acquaintance suddenly choose to reappear now with a cryptic smile? Chris adjusted his glasses. "Why so much distrust?" "Not long ago, you acquired a new language. I have another you'll surely want to learn. And I guarantee," he added with a glint in his eye, "you will want to learn it once you know what it is." Our hero wasn't interested in games. He sighed, asking dismissively what kind of language it could possibly be. The old man's smile widened. "It is an ancient tongue, one whose knowledge was lost to time. The runic language." At that, our main character's expression froze. The only runes he knew of were from fantasy novels and video games. He knew it was the language ancient Germans used in witchcraft. But with so little known, people dismissed it as mere magic. This man spoke as if he'd discovered something legendary. His confidence was unnerving. Was he truly suggesting that this was a language used for real magic? Our protagonist thought it was complete nonsense. Magic didn't exist. The old man saw the disbelief on his face and began to toy with him. "If you're not interested, I can simply leave. But if you stay, I can teach you everything in a single moment." Only yesterday, the protagonist had multiplied $1 billion 5 times over. A 5-fold return that would become a legend in the financial world. A legend no one could ever surpass. He wouldn't be surprised if giants like George or Warren started calling him Big Brother in 2010. Over $21 trillion were hidden in tax havens, controlled by a company with capital of 42 quadrillion won. Our main character's 5 trillion won was just a paperboat in this vast ocean of finance. To him, it felt insignificant. A moment later, the sharp ring of his phone shattered the silence. He answered. It was an invitation for a late-night snack. They wanted him to join them for Raboki, and Yu was coming to visit as well. In an instant, our protagonist hung up. He had to accept. While he couldn't help the twins with the cooking, he was starving, and the only thing he knew how to make was ramen. He'd thought about taking cooking classes, but now, a new woman appeared before him. She called herself Jangam, the Great Jangam, another god. Why were they all visiting him so frequently now? The girl seemed pleased he knew her name. "So, you know of me, the Great One." She seemed a little embarrassed by the title, but she confirmed it. "Without a doubt, I am the Great Jangam." But why were they all appearing before him now? The woman simply smiled. "You wanted to learn something, didn't you? Weren't you just wishing for cooking classes?" In that moment, our hero realized the chilling truth. The gods could hear his thoughts, his every desire. Even something as simple as wanting spicy raboki. The girl grinned.
There is nothing the gods don't know. We control the world you live in, so of course we can hear you, especially those of us who need karma points. Like me. I am always watching you. Our protagonist processed this. A great being like her needed his karma points. Why was it so important to all of them? The goddess explained that the karma he earned was uniquely valuable to them. The points she gained from cooking were nothing, compared to the karma that mortals like him could generate. That was the reason they so desperately sought his favor. It seemed she understood his confusion and kindly laid it all bare. He never knew his karma was such a precious commodity to the heavens. The girl laughed. You'll understand everything when you reach that realm. But she warned him that communicating so openly with gods, despite not being a follower, was an extremely unusual and dangerous phenomenon. The number of a god's followers had always determined their power, but he was a complete anomaly. She urged him to be careful. Just because they are gods doesn't mean you can trust them. She explained that the gods are utterly cold-blooded when it comes to anyone outside their own lineage. In that regard, your ancestors must be very powerful. But our hero simply bowed, stating he needed nothing from them. He asked her to take care of him, then declared there had been enough talk. It was time to get down to business. The woman agreed. I only want the best for you. She began her lesson. The purpose of cooking is not just to create delicious food, she explained, but to craft a medicine that can heal the ailments of both body and mind. The profound words struck our main character's head, though his mind was clearly elsewhere. The lesson was swift, and after a short time, he was ready to display his newfound skills. Everyone watched in utter disbelief. They stared in shock. Their older brother, our main character, was suddenly a master chef. He had always claimed he could only cook ramen. They thought he was like some celebrity chef from a TV show. With every slice of his knife, he seemed to be carving a path into the girls' hearts. They felt themselves falling for him, but our protagonist's mind was on his teacher, her instruction, her kindness. It felt far too generous. He realized he'd been overthinking it and simply pushed the thought aside. After all, he had something special prepared. That's when our main character spoke. He admitted this was his first time making such a dish, so he had no idea how it would taste. But the girls seated around him couldn't hide their disbelief. The moment they took a bite, their faces completely contorted. Our main character was stunned. What was happening to them? The girls suddenly burst into tears, streams flowing down their faces. They were so overcome they couldn't even speak, only cry. He looked on, urging them to stop. But then, all three turned to him, gave a massive thumbs up, and declared it was absolutely divine. They couldn't believe they had ever tasted something so incredible. Our hero, completely blindsided by their reaction, almost jumped out of his skin from shock. But despite the dramatic display, everyone continued to devour wand after wand, utterly bewildered how someone who claimed he couldn't cook could create such a masterpiece. Even our main character, doubting his own creation, decided to try it for himself. The second a piece entered his mouth, he too began to weep. He simply couldn't fathom that his own hands had cooked something so heavenly. The others even suggested he could open a food stall, right next to the school, to sell his amazing creation. He knew this moment with the girls would become a treasured memory, but it still hadn't earned him any karma points. As night fell, he returned home. The real game was about to begin. It was time to earn money and devour the markets. Tonight, he would give it his all. Karma is karma, and business is business. His target margin trading in the foreign exchange market. His next battle would be fought on the margin market. Back in April of 2007, this financial battlefield saw over $3 trillion traded daily, a high-stakes game for those who play by the rules. But he was betting on something serious, a move that could even alter economic schedules. This was the moment he had been saving up for. His goal was to strengthen the Canadian dollar by exchanging it for Japanese yen and American dollars. Time flew by in an instant. Our main character's heart pounded in his chest. The time had come to end the era of continental leadership. A new age of naval warfare in the markets was dawning. With $5 billion, he would inject 1 billion Canadian dollars into the market. This would allow him to leverage the remaining 4 billion, taking part in a massive number of transactions. Days ago, he had sold off every share he owned. He also cleared the $2 billion debt, plus interest, that he owed another company. By using other hidden finances, our main character was now completely untethered. This was only the first step of his grand design. He smiled, knowing that from this point on, golden mountains of profit awaited him. He had done everything in his power. Meanwhile, in offices across the city, analysts stared at their screens. The account of the stock god had gone completely dormant. They realized he had sold everything. Only about 10,000 won remained in his account. He had pulled every last cent, even from a secondary linked account. In that moment, they knew. The stock god was gone.
disappearing as suddenly and mysteriously as he had first appeared. He never acted openly, yet he moved among the world's financial elite. A frantic search began, but one man suspected the truth. He had most likely moved to the foreign exchange market. Just then, he received a call from a friend in that exact field. Yesterday, a single personal account received hundreds of billions of won. At first, they thought it was a casino whale, but then it dawned on them. No one but the legendary stock god could make a move that massive. They had called him the stock god because he never seemed to work. The old man asked to check one of the accounts, but his friend confirmed there was zero activity. He even joked about quitting his firm to work for the stock god. Otherwise, the stress would make him go bald. The two employees shared a laugh. They both dreamed of working with a legend like him instead of staying at their boring company for the rest of their lives. Still, they began to worry about their own shares, because the foreign exchange is a dangerous game. But our hero knew they were clueless about his real plan. The stock god had now become the god of currency exchange. Back at school, life was peaceful. The high school students shouldered the heavy burden of their final exams, but everyone remained cheerful. Using his mother's name, our character had managed to get air conditioning restored in every classroom. Everyone praised his mother's generosity, and the school's ranking shot up thanks to the anonymous support. He had no idea how much his actions affected those around him, but he likely scored a few karma points. Today, he would finally close all his accounts. 3 months of investing had come to an end. It was time to close his transactions with the newly strengthened Canadian dollar. Those watching our main character saw the tense look on his face. But wasn't he the one who could always find a ray of light in the deepest darkness? What was going on with him and the goddesses? They all had a bad feeling. Every time he made that face, something terrible was about to happen. Suddenly, his phone rang. He answered, and a woman's voice came through the speaker. It was Clara. She immediately started saying that their night together had been incredibly important and tender for her. All the students within earshot were completely stunned. Could it be that our hero had another woman? A foreigner? At that, our character calmly replied that he was just having breakfast after a successful venture. Clara continued, saying the director asked her to send his regards. She wondered if our protagonist was lonely, since they were separated by thousands of kilometers. But she assured him her heart was always with him. The whole situation made him extremely uncomfortable, but there was nothing he could do. Finally, night arrived. At a bar, a man sat with his friends, pouring them drinks and sharing shocking news. Today, margin accounts, designed for long-term investment, had been closed out. They were sold for Canadian dollar yen, and the profit from the trades was over 3 million. Everyone was floored by this revelation. Who would be crazy enough to invest in margin like that? It had to be an institutional investor. But the man pouring drinks shook his head. This was a legend in the making. The final profitability. A mind-shattering 970%. No one could believe their ears. This wasn't the work of a man, but a god. The god of the foreign exchange market. If this news ever leaked, the entire industry would descend into chaos. But this wouldn't be ordinary chaos. It would be the birth of a new legend, a new star on the financial stage. Just think about it for a second. The profit from that single trade was nearly $3 billion in an instant. An old man appeared behind the trembling executives, his voice low and firm. He reminded them that client profitability is the ultimate secret. If this information ever went public, and our main character discovered the leak, they wouldn't just be fired, they would be erased from the market entirely. If he learned the leak came from their firm, he would personally ensure each one of them vanished. The next morning, a different investigation began. A man dug through old records, sweating bullets. The task was dangerous, almost taboo, because our main character had given a startling order to investigate his mother's past. The old man couldn't fathom why, but our protagonist was clear. It wasn't for any dark reason. He simply needed a thorough check of her family line, her entire pedigree. For a specialist like his lawyer, it was a simple task. The sooner it was done, the better. All he needed was a name and registration number. With the investigation underway, time passed. Our main character boarded a flight to another city to meet with the beautiful Clara. As they met, people nearby stared. Whispers followed them. They looked like two models straight from a magazine cover. A perfect match. The flight itself had been smooth. Clara confessed she couldn't sleep the night before, too excited to finally see him. She had dreamed of visiting Korea, and now she was finally here. She looked at him, noticing he seemed more mature, taller, even. Was this the power of his mysterious benefactor now? Clara was behind the wheel, driving with our protagonist. A glimpse of her designer underwear caught his eye. He realized she was playing a dangerous game, knowing just how difficult it would be for him to resist. especially with that intoxicating new perfume. Meanwhile, back at the office, his female colleague was confused. Where had he disappeared to? Had something urgent come up? The workday wasn't even over. Yet he was gone in a flash. What could possibly be so important? She stewed, thinking of all the attention he'd been getting. Executives from finance groveling, gifts piling up from strangers. She told herself he wouldn't dare see other girls. But a seed of doubt was planted. She had a possessive nature, she knew it. She schemed to trap him into spending the holiday with her alone. But her plans would have to wait. Because Daniel, our main character, was miles away with Clara. She was captivated by everything, her eyes shining as she continued to flirt shamelessly. They finally stopped to get a bite to eat. Her appetite was huge, and he kept ordering more food for her. He warned her with a smile. Be careful, that's hot. You should have waited a moment before taking a bite. But Clara loved the Korean street food so much. She made him promise to buy it for her all the time. Her tastes, it turned out, were even more Korean than his. But as he went to buy more snacks for Clara, his heart froze. He saw her, the girl he once had a massive crush on. He felt a wave of shyness, trying to play it cool. It's nothing special, he mumbled, but she just stared. Realizing he had transformed into someone incredibly handsome, our hero was confused. Why was she talking to him now? She had completely ignored him at their graduation. After a moment, he said his goodbyes. But as he turned, Clara was standing right behind him. Her gaze was fixed on the very same girl. The air crackled with tension. Clara's eyes narrowed slightly. You know her, she asked. You should introduce us. Our protagonist, caught in the middle, explained. That was Sunbae, his old neighbor. They'd known each other for ages. Before he could say another word, Clara stepped forward. I'm Daniel's girlfriend, she declared. Ignoring the shocked look on Sunbae's face, Clara smiled brightly, saying how nice she seemed. We should definitely be friends. Sunbae, flustered, just nodded weakly. She mumbled that they should greet each other again sometime. Clara simply linked her arm with Daniel's. We should get going, she said sweetly. In that moment, Sunbae knew she had lost him. She had to admit, Clara was stunningly beautiful and confident. She watched as our main character walked away with Clara, disappearing into the crowd. He didn't even look back once. Her heart ached with regret. She never got to tell him that she had broken up with her boyfriend, that she was finally free. Meanwhile, Daniel brought Clara to his family home to meet his mother. His mother was immediately flustered, as Clara showered her with compliments about her beauty. The two women praised each other until Clara's eyes fell upon the walls. She pointed to a particular painting. That's a masterpiece, she breathed. I can feel the artist poured their entire soul into that piece. Our protagonist smiled. My mother painted that. His mother blushed, completely taken aback. Oh, I just studied art a little in university, she stammered. Clara's eyes lit up. I wanted to be an artist, too. She looked between them. So, where did you two meet? Clara didn't miss a beat. We met in Hong Kong, she said smoothly. I'm a good friend of his. But his mother's eyes were already sparkling with misunderstanding. She started playfully nudging her son, who begged her not to jump to conclusions. It's not what you think. Just then, the front door opened. His father was home. The twins were with him, back from their vacation at last. Their eyes all landed on the same person. Who was this beautiful stranger sitting at their table? Clara immediately stood and greeted his father politely, surprising them with her perfect manners. I'm a friend of Daniel's, she explained with a charming smile. Please take care of me. Later that evening, his father pulled him aside, a deadly, serious look on his face. He clapped his son on the shoulder. In this age of globalization, nationality is no problem. I fully approve of your wedding. Our main character's jaw dropped. He waved his hands frantically. Wait, father, you've got it all wrong. We're just friends. But his father cut him off with a grin. Say no more, son. We're all going on a family vacation to the sea, the whole family, and of course, we're taking Clara with us. He'd already run the offer by her, and she was thrilled to join his mother. With both cars packed, everyone was set for a trip. But this was no simple vacation. This was about fun, yes, but he also needed to forge his future. So, what was Clara's verdict on his family? She admitted she wasn't entirely fond of them. His father seemed a bit sad, but surprisingly cute, much nicer than she'd imagined. His mother carried an air of elegance, and the twins were so young. They already called her their big sister. As our protagonist watched her, he asked if she had any trustworthy friends from college. Clara, he pressed again, said that if he needed people for his company, she could definitely find someone. Our main character met her gaze, explaining that as a graduate from the economics department of Chushan College, she must know a few reliable people in finance, especially now, with so many forced out of their jobs.
By the recent financial crisis, he made it clear they would pay any price for help in finding the right talent. Of course, the girl understood. He wasn't just looking for anyone. He needed people with management skills. But most importantly, they had to be loyal. Ready to follow his lead without question, our hero confirmed her thoughts. If possible, he wanted mature professionals who could still connect with the younger generation's mindset. And so, if they happened to have connections with American politicians, that would be the ultimate prize. Clara saw the sheer scale of his ambition. Finding people like that would be incredibly difficult. It would cost a fortune. But our main character brushed it off. That's not a problem. He'd pay them whatever it took. A playful look crossed her face. Why not just hire me, she suggested. If they were a team, everything would run like a well-oiled machine. But he had to refuse.
Relationships between employees are forbidden, he stated firmly. He needed someone to be his hands and feet, and it was time to move some funds from an unofficial account.
By then, the family had arrived at their destination. The place was breathtaking. Our main character teased his father, wondering how he could speak so confidently
about a vacation without even booking rooms during peak tourist season. His father, a bit flustered, said he just had to get away. This was his first family trip in the last 10 years. He'd expected our hero to work his magic and book the rooms, which he did. Because miraculously,
they had scored rooms in a luxury hotel that was supposedly fully booked. Soon, everyone was on the beach. Clara, showing off her stunning figure, immediately drew the eyes of every man around. The twins begged her to play with them, while onlookers started to recognize the famous girls from a popular group. It was the same guy from before, wondering how someone like him was worthy of a girl from their school. There was Bang Taeshik, Dong Song's best friend and grandson, of a massive corporation's owners. But Dong Song just sighed that they'd broken up. He claimed to be heartbroken, but the beach was helping him recover. Besides, wasn't his father's promotion the best gift of all? They knew he was now the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. He had a difficult personality, but after being demoted to a provincial judge, he'd learned just how cruel the world could be. His friend noted the girl was still cute, but Dong Song disagreed. He said she was a workaholic who always looked down on him. Dong Song then sneered at his friend, saying his kindness was the problem. That's why she thought he'd actually become her fiancé. They scoffed at the idea the girl was only 20 years old and already looking for an easy life. They knew they'd handled it quickly. Just then, Dong Song announced his uncle had given him a gift, and that they needed to clear their schedules. They fell into easy conversation, like old friends, discussing how their families had backed his uncle's ambitions.
After a round of mutual thanks, they continued drinking. Their eyes drifted to the girls on the beach, and they decided to make their move as Clara and the twins came.
Back to shore. The twins were visibly nervous, noticing the unwanted attention. But Clara told them not to worry, explaining it happens in crowded places. One of them boasted about his two friends who had nothing better to do. But Clara shot them down, saying they weren't the least bit interested. Not in his sports car, and certainly not in him. She stood tall, declaring it didn't matter who his father was. All he needed to do was leave.
Dong Song's face darkened. He wasn't used to being rejected, let alone being talked down to. It seemed his usual tactics
weren't working, so he resorted to threats. But one of the twins, fired up, screamed back at him. Just because you can do anything doesn't mean you're not a psycho. That was the final straw. Dong Song lost his temper and lunged for one of the twins. But a hand shot out, stopping him cold. It was our protagonist.
You should pick on someone your own size. He apologized for being late, but he should have warned them about the trash that hangs around here.
Despite the hero's casual grip, Dong Song started to panic. Why couldn't he break free? Our main character's voice was low. I know who you are. The third son of Chairman Lee? His friends immediately jumped in, shouting that he'd better not touch their buddy. Our hero's mind raced. He recognized them now. These were the guys from the news. They were involved in that massive drug scandal that had rocked the internet. An incident that was swiftly silenced by political pressure. Though the public's anger never died down, people had demanded justice, but the higher-ups pretended nothing happened, and the media went silent. While the lackeys kept shouting, our main character held his ground. He declared himself the one who cleans up scum like this. My little sister and Clara watched in awe, thinking he was the coolest person alive. Dong Song, still pinned, could only scream threats about what he'd do to him. The stage was set. It was time for the show to begin. Our hero's voice boomed across the beach. Dong Song, third son of Chairman Lee, apologize to my little sisters. Every head turned to stare as our protagonist looked down on him with utter contempt. The chairman's son's friend immediately stepped up, trying to name-drop his uncle, a presidential candidate. A fraud, our hero knew, who dodged taxes and made illegal deals, disappear like they never happened. Without hesitation, our protagonists laid all their dirty laundry bare. The accusations flew, and chaos erupted from all sides. Their threats were just empty noise. Our hero, who knew every sin they had committed, was completely unfazed. He simply told them to stop. His grandfather, the head of a media empire, would be furious. The grandson of a legendary journalist, harassing minors. It was a disgrace. He thought he could threaten them with his connections, but it didn't work. Enraged, Dong-song began swinging wildly at anyone who stood in his way. Our protagonist saw the contempt in his eyes, the way he looked down on honest, hardworking people. It was unbelievable that this punk got into law school. The university's standards must have plummeted. Just then, Clara declared she would file a formal complaint with his superiors over this. She announced her position, secretary of the main office in Hong Kong. Their lawyers would sue them for aggravated harassment. Now, panic set in. Everyone knew you don't mess with that office. They could crush his father's company without breaking a sweat. They tried to retreat, throwing a few last-ditch threats over their shoulders. But our hero wasn't about to let anyone just walk away. He declared that this wasn't over yet. He demanded an apology for the girl. Dong-song seethed. But our main character just stared him down. The Anag group will be bankrupt in 1 year, he stated calmly. You'll be nothing but a beggar. He knew these spoiled brats would sell their souls for a life of luxury, and he would be the one to take everything from them. So, Lawyer Cho began, you wish to establish a private equity fund. Jin confirmed it with a calm nod. That was his exact intention. Cho pressed further. Does Director Jang understand what that entails? Perfectly, the hero replied, his thoughts racing. He'd worked in securities before. He knew the game. He needed a private equity fund for one purpose, to acquire another company. The statement stunned Cho. I'm sorry. A fund for a hostile takeover. Director Jang, are you truly serious about this? Chan played it down. Not exactly. I'm going to install a professional manager in a failing company and use its funds for the good of society. Internally, he thought, Dong-song has no idea what he's started, but Director Jang does. The pieces on this grand chessboard are already moving. Cho was baffled. He couldn't believe he was hearing this from a high school student. The hero simply said, to run a successful business and make a fortune, what could be better? Cho tried to explain that creating such a fund wasn't that simple. Jang asked why. The lawyer explained the countless restrictions, not just in other countries, but even in their homeland. He mentioned a notorious fraud case involving another private equity fund. If their public reputation soured, they'd be finished. They would need political allies. Chan knew this was true. Politicians were tied to tax investigations. The private equity fund was the perfect trap. It would be a devastating surprise for the Anag Group. That's why, he said, I plan to start with smaller investments, operating from the shadows. Cho asked the critical question. How much are you prepared to invest? 100 billion. Chan answered. The lawyer's world seemed to stop. Seeing Cho's shocked expression, the hero wondered if 100 billion was too little. Perhaps he should invest more. Jang couldn't understand the reaction. I brought my car here on a private jet, he said. Rest assured, Lawyer Cho, you will be paid well. In response, Cho could only offer his thanks. Then the hero changed the subject. What about the assignment I gave you? Did you find anything? Cho confirmed he had. It wasn't difficult at all. It seems, the lawyer added. Director Chan knows nothing of his mother's bloodline. Chang admitted it was true. He knew nothing. Well, Cho began, you have the blood of titans. The blood of brilliant entrepreneurs flows through your veins. Chan was stunned. Have you heard of the Dong-gyung Group? Cho asked. I'm certain you have. The hero was speechless. The very same company that owned Dong-gyung Cement. Dong-gyung Securities. Dong-gyung Magic. It was impossible. That corporate giant was his family. His mother was raised in such an unbelievably wealthy family. Cho revealed that his grandfather, Chairman Jin Young-seok, passed away 20 years ago. Now, his uncle held the chairman's seat. Chan was still reeling, unable to process the information. And then, a thought struck him like lightning. Wait, Dong-gyung Securities? That was one of their branches. It was the same company he'd worked for right after college, a company notorious for not hiring graduates from ordinary universities. Suddenly, the memories came flooding back. The whispers from his colleagues, calling him some kind of thug, the shock from his superiors when he showed a talent for the work. At the time, no one understood how he'd even passed the interview. Now it all made sense. Chan had always thought he was completely mediocre, unable to even write simple code. Cho handed him an envelope with all the details, adding that his mother had lived a difficult life. The hero thanked him quietly. It's my job, the lawyer replied, before excusing himself. The assignment would take several days to fully execute.
Alone in the room, Chan stared at the papers, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts. How could people from such a powerful family work as farmers? Buried in debt. Normally, rich families help their relatives, even distant ones with different names. As he looked at his mother's documents, he knew he was opening Pandora's box. He opened the file and let out a bitter laugh. His mother was the daughter of the chairman's third wife. Wow, grandfather was quite the ladies' man, he muttered. His grandmother wasn't even the main wife. She was the youngest daughter of a womanizing chairman. And so, the drama began. The children of the other wives despised his mother and grandmother. They branded his grandmother a homewrecker, even though she wasn't. Despite the scorn of her siblings, his mother's artistic talent blossomed. She grew into a beautiful woman. And then, she met his father. By that time, his grandfather was bedridden from a grave illness. His uncle, the vice chairman, was furious. He planned to use his mother in a marriage of convenience, but she refused. She ran away with the man she loved. Her father, his grandfather, passed away in a semi-vegetative state, never getting his final wish to see his youngest daughter. His grandfather had left an inheritance to his daughter, but his son, Jo Hyun, had severed all contact with her. By the time his mother learned of her father's passing, it was far too late. His grandmother was ruthlessly cast out of the family. Powerless and without greed, she was an easy target. Soon after, his mother became pregnant with him. But then, tragedy struck. His grandmother died in a mysterious car accident. The inheritance claim turned into a living nightmare, fueling his mother's burning rage. They had thrown her own mother onto the street like a beggar. The weight of these documents crushed Chan, and tears of fury streamed down his face. A dark rumor surfaced. Whispers in the family claimed the will was a forgery. After that incident, Chan's mother cut herself off completely, wanting no part of this monstrous family. The hero, overwhelmed by the truth, knew what he had to do. He dialed the number. When she answered, he choked back sobs and said, "Mom." Hearing his tears, his mother panicked. Was studying too hard? Did he want her to visit? But Chan clarified, "Mom, I want you to know that your son loves and appreciates you more than anyone in the world." She was still trying to figure out what was wrong, but Chan insisted everything was fine. But in that moment, a cold resolve formed in his heart. For his mother's sake, he would unleash a storm and unearth the real cause of his grandmother's death. They would all pay for the suffering she was forced to endure. We're transported to Robert, who stands at a window, a cigarette glowing in his hand. He stares out at the night city, a memory playing in his mind. He's back in a Chicago bar with his father, who asks if he's doing okay. He hasn't been looking well. Robert can only reply that Wall Street is a place without rules. He never enjoyed that world. The constant battle for higher positions was never for him. He just wanted to make a living as a manager. But his father could tell something was terribly wrong. Robert finally admitted it. He'd received a letter. He was dismissed. The news shocked his father. Robert said he had warned his company. He told them about the impending crisis, but no one listened. When the crash came, leading to huge losses, they made him the scapegoat. This enraged his father. How dare they? That's insane. You're a talented and honest person. Why would they do that to you? Cheer up, Robert. You can still get a loan and find another job. But Robert's situation was far worse. His mother-in-law had been diagnosed with Alzheimer's and cancer. He was drowning in debt from her medical bills. He couldn't even get a loan. Soon after, she died. And his wife cheated on him with her boss. "My life is worse than a beggar's," Robert said. With tears in his eyes, he explained they divorced, and he gave his wife everything he owned. He had no regrets about that. His father then asked, "About the children?" Robert replied that they didn't need a poor father, blaming himself for not giving his family the attention they deserved. His father tried to support him, telling him not to give up on his career in finance. But Robert looked utterly defeated. Since he was already 50 years old, no one would want to hire him. He had been branded a loser. His father could see he had lost all hope in himself. They sat in silence. Then, his father decided to offer him something. This small gesture made Robert's spirit flicker with a tiny flame of hope. The memory fades, and he is back at the window again, thinking about Professor Matthew's student. We flash back to the bar. Robert, overjoyed and tearful, shouts that he agrees to the job. He swears that if they take him, he will serve his new boss faithfully until the end. He is ready to sell his soul to any firm, just to return to the financial market. We cut back to Robert's apartment, where a knock sounds at his door. Someone enters and asks, "You are the manager, Robert Lyon, right?" In front of him stands a young woman named Yi Chan, who introduces herself. "I'm a student of Professor Matthew Clara Lee." Suddenly,
we are transported to Chan's plane. He looks out the window, contemplating the hassle of his situation. He can't fly to the United States without a visa, and the interview is outside Hong Kong. To officially enter the American market and build a name for himself, he needs someone who has already conquered the US stock exchange, a genius who can be his hands and feet. He thinks how great it would be if he could just figure it out with a single glance. A brilliant flash of light erupts, and Chan is transported to a realm beyond his understanding. A man asked if he wished to meet him. He was a monk with long blonde hair, sitting under a massive oak tree. Chan asked for his name. I am Siogo. Have you heard of me? Chan admitted it was the first time he had ever heard that name. The god sighed sadly. It cannot be helped. My name was once on everyone's lips. But now, it seems everyone has forgotten me. Chan tried to laugh it off, saying it was his own fault for not knowing much about history. Then he asked, What do you want from me? Siogo replied. It was you who wished to learn about people by their faces, to understand them just by looking. It clicked. So you are an expert in physiognomy, the hero exclaimed. The god added, For your information, I was able to predict the start of the Imjin War. Jang Joyous asked if he could learn physiognomy from Sogo himself, but the god stated that he didn't have enough karma points. Chan asked for a small discount and promised he would pay him in full next time. Suddenly, another man storms up to them shouting, Hey, Hyung-sun, you can't do this. That's not what we agreed on. Chan is in shock. Seogo asks why he came here, and the man tells him not to pretend he doesn't understand. The god said he just answered a call for help. Chan is completely confused and has no idea what is happening. He's seeing them together for the first time. The man asks what kind of sign it is, because if he changes reality every time, he will have to report it to his superiors. Seogo shouts at him to be quiet. As it's tradition, and they need to honor the law, Chan decided to ask who the man was, calling him Ajusi. Seogo said since he doesn't know him, it's not surprising. The man introduced himself. I am a Park Yuban, who was famous throughout the country at the end of the Joseon dynasty. Haven't you heard of the great artist who saw the son of Hyungsun as the future king? I don't want to brag, but I'm an expert in physiognomy, thanks to my skills. I realized that I needed to get rid of one. To become an official. So I personally gouged it out. Chan was shocked by this revelation. It seemed his skills were on a whole different level. But in his head, he thought, thinking him completely mad. Sore screamed that he was a liar. He died from poison, utterly clueless about his own fate. He boasted that true masters of physiognomy could even foresee the moment of their own death. But Park warned Chan to ignore his words. After all, he was a mere 6th rank official. To be chosen, he needed to reach the 3rd rank at least. Sore simply replied that he didn't possess much. Pride, coming from someone who couldn't even foresee his own end. One refused to be a poison taster, the other a nobody. Chan had enough. He took command, his voice booming at the bickering gods. It seems neither of you truly needs karma points. They both immediately protested. They needed them desperately, so our hero proposed a test. He would ask one question, and the one who answered correctly would receive the points. Take a good look at me, he commanded, and read my physiognomy. They stared, their gazes piercing him. But the silence stretched on for an eternity, making Chan uneasy. What's wrong? They finally spoke. It wasn't that something was wrong. Puck began. You have a past, yet at the same time, it doesn't exist. It's the present, which isn't quite the present. Ice? Don't tell me you're a deity. 2, Chan was just an ordinary man. Sore explained that physiognomy reveals a person's past, present, and future. But Chan's reading was a complete blank. It said absolutely nothing, as if his life had only just begun. Well, Changi declared, it looks like you both failed. The 2 gods begged for another chance, swearing they weren't lying. Our hero made them an offer. In that case, would you provide your instruction? At the lowest possible price, and as a bonus. Tell me about fate, one of them erupted. I can't believe I couldn't read the face of a simple fraudster. The scene shifts to an apartment, where Clara, Chan, and a man named Robert are gathered. As Clara began the introductions, Chan stood and spoke directly. Mr. Robert, you seem to be in turmoil. After losing your dream, it may be strange to begin an interview this way, but you are enduring a difficult period in your life. Your family has abandoned you, your finances are in ruin, and many you once called friends now pretend they don't even know you. Robert was completely stunned by these words. How could this man possibly know all this? Chan calmly added that he'd done no investigation. He'd simply learned it. Through a physiognomy course? Robert relaxed, saying he'd heard of such things. But Chan was thinking, this man has the same talent as the giants. of Wall Street. By year's end, the whole world will know his name. A connection with him would be invaluable. Clara suggested they continue their talk over coffee. Robert agreed, noting that he'd finally try the coffee Professor Matthew always praised. Clara just laughed, telling him not to believe everything the professor said. The coffee was actually quite cheap. She then prompted them to continue. Suddenly, Chan declared, "I'm hiring you." The statement hung in the air, surprising everyone. "Yes, you're hired. Is there a problem?" Chan asked. Robert, of course, said he was thrilled, but he hadn't even had a chance to properly introduce himself. Our hero simply replied that it wasn't necessary, and he looked forward to its mutually beneficial cooperation, addressing Robert as director. Robert repeated the title. Director. Did Chan mean a higher position? A hopeful glimmer appeared in his eyes. Overwhelmed with excitement for the job, he promised to do his absolute best. A notification appeared. "You have received karma points." 1 day later, Robert and Chan met. Again, Chan began, "About our conversation. To tell you the truth, I have a special method of investing. We take all the profit at once."
You can think of it as our company's philosophy, but be extremely careful. And don't worry, we don't use any illegal
methods, he continued. Have you heard the saying, all beetles are drawn to flowers with the most nectar? First, I want you to open a hedge fund company on every continent. The starting capital will be $3 billion. Robert could only ask, how many investors did they have? Our hero replied, so far, none. I will invest everything myself. I'll provide all the support and money you need to create the company. And I need you to build your own elite team. Robert asked if he should start immediately. Chan confirmed. He could hire any expert needed to complete the mission as fast as possible. I'm putting everything in your hands, Chan finished. I'm counting on you. Robert was speechless. It had only been 1 day since they met, and this man was already entrusting him with everything. Chan simply told him to believe. From this day forward, his life would become something he couldn't even dream of. Those words struck Robert to his core. Tears welled up in his eyes. As his physiognomy showed, Robert was destined to be an influential man. And in just a few days in Hong Kong, he performed miracles. He quietly recruited the top-tier fund managers and employees he'd been watching for years. He flew between Hong Kong and the United States repeatedly, providing flawless reports without a single delay. He even secured an office in Hong Kong that Clara knew nothing about. In just half a month, he became the head of a major hedge fund. Watching him work, Chan knew he'd made the right choice. The man moved with the skill and precision of a Wall Street veteran. They established hedge fund companies in London, Manhattan, and Hong Kong. Now, they were ready. Chan felt a surge of nervous excitement. It was time to launch their full-scale marketing. The scene shifts to the Repulse Bay area. Chan looked on, thinking that this place was truly for the elite. When he saw Clara's house, he was stunned. It was a magnificent, luxurious cottage. As Clara appeared, Chan told her the house was incredible. She explained it was her parents' home, not hers. Chan smiled. It'll be yours one day, since you're an only child. He then asked what her father did for a living. To afford a place like this, he had to be wealthy. The sheer size of the estate amazed him. Clara then called out to her parents that Chan had arrived. Her mother introduced herself as Emmanuelle Pierre. Chan thanked them for their hospitality, in perfect French. Her father approached, and his mother looked surprised he could speak the language. Chan bowed slightly. It's an honor to meet you, he introduced himself. His father replied, in kind. His name was Li Jiang. They reached out to shake hands, but the moment they touched, Chan's expression completely changed. His father remained perfectly calm, and then he began to speak. With a grip like steel, Clara's father squeezed Chan's hand, testing his strength. You're quite strong, he noted. Chan met his gaze, replying, the same could be said for you. Was he some kind of martial artist? Clara's mother watched them, wondering what had gotten into her husband. Clara quickly intervened. Father, Daniel brought you a gift. It's your favorite mutai. Her father's expression softened. He has good taste. And for her mother, 47 radiant roses. She was absolutely stunned. How did you know my age? She asked, touched. It just felt like the right number, Chan replied smoothly. The truth was, he had no idea. The shop just happened to have 47 roses left. Her parents beamed. Clara had found herself a truly remarkable young man. They warmly invited him inside their home. Our home is a bit modest, they said, but please make yourself comfortable. Modest. This place was a palace, a 65-inch TV in this era, and not just any TV. It was an LCD screen. An unbelievable luxury, Clara whispered. Dad, this house is nothing compared to Daniel's. I'm almost embarrassed to discuss, well, his business here. It's on a completely different level. Chan, sensing the tension, decided to diffuse the situation. A house is just a place to live, he said calmly. It doesn't matter how big or small. All that matters is the comfort and warmth you find within it. Claire's family looked at him, astonished. For him, this magnificent house was small. Suddenly, her father burst out laughing. I like you. Daniel, no. Jang Chan. Care to share a drink with me? Chan smiled. I've never been one to refuse. Excellent, her father declared. Then let's drink together, he added. We've only prepared some simple food. But Jana's eyes went wide. If this was a simple meal? A glass was placed before Chan. If you don't mind, her father said. I'd like to pour the first drink. I drink only to wish you success. Thank you for the invitation, Chan replied, raising his glass. And I wish you and your family, limitless happiness and prosperity. Her father took a sip, his eyes sharp. Clara mentioned you're a VIP client at a Hong Kong bank, is that true? I'm not sure if I'd call myself a VIP, Chan admitted. But I did secure a rather large loan. They saw my collateral and had no reason to refuse. Her father nodded. Impressed? Very clever. He praised Chan's shrewdness. Are you an investor? Or perhaps the founder of a secret fund for a Korean conglomerate? I own a private equity fund, Chan stated simply. The man's eyes widened in shock. He stared at Chan. How old are you? Chan chuckled. Does age truly matter when we're talking about money? The father was stunned for a moment, then roared with laughter. You are absolutely right. Forgive my rudeness. So, he leaned in. What is it you invest in stocks futures? Or perhaps you finance other businessmen? You have the face of a master merchant? A man with your features is destined for unprecedented wealth. Chan smiled mysteriously. That's a trade secret. But her father was practically vibrating with curiosity. Come now, just between a father and son, he pleaded. The suspense is killing me.
Chan's demeanor turned serious. Are you prepared to invest yourself? The man laughed. Invest? Tell me more. I would never refuse to invest in my son's business.
I will offer you 1% of my fund's shares, Chan announced. The man's smile faded, thinking he'd misspoken. The initial price of the investment is $1 billion. Chan finished. The father froze. He knew, with absolute certainty, that this young man wasn't lying. Am I the only investor? He asked, his voice trembling.
For now, yes, the main character replied. But my people are already scouting for more. Your people, the father echoed. The scene suddenly shifts, all the way to Robert.
He's sitting in a lavish room, sipping coffee with a friend. Robert, long time no see? Indeed, Robert replied. You're a far better politician than you ever were a scientist. The man, Jack, leaned forward. I heard you almost hit rock bottom. Who pulled you out of that mess? I was personally hired by the owner of a private equity fund, Robert explained. His capital might not be the largest right now. But this young man is one of the most ambitious investors I have ever met. Jack was intrigued. And who is he? Robert laughed. Are you hoping for an introduction? Jack laughed along. I'm merely curious. Well, Jack continued, the presidential election is next year. If there's anyone in this world willing to finance my campaign, I would fly to the ends of the earth to meet them. Robert smiled. I can arrange that meeting. Jack's face lit up with joy. I knew I could always count on you, my friend. But it won't be without its price, Robert added. After all, my boss personally supports Federal Senator Obama. Jack was taken aback. Robert named the price to secure the Democrats' support for Obama. $100 million. And he can provide even more. Jack's expression fell. But doesn't he know how popular Hillary is right now? We flash back to Chan, sitting in his classroom. Time flies so fast, he thought. A whole year has passed since he returned to the past. So much has already changed. He never imagined he'd bring so many scumbags to justice. Finally finding a sense of peace, he'd spent an incredible vacation in Hong Kong. Though he still regretted not being able to invest in Leong Chan. The final semester of his third year of high school was nearly over. 2 classmates entered the room. Hey, is Hyen skipping again today? One asked. I hope nothing's wrong, the other replied. Chan spoke up. He's been going through a really tough time lately. They turned to him. Why did something happen?
I promised I wouldn't say anything, one of his friends began. But the others immediately begged him.
Please, tell us. He's not even here. He'll never know. Finally, the friend broke down, tears in his eyes. Hyen, he grew up in an orphanage. I bet none of you knew that. The revelation hung in the air, stunning everyone into silence. Apparently, the orphanage was in serious trouble. They'd managed to survive because of low land rent. But now, a new housing development has been announced. And they've been given an eviction notice. Not even City Hall could help. The National Assembly of Korea itself was involved in the project. So Hyen took on a part-time job as a construction worker to help. His friends' hearts broke for him. All he ever wanted was to work in the social welfare field. Department Jang was in disbelief. How could Hyun-seok be trapped in a situation like this? Then his mind flashed back to their words, the ones about the National Assembly. He realized they were all tangled in this mess together. The scene shifts to a car, where Jang is talking with his mother. She asks him what happened, why he suddenly wants to volunteer. On a Saturday, no less. He tells her he wants to be just like her, a person with a heart of gold. Delighted, she says he certainly knows the way to her heart. He gazes out the window, his thoughts turning serious. There used to be an orphanage right here. I'm sure they moved it to balance regional development. But now an apartment complex is going up instead. I can feel the dirty money that flowed through this deal. It's utterly disgusting. We cut to a bus stop at night. A young man steps off the bus, every line on his face screaming exhaustion. His whole body aches. All he can think is, I worked all day for practically nothing. 60,000 won. Making a living is a brutal battle. With pennies like this, how could he even dream of going to school? I have to support the shelter, he thinks. But with this little, I can't even buy the kids their favorite snacks. Tears well up in the sincere young man's eyes. It's a cruel twist of fate that he's been backed into such a corner. As he approaches the shelter, he hears the joyful shouts of children, exclaiming how delicious the food is. He wonders who could possibly be visiting. Then he hears it, a chorus of voices shouting, Jang Tae-sung is the best! He couldn't believe his ears. But as he peered inside, he saw a crowd of children, happily devouring a feast. And then, they spotted him, Hyun-seok. Jang saw him too. A wave of joy washed over the boy, mixed with utter confusion. Children swarmed him, inviting him to join their meal. They were having pork belly. Jang introduced Hyun-seok to his parents. They exchanged polite greetings, Hyun-seok bowing his head respectfully. Jang's parents mentioned they'd brought some organic apples. When Hyun-seok saw the mountain of boxes they brought, he couldn't hold it in any longer. Tears streamed down his face. Jang told him not to just stand there, but to help out, and not to forget to eat. Those simple words, this incredible gesture, it shook the boy to his core. He thought of his best friend, Jang Tae-sung, using his precious time, in his final year of high school. Just for him, he was overcome with gratitude. The scene changes to a real estate agency. An agent explains that no one wants to live in a shopping district, even with low prices, and a home far from school is always a hard sell. That's when Jang asked him to show him something different, something like a closed-down school. The agent's face lit up. If he was considering a closed school, he had the perfect offer. It was located just 10 minutes from the shopping area. It used to be 2 schools, but after they shut down, the building was left in pristine condition. He explained it was up for sale right now. Jang could purchase it immediately. But the price was immense. The man named a staggering figure, 15 billion won, his tone implying it was an impossible sum. But Jang knew, for a place that could shelter 100 people, this was an unbelievable bargain. He declared he would purchase it right now, and if possible, he wanted to buy the mountain behind the school as well. The agent was completely floored. Not only did he want to buy it on the spot, but the mountain too. The hero explained he was purchasing it all on behalf of his mother, as a donation to help others. He expected their full cooperation. Pulling out his phone, he dialed an architectural firm. Hello, Chief, it's me, Jang Tae-sang. A voice greeted him back. Jang then asked if they were interested in making some extra money. He told them the job involved a closed school, one he wanted to remodel into a residential complex. Don't worry about the money, he said. I'll transfer it shortly. The man was stunned. This was no ordinary high school kid. A little while later, Jang stepped outside and made another call. A gruff voice answered. What do you want, busybody? The hero smirked, asking why he sounded so angry. The man on the phone sighed and asked what kind of trouble he needed help with this time. He guessed it was about the school. Jang confirmed it. He wanted to file a lawsuit. A lawsuit. Are you in trouble again? The man asked. Jang just laughed it off. It was just a coincidence, he said. He just wanted to be a force for justice in the world. He began to explain that his friend lived in an orphanage, but some powerful people were planning to build a new city right there, without any plans to rehome the orphans. Senior officials, even the mayor, were involved. He was asking for some pressure to be applied. The voice on the phone was incredulous. "What are you saying? You're going up against the higher-ups now? I assume you don't want to take this to court directly?" Jang replied, "Please handle it under the guise of a pro bono lawyer for the orphanage. I'm not asking for much. Just help them secure a new shelter. If anything happens, I'll be in touch." The man agreed he could handle it. Jang hung up, thinking about how Hyun-suk could finally return to school. But another, far more complex battle awaited him. A full-scale war in his real job. The margin market that had collapsed last spring. It was time to settle the score with the US and Canadian dollars. We're transported to Jang's office at night, where he shouts in triumph. Great Naxal's stock price is almost there.
400 billion won had skyrocketed to 3 trillion won. If the financial crisis isn't stopped, their stock will plummet too, just as I planned. No need to get bogged down in small shares. While they're busy with their stock splits, I'll just buy up all the shares of Amon, Naxal, and Apples. After all, Naxal is about to sell its securities.
He was about to make his next move when suddenly a flash of light, Jang found himself back in the world of the gods. He stood in a desolate, wintry landscape next to a dark river and a boat. A figure appeared behind him, greeting him by name. "You'll have to cross the river Styx very soon," the figure said, then asked Jang for his name. But Jang couldn't answer. He was frozen by a faint memory. The day of his death. He had crossed this very river before his reincarnation. This was the river of the dead. With tears in his eyes, he asked if the man with the scythe was death himself. Jang had just earned his 3 trillion won. The man calmed him, explaining that he simply needed the boat. The hero asked how he could be summoned if he wasn't a god. The old man revealed he was once a god himself. This only confused Jang more. The old man continued, explaining that ascended spirits have no need to cross this river. An ascended spirit, a term for mortals who were honored with ascension to the heavens, becoming gods themselves. This river has another name, the River of Rebirth. After all, once you cross it, a new life awaits. Chan asked if this meant they would never meet again. The old man confirmed it was likely. The hero was confused. Why summon him here? Why show him the path to the other side? With tears in his eyes, the grandpa explained he simply wanted to thank Chan from the depths of his soul. Just then, a man approached them, asking if anyone
needed passage across the river Styx. He introduced himself as Richard Kang, the soul ferryman, and thanked them for their patronage. Chan noted his strange attire for his so-called soul carrier. Richard sighed, saying it's been ages since anyone crossed from this particular shore.
It felt nostalgic. He complained that everyone now uses high-speed transit services. But this was a ferry, not a theme park ride. At least they weren't taxed. The grandfather said his time had finally come. Thanks to Chan, the future of his descendants was secure, and he vowed to repay this debt. He then asked Chan to remain, kind-hearted, and to watch over the children. The hero realized he only knew 2 people with the surname Ju the lawyer, and his friend, Hyun-suk. This man was Hyun-suk's ancestor. Richard Kang felt a strange sense of familiarity with the boy. We cut to the Central Bank of Canada, inside the foreign exchange department, where chaos was erupting. "Director, it's begun!" they screamed. "We're being flooded with margins bought with dollars." Questions flew across the room. These weren't futures. Were they who was behind this the central bank? The final authority for all financial transactions was under siege. Employees frantically reported that they had checked the futures accounts. But this was undeniably margin trading. The transactions were initiated by a commercial exchange in Chicago, routed from the UK, Hong Kong, the USA, and more. They all knew what this meant. These massive margin packages would instantly destabilize the currency market. "Director, what are our orders?" an employee cried. The director could only echo the question back. Their duty was to protect the economy. If this financial tsunami continued, they were finished. Unlike the futures market, margin trades execute in real time. The entire department focused on a single goal: defending their economy. They had to absorb $5 billion, but could only manage to process $3 billion. We flash back to Robert, staring at a poster of Obama. He admired the sharp design, pondering what his boss's next move would be. At that exact moment, his phone rang. It was him. He answered, reporting on his current status and confirming he had contacted the idol dealers. Robert said he was in the office and ready to meet, giving all the credit to his boss. But Chan corrected him, saying Robert had earned this by making his own life easier. The boss declared that investment orders would now arrive daily, telling him to get the dealers moving. Robert promised to act immediately. Chan ended the call, saying, "Then I won't distract you." "See? You on winter break." The comment threw Robert off, who asked him to repeat it. Chan just laughed. dismissing it as a joke before asking about the politicians. Robert confirmed everything was under control, as he was following instructions to the letter. Chan told him to watch them closely, and that he'd see him in Hong Kong that winter. After hanging up, Robert muttered about how his boss always kept him on edge. He immediately pulled up the new investment applications, and his eyes widened. $20 billion. The amount was staggering. He couldn't believe Chang trusted him with such a colossal sum of money. Robert saw no safe haven for these investments. This felt less like a strategy and more like a perfectly planned ambush with no possible escape. Chan's investment style was like a knight charging headfirst into enemy lines, letting out a thunderous battle cry. Only someone with information on every global economic trend could pull off such a reckless strategy, with newfound resolve. Robert decided to file a training request for the M&A department. This implied their work now included not just global corporations, but Korean ones as well. He needed to prepare requests for both the legal team and the M&A department, when suddenly he saw the name Do-Aejun Group. Were transported to Chan's apartment. The next day, the scene shifts to the prestigious Koro University. A rumor was spreading among the students gaining the highest score on the entrance exam is extremely dangerous. Another student confirmed it. It was true, because the results would be made public for all to see. They whispered that while the exam results would be posted soon, the interview and essay would be the truly decisive factors. Many hearts were about to be broken. We see that Chan had also arrived. He could hardly believe it. He was really about to be interviewed for admission to Goro University. He was so grateful to his rebirth for this second chance, for this very feeling. Just then, a professor came out to the students, announcing the interviews would begin any minute. Numbers 1 through 5, please head inside. Chan thought to himself how this wasn't a work interview, yet everyone was dressed so formally. Suddenly, the attention of every student snapped toward a single figure. A girl was walking toward them, and Chan realized it was Yurin. She greeted everyone with a polite smile. The students immediately buzzed around her, asking if she needed help. One even asked if Yurin Lee had left for Simdong already. It was just a normal walk, she replied smoothly. She explained that one of her friends was interviewing here today. Yurin then began walking forward, her eyes locked on Chan.
We haven't seen each other for a long time, she said softly. She apologized, claiming she didn't have time to come and support him before the essay.
She said she hoped he understood. Chan had only one question, utterly confused by the situation. What is there to understand? He asked. The air grew awkward. Are you angry? Yurin asked. Would you like to have lunch after the interview? She insisted they had a lot to talk about.
Chan simply said he'd call her when he was done. Yurin smiled, saying she would wait for him in front of the university. The students around them were stunned into silence.
Was this guy really an acquaintance of the famous Yurin? One student whispered. Isn't she still dating Dong Sung? Another replied that according to rumors. It was all over between them, because that guy is a total womanizer. They muttered about how people were already lining up for her. A spark of irritation ignited in Chan. These students wouldn't pass this exam in a million years, he thought dismissively. His impression of Yurin was also forming. She was arrogant. Meanwhile, Yurin walked away from the crowd, thinking she had played her part perfectly. The worst was over, thanks to her friends. She had found out about Jang Tae-san, his family. She had suddenly become rich. Rumors were swirling that Chan was the secret heir to a major conglomerate. Yurin understood that Chan was on a completely different level from other guys. She could sense his immeasurable ambition. She was sure Chan would never fail this interview. The professors would recognize his incredible talent instantly. Just then, a girl called out to Yurin, asking what she was doing here. Yurin replied that she came because her dongzang was having a university interview. The girl asked if it was a relative. Yurin clarified that it was just an acquaintance from the city where she used to live. The friend then teased her. Has the hard-to-please Yurin decided to make a move on someone? Yurin brushed it off, saying this person was just her Hyangsang. Her friend replied that she had a feeling she knew him. Yurin asked the girls why they were there. They said they came to check out some rumors. Yurin immediately became nervous. She'd heard that a guy, who looked exactly like a model, was coming to their department. Another girl added that applicants were writing about it like crazy online. Yurin realized it was all about Chan, but she thought that she would never miss her chance with him. And just then, Chan emerged from the interview. He found it a bit weak for a university of this level. Chang's only thought was that he was very hungry. At that same moment, the teachers were sitting in the classroom, still unable to recover from the shock of his performance. It was obvious to Chan that he had passed. Driving away in his car, he happily shouted out that it was time for lunch. As Chan turned a corner, he saw Yurin standing there, waiting. But Chan didn't even look in her direction. He remembered that she had asked him to have lunch. After the interview, Chang thought about how he wouldn't be able to keep his word. After all, Yurin had changed her phone number, and he didn't have her new one. As he drove right past her, Chan wondered how he was supposed to call her. He wasn't as naive as he used to be. As he drove by, he mentally said goodbye and declared that they would not see each other again. Then we flash back. We see Chan meditating, thinking that the biggest shopping season is coming. The US dollar
will collapse in the blink of an eye, so the Federal Reserve has launched its printing presses. Chang knew that the entire world was about to face a huge shock.
It would come in the spring, and those who are not prepared for this challenge will suffer much more than the International Monetary Fund. Chang knew they were all going to collapse. Then we are transported back to Chan's house. We see a prompt asking to enter the applicant's phone number. Chan entered his phone number. Goro University Law Department. Entrant number 44, Jang Tae-san. The hero was on edge. He was told that he was accepted. Then we are transported to Chan's mom's house. He got in. The hero called his mother with the good news. She turned to his father, her voice filled with pride. "Honey, our Chan did it." And his father began boasting about his incredible son. Chan knew this was a small moment of joy for parents who had sacrificed everything for him. And it was only a fraction of what they truly deserved. He took off his headphones, just as a call came in from the head of Nice Media. The man on the other end asked how he was, and Chan replied coolly that he was doing great. He had just been accepted into Goro University. The CEO congratulated him, joking that they had practically become colleagues. Chan wondered if this would change their business relationship, but the CEO assured him that working with Chan was a true pleasure, calling his writing a priceless treasure. Then his tone shifted. He had something to tell Chan, something that happened earlier this year, which he had kept quiet until now. "What is it?" the hero asked. The CEO explained that he wouldn't name names, but a certain writer brought in a manuscript titled Warrior of Magic. A jolt went through Chan. Was he sure the CEO confirmed it was an almost perfect match to Chan's own work? More than enough, he said, to launch a full-blown plagiarism accusation? He couldn't believe someone would have the audacity to copy such a huge story and claim it as their own. The CEO said he gave the writer a severe reprimand. Chan's mind raced. He'd completely forgotten about that man. The CEO was declaring that Chan would never plagiarize, and that he'd sooner die than allow it in his publishing house. In that moment, the bitter irony hit Chan. He had taken everything from that writer. Jang Hui, the CEO, said that Jang Hui had stood his ground, insisting he'd been working on the script for an entire year. Chan commented that the CEO must have been shocked, and the man confirmed it. He was deeply disappointed, but then he mentioned that not long ago, this same writer submitted another script. Chan's interest was piqued. What was this new scenario? What was the story about the CEO told him it was a short story? Called I Am an Aristocrat? Chan's eyes widened in disbelief. He recognized that title. This discovery massively distorted the timeline he knew. After all, this was the legendary novel that introduced the isekai genre to the masses. It was a mega hit among web novels back in the 2000s. Back then, stories about games, fantasy, and martial arts were all the rage. This novel shouldn't even exist in the year 2008. Chan realized it had appeared far too early. But then he made a decision. He told the CEO to sign the contract immediately. Chan knew that if this novel was published now, people would go absolutely wild for it. He assured the CEO that it was a guaranteed hit. When the man asked again, Chan confirmed it with unshakable confidence, saying he had a powerful feeling about it. He ordered a first print run of at least 5,000 copies. As for my work, he added, we can print 10,000. Chan knew he was about to make a fortune, using Jang Hui's work once again. He told the CEO that it was their duty to publish it, and that he would personally vouch for its success. A sliver of guilt pricked at him. If there was any justice left in the world, he had to answer for his actions. If they ever crossed paths again, Chan swore he would at least buy the man some rice cakes. The scene then shifts, transporting us to a bustling shopping center filled with people. We find Chan walking with his mom. He thought to himself how long it had been since they'd done something like this. He asked when she last visited a place like this. She guessed it had been 10 years. Not since his father quit his job and they moved out of the city together. This made Chan wonder, Mom, why do you love Dad so much? He pointed out that she was a beautiful and talented artist. He was certain she could have found a much better man. His mother smiled, explaining that his father was a very unusual case. He claimed it was love at first sight and relentlessly pursued her for a date. She admitted she only went out with him a few times because he was so persistent, but she discovered he was incredibly kind. He once even told her that without her, his life had less meaning than a dead man's. Chan laughed.
saying his dad was a lucky man. His mother then asked why he brought her here. Chan just smiled, suggesting they take a walk. It wasn't exactly a restricted zone, after all. Just then, 3 salesgirls greeted them warmly. Chan had an idea. He wanted to pick out new clothes for his mom and dad. Knowing they'd been struggling lately, he declared that as their son, he would do anything to help. His mother admitted his father's wardrobe was getting a bit outdated. Her eyes lit up as she pointed to a suit. "Don't you think this would look wonderful on your father?" Chan reminded her to pick out some things for herself too. After all, he teased, the wife of a district chief needs to maintain her image. His mother looked at him, her heart swelling with pride. "Is it my imagination? Or have you suddenly grown up?" She looked around, amazed by all the first-class clothes, certain she would find something she loved. After choosing a few outfits, his mother remarked on how well the colors looked together. But suddenly, a mocking laugh cut through the air. "Well, look who it is, Whitney." A woman approached, her eyes wide with fake surprise. "Can it really be Seo Ran?" Chan's mother stiffened, recognizing the face from her past. "Sona," the woman scoffed, saying she didn't know any Sona. "I changed my name to Ju-won," she declared proudly. Chan's mind reeled. Ju-won, could this be the same Ju-won he knew from the future? The legendary woman who would one day change all of Korea. In the year 2016. But looking at her, Chan realized they looked completely different. They must just be namesakes. Still, it surprised him. He never knew his mother was acquainted with someone like her. "It's been a long time," Ran said quietly. Ju-won's voice dripped with poison. "I was so surprised to hear that you were kicked out of the family 20 years ago. How could that possibly happen? To the queen of the entire university." Chan was stunned. His mother was the queen of her university? Seo-ran asked her to please not bring that up, but Ju-won pressed on. "It just doesn't make any sense." She looked Seo-ran up and down with disgust. "I heard rumors you moved out of town. Tell me," she sneered. "Is farming difficult?" Ju-won was about to ask if she was used to living in the mud, but Seo-ran cut her off, her voice sharp as ice. "Can you stop talking nonsense?" Chan realized. His mother was not to be trifled with. Ju-won gave a fake apology. "Oh my, I completely forgot about your famously brash nature." That's when Chan decided to step in. He turned to his mother and asked loudly, "Mom, who is this fat lady?" Ju-won froze, utterly shocked to be called a fat auntie. Seo-ran explained they attended the same university, then prompted him to introduce himself. Chan did so politely. Ju-won looked him over. "Is this really your son? He's so tall and handsome?" A cruel smile played on her lips. "He looks like he could be a perfect model. But something tells me he's not doing very well in his studies." Chan simply smirked. "That's not the case at all. I was just accepted into Seoul University." Her voice dripping with false concern. She said it was nice. Chan wondered why she was so sure he was struggling with his studies. The woman, Vow, then sneered. As they say, from rags to riches. Before bragging that her own son had been accepted into the prestigious law department at Yonk University, Chan offered a simple smile. "He must be very fortunate." Vow just laughed, asking what lowly university Chan attended, and what he could possibly be majoring in. Chan's reply hit her like a lightning bolt. "I was accepted to Goro University." Vow's face twisted in disbelief, her voice shrieking that it couldn't possibly be true that he was lying. She spat. "How could a worm like you get into Goro?" Chan calmly suggested she could check online. He then asked, "Or perhaps, should I show you myself?" Pure rage filled Vow's eyes. Chan thought to himself, she really shouldn't have dug her own grave. Vow then glanced around the expensive boutique. "What are you two even doing? In a place like this?" Her eyes narrowed. "Did someone give you a gift certificate?" Chan smirked. Just how far would she push this? Vow pressed on. "Did you come to cash it in?" Chan ignored her, turning to the stunned salesperson. With a commanding voice, he asked, "Could you help my mother pick out some clothes?" He smiled warmly at his mom. "Let's say 5 complete outfits would be a good start." Vow's jaw dropped. Chan told the staff, "Don't worry about the price. Just choose whatever you think would suit her best." Looking at his mother, he added, "She is more important than any amount of money." He then turned back to the fuming woman. "I believe you also came here to shop, didn't you?" "Auntie Vow," Chan continued, "since you're such an old friend of my mom's, allow me to buy you something as well." That was the final straw. She erupted. "How dare you look down on me?" She declared she wouldn't wear clothes from this shop, even if he begged her to take them as a parting shot. Vow announced,
There's a homecoming meeting at the Felton Hotel at 7 o'clock. Next Saturday night. Her eyes were fixed on his mother. Seoul? Ran had better be there. Chan sighed. This woman would cling to her pride until the bitter end. He couldn't believe Val was inviting his mother with such a venomous look on her face. He thought, luckily for her, my mom isn't so easily provoked. Chan stepped forward. Don't you worry, Auntie. My mother will definitely be there. He turned to his mom and gave her a subtle wink. She looked confused for a second, but then played along, confirming her attendance. Val sneered. I'll make sure to invite everyone. You should come too, Jang. Chan just watched her, wondering how she could still show her face after all this. As Val stormed away, she screamed, I can't believe Seol Ran has the guts to show her face in public. Chan watched her pathetic retreat. A cold fire ignited within him. I will definitely put her in her place. They say patience is a virtue, but tolerating vermin like her is a sin. He made a silent vow. You will pay dearly for every single word you uttered today. Later, in a far more exclusive part of the city, Chan and his mother arrived to view an apartment. The realtor gushed to his mother. This is a truly wonderful property. There are few places in Cheongdam with such a breathtaking view of the Han River. The realtor continued his pitch. It's also far from the Olympic Stadium, ensuring peace and quiet. And in the summer, he added with a flourish, a pleasant breeze always blows through here. Chan cut to the chase. Have you sold any yet? He already knew the answer. The property is good, but due to the mortgage crisis in the United States, sales have been sluggish, haven't they? The real estate market was in shambles, with most major players having gone bankrupt. Chan then turned to his mother. What do you think? I like it, she said simply. Chan was stunned. She called this magnificent space, over 130 square meters, just an apartment. He faced the realtor. You're saying this penthouse is worth 42 billion won? The agent nodded enthusiastically. That is correct. It's the most expensive residence in the entire Olympic quarter, the realtor boasted. I doubt there is a more expensive penthouse in all of Korea. Chan smirked, remembering that the price for this place had actually peaked back in the year 2000. Your name is Manager Chun, correct? The realtor confirmed. Yes, Chun Woo-chan. The hero's eyes glinted. Chun, let's be honest with each other. I'll need a discount. Chun, seeing a potential sale, replied, if you buy today, I can offer a 10% discount. The price dropped instantly. That's just how this world works. But Chan wasn't finished. What if I purchase 3 luxury properties? Chun's professional smile froze on his face. Chan continued, the US won't be paying back their margin loan anytime soon. He leaned in. Wouldn't it be more convenient for you to receive your money immediately? Chun was speechless. Is there something else you require? Jang laid out his terms. Factor in all the fees, including the acquisition tax. Bring the total for all 3 properties to an even 10 billion won. Chan then ordered, calculate the final cost. Chun was completely overwhelmed. Chan added, you may be dismissed now. Chun understood the command instantly. Yes, sir. I will handle it immediately. As the realtor scrambled away, Chan noticed his mother hadn't even flinched at the mention of 10 billion won. He knew it wasn't that she didn't care about the money. It was that she had grown used to his new reality. Chan smiled. Mom, shall we go shopping? We need to buy some furniture. This, he thought, was precisely why he adored his mother. Later, a flash of crimson streaked through the city streets. People on the sidewalk stopped and stared, mesmerized by his sports car. Wow, that's so cool, students whispered, wondering who could be behind the wheel. Chan pulled up near the university, the engine purring. He opened the door and stepped out, and the girls nearby gasped. He looked like he'd just walked off a runway. Jang smiled. It felt good to be at Goro University, the best in all of South Korea. He thought, this is exactly what you'd expect from such a prestigious place. As he walked to class, the whispers followed him. Students wondered if he could really be a freshman. With him around, all the girls' attention will be on him. One grumbled, another speculated. Maybe he's just a coward who's all for show. But a third student countered, no, that guy knows his place. He's making the most of his life. Chan was amused by the gossip swirling around him. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. Hey, could you get me a coffee? Chan turned around, curious. Who was this? He recognized the uniform and wondered, could she be... Was this the legendary, elusive student from the art department, the purple-haired girl? Seeing his hesitation, reminded him of her question. She held out a hand, her face partially hidden by a cap. Her fingers were long and slender, her skin as pale as the first winter snow. It's the only coffee machine, she stated plainly. Then her eyes scanned him. Are you in the law department? The girl tilted her head. It's my first time seeing you. We don't get many hotties. Going to law school. A small smile played on her lips. I'll definitely remember you, she added. Most law students I've seen look like old men, so...
You kind of stand out, Chan thought to himself with a hint of irony. Technically, I am the old man here. The girl grabbed her coffee, pressing the warm cup to her cheek. While the coffee was warm, the girl sighed that the heater in their classroom was absolutely awful. She couldn't understand why other groups had cozy rooms.
While only they were left to freeze, Chang didn't want to jump to conclusions. But it was definitely her. The girl called it what it was blatant discrimination. She then asked if Chang agreed. He wondered why she was suddenly bringing this up. Instead, he offered her his hand warmer. She admitted that she completely loses track of the cold when she's drawing, so her hands freeze solid. With a shrug, she added that her circulation must be too weak for someone her height. Chang thought to himself that she was a true master of disconnected answers. He cut straight to the point, asking what she wanted with him. The girl simply asked about his current course. He countered, asking if it was right to question someone without even introducing yourself. So, she finally revealed her name was Song Urai, a 6th grade student. Her specialty was Western painting. Our hero then introduced himself as Jang Tae-song, from the 8th group of the law department. Urai's eyes widened, a freshman law student. She sighed about how quickly time flies. It felt like only yesterday she was a new student. And now, 2 whole years had passed. Even though she was in her 3rd year, she confessed that deep down, she still felt like a freshman. Chang found her incredibly strange. He asked if she shouldn't be happy to have 2 more years of studying left. University life, he explained, creates unforgettable memories, ones you'll cherish for the rest of your life. He actually liked how she, an upperclassman, spoke to him as an equal. But Urai just smirked, asking if a freshman was lecturing her. Chang found her reaction surprisingly cute. He clarified it wasn't a lecture, just an exchange of opinions. His point was simple: their time at university is precious. They should use these fleeting moments to build a bright future for themselves. He then posed a question. Did she think God gave them enough time to live a happy life? Urai laughed, saying a freshman he may be, but a lawyer will always be a lawyer. She advised him to never, ever say something like that on a blind date. He looked young, but he talked just like an old man. Chang chuckled inwardly. If only she knew. He was an old man. He assured her he knew better than to say that on a real date. Her eyes narrowed. So you decided to say it only to me, she asked. When he confirmed it, she pressed, what makes me so special? He explained that since she'd said she was sad, he was just offering some friendly advice. He apologized if it was too rude. But Urai shook her head. Everything was fine. In fact, it was nice to hear his opinion. Plus, he'd bought her coffee. At that moment, nearby students gasped, whispering, Isn't that Song Urai the goddess of the arts department? Urai and Chang simply stared at each other in the sudden silence. Then, she said she had a small gift for him and asked for his phone number. What do you think of a crow? She asked suddenly, adding that it was awkward to just stand there, flustered. Chang gave her his number, and she immediately began to dial. The surrounding students were in absolute shock. Urai then asked if Jang was free that evening. If you are, she said with a small smile, you can text me. He told her he was free. The crowd erupted in silent screams, convinced this couldn't be happening. The scene then shifts to a massive lecture hall. Chang took his seat, wondering how to shake off the strange feeling from that encounter. Meanwhile, a man took the stage, pleased to meet the 8th group. He introduced himself as a 3rd year from the 3rd group, who had just recently returned from his military service. He explained that he spent most of his time as the student council president, asking them to forgive his casual tone. The reason for the meeting was the upcoming initiation for freshmen. He stressed that everyone should try to attend, as it was their chance to meet professors and, of course, the other undergrads. First, he would divide them into subgroups. With 200 people total, they would form 10 subgroups of 20 people each. He noted they didn't have to befriend all 199 people, but at the very least, it would be good to get to know their own subgroup. For today, the goal was to meet their student curators and choose a prefect for each group. He then asked the first subgroup to head out into the hall. The others were to wait. A moment later, a girl with gray hair waved at the 10th subgroup, beckoning them over. She suggested they all get acquainted. If they behaved, she promised, she'd take them somewhere fun that evening. She declared she would be affectionate with all of them. She promised to try her best to make sure they had a good time. As an extra incentive, she mentioned that students from the business school had also agreed to join their dedication. To break the ice, she decided to share a little secret. The business school professors, she whispered, are very shy when it comes to their department. She told them to prepare for a vibrant university life.
Chang finally spoke up, asking for her name. The girl pointed to her badge before introducing herself.
She was Kang Ain, from the 6th group of the law department. Kang then turned her attention to Chang. "And who are you?" she asked. "You're handsome and famous."
Chang was taken aback but introduced himself. Kang Ain grinned. "Ah, so you're that arrogant boy." He had no idea what she was talking about.
"What do you mean by that?" he asked. Kang Ain said she meant it literally, then flat out called him arrogant. Chang was stunned. Had he earned a nickname on his very first day? She then reminded him of his legendary interview. "Didn't you say you'd drop out of university if you got on the board in your sophomore year?"
Kang Ain continued, saying Jang even offered to take an exam against the professors. Chang calmly admitted it was him and asked if there was a problem. She wanted to rattle him, but he was unshakable.
Chang's mind drifted. These upperclassmen. None of them could even hold a candle to him. He thought about his real life,
where he made billions of dollars every single day. Several hundred billion won flowed into his accounts like a river. He wasn't some arrogant boy,
He was the richest man in Korea, Jang Tae-sing. The scene jumps forward. Jang was on the phone with Uri. "Are you driving?" she asked, remarking that first years were scarier than adults these days. Chang was indeed in a car, sitting next to the 3rd subgroup Sunbae. The other students were cheering loudly for someone named Yoongun. The Sunbae laughed, inviting everyone to get to know each other better over a glass of soju. He mentioned he knew a great place nearby. Jang then asked if Uri. She shyly asked if he'd mind giving her a lift. She gave him a new destination, Building 50 of the art department, right behind the law school. As Jang followed Yuri's directions, the students' jaws dropped. They shouted, wondering if it was even possible to handle a supercar like that. Then, a flash of recognition hit them. The very same man from before. That's when they noticed Chan behind the wheel of a Porsche. Meanwhile, Jang had already picked up Uri. She wondered if freshmen were even allowed to have cars on campus. Uri couldn't help but wonder if Jang came from money. As Jang switched on the heated seats, a thought crossed her mind. Perhaps Chan had a sensitive side to him too, actually trying to hit on her. Jang calmly advised her to fasten her seatbelt. He then asked where they should go, wondering if she had any favorite spots. Yuri mentioned a little bar she knew. It was a Sunday place called the Grumpy Old Lady. "Ah, I know it," Jang said with a mysterious smile. Yuri was stunned. Did he really live nearby? How else would he know about this hidden gem? Yuri couldn't help but compliment his smooth driving. "Is this really your car?" she asked hesitantly. When Jang confirmed it was, her mind started racing. What kind of powerful family was he from? She couldn't imagine parents who would trust their son with a car worth several billion won, trying to solve the puzzle. Yuri asked him where he lived. "Just a small provincial town nearby," he replied casually. "Your parents must work very hard then," she commented. "My father grows apples," Jang said simply. She figured they must own a massive farm. "The whole area knows about us," he confirmed. But then he added, "They're organic apples, so they don't actually sell very well." The pieces just weren't fitting together in her mind. So she asked about his mom. "She's a housewife who likes to draw," he told her, utterly baffled. Yuri asked how he got the car. To her shock, Jang said he'd bought the car with his own money. Moments later, they arrived at their destination. An elderly woman greeted them at the door. She approached the two, instantly recognizing Yuri and calling her a little cheat. Yuri warmly greeted her grandmother. The woman immediately teased. "This is the first time you've ever visited with a boyfriend." Yuri quickly denied it, explaining they were just university classmates. But the old woman knew better. "I can see you're trying to seduce him," she declared. "Don't you try lying to your old grandma." She then spun around to face the other customers.
"What are you all staring at?" she bellowed. The patrons couldn't take their eyes off Jang, whispering about how handsome he was. Surely the girl next to him had to be a model.
The woman was amazed at how well Jang made the sundae. She remarked that she didn't remember ever seeing him before, but he reminded her of someone. "Have we met before?" she asked directly. Jang politely said no. This was his first visit. Still, she insisted he looked incredibly familiar. "Ah, it must be my old age." She laughed it off. Then, pulling Yuri aside, she gave her some serious advice. "You need to lock this one down, seriously. I can tell he's a rich guy, even if he's still a puppy. The girl he falls for will be the luckiest in the world." The grandmother urged Yuri to seize the opportunity.
"You need to grab this bull by the horns." "Understand." She then told Jang to visit more often. "I won't say a word," she winked. "Even if you bring another girl." Jang sheepishly replied that he understood. "You can be our new handsome regular," she declared. "Look around," she told him. "Can't you see all the other girls trying to seduce you?" The old lady then suggested they have a drink. A little alcohol will help you two get closer. Yuri immediately ordered soju and beer. Jang thought that drinking a bomb shot right now would definitely be out of place. Yuri then asked if it was truly his first time here. Jang calmly confirmed it. But my grandma said she's seen you before. And how are you so good at making sundae? Yuri was willing to bet he had been here before, but Jang simply said he was just a really good cook. The alcohol was served, and Yuri teased him. Are you even old enough to drink? She asked. Are you sure you're of legal age? But Jang just smirked. Her eldest son is the head of the Seoul prosecutor's office. Her second son holds a top position in the national police. And her youngest daughter is a judge. I don't think I'll be charged with anything while I'm here. Yuri was completely floored and asked how he knew all this. Sunbae told me, he said coolly, inwardly. However, Jang wondered who this incredible art student really was. The girl said it was all very strange, because she thought it was a family secret. Jang thought she was the weird one. He then skillfully poured both beer and soju into a glass. Yuri asked if he was really going to mix them. I'm making a bomb shot, he said, before downing it. He then asked if she wanted a cup. Something told Jang she would get drunk very quickly. He said it was okay if she refused. But Yuri shouted that she was a third-year student and could drink all night until her legs gave out. They clinked glasses and drank. Jang watched her reaction. Do you like it? He asked. Why is this so delicious? She gasped. The mild aftertaste of the beer was completely gone. Another, she demanded. Jang warned her that she would get drunk. Since I mix beer and soju, the alcohol content is quite high. But the girl just screamed that she wasn't as simple as he thought. Suddenly, a new voice interrupted them. A girl came to their table. Yuri, here for a drink? It was Aaron. The silver-haired girl glanced at her drinking partner. Jang recognized the voice immediately. They were both shocked to see each other. When Aaron asked if they knew each other, Jang lied smoothly. I fell for this Sunbae at first sight. So I invited her out for a drink. You're a freshman, Aaron noted. Does that mean you only came to university to pick up girls? She exclaimed. You have no chance with Yuri, she declared. However, your eyes are sharp. Aaron added that she dislikes noisy groups. If I were a guy, I would definitely hit on Yuri. Jang wondered if she was praising him. Then Aaron announced that the food was ready. She turned to the students behind her. Let's just eat here, she suggested. Mind if I drink your beer? Aaron asked Yuri. She took the glass and drank it immediately. Wow, she said, delighted. The aftertaste is so sweet and refreshing. She told the others to sit down and bring their glasses. Aaron then asked Jang if this was soju or beer. He told her not to bother. He would pour it himself. You have a nice voice, she commented. Suddenly, another student approached Aaron. He asked her who Yuri was. That's Yuri, Aaron explained. She's a third-year student in the Western Painting Department of the Art Institute. Yuri and I had been inseparable since their high school days. The girl warmly introduced herself, offering everyone a drink. The students, of course, jumped at the chance. That night, they drank with wild abandon, and Chan orchestrated a storm of soju bombs. Yuri knew a world of pain would be waiting for her the next morning. She awoke in an unfamiliar house, her mind foggy. Could this be AI's apartment? But as her vision cleared, she realized this place was completely new. A jolt of panic shot through her. Where was she? This was definitely not a girl's dorm. She lifted the blanket, letting out a small sigh of relief. Just then, Chan's voice cut through the silence. If you're awake, wash up and let's hit the gym. She let out a scream, completely startled. What on earth was happening? She decided to figure it out later. She had to face him first. Glancing out the key window, she recognized the Gangnam skyline. Chan gestured for her to sit at the table. As Yuri walked, she was stunned by the sheer size of the apartment. Suddenly, something made her gasp. An incredible spread of food covered the table. This couldn't be anything but the work of a professional. But Chan casually mentioned he'd prepared it all himself. He urged her to try it, assuring her he'd left out the spicy seasonings. The dishes released a heavenly aroma. After just one bite, tears welled in her eyes. It was unbelievably delicious. How could simple eggs taste this divine? Chan advised her to eat more, slowly, or she'd get a stomachache. Yuri, amazed, said his cooking skills were incredible and that it must have been difficult to learn. She then asked how yesterday even ended. How did they part ways with I and the others? He smirked. You don't remember? Chan's question hung in the air. You really don't recall what happened last night? Panic flared in her eyes. What happened? Chan leaned in, his voice low. Why did you do it? Yuri grew even more agitated, asking what she had possibly done. He clarified, his gaze intense.
I'm asking why you did that. To me. Her mind went blank. Chan pressed on. Why do you like me? Yuri shrieked. What are you talking about? He calmly recounted her exact words. Love at first sight. Chan might be teasing her, but a part of him was genuinely curious what she'd say. You need to take responsibility, he declared. She could only stare in shock and stammer out an apology. Chan mused that this third-year student, Song Yuri, was as innocent as a child. The scene shifts. Chan glanced at his watch. 11 Siamese. In the morning, Korea time. That meant it was 10 at night in New York. He made a call. I know this is terrible timing, he began. A voice on the other end replied. Robert's here. I'm available. Chan apologized for the late call. I need you to acquire some shares for me as soon as possible, he instructed. Specifically, shares in the Felton Hotel. The main character stated that the total value of all shares was around 10 billion, he explained. Hotels and travel companies will be the first casualties of the coming economic crisis. Their stock prices are about to plummet.
Chan's mind raced. Starting this Saturday, the Felton Hotel was hosting a homecoming event, an event his mother would also be attending. Robert,
he continued, can you secure at least 40% of the shares? He wanted them bought directly from the stock exchange and from brokers. Should I begin immediately? Robert asked. Yes, Chan confirmed. The second the exchange opens, he was resolved to do whatever it took to protect his mother. He thought to himself that there was no son in the world more dedicated than him. Our tactic is simple, Chan explained. Drive the price down by short-selling our shares, and then buy up the securities we need. He calculated that if Robert could pull it off in 3 days, they could slash the price by more than half. We are transported to a school campus, where cheerful music plays. Chan is posing for photos, surrounded by flowers. His parents thank him, but he insists that he should be the one thanking them. 2 young twin girls run up to him. We're so proud of you, Appa, you're the best. You look extra handsome today. His mother then notices his friends approaching and asks if they're here for him. Chan wondered why they even bothered to show up. As they got closer, they bowed deeply. Hello, dear. Mother-in-law. No, Mom, I'm your first son-in-law. It's a pleasure. And I'm your second. A vein throbbed on Chan's forehead as his friends greeted the twins. Suddenly, his phone rang. An unknown number. He answered, and a cheerful voice yelled, Oppa! Chan immediately recognized Seo Ryong's voice. His friends and the girls stared in shock. The Seo Ryong was calling him. A congratulatory song erupted from the phone. His friends realized it was Seo Ryong from the famous idol group FOB. After the song, they all shouted in unison, Chan Oppa, congratulations on graduating. Seo Ryong decided to give him a separate congrats, while the other girls teased that she was crazy for him, whispering his name every night while hugging a doll. Chan chuckled, promising to treat them all to a meal. When they met, the girls squealed with delight. He asked if they knew he was in Seoul, and if he could call them on this number again. They replied that it was unlikely. They weren't sure their boss would even give them phones until their official debut. Chan sighed. The life of an idol was no joke. A single step out of line was treated like an escape attempt. Their lives were incredibly difficult. He told them he would contact them when the time was right. His friends were completely stunned. The actual FOB. They couldn't believe he'd already charmed Seo Ryong, and jokingly started to shove him away as a group. The scene shifts to a prestigious hotel. How are the preparations coming along? Someone asks. Just a couple of days later, Felton Hotels had a new majority shareholder. An employee reported to the general manager. Everything has been prepared to the highest standard, sir. The change of ownership had happened so suddenly that not a single employee knew about it. The manager replied, Manager Nam, we cannot afford a single mistake. He then thought to himself that even he, the general manager, had only found out yesterday. He couldn't believe the new owner was demanding something even the head of a major corporation couldn't easily afford. The guests will be arriving any second now, he announced. Provide the absolute best service. We see 2 luxury cars pull up to the hotel entrance. 2 women step out. Every time we meet, you get more beautiful. I'm so jealous, one of them gushed. You're looking prettier too since we last saw each other. Where'd you get work done? The second one replied sweetly. The woman in the red coat added that Yuna's husband is a plastic surgeon, and a very good one at that. The woman in the light coat mused about making an appointment with him, to which the other confirmed he would also be at the event, a meeting so she could deal with him directly. She asked about her friend's husband. He'll be here in a bit, the other woman replied, then wondered if the others were coming. But Suncha shot back a pointed question. Is she coming today? The girl seemed confused, unsure who she meant. With a voice dripping in venom, Suncha sneered. The escape queen? The other girl's eyes widened in shock. She knew exactly who that was. Ju Saran. Suncha continued her tirade, vowing to grind Seiran's pride into dust, ensuring she'd never show her face in public again. Just then, an employee approached. Several more cars have arrived, he announced. Shall I greet them? Both women were stunned. How? Did they get here so fast? Their eyes then locked onto an impossibly expensive car, wondering what kind of tycoon had arrived. The door opened, and Ju Saran stepped out. She glanced at them, a small smile playing on her lips. Did you two really come out to greet me? The women from Beauty Chew were speechless. Seiran's son, Jang, chimed in. Hey, aunties, what's with the long faces? It wasn't a joke. Hello, Ju Saran said warmly to her friend. Hi, Seok. Has it really been 20 years? She reminisced. Feeling like just yesterday, they were walking through the school halls. Time truly flies. Though her soul felt young, she joked her body told a different story. Jang observed that Haeseok was far more graceful. But Suncha couldn't contain her jealousy. What is this car? Did you rent it just for the reunion? She shrieked. Don't you think that's excessive? A car like this must cost a fortune to rent. An employee offered to park it for Jang, but Suncha immediately rounded on him, calling him ill-mannered. The hero simply smirked. It's been a while, he said calmly. Oh, it's my mom's car. She uses it for grocery shopping. Suncha scoffed. Do you have any idea what this costs? Jang's smile widened. Only about 300 million won. His mother then gestured to her friend. Jang, this is my best friend from high school. Jang Haeseok, introduce yourself. Jang bowed politely. Haeseok's face lit up. You're so handsome. You must be an actor. Are you in university yet? Jang replied that he was accepted into the law department of Goryeo University. This year, Haeseok was amazed. You must be a genius, she said, congratulating his mother on raising such a fine son. But Suncha was practically steaming, her face red with rage. She just got lucky with her son. She fumed. Jang thought to himself. Exactly. This is why I came. What else can this auntie brag about besides her husband, her son, and her money? At that moment, another woman approached him. And why are you here? Jang explained. That since his father was away, he came in his place. He added pointedly, as you can see, my mother is frail. We're a real family. Unlike some people. The jab hit its mark, enraging the woman. Haeseok stepped in, confused. Why are you so angry you brought your son last year? This only made her more furious.
Turns out, it wasn't even Suncha, but some other woman. The mistake made everyone laugh, and Haeseok suggested they head inside, upon entering. They were met with a stunning banquet hall,
filled with people. But when the crowd saw Ju Saran, a hush fell over the room, captivated by her beauty. Old classmates started rushing over, asking if she remembered them, remarking that even after all these years, she still looked like a goddess. Ju Saran told them all how much she missed them too. Suddenly, several hotel employees approached, led by one man. Ms. Chu, it is an honor, he said with a deep bow. I am the general manager of this hotel, Eric Benson. Ms. Chu, the general manager, if everyone stared in utter disbelief.
On behalf of our entire staff, Eric continued, I want to thank you for visiting our humble establishment. We've prepared a small gift for you.
And your guests? Seiran was taken aback. A gift on cue. A team of chefs emerged with trays of exquisite food. Eric explained, our head chef, Albert Leo, and his team have prepared these dishes especially for you. The classmates were floored. Then, Eric produced a bottle of wine. This is a Chateau d'Yquem from 1992, he announced, offering her a glass. Ju Saran was in a state of shock, wondering why she was receiving such treatment. But she accepted. Her classmates could only whisper amongst themselves. What has she been doing? The general manager himself is pouring her wine. This was impossible. The entire staff bowed again, as Eric promised their managers were at her beck and call. Even Haeseok was stunned. Do you know the general manager? She whispered. Ju Saran could only shake her head. This is the first time I've ever seen him, a classmate murmured. If the general manager is here, does that mean the chairman of the board knows we're here too? The group swarmed her, demanding to know what was going on. Did she open a business? Was this some elaborate prank? Suddenly, Suncha shoved her way through the crowd. Business don't make me laugh, she screeched. It looks like Seiran has
finally started wasting her playboy father's fortune. Seiran simply replied, So what if I am? Jang smirked. His mom's voice sounded so powerful.
Suncha, more furious than ever, yelled, "Stop the act just because you reunited with your father." Seiran's eyes turned cold. She pointed out that Suncha had been consumed by jealousy since high school. She had hoped her rival might change, but she was still just as pathetic. "You have nothing but a pretty face. You're just a lover's daughter, a nobody," Suncha spat. In that instant, a glass of wine flew through the air, drenching her from head to toe. Suncha froze, then ran to her husband. Seiran's voice was ice. "Insult me all you want, but you will never forgive you for insulting my parents." Sobbing, Suncha complained to her husband, who was just as arrogant.
Are you out of your mind? He bellowed. I'll sue you. Suncha foolishly added that her husband worked for the prestigious
Samu law firm. Jang heard this, and a dangerous look entered his eyes. The husband began listing his grounds for a lawsuit. "This is clear physical abuse." Jang stepped forward. "Why would it be violent?" The man whirled on him. "Who are you? Do you think you can interfere in an adult conversation?" "The hotel has no right to intervene. How dare a common waiter question a guest?" Jusaran calmly stated. "He is my son." The man tried to save face, sneering that he didn't care whose son it was. But then Jang dropped his name like a bomb. "I am Jang Tae-sung, a law student at Core University. I'll handle the dry cleaning bill, since money is all you seem to understand," he added with a smirk. "By the way, don't forget to finish your bread." Their faces twisted with fury. "What is this kid doing?" the husband scoffed. "Just look at him. His whole family must be trash."
The apple doesn't fall far from the tree, all thanks to his ignorant mother's upbringing. But Jang's eyes narrowed. That last comment was defamation. A clear line had been crossed.
He decided to press the attack. "You're suing for slander against your mother. Your wife called my mother the daughter of a playboy, a lover, and you used terms like rude family. And ignorant mother? Such words don't belong at a high school reunion." The man's face burned with humiliation and fury. He knew Jang had him trapped with his own words. In a last-ditch effort, he called lawyer Cho, announcing he wanted to sue someone for defamation. He boasted that he was from Samu law firm and was standing right there. But the man on the other end was unimpressed, asking if he knew who he was trying to blackmail. Jang calmly suggested, "Maybe your lawyer knows who I am." He took the phone and introduced himself. And a moment later, a frantic shout erupted from the speaker. "Hey, Lee Dongwan, are you completely out of your mind?" Confused, the man asked who was speaking, and when lawyer Cho identified himself, his world completely shattered. Words couldn't describe his despair. Cho's voice was like ice. "Do you have any idea who you just raised your voice to? Well, apologize to my client this instant and get to my office." "Got it, you pig." Jang watched his reaction with a cool gaze. He simply asked, "What did your lawyer say?" Suddenly, the arrogant man was bowing low. "Raise your head," Cho's voice commanded again. And then, bam! A sharp slap echoed through the room. Everyone stared in shock as the husband struck his own wife across the face. He then dragged her away in disgrace. Saren was told not to dwell on it. Her classmates all agreed. Suncha was always an arrogant girl, and it was satisfying to see her put in her place. Jang apologized for the drama he'd caused. Just then, the lights dimmed and idols took the stage. The mood in the room shifted instantly. It was the group FOB. Seryun had assumed it was just a special hotel event, not realizing it was for the reunion. She was starving, and they still had a long way to go. The crowd buzzed. Had they seen this group before? Someone recognized the song. They were captivated by their cute looks and sharp dancing. The performance ended with a unified shout from the stage. "We hope you enjoyed it. We are FOB." The audience erupted in cheers. "You're the best. You girls are amazing." After their set, a man approached them. "I'm the manager of the An Changsu Hotel. We've prepared a special dinner for you. Please, follow me." The girls were stunned. Their own manager never allowed such things. But the man smiled. "It's all been arranged." Their faces lit up with tears of pure joy. "You're going to feed us. I love this hotel. I thought I was going to starve to death." They were led to a private hall with a massive table, overflowing with incredible food. Steaks, lamb. Their mouths watered just looking at it. Director Huan told them to enjoy it, but not to overdo it. Dinner can't interfere with tomorrow's schedule. The girls descended on the food, shouting their thanks. "I don't care if I die tomorrow," one yelled happily. "This is the best meal of my life. I could die right now." At that moment, Jang walked up to their table. "I brought Seryun some ice cream." But the other girls screamed, "It's a pervert! Somebody call security." But then Seryun leaped onto Jang, hugging him tightly. "Oppa!" she cried out. The system message flashed in his mind. "You have received karma points." The other girls were confused. She was the oldest. Why was she calling him Oppa? But they quickly decided he must be their Oppa too. Jang tried to calm her down. Hey, don't cry, he said gently. You'll make everyone think I'm a terrible person. That's when it clicked for the other girls. This was the same guy.
Oppa Jang Tae-sung. It's a pleasure to meet you, he said with a charming smile. Did you enjoy the food?
They had thought Se-ryun was talking about some smart neighborhood kid. They never imagined he'd be this handsome. Se-ryun? Surprised. Asked about the meal. Don't tell me you paid for all of this, Jang simply replied. I promised I'd treat you to lunch, she pressed. Was our performance today? And the fee? Also you. He explained it was his mom's high school reunion, so he invited them as a special treat. Plus, a promise is a promise. Tears of joy welled up in the girls' eyes. It seemed they had all fallen for him in that single moment, immediately starting to argue over who fell for him first. How did you ever convince our manager, they asked. He's incredibly stubborn. Jang just gave them a mischievous smile. That's a secret, he said. But if you ever want to rest or eat, just let me know. It dawned on them. He wasn't just influential. He was the owner of their company's shares, K and B Entertainment, which managed FOB, was a new company. So Jang simply made them an offer they couldn't refuse. He asked for 51% of their shares and sent 3 billion won through lawyer Cho. Hearing that kind of money, the executives practically wagged their tails. Jang smiled and explained simply. My mother is rich. Se-ryun asked how his studies were going. The initiation week will start soon, he replied. We want to go, the girls shouted. Are the events at the law department of Core really that different? He looked at them. Would you like to see for yourselves? Yes, we really want to, they all yelled. Jang pulled out his phone and made a call. Sunbae, I wanted to talk about our group's performance. Can I prepare it myself? You think you can handle it alone? The person asked. I can, he said confidently. As long as no one interferes. All right then, I trust you. He hung up, leaving the girls in stunned silence. They were beginning to understand the scale of what Jang was planning. The scene shifts to a private plane, with the girls looking out at the beautiful view. They were already wondering if they should ask for his number. Meanwhile, Jang was texting someone. The message on his screen read, Are you coming to school? He replied, I need to fly to Hong Kong first. The other person was stunned. He was already handling business. In response, Chan explained that titans of industry often begin at his age, so it was no issue. He declared that he would return. The next day, Chan mentioned his initiation was set for Tuesday, and he wanted to celebrate with dinner afterward. She readily agreed, adding that she hoped to speak with him more often. Just then, the flight attendant announced their imminent arrival in Hong Kong. The scene shifts. Moments later, Robert spots Chan and rushes to greet him. Back in the office, Chan cuts to the chase. How is the election unfolding? Robert confirms he's still backing. Hillary, Chan pressed further. And the pressure? He admitted it was intense, but because of the war and its fallout, the Democrats were gaining massive popular support. The hero then gave his directive invest in Hillary's campaign. After the election, the government would need her. Without the Democrats, Obama's presidency would be incomplete. Chan suggested they analyze Obama's perspective. Then, he changed the subject. How many private equity firms have we launched? Robert replied that they had opened 35 companies. Chan commanded him to raise that number to 50, granting him 20 of them, while the rest would enter into equity participation with investment instructions. Our hero proclaimed that this world would soon face a great upheaval. He then asked about his final request. Robert confirmed she was with him and presented an unlimited American Express card. Chan had one last command. Personal aircraft sales will begin soon. I need you to purchase several planes. Long range, short range, and a few medium range. Robert was stunned. Personal jets were a symbol of American pride. Now, it was finally time to acquire them. In his eyes, Chan was an elusive, untouchable king. Then, we are whisked away to another location, where someone asks if the price is too low. A woman reassures him that 3 billion is more than enough. Even with their current popularity, no matter how much we squeeze them, she sneered, we won't get more than 500 million. The man wondered if they should stop or push for more. The man in the blue suit suggested they test the waters and see if the price could climb higher. He reasoned that if they failed, they'd simply find a sponsor and sell them off as soon as their value peaked. Another man chimed in, saying countless agencies would pay a fortune for them. He then laughed. How about 300 million for 2? The man in glasses posed a question. Do you know why we put them in a girl group? Hunam answered.
it was because even their failure could be monetized. But the man in blue warned him not to underestimate Ka. He claimed she alone could bring them at least $1 billion, and if she played by their rules, that number could grow even larger. Hunam realized their strategy: keep her, cultivate her fame, and only then sell her off. The man in blue added that once they were famous enough, they could exploit them further, maybe snap a few incriminating photos as a good insurance policy. He then asked if anyone wanted to rent the girls for 3 days, starting tomorrow. The man in the blue suit smirked. An investor had just called, offering to pay double the price. Hunam laughed, callously. Why is this world so full of parasites? They both gloated, knowing it was thanks to parasites like these that they lived in luxury. The scene changes. Chan is reading a report on K&B Entertainment, and his expression darkens with every word. He seethed. They're nothing but common pimps who only see money. Lawyer Cho confirmed the company is owned by 2 brothers, a pair of absolute weasels. Chang demanded to know if it was really just the 2 of them. Lawyer Cho explained one was as bad as the other. The older one sets the terms, and the younger one blindly follows. Cho's lawyer revealed their sickening method. They promised the girls idle careers, only to hand them over to sponsors. Chan slammed his fist on the table, his fury exploding as he cursed their names. Lawyer Cho continued, explaining rumors that they drugged the girls, filmed them in compromising situations, and then used the videos for blackmail. Naturally, the girls can't sue. Many are forced out of the industry. Cho added grimly that some had even taken their own lives. Chang roared at Lawyer Cho to crush them immediately. Make sure they rot in prison. Lawyer Cho told Chang not to worry, assuring him that he would drag them into the light. The lawyer explained their weakness. They thought they got $3 billion for nothing. At first glance, it looked like a simple gesture of goodwill, but for a skilled lawyer, it was a golden opportunity to charge them with embezzlement. Lawyer Cho added that he would also bring up the cases of the children they assaulted, a matter his own protégés would handle. Chan's anger was a storm inside him. He would take everything from them and utterly destroy them. We cut to the K&B office, where a manager is shouting that they can't just barge in without permission. Chan calmly stated he'd brought the girls something to eat. The manager scoffed. If they eat that, they'll get fat. Jang countered that they were homemade burgers, made with organic vegetables, fresh bread, and Korean beef. The manager didn't care. The fans don't care what's in them, so I forbid it. The manager, Mr. Huang, demanded to know who Chan Shes was. Huang noted that Jang wasn't an employee, yet he was here. Chan replied coolly. What matters is that the girls are alive and eating. Well, Chang surveyed the room. It was depressingly sparse. Disappointment washed over him. He thought to himself that Manager Huang wasn't the most charismatic, but perhaps he was a decent man working for monsters. Chang could see the determination in Huang's eyes. His philtrum was moderately deep, and the lines between his brows were 3 lucky banners, a sign of meeting a noble person. Chan realized he was reading Huang, like an open book. Jang then revealed his identity. AIO Ryan. Huang's eyes widened in recognition. The same one from Goro University. Chan confirmed it, stating he had hired the girls for 3 days, starting now. Huang then requested Zhang Li to meet them at their hotel, noting that Jang must have a lot of pocket money. Chan corrected him, stating he earns his own money. Huang was skeptical. Aren't you just a freshman at Goro University? Jang shot back. Are you suggesting first years there can't earn their own living? Huang was taken aback, stammering that it wasn't what he meant, defeated. Huang then asked if there was a burger for him, too. Jang knew then that Huang was a good person. They headed towards the girls, who were in the middle of a dance rehearsal. Upbeat dance music filled the air. Chan's gaze swept over the practice room, the air thick with the scent of sweat and determination. Seor Rai saw Jen and was... Their joy was cut short, the hamburgers forgotten. In the blink of an eye, Chan's world vanished. He was somewhere else, lost in utter darkness, a void where he couldn't see a thing. Suddenly, spotlights flared to life, carving a woman's silhouette from the shadows. Then, the music began to swell, and she began to dance. Chan was stunned. Her movements were mesmerizing. He was confused, but captivated. This was his second encounter with a goddess. Ever since meeting Jangum, Chan knew her aura was on a completely different dimension. If the goddess Jangum was the picture of refined grace, then this Nuna, this goddess, was a cheat-level existence. She called him Appa and asked if he was the one who summoned her. Startled, Chan could only ask who she was. The goddess said he was cute, then spoke in riddles. I am the mountain. You are the stream.
Chan was speechless. A stream flows, she said, but the mountains are eternal. A stream far from its mountain can only weep with longing. The words struck him like lightning. A name surfaced from the depths of history he never thought he would encounter. Could she truly be Jinyi? Then he realized it. This was Huang Jinyi, the legendary woman who melted countless hearts during the Joseon dynasty. Enough time has passed. Back in the present, the preparations for the 10th subgroup of the legal department were complete. Chan smirked. It's showtime. In a quick flashback, Uri hands him a coffee, asking if his special training is finished. She heard a rumor that he was preparing to go on stage alone. But Chan just smiled. Who said anything about being alone? The scene shifts. We're at the Bogwang Phoenix Park Resort. A privileged young man is complaining. Sick of dealing with the old geezers. He had better things to do, but they forced him to attend this pointless event. His friends remind him it's mandatory for all management students, up to the 4th year. Another one perks up, saying he heard this year's freshman girls are total knockouts. The guy in red agrees. They tell Dongsong to just give the word, and they'd bring him any girl he wanted. But Dongsong scoffs. He can handle it himself. He impatiently asks if the event has even started yet. They make plans to hit the clubs after this is all over. We jump to the main stage, where the host is hyping up the audience. He invites everyone to enjoy the management department's presentation, praising them for even making their own costumes. Suddenly, one of Dongsong's lackeys spots a girl. Is that her? He asks, pointing directly at Lee Yurin. Dongsong sneers that she'll just waste her entire life buried in books. His friend admits she's pretty cute for a law student. It's old news that he dumped her. On stage, a dramatic skit unfolds. A guy pleads with a girl to accept his burning passion, but she coldly turns him down, saying they can't be together. You can't live on love alone, she declares. The crowd buzzes about her beauty, calling her the most gorgeous freshman in the entire department. A rumor ripples through the crowd. She's the daughter of a conglomerate chairman. On stage, the girl adds that her Romeo needs some serious capital. The audience roars with delight, exclaiming that the management's 8th group is the best. As their speech ends, the host returns. Now, it was time for the final act, the legal department's 8th group. The host demands they greet the 10th subgroup with thunderous applause. Suddenly, the entire stage went black. Students muttered in confusion. Then, spotlights pierced the darkness. Girls began to walk on stage, and the audience gasped. It was a shockwave. It was the idol group FOB. This couldn't be happening. The girls greeted the roaring students. Everyone wondered if this was really the performance of the 10th subgroup. The idols began to sing, and then Chan stepped onto the stage. Lee Yurin's eyes widened in disbelief. Fun music erupted. Chan and Korin were singing a duet. The girls in the audience were losing their minds. Was this guy really a freshman? And from law school? No less. Dongsong stared, completely floored by the upstart. Chan grabbed the mic. Ready to have some real fun? He asked. Our next performance is about to begin. Dongsong couldn't process it. Where did this nobody come from? The music swelled again. Chan sang about wanting Korin to be the meaning of his life. The girls screamed in pure ecstasy. Professor Moonhee enjoyed the show, while Dongsong's face was a mask of pure shock. Chan thought about how grateful he was to his sister, Jin Yi, because this stage was legendary. Myungin watched, distraught, as Chan hugged Korin. Yurin felt tears welling in her eyes, an uneasy feeling washing over her. The students shouted that they were the best. They began cheering, chanting Chan's name over and over. A system window appeared. The hero received karma points. Incredible, the host yelled. A great performance that outshined Jae-yoon and Oteki. The idols thanked everyone for the invitation. It was FOB, Professor Minky exclaimed. This is a scam. He yelled that a professional girl band took part in the performance. This is unacceptable, a fraud. Chan calmly told the professor that, as far as he knew, the rules didn't prohibit outside help, which meant he could call anyone he wanted. Chan raised an eyebrow. Am I wrong? The professor hesitated, admitting he was right. But he had a point. He exclaimed that it wasn't fair to the others. Chan then mentioned that the professor was also dancing along. The professor froze, flustered, and began to deny it. The students shouted that it was a lot of fun, and the 10th subgroup's performance was the best. Chan thanked them, saying he and his friends were with them. The scene shifts. Dongsong calls the head of the Cha group. He asks if he knows the idol group FOB. The head of Cha asks if he means the girl band. Dongsong confirms, since you know, I'll be brief. He then instructs the chairman to prepare FOB. This was the absolute power of one of the 10 largest conglomerates in Korea. There was nothing they couldn't do. Dongsong singled out Oteki, saying he would like to meet her as soon as possible. He decided to see what Chairman Cha was truly capable of. He then mentioned Chan. his voice dripping with contempt. Dongsong was certain. Chan had just fallen right into the tiger's clutches. The scene shifts again. Chan is drinking with his friends and Rin. She got drunk first, admitting she seemed to like Chan. Rin then asked if Chan liked her too. She said she was always ready to accept his feelings. A new voice suddenly called out to Chan, interrupting the group. The hero turned, asking the girl why she was there. It was Yeren, who simply said she was a sophomore, just passing by. She introduced herself, saying it was a pleasure to meet them. They immediately complimented her, saying she was as beautiful as an actress. Yeren thanked them graciously, hoping they could all become friends. They offered her a drink, but Chan's eyes were filled with suspicion. Yeren took a seat right beside him, asking if he would pour her a glass. One of the guys asked if she and Chan already knew each other. The girl replied that they just lived in the same neighborhood. But Chan interjected, admitting he used to follow her around. Because he liked her so much. The hero confessed that you could call her his first love from school. The others were stunned, asking if Chan entered Goro just because of Sunbae Yeren. Chan merely said that she was a very kind person. This angered one of the guys, who demanded to know if Chan still liked her. Chan dismissed it as a simple mistake of his youth. They pressed him, asking if that meant it was all in the past. Chan confirmed he was in love with someone else now. Ain chimed in, saying Chan didn't need to chase after a rascal like her. Ain sneered that to Yeren. Men are nothing but clowns. Yeren then asked why Ain was being so hostile, especially after calling her Kotsuni, a cute nickname. Ain shot back that Yeren was a rose all right, one covered in thorns. She then yelled at her not to even think about taking Chan. Because he belongs to Worry Ain, declared that Yeren was no match. For her, Yeren was completely shocked. Ain then added that if Worry didn't want Chan, she would take him for herself. Then she dropped a bomb about something Chan and Worry did one night. The guys demanded to know if it happened on that day. Chan quickly explained they had it all wrong. He said they were just drunk, so he brought Worry to his place to sleep it off. Chan pleaded with them not to look at him that way. Nothing shameful had happened. Noticing their empty glasses, he offered them more drinks, promising they'd drink until morning. But suddenly, another person arrived. The woman's voice cawed. Chan completely off guard. He had no idea who it was. Someone asked if this was Juliet from the competition. She smiled and introduced herself as Aura. From the management department, Chan told her their performance was magnificent. He added that they must have poured their souls into preparing, but it was absolutely worth it. The hero said they truly deserved their success, but Aura just scoffed, saying at least she doesn't rely on girl groups to win. She accused Chan of beating everyone else only because he cheated by investing a huge amount of money. Chan wondered why everyone was so obsessed with this contest. It wasn't like he'd won some life-altering grand prize. Chan explained that he'd thought about it and simply decided to use the resources he had available. It was just an ordinary investment of his own capital. Since they were talking about the competition, he decided to bring up their own. Expensive outfits and elaborate props. Did you craft those with your own two hands? Chan challenged her. Or do you just enjoy losing? He calmly stated that. The greatest flaw is to criticize others while being blind to your own. Aura admitted defeat for now, but warned him not to think it would happen again. Yeren exploded, asking if Aura came to their party just to cause trouble. She questioned her manners, asking if all the freshmen in their class were so clueless. Aura simply told Yeren not to get so worked up, suggesting they should all go out for a drink, together sometime. She said she had a feeling they would be seeing each other again and again. Chan thought to himself that they'd be seeing each other the moment classes started. The scene then shifts to a snowy mountain landscape. We see Seryun and the other girls playing in the snow. Manager Huang watched them, remarking that children will always be children. Chan noted that it must have been incredibly difficult for Manager Huang. Huang replied that you have to give everything you have for even a cell chance to debut, and after debuting, you work day and night just to survive. Manager Huang said the idol industry isn't as glamorous as it seems. Chan then revealed he had booked cottages for them, telling them to rest well until tomorrow. Huang thanked him, saying Chan was doing something their own company couldn't do for them. Suddenly, Manager Huang asked if Chan liked Seryun. The hero replied that she was cute and cool. Huang thought that wasn't a typical answer for a guy that age. He confirmed Chan's age, exactly 20 years old. Manager Huang asked why Chan was always so composed. He remarked that he and Chan spoke as if they were equals. Chan asked if they were preparing for their second album. Huang said they should be, but the company refuses to spend any money on it. Huang said he didn't know the reason, but he suspected. The president and director were plotting something he wasn't aware of. Chan asked if FOB had made the company a lot of money. Huang said that while it seemed that way to him, the higher-ups had other ideas.
He explained they select trainees who failed in the past and throw them into a group. An idea formed in Chan's mind as he looked at Huang. He asked what Huang would do differently if he were the owner. Huang replied that he would do things completely differently. Intrigued, Chan asked him to explain. Huang said his rule is to only take as many bites as he can swallow. He explained it would keep them afloat for a long time. Huang noted that companies that make a lot of money never leave the industry because they always want more. It was a simple question, but the answer was profound. Little did manager Huang know, the director's interview had already begun. Chan then turned to the manager, asking if he'd heard that. Their company was sold today. Huang was shell-shocked, asking what Chan was talking about. He demanded to know why it was sold. Meanwhile, the girls continued to play in the snow. Chan explained he heard the company received a private equity investment. He asked if Huang knew who the investor was. Chan then asked if the new owner of the company would take care of the staff. Huang swore he would get on his knees and beg them. He said the girls are an incredible team, and if he were the director, he would protect them at all costs. In 2020, K&B became a leader in the entertainment industry. Yet Chan had never even heard the names of their directors or executives. A thought struck Chan. Maybe Huang was destined to become the head of the company. Huang shouted to the girls, promising he would definitely protect them. They called for Huang and Chan to come and join them. Chan received a huge amount of karma points. Later, Worry remarked that it had been 100 years since she'd been to Hongdae. She asked Chan how he was feeling. Chan said he was perfectly fine, not even tired. She said she could tell, and asked him why he was grinning so much. Chan said it was because he was overwhelmed with gratitude. Chan told her she gave him the strength to keep going. He gestured around them. Look, everyone is watching their heroes. He held out his hand, offering to carry her. But a jolt of surprise shot through Yuri. As Chan took her hand, he murmured, "Your hands. They're so cold." And just like that, the scene shifts. We're somewhere else now. Two men from K&B bow their heads, honored to meet their special guest. The man in glasses introduces himself as the director, Yoon Dong-hwan. He remarks on the chill in the air and invites their guest inside. Dong-song cuts straight to the point. He wants a private conversation. The director asks if they can make that happen. You can count on us, Dong-hwan assures him. We snap back to the vet clinic. Chan tells Yuri that if she's uncomfortable, he can let her go. But there are too many people. It would be easy to get lost in the chaos. What are you even talking about, she demands. You're such a playboy, Yuri accuses. Ah-rin had told her everything. How he was flirting with a law school sophomore, and how he callously ignored Ah-rin after she confessed to him. To top it off, he was already flirting. With a girl from the management department, Chan calmly counters that everyone is free to choose who they connect with. As for Ah-rin, she confessed to him while she was completely drunk. She had been the one telling him to leave her and go to her place. Are the flowers to blame, he asked, when bees are drawn to their beauty? Simply because they exist. He stared at her. You, of all people, should understand that. Yuri was stunned speechless. Chan continued, saying she'd be annoyed if he called her a woman of loose morals, wouldn't she? The same principle applies to men. We're getting closer, Chan warned. But that doesn't mean we abandon our manners. You really do sound like a playboy, she muttered. Suddenly, a frantic voice cuts through the air. Lawyer Cho, we have a problem. Chan's face freezes in shock. We flash back to the K&B building. Director Yoon promises that Dong-song has nothing to worry about. The entrance is guarded, and there isn't a single camera inside. The room. Confidentiality is our top priority, Dong-song scoffed internally. These two crooks were just angling for some free advertising. As they stepped into the elevator, Dong-song remarked, Your company is quite impressive. We still have a long way to go, Dong-hwan replied humbly. I hope that Dream will aid us on our difficult journey. But inside, his thoughts were venomous. This bastard has already gotten to me. Dong-song mused aloud that he actually liked them. He could see them working together. Dong-hwan swore his undying loyalty to the young master. All the while, he was thinking, this fool, he has no idea. He's just walked into the tiger's den. The elevator doors opened. Dong-song let out a gasp of surprise. Do you like it? Dong-hwan asked. Director, Yang has excellent taste. Dong-song's eyes scanned the room, then landed on something. And what about the girl? Director Yang asked if Dong-song could see the room over there. She is waiting for you, Dong-hwan said. Is she clean? Dong-song asked with a smirk. Director Yang promised she was pure, untouched. He would see for himself soon enough. Well then, Director Yang said, I will leave you two alone.
Have a good time. Dongsong laid his eyes on Seryun and thought, she was absolutely beautiful. Meanwhile, Chan was tearing through the streets, driving as fast as his car could go. A burning rage for the K and B directors filled his heart, along with a desperate fear for Seryun. If a single hair on her head is harmed, Chan swore,
I won't even leave their dust behind. He screeched to a halt in front of the building. Guards stood at the entrance, one barking orders to stay sharp.
one mistake, and we're all finished. Chan started walking towards them with purpose. They immediately moved to block him. You?
Can't enter this place, one shouted. Get out of here if you value your life. But Chan was only here to see Seryun. Are you deaf? They yelled. Or do you have a death wish?
But then, in a flash, the world turned upside down. The guards were sent flying into the air. A spray of crimson painted the pavement. Chan knew it. She's here. Meanwhile, Dongsong stepped into Seryun's room with a sickening smile. Who are you? She stammered. I'm your dear fan, he cooed. The one who's crazy for you. He declared himself her #1 fan, but she corrected him. That spot belonged to Chan. Don't tell me, Dongsong sneered, that he was your first. His hand reached out and touched her. I knew it. Idols are on a whole other level. She shoved him away with all her might. Get away from me! Dongsong's face twisted in fury. He cursed at her, then struck her across the face. She collapsed, Chan's name like a prayer. The directors watched from their secret room. Dongsong is incredible, one chuckled. The rumors about him were true. Director Yoon agreed. He's a complete psycho, a beast who can't control his urges. Suddenly, a cold voice spoke from right behind them. It seems you two enjoy peeking. The directors spun around in terror. Who was that A fist slammed into Director Yoon's face, sending him flying? The man in the blue suit watched in horror as his brother was knocked out cold from a single blow. He couldn't process it. What kind of monster was this? Chan's cold gaze fell upon the other director, and he struck again. A pool of blood spread across the floor. Both directors lay broken and defeated. So, do you like to watch? Chan asked again, his voice dangerously low. Then he roared. You are nothing but worms, disgusting, worthless insects, he grabbed them both by the throat, lifting them effortlessly into the air. They choked in pure shock. Worms like you don't deserve to live such carefree lives. Chan's voice was ice. I'm going to. Make sure you never leave a hospital bed again. But if you pay for your sins, just maybe, you'll be allowed into heaven, Director Yoon sputtered. What? What are you? The hero answered with a chilling smile. I'm the Reaper. He squeezed their throats harder, drawing out guttural cries of agony. Chan promised them. From this day forward,
your lives will be a living hell. He dropped them, and they crumpled to the floor, unconscious. Just then, he heard Dongsong's voice through the speakers. Come to me, the villain threatened, or I'll kill you.
That was the final straw. Something inside Chan snapped. A system notification appeared, dark karma points acquired. He was consumed by an unimaginable rage. From this moment on, the evil gods would be watching Chan. Dongsong reveled in her tears. He wanted to see more. Why are you doing this? She sobbed. Did you really think Chan was coming to save you? Dongsong mocked. Tonight, you belong to me. Now stop struggling and let's get down to business, she screamed, a raw cry of terror. I don't want to get out. He reached for her, and her screams intensified. You have quite the sweet voice, he taunted. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the doorway, calling Dongsong's name. It called again, colder and deadlier this time. Dongsong froze. Seryun looked up, tears blurring her vision. He jumped to his feet, spinning around to face the door.
Who are you? The dreamer asked. Suddenly, the door exploded inwards as Chang's hand smashed through, seizing the man by his throat. He hoisted him into the air with one hand, the shattered door still attached.
This world is crawling with worms. Chang's voice was ice. Worms who think they're human, he sneered, explaining that with a little power. They can steal whatever they desire. That, Chang declared, is the true nature of this world. His grip tightened. And I want you to know just how much that pisses me off.
This world is disgustingly unfair. So today, I'll fix a small part of it. He accused the dreamer of preying on the weak, then acting as if nothing ever happened.
Chang continued his verdict, stating that Song had convinced himself that good and evil were just words on a page. This, he declared, was Dongsong's true rotten core. Desperate, Dongsong choked out a plea for his life, offering the hero a fortune. Chang's eyes narrowed. How much? Dong Song shrieked that he would give him anything. 1,000,000,000 won, Chang scoffed. Is that the price of your worthless life? He leaned in closer. Is that really the best the Anag group can do? Trembling, Dong Song offered more. 10 billion. Chang tossed him aside like trash. Forget the money, he said. I have a much better idea for you. Dong Song gasped for air, utterly terrified. Chang threw a bottle of pills at his feet. Time to take your favorite medicine. His voice was a low command. Swallow this poison and dance for me. Every single pill, he ordered. Tears of terror streamed down Dong Song's face as he began to cry. Do this, Chang promised coldly, and I'll let you live.
I was wrong. Please, spare me, Dong Song screamed. Sometimes, Chang replied. The most bitter medicine is the best for you, with trembling hands. Dong Song shoved a fistful of pills into his mouth, his eyes rolling back.
Tears streamed down his face as he choked them down. Chew them properly, Chang commanded. Moments later, the news exploded. Dong Song was making headlines. High on his own supply, he was seen running wild through the heart of Gangnam. The comment sections erupted with laughter. Meanwhile, in a high-rise building, a man was screaming.
Pure hysteria echoed through the office. The man smashed everything in his sight, demanding to know how many drugs Song had taken.
He roared at his employees. Who did you give those drugs to? The manager stammered that they went to the K&B talent agency. He nervously added that he feared the drugs were transferred from there. The man's face turned purple with rage. Bring me those worms now! The manager paled. It's too late, sir. He explained they'd already been arrested by the police. For the drugs, the man demanded. No, sir, the manager replied. For abuse of trust. Embezzlement. And for driving singers to take their own lives. The man was stunned into silence. He then whirled around, facing Department Head Lee.
Get the best lawyer money can buy, he bellowed. Do whatever it takes to bury this story. This farce ends now. Do you understand?
And one more thing, he added. Contact Ju Hyuk. Arrange a meeting for us immediately. Meanwhile, Chang calmly read the news about the Anag Group's heir. Farewell, O Dong Song, he thought. The news described him running through the city, screaming at the top of his lungs. This is how he would be remembered. Forever a disgrace in the eyes of the nation. Elsewhere, a traumatized Go Ryun finally returned home, collapsing onto her bed and falling into a deep sleep. Chang had also secured all the CCTV footage. The boss and his brother were pulling every string they had to kill the story, but their power was already slipping. Chang knew their luck wouldn't last forever. He mused that they might not be able to leave the house without diapers for the rest of their lives. They were alive. Yes, but he had turned their existence into a living hell. He then remembered the notification. He had received dark karma points, and wondered just how many. But that wasn't all. The world is unfair, he thought, so I'll just have to change it myself. The scene shifts to the main office of the Felton Hotel in Virginia. The head of the hotel slammed his fist on the table. Where did all our shares go? His subordinate reported that 20% were bought by a private equity firm. The firm was called Unos. He explained that several other firms bought shares simultaneously, making them impossible to track. Have you contacted Unos? The man roared. Offer them double the price, he commanded. How could they sell all those shares without informing me he was losing control? I have never suffered a defeat like this in my entire life. He yelled at his subordinate, Harrison, to start thinking. They sold for $3 billion, but the property is worth $10 billion. The company's leadership had been stolen from under him. I didn't work this hard just to watch my company be handed to someone else. Harrison spoke up hesitantly. Sir, I believe the threads all lead to South Korea. The man's eyes narrowed. Give me the details. Harrison explained that by buying their shares, Unos set a specific condition to grant company owner status to one individual from Korea. It appeared a Korean company owned 1% of Felton's stock. Are you telling me this was a private investor? The man asked, incredulous. Harrison explained that the structure of these firms makes the ultimate owner untraceable. Find him, the man ordered, his voice dangerously low. Find this man now. He then added, and make a sizable donation to Hillary's campaign. If things get messy, we may need the government's help. Harrison nodded. I'll get on it right away. The owner smirked. We may not know who he is, but he will never profit from this. He vowed to find this mysterious hero and throw him into the middle of the desert. Back in his office, Chang, the man in question, was on the phone. Robert, prepare for short-term sales. He informed him that he'd sent the schedule. The new target Korea's a Nag group. What's our goal, sir? Robert asked. Chang's reply was simple. A complete takeover of the company. He hoped Robert could execute it as quickly as possible. I'll begin immediately, Robert replied. Oh, and I forgot to mention, Felton has been contacting our firms. Chang wasn't surprised. Because of the share purchase.
That's correct, sir, Robert confirmed. They want to buy them back at a highly inflated price. Chang instructed Robert to deliver a simple message.
Tell them I'm not interested. He then gave another order. Organize the business transparently and announce the share status to all companies. And tell them they can keep their shares as a souvenir. Chang smirked. He hadn't even started negotiating yet. I will pass on your message, sir, Robert said. I will keep you posted, he added. Chang leaned back, thinking about turning them all into his loyal employees. As for Dong Song, he was certain the man wouldn't dare to meet his eyes, even in the next life. Just then, his receptionist buzzed in. Sir, Manager Huang from K&B is here to see you, Chang simply said. Send him in. Wang arrived, and Jang welcomed him warmly. But Wang's eyes widened in shock. He recognized Jang instantly. A silent thank you was exchanged, and Jang gestured for him to sit down. Jang knew what he was thinking. My invitation must have been quite a surprise, he began. Wang admitted it was more than a shock. Jang then cut straight to the point. The head and director of K&B have been arrested. Wang had heard the rumors, but the culprit was a mystery, someone with a deep-seated grudge against the company. Jang simply stated, that was me. Wang was speechless. What was Jang planning with a confident smile? Jang said, I look forward to our fruitful cooperation. Then came the bombshell. I'm appointing you as the new head of MTS. The words hit H, Wang like a tidal wave. Manager H. Wang, Jang said pointedly. Do you remember what you once told me? Was this really happening? The head of the entire company? Jang's voice was firm. You only take bites you can swallow. H. Wang's mind flashed back to their conversation at the resort, to the exact words he had spoken. The Korean wave will grant us an overwhelming victory. Jang's vision was clear. Hallyu will soon become our signature brand. The entire world is about to know the power of K-pop. I trust you won't change your mind. The hero thought to himself. Now, Koi will finally be on the right level. He turned to Lawyer Cho. Just how profitable is the entertainment industry? Then, he casually inquired about Kori's friend, the one who lived in his old neighborhood, with the might of the Samwoo lawyers. Jang had already settled all his old affairs, with almost no trouble at all. Our hero noticed Lawyer Cho seemed much brighter these days. The lawyer then asked, Do you like Soryan? Jang's answer was simple. She's like a little sister to me. I have to keep an eye on her. Changing the subject, Jang declared his next move. It's time we bought out Samwoo's remaining shares. He tasked Lawyer Cho with the mission. They won't sell for cheap, so look into it. Jang laid out his terms. I'll buy back the primary assets for 100 billion won, and the secondary for 90 billion won. Lawyer Cho was stunned. To Jang, these astronomical sums sounded like pocket change. Samwoo Law Firm is worth every penny, Jang stated calmly, but Cho couldn't hold back. He exploded. That's far too much. 50 billion should be more than enough. Jang just waved it off. Don't worry about the cost. Just execute the plan and do it quietly. Also, you'll be taking the position of a consultant. Lawyer Cho tried to reason with him. No matter how you see it, Samwoo is a massive firm. But Jang was unfazed. Relax, he said. There will always be bigger fish in the sea. The most important thing now is to stay in the black. Jang then gave him his directive. Keep the loyal lawyers, but get rid of anyone unreliable. Lawyer Cho's eyes lit up. Does this mean I have unlimited authority? That's right, Jang confirmed. However, I want to see the employee list first. Not a problem at all, Cho replied eagerly. Is this assignment the highest priority? Jang nodded. Indeed it is. I suggest you move on it immediately, he added with a grin. At this rate, we'll be flying on private jets soon. The scene shifts to an international airport. Inside a VIP room, two figures converse, one appearing on a screen. We're tracking a massive amount of unidentified funds, the man on the screen reported. Unidentified? The other man questioned. What does that mean? They're being routed from tax havens, hitting the United States, Europe, even Hong Kong. The scale was staggering. We're talking about tens of billions of dollars. Their camouflage is sophisticated. I was only able to track them down recently. The man in the suit murmured, These aren't small-time players. Could it be Child or perhaps the Knights? We can't confirm their identity, the source admitted. But we're certain this was done using private capital firms. We've tried tracking the IP address, but it's a dead end. The gray-haired man simply said, I understand, his subordinate then asked. My lord, should I report this to the council? Shall we investigate the primary traces? The Lord considered it. No, we will watch a little longer. The amount was too significant.
We cannot afford to lose sight of it. If we strike the grass with a stick now, we'll only scare the snakes away. The Lord's voice was grave. This is a critical time for us. The world is finally paying attention. Let the children of Child celebrate their supposed victory. It will be the very thing that leads to their downfall.
A century of humiliation burned within him. I have endured this for 100 years. He gave his orders. Contact the altar guards. Track every thread. But do so with extreme caution. As you command, my lord. The Lord then added, I will be staying in South Korea for a short time. Therefore, use encrypted communication channels. He thought to himself, the days of the black and white cats, so proud of their mouse hunt, are over. A dark smile played on his lips. The time I have left to hide my fangs is running out. Back at the airport, Jang examines a new business card. It reads, Chief Executive Officer of MTS. A small smile appeared on his face. Not bad. He was confident that head H1 could manage things from here. Soon, Ona Group would be his. And besides Robert, no one else knew he was the true owner of the Felton Hotel empire. His thoughts then drifted. I wonder how Uncle is doing. At the same time, he couldn't bear the thought of leaving his mother alone. During the financial crisis of 2008, countless companies were devoured by new owners. The aftershocks of that time were still being felt. It was a war fought only by the super rich, while everyone else could do nothing but watch. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, Daniel. It was Clara, with her parents standing right beside her. Clara! Jang's face lit up with genuine happiness. Then, the scene shifts once more. A voice echoes in a dark hall.
The time has come, descendants of those who wore metal masks. The man's voice boomed with power. You have awakened from your long slumber. Our sword of vengeance will sever the heads of snakes and dragons. My children, prepare yourselves, he roared. Crush our enemies. A chorus of voices thundered back in unison.
They will be crushed. Use the full power of the new kingdom, the leader commanded. We will obliterate the descendant of the Iron Hand, even if divine punishment awaits us. The scene changes again, to the warmth of the hero's home. Jang's mother is greeting their guests. Clara immediately rushed into her arms for a hug. My, Clara, you've gotten even prettier since we last met, Chu said warmly. Meanwhile, the guests were in awe of South Korea's beauty. My name is Emmanuel, the woman said. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. Clara's father then introduced himself. I am Lee Janin. Please forgive our sudden visit.
We promise not to be a burden. But Jang's mother just smiled. I'm so grateful you came to visit us. Our home will always be open to you. Jang then looked around. Where's Dad? Chu explained. Your father had some urgent business to settle with the National Federation of Agricultural Cooperatives. He and,
The twins would be arriving shortly. Suddenly, Lee stared in awe. Was this magnificent house truly the family estate? He couldn't believe he was standing
in a place with such profound history. Elsewhere, in a cold, sterile office, someone was furious with the vet.
The man's voice was like ice. Is it confirmed Chan is studying at Goro Law? His secretary affirmed. Yes, sir. He's only a freshman this year.
And his connection to S? The man pressed, his voice dripping with venom. I was told there was no sign of the second attacker. The secretary bowed slightly. There were no cameras.
Inside the building, sir. We couldn't identify him, he continued. However, the girl with S called for her appa, as far as we know. She has no older brother. There's only one person she could have meant. The receptionist reported it was a man named Jang Tae-san. The boss leaned forward. Are you certain? Absolutely, the secretary replied. Our information department has verified the data. The man's eyes widened in disbelief. You're telling me a mere freshman assaulted son and drugged him? He slammed his fist on the desk. What did the chairman and his brother say? How could they not have seen the attacker's face? It's true, sir. They saw nothing, the secretary confirmed. Jang attacked like lightning and vanished like a ghost. Is he really that skilled? The man scoffed. The secretary's voice was grim. Jang once took down a knife-wielding thug from his hometown. Have you not heard the story 2 years ago? A whole gang was utterly dismantled. Shock crossed the man's face. Jang Tae-san did that. Apparently, he also has considerable wealth, the secretary added. A dark smile spread across the man's face. Then we'll find him. Deploy the second squad. Bring me Jang Tae-san. The secretary hesitated. Sir, are you sure? The man's eyes narrowed. If Jang is such a fighter, then no one but the second squad can handle him. Understood, the secretary replied, bowing his head. The man stewed in his thoughts. If this story was true, Then Chan had to be erased. Meanwhile, we cut back to the lively family estate. Lee and Chan's father were sharing drinks, their laughter echoing through the halls. Lee raised his glass. The moment you empty that, I'll fill it again. The twins watched, bewildered. Are they sure they've never met before? They turned to their mother. Where did Appa go? In another scene, under a sky full of stars, Chan and Clara walked together. The stars are amazing, Clara sighed. What an incredible view. She looked at Chan. Daniel, I think Korea is the perfect place for me. Chan smiled. I enjoyed my time with you all in Hong Kong. Of course, I love Hong Kong, she said. But anywhere would feel like heaven. As long as you're with me? Chan was taken aback. What are you talking about? Her demeanor shifted, becoming serious. Promise me, no matter where our work takes us, we'll always love each other. Chan was confused. I don't understand. Are you overworked? If you are, you can just quit, he offered. You could always work for my company. Clara gasped dramatically. Never, my father just retired and asked for my help. If I worked with you, I'd be disowned. Then, just as quickly. She smiled, placing her hands on his shoulders. Let's forget all that for now, and just enjoy this moment together. Sometime later, Chan's phone buzzed. It was Seo-young. Let's meet up, she chirped. What's the sudden occasion, he asked. It's payday, she exclaimed. Our company got new investors. Manager Hyo is the new CEO, and everything has changed. We get better food, and we're driven around in cars, just like top-tier idols. Our contracts were upgraded to permanent positions, and we even got 4 different insurance plans. Seo-young was bursting with joy. I'm so happy, Chan whistled. Your company sounds incredible. It is. Our contracts have completely changed, she said. Starting next month, we'll finally start getting paid. Chan smiled. That's a great company. You should definitely stick with them. All the while, Chan was descending, in an elevator. Seo-young continued to gush. There's probably no other company like this in all of Korea. I don't know who this investor is, Chan mused, but he sounds like a sharp guy. I don't know either, Seo-young admitted, but I think they're almost as cool as you are. Chan smirked. Almost hardly anyone can compare to me. She laughed. You're right. I love you the most. As Chan stepped out into the underground parking lot, a pair of eyes watched him from the shadows. Unaware, Seo-young continued her happy chatter. We haven't been on a date in so long. You know, guys really don't understand a woman's intuition. I've been busy preparing for the new semester, Chan explained. And you're busy getting ready for your second album this summer. She gasped. You knew about that? Of course, he said softly. It's you. I know everything. I'm betting it's going to be a massive hit. I'll always be cheering for you, so don't you dare give up. But then, a sudden chill ran down his spine. Hey, it's getting late. You should get some sleep. And with that, he ended the call. A voice echoed from the darkness behind him. Jang Tae-san. Chan turned to face a wall of menacing figures in black suits. Thugs, he thought. Your manners are terrible, Chan said coolly to the man who called his name. The man sneered. Look at this little worm. Thinks he can make jokes. Chan's eyes narrowed. He recognized the look in the man's eyes. The cold aura of a killer. I'm a busy man. Get to the point. He scanned the group. They all look like gangsters. Cut to an office elsewhere. A secretary sat anxiously by the phone. The second squad is taking longer than expected, he muttered to himself. I have a very bad feeling about this. Back in the garage, the men in suits stared in absolute shock. My apologies, Chan said with a casual shrug. I'm still not great at controlling my strength. You can reflect on your actions. In the hospital. With a predatory smile, he continued to weave through them, a whirlwind of motion. They could barely track his movements. The thugs were terrified. Who the hell are you? One of them stammered. Chan's smile widened. You're the ones who came looking for me. My name is Jang Tae-san. The phone in the office finally rang. The secretary snatched it up. Squad leader Huang, what's taking so long? Is it really that difficult? Hard to take down just one boy? Jen scoffed. She then asked if Manager Yu was simply waiting for Squad Leader Huang's call, but Manager Yu was frozen. When an unfamiliar voice answered him, the hero's voice was ice. My name is Jang Chan, he said, then asked, what did you do to have a pack of bouncers sent after you? Jang stated that he wasn't part of that incident. The hero declared that the dream belonged to Song alone. Jang added that their leader should know better than anyone. Just how ignorant Song truly is. I have nothing else to say, the hero stated. his words a final warning. Unless you want me to make a real fuss? He asked if they wanted to experience it firsthand.
Give the phone to squad leader Huang, now, Manager Yu shrieked. Chan, however, simply replied that the man he was calling
was temporarily unavailable. Jang clarified that Huang was lying unconscious on the floor, so he decided to answer the phone in his place. Chan then told Manager Yu to shut his mouth and listen closely. He stated that every single one of the manager's worms had been captured on his cameras. The hero warned that one more trick like this, and he would upload every video to the internet. Chan said that no matter how well the manager covers his back, if he has a head on his shoulders, he should protect the whole body. The manager was stunned. He tried to ask a question, but Chan cut him off, his voice dripping with contempt. Did you really think you were the only major leaguers? Chan said his mother was one of them, too. His mother, he revealed, is from the legendary Chu family. The hero warned them not to joke with him. Manager Yu was in shock. Jang's mother. From the Chu family, the family that ran the Donggon group. Some time passes. As the sun begins to rise, Cho asked if Chief Chan was calling so early for business. We're signing the contract today, Chan reminded him. Did you forget? Cho's lawyer confirmed the deal would be official at 11 o'clock. Cho then asked if Chan was finally satisfied. The hero coolly told the lawyer not to get ahead of himself.
Chan said he simply hoped everything would proceed smoothly. Lawyer Cho promised that everything would be handled according to the highest standard. How are the elections for the new head of the firm? Chan asked. Cho replied that half the staff had already approved Chan's nomination of,
and Muhan, the former head of the Supreme Court. Good, Chan said. Cho then asked what kind of trouble Chan was getting into now.
Don't worry, the hero replied. Everything is fine. We'll discuss the details later. Jang then wished Lawyer Cho good luck.
In his mind, Chan was already challenging Chairman O. He called Robert. Are the preparations complete? Robert immediately asked if something had happened. The honor group tried to kidnap me. Chan explained. Robert's reply was swift. I can send a cleaner. I have a couple of ex-KGB officers and trained assassins on standby. We can sort it out without too much fuss. Robert offered, but Chan refused. No hitmen were needed. He asked how their master plan was progressing. Robert reported that all the funds were ready. One word from you, and we begin. Chan's command was simple. Start today. Robert promised to ensure everything went perfectly. Send everything at once, Chan ordered. So they won't be able to process it all. His voice was cold. Grab them by the neck and finish them off in a single blow. Robert declared that no one could do it better. I'm counting on you, Chan said. He thought about how Chairman O's entire world was about to be turned upside down. Today was the day. The chairman demanded to know if the manager was certain she was Chairman Chu's younger sister. Manager Yu confirmed that they had verified the information that morning. She is the daughter of the former chairman of the Donggon group, the manager said. Chairman O realized this meant Chairman Chu had a half-sister. On top of that, the manager continued, the kid is much stronger than we thought. He explained that he'd sent squad leader Huang and his men, but they were beaten without even a chance to fight back. Weaklings, the chairman roared. They couldn't handle a single boy. The manager suggested that perhaps Chan was trying to bluff them by name-dropping Chairman Chu. That man is a loser, the chairman bellowed. But it's still better not to anger him. Jang Tang Chan's family is quite wealthy, Manager Yu added. I believe he also personally owns a large number of shares. How much money did Chu leave his daughter? The chairman demanded. Suddenly, the intercom buzzed. The receptionist announced the head of the finance department. Lee Nam Kyo. He claimed to have an urgent matter for Chairman O. The chairman ordered her to let him in. Lee Nam Kyo then burst through the doors, shouting in panic.
Why such a rush? The chairman asked in surprise. We're in huge trouble, Lee cried. Who is causing us problems now? The chairman demanded. Sir, these are not the same kind of problems. Foreign funds are launching a coordinated attack on all our branches. The chairman and the manager were stunned into silence. Lee then explained that they were being hit.
With massive short-term sales. The chairman and manager were so shocked they leaped to their feet. At the same time, someone on a phone call reported that Honor Group's stock continues to plummet. The person stated that the U.S. Internal Revenue Service is now investigating a tax evasion case involving one of Honor Group's subsidiaries. This revelation caused the company's shares to drop by more than 40%. Many now believe this is the beginning of a potential financial crisis. Chan mused that by the time they sorted out their problems, a life worse than hell would be waiting for them. I hope they survive, Chan said coldly. Their punishment has only just begun. Chan then drove to his university, stopping by a vending machine. Suddenly, someone called out to him from behind. It was Ain. Well, if it isn't the generous soul himself, she teased. Shouldn't I be the one buying you a drink after our first meeting?
Chan thought to himself that if she confessed after just one drink, he definitely wouldn't survive a second one. Out loud, he told her she looked adorable today. Thanks to his friend Nova's lessons on picking up women, embarrassing a girl was no big deal for Chan anymore. He then offered her a drink, saying that even in warm weather, one can catch a cold. Surprised, she asked where he learned to be so casual. "I can't even believe you're a freshman," she exclaimed. "We should eat together sometime," Chan suggested, but added that he had to get to his lecture for now. Ren got angry. Should I attend the event again? She wondered. Ren thought about how freshmen shouldn't be skipping lectures on the day of the entrance ceremony. She also knew that law school freshmen didn't have any classes on Mondays. The scene then shifts to another university, where we see Yui deep in thought, with nothing but a heavy sigh escaping her lips. Her thoughts drifted to Chan. The girl beside her noticed her gloom, asking why Uri looked so down. Was it possible? Had she really been rejected by a guy? Uri deflected, claiming she was just dreading 2 more years of study, feeling it would drain the very life out of her. Her friend scoffed. "Are you kidding? You're one of the best," she exclaimed. "What problems could you possibly have?" "Every door is open for you," her friend insisted. "Just keep studying, get a degree abroad, and become a professor." Just then, the teacher cleared his throat. "All right, first day of school, so we'll do a roll call," he announced. "But in the future, I won't be checking attendance." He leaned forward, his voice serious. "Remember, in my class, an artist expresses himself only through his paintings." He offered a path to greatness. "Participate in art competitions, and you'll be excused from class. It's the best way to earn extra points." A sly grin appeared on his face. "And if I truly love one of your paintings, you'll get a prize in my subject." He paused for effect. "Cool, right?" He began the roll call. Choi Dion. The teacher's eyes gleamed. "Sculptors are known for their tenacity. I expect the same from you." He moved on. "Song Uri." He recognized her. "You were in my classes last year, weren't you? I'm looking forward to your next works." "Next," he called out. "Lee Han-kyul." The teacher smirked. "Just back from the army. You've still got that soldier's tone?" Then, his voice shifted, laced with confusion. "Wait, what is a law student doing in here?" Uri's eyes widened. "A law student? Jang Chan," he called out. It turned out Chan had been sitting right behind Uri the entire time. She spun around, her jaw dropping when she saw him. There he was, at the very back of the class, a calm, knowing smile on his face. The teacher, flustered, asked if Chan had mistaken the classroom. "No," Chan replied coolly. "I came here intentionally." Uri's friend whispered urgently. "Do you know that handsome guy?" The teacher was baffled. "I have no idea what a law student would want in my class." He questioned him. "Did you apply for a liberal arts degree?" Chan confirmed it. "I heard that some areas of art could be considered humanities." The teacher's expression hardened. "Each of my students must pour their soul into their drawing." Chan's smile didn't waver. "Professor, did you lie?" The teacher froze. "What? Are you talking about?" Chan's voice was clear. "You said artists should express themselves through their paintings." The professor scoffed. "That only applies to those who are serious about art." "And I am serious," Chan declared. The teacher's patience snapped. "Stop playing games. Just because you're a freshman doesn't mean you can do whatever you want." He gave an ultimatum. "You have 1 week to choose another subject. And this time, take it seriously." But Chan's voice rang out, firm and unwavering. "I've already made up my mind. I'm confident in my drawing skills." The teacher slammed his fist on the table, his face turning red with rage. "You underestimate art," he roared. "Do you think we're just clowns here for your amusement?" Chan's reply was like ice. "I like art, more than law." He leaned in. "And what's so bad about being a clown to have only one true calling? That must be bliss." The furious teacher was speechless. "I will prove it to you," Chan continued. "Give me a task just like the others. The tool is irrelevant. Pencil, watercolor, oil paints, you can choose. Whatever you like." The teacher's eyes narrowed. "Fine. You will be evaluated by me." The hero's smile returned. "I agree." "But if you fail," the teacher hissed, "you will never set foot in this room again." And so the deal was struck. Uri could only stare in utter disbelief. Chan sighed. "I didn't want it to come to this." Then, in a flash of light, the hero was transported, somewhere else entirely. "Where am I this time?" Chan wondered, finding himself face to face with a bearded man. "Who are you?" he demanded. "I'm your uncle," the man declared grandly. "And also A great artist. Chan was skeptical. Are you one of my ancestors? The man waved his hand dismissively. Don't get caught up in words.
Korea is a tiny country spit in any direction, and you'll hit a relative. The man explained that's why. In a way, they were all family. It's why when you need to call a waitress in a restaurant, you call her aunt, the man reasoned. Chan countered. That's just how it works. It's a custom in Korea? Then it hit him. The man's words. A great artist. Chan's eyes widened in dawning recognition. The man grinned. Exactly. I am that drunken artist you know. Owen. Chan started to ask a question, but Owen dramatically cut him off.
I'm only playing this scene to poke fun at you, Owen declared. We should help each other. For example, you could donate some karma points to a humble monk like me. Uncle, Owen's eyes twinkled. And in return, I will teach you everything I know. Is there anything more important than compassion and helping your fellow man?
Chan was unimpressed. What's in it for me? He asked flatly. He'd never met this Owen before, but he already had plenty of experience dealing with
Gods. Owen's demeanor shifted. Do you even know how much you can earn through art? It's much easier now than it was in my day. Chan sighed. We both
know how this works. Even if I paint a masterpiece, it'll only be appreciated after I'm dead. Besides, he added, I already have a lot of money. Owen flew into a rage. You should be more generous. Your avarice is so legendary that even after becoming a saint, you'll still be known as a penny pincher. Chan just shrugged. I'd rather live a life of luxury. Suddenly, a voice from behind called out, Senior!
3 men stood there. Owen turned, annoyed. What do you want? He grumbled. Do you have any idea how hard it is to persuade young people these days?
Stay out of my way, Owen warned, his voice turning deadly serious. Or I'll send all of you to hell. Chan was stunned, 1,000 questions racing through his mind as he stared at the men's bizarre clothing. One of the newcomers sneered. Owen's not in top form today. We could have handled this much faster. Chan turned to his so-called uncle. Do you know who these guys are? Owen waved a hand. They're not famous enough for you to know. But the long-haired man stepped forward with a polite bow. It's a pleasure to meet you, he said. My name is Gauguin. Chan's world stopped. The man smiled. My full name is Paul Gauguin. He recognized that name, one of the most famous post-impressionist artists in history. Gauguin gestured to his friend. You probably know him as well. The second man introduced himself. My name is Paul Cézanne. Chan's mind reeled. That name too. The great artist known as the father of modern art. Chan stared, completely shocked. Is this for real? But the revelations weren't over yet, not by a long shot. And behind them stood another man, one who looked disturbingly familiar to Chan. The hero's eyes locked onto the man's bandaged ear, and understanding dawned. Chan recognized him instantly. The Van Gogh man. We're pulled back to the university, where a crowd watches Chan's every move. Chan's brush flew across the canvas. Everyone held their breath, shocked, wondering who this mysterious student truly was. One of them whispered, Isn't that the style of Van Gogh? The professor was equally stunned. He couldn't comprehend how it was possible. This was the spitting image of Van Gogh's work. Some time passes.
We find ourselves in that same professor's office. The students have all left, but the teacher remains, captivated by the painting Chan created.
This was a storm of color that only Van Gogh could ever capture, brushstrokes that held the artist's very soul. The professor admitted to himself, this kid was even better with a BHL brush than he was. He noted Chan had also used traditional turpentine and linseed oil. His movements were rough, even sloppy, but that was the source of his genius. The professor knew any famous artist alive would immediately declare it a work of Van Gogh. The only difference was the philosophy behind. The painting? He realized Chan's worldview was a match for Van Gogh's skill. Chan's art rejected melancholy and despair. Calmness replaced madness. The beauty of reality triumphed over twisted dreams. Suddenly, a man burst into the room. Professor Shim! It was Professor Cha, looking frantic. He struggled to find the right words to begin. Shim, do you know who I just met? Cha declared he had just encountered a living legend of the art world. He placed a different painting on the table for Professor Shim to see. It was a picture of a tiger. I have no words, Cha said. This tiger? It looks like it's alive. He urged Shim to look deep into the tiger's eyes. Doesn't it feel like it's about to leap off the canvas and roar right at you?
Professor Shim was in a state of shock. It was utterly unbelievable. This is impressive, Shim breathed. He assumed it was Cha's work, saying if it was, then he
possessed a truly legendary talent. But Cha shook his head. It wasn't me, Shim smiled. One of your star graduates. Then,
Cha replied that the student responsible was still a long way from graduating. Shim was stunned. Then, his eyes noticed a small red mark on the painting. It turned out to be Chan's initials. "A student from another field visited you," Professor Shim asked in disbelief. Cha confirmed it. "A law student?" Shim asked. Cha nodded, surprised Shim had guessed. At that moment, Shim was finally convinced. This brilliant, monstrously skillful work also belonged to Jang Chan. The scene shifts. We see Yuri staring at Chan. "What is the meaning of this?" she demands. Chan just smirked. "Have you never seen a lawyer? Before?" Yuri shot back that it wasn't what she was talking about. "Then what's the issue?" he asked. "Who drinks makgeolli in broad daylight?" Chan's gaze softened. "As soon as I saw you, I suddenly wanted some..." She pointed out it was his second kettle already. Yuri scolded him, saying freshmen shouldn't get drunk on their first day. But Chan replied that today was a special occasion. He never drinks without a reason. "A special occasion?" she asked, surprised. Chan looked at her, a small smile playing on his lips. "Today," he said, "we're drinking to your beauty." Yuri was left completely flustered. We flash forward in time. Yuri wakes up to a familiar scent and a pounding headache. She blinks, confused. Then her eyes snap open. She wondered where she was. Looking around, she realized this was her own room. "Did I pass out again?" she thought with a groan. Suddenly, a panicked thought seized her. She frantically looked under the covers. "How much did I drink?" she muttered. After getting dressed, she wondered where on earth Chan had learned to handle his alcohol so well. As she stepped out of her room, she saw paintings lying on the floor. She froze, stunned. She recognized the style of Gauguin. What was going on? She was in shock, realizing Chan had painted all of these. The scene shifts again, this time to the music department of Korea University. We see students playing the violin. A professor stands nearby, lost in thought, wondering if he should just quit. This man is Ryul, a professor of music. At 40 years old, he felt he was missing his small homeland. Suddenly, an enchanting melody cut through the air. Following the sound, he saw Chan sitting at a piano. Is that a Rachmaninoff composition? Ryul wondered. It was impossible. He couldn't believe a mere freshman could play with such mastery. Meanwhile, Chan continued his flawless performance. Everyone was in awe. Chan possessed a truly unbelievable level of skill. A crowd gathered outside the room, completely mesmerized. Ryul could only watch in shock. Who is he? We flash back to Chan's house. Yuri's mind is screaming. This man is a consummate genius. He then asked if she liked his paintings. She admitted she did. But Chan surprised her yet again. "I didn't know you could play the piano." He simply smiled. "You can take one, if you like something." Yuri couldn't believe it. How could he offer up such masterpieces so easily? Chan just said he had a few more works on his easels. He then asked if she enjoyed his performance. Yuri replied that it was amazing. The notes flowed into each other, creating pure aesthetic pleasure. She confessed it was the first time she had ever heard something so perfect. Chan simply thanked her. She was beginning to realize nothing was impossible for him. She was in awe of his calm composure. "Did you rehearse for a competition?" she asked. Chan shook his head. "That's not it." "Then what's the reason?" Yuri pressed. "I have an audition for the music department this afternoon," he said calmly. Yuri's mind reeled. A law student, deciding to pursue both painting and music, two fields requiring immense practical skill. "I think I'm going crazy," she muttered. We are then transported back to the music department at Korea University. The room erupted in applause for Chan. "An amazing performance," they all cheered. Chan decided to introduce himself. "I'm Jang Tae-san," he said, "a freshman from the law department." He thanked them for letting him join their class. The crowd was even more shocked to learn Chan was studying law, but Chan himself was lost in thought. His brother, Nova, was this talented. He wondered just where Nova had learned to play the piano so perfectly. The scene shifts again. Chan is with lawyer Cho. "The view from this new office is amazing," Cho said. "Much better than the old building." Chan replied that it was all due to lawyer Cho's hard work. The lawyer chuckled. "Listening to you, one might think I bought the building myself." He then joked that he could just use Chan's money, before asking, "So, why did you—" A call came in. It was Director Cho, confirming a recent case they had discussed. Without another word, they both knew exactly which one he meant. Jang Tae-san announced he had an interview today. Cho approved, but questioned why Chan's presence was even necessary. After all, Cho was the director of the Samu law firm. Chan explained that Cho's experience in reading people was invaluable. For an interview this critical, He insisted the director's insight was essential. They shared a smile, but the air was thick with tension. Cho, feeling the pressure, cautiously asked if Chan was using him as a shield in case things went wrong. Chan noted his perception. "Are you refusing to make some extra money, director?" he asked. Today was a golden opportunity, one that Cho couldn't miss. Cho laughed it off, saying he was only joking. He owed his entire comeback to Chan. Helping him now was the very least he could do. Just then, the secretary's voice came through the phone. "The applicant has arrived." With a command to let him in, a man strode into their office. As soon as he entered, his eyes locked onto Director Cho. He immediately bowed, offering a respectful greeting. Cho just smiled, pointing out he wasn't the one in charge. Confused, the man asked who was. "The man to your left," Cho replied. The applicant's eyes widened in disbelief. The true head of the firm was this young man, Chan. In that instant, our hero recognized him. A perfect tool, naive and honest. "I am Jang Tae-san," he declared, extending a hand. "Head of this investment corporation." Chan knew this man. In his past life, he was a legend. A man who gave his entire being to his company. Broad shoulders, a height of 180 centimeters, a sharp forehead, and piercing eyes. Chan recognized it immediately, the gaze of a predator. The one who never lets its prey escape. The man finally introduced himself. "I am Han Jin-won, head of AT Security." Chan simply gestured for him to sit. He remembered the rumors. Jin-won's company had been gutted, shrinking from 50 employees down to a mere 20. As they shook hands, Chan applied a bit of pressure. Jin-won flinched, wondering what kind of kid this was. Chan gestured again for him to sit. He knew Han had already sunk his family's savings, even taking out loans to survive. That desperation would make him easier to recruit. Director Cho noticed Han's intense stare. "I'm just the director here at Samu Law," he clarified. Han was stunned. He knew it was a massive firm. Cho told him not to underestimate Chan. "In fact," Cho added, "Mr. Han, you look far more reliable than I ever imagined." Han stammered out a thank you. Then, without any warning, Chan dropped a bombshell. "I want to buy your company." The room fell silent. Cho and Han stared at Chan in pure shock. Then, all eyes turned to Han, waiting for his answer. He confessed his company was on the verge of bankruptcy. "It won't bring you any profit, even with investment." Chan's response was chilling. "That's precisely why I want to buy it." Han was utterly bewildered. "I'm not looking for profit," Chan explained, his voice steady. "My main objective is safety." Han argued that even without additional costs, the payroll for his men would be immense. These weren't ordinary guards. They were elite fighters, each having passed a grueling special training course. "I'm aware," Chan replied. "I trust your word completely, Mr. Han, which is why I've decided to buy your company." He leaned forward. "And I'm willing to take on every single one of your employees, including you." The man's jaw dropped. "But why?" Chan's smile was predatory. "Once the contract is signed, we'll double every employee's salary. Furthermore, I will immediately pay all of their back wages." Han thought this had to be some kind of cruel joke, but the hero wasn't finished. "I also intend to upgrade all necessary equipment for your work." At that, Han's composure finally broke. Tears streamed down his face as he offered his thanks. "You will also hire and expand your staff," Chan commanded. "Can you handle 50 men by the end of this month?" A fire ignited in Han's eyes. "It will be no problem at all." Chan nodded. "Good. There's just one last detail." He and Cho shared a knowing smile. "I want your company moved into the 5th floor of this very building, as soon as possible." For this masterstroke, Tae-san received a massive amount of karma points. Later, we find Chan back at home. He was scrolling through the news online when a headline caught his eye. "Anna Group on the brink of bankruptcy." Chan smirked. What a brilliant reporter. He'd have to commission another article from him soon. Chan scrolled through the comments, a grim satisfaction washing over him. Nothing lifts the mood better than an army of Anna Group haters. He imagined the chairman tearing his hair out. As dark karma points flowed in, Chan mused to himself, "In 1 month, this company will be finished." Suddenly, a new thought struck him. Perhaps it was time to sign up for another class. He turned his thoughts to the heavens. Is there anyone out there? Who understands programming? Silence. Then, a blinding flash consumed his vision. When he came to, he was floating in absolute darkness. "Where am I?" he wondered. He shouted into the void. "Is anyone there?" Just in the distance, a small light flickered into existence. It was a lighter, held by a man. The flame illuminated a rugged face as he lit a cigarette. "Who are you?" Chan demanded. The man's voice was deep and gravelly.
My name is Vladimir Dmitrovich Bushkov, Russian, or perhaps Eastern European. Are you a god? Chan asked. But Vladimir only spoke in riddles, his answers frustratingly vague. Why are you being so secretive? If he was a god, he should just say so. I have been waiting for you, Chan, Vladimir stated. Chan was taken aback. Waiting? For me, the only one you could possibly turn to was me. Chan pieced it together. This god must possess some kind of specialized skills. But then Vladimir's tone shifted.
And I must say, I am disappointed. A nervous energy coursed through Chan. What's the problem? Vladimir explained that he'd acquired the necessary points far later than expected.
You are different from the others, he added. The words hit Chan like a physical blow. Others. There were more people like him. It's a little dark in here, Chan said, changing the subject. Could you turn on a light? Vladimir refused. Be patient. This is our first deal. I cannot afford to trust you. Chan was suddenly struck by the uncertainty in his voice. He scoffed. Aren't you supposed to be a god? He pressed his advantage. Wouldn't this be easier if we just trusted each other? Vladimir called him a worm. Chan's anger flared. Who are you? He demanded. The man simply repeated his name. Vladimir Dmitrievich Bushkov.
I'm not asking for your name, Chan roared. I'm asking who your patron is. Are you under Zeus, or are you some kind of freelancer?
If not, Chan pushed, then who do you serve? Vladimir took a long drag from his cigarette. The cherry glowed in the darkness. Zeus, he said. Chan froze. Vladimir served Zeus himself.
Had insulted Zeus, calling him lame. Suddenly, the pieces clicked into place for Chan. The dim room. The disrespect for a major deity. In a stunned voice, Chan asked if Vladimir was some kind of
evil god. Vladimir just laughed at the accusation. Then he requested to introduce himself properly. He declared himself a deity of darkness, one who craved dark karma points. He told Chan not to be afraid, claiming he wasn't the type who needed human souls. But Chan couldn't help but wonder how anyone could not be afraid in this situation. Vladimir then asked what skills Chan desired. The main character had a simple request: train him in the art of programming. That, he claimed, would be enough. But Vladimir burst out laughing, calling Chan amusing. Do you even understand our arrangement? He sneered. He explained it was a kind of deposit, a karma deposit, using Chan's dark glasses. The hero appeared visibly tense. Vladimir revealed the first requirement for summoning an evil god. One must possess dark karma points. Chan asked if that meant depositing them would prevent him from acquiring new skills. Not at all, Vladimir scoffed. You've completely misunderstood. He clarified that the deposit was the only hurdle, but Chan could offer him light karma points instead. A sigh of relief escaped Chan's lips, a smile gracing his face. Vladimir's eyes lit up, muttering how delicious light karma points were. In that moment, Chan realized a critical truth. Even evil gods craved the light. Chan thanked Vladimir, but then flatly refused the offer. Vladimir was utterly stunned. The main character mused. How long have I been underestimating these gods? He calmly repeated his thanks. But his decision was final. The god, Vladimir, was speechless. His tone shifted, filled with anxiety. What did you say? Chan declared a new role for himself in his mind. The director of a new divine currency exchange. He confidently stated
that he would trade dark karma points for the evil god's knowledge and skills. The main character pressed the issue. So, do we have a deal?
The god eagerly agreed to the contract. He then began boasting, shouting that he was a former FSB agent, and that all of Russia's special services had once considered him the god of hackers. He claimed no secret organization on Earth could defend against his attacks. This god even bragged about knowing the launch codes.
For nuclear missiles, he urged Chan to stop wasting time and just trust him. With his knowledge, he promised, Chan would be able to
control the entire internet. But Chan's response was ice cold. Is that all? This infuriated Vladimir, who truly believed that no mortal on the planet could possibly surpass his skills. The main character decided to test him. Do you know what a blockchain is? The self-proclaimed god had no answer. What about Bitcoin? Chan pressed. Still, Vladimir was clueless. He sputtered. What is this nonsense? Stop speaking to me. But before he could finish his tirade,
Chan cut him off. Let's turn on the lights in here. The evil god grew wary. And how do you plan to do that? But Chan had already seen through him.
He knew that with just a little push, this god would crack. He had long since figured out the rules of their world. This so-called deity's threats were no longer intimidating.
They were almost amusing. "I'll take your silence as agreement," Chan stated. He then revealed a glowing object from his pocket. It was one of those magic plasma balls, the one Yira bought to decorate the office. As light slowly filled the room, the silhouette of the evil god was finally revealed. Both the main character and Vladimir stared at each other, completely shocked. Chan then exclaimed, "This is just a normal apartment." The god, Vladimir, could only mutter a stunned, "Oops." Chan began to wonder if this evil god was nothing more than a common fraud. "You're just a regular kid," he accused. Vladimir immediately started to deny it, stammering that he truly was a god. Realizing his complete advantage, the main character advanced on him. "After death," he began, "some souls earn the right to become a god, but you are clearly not one of them. And divine punishment awaits those who lie." With a smirk, Chan continued, his voice low. "You see, I know exactly what death is like, firsthand. So your threats mean nothing to me." The so-called god was terrified, begging him to stay back. "Don't worry," Chan said, trying to calm the trembling boy. "I'm not going to hit you." If anyone were watching, they'd think Chan was the real evil god. "You're just a rookie, aren't you?" Chan asked. He then questioned Vladimir about his age at death. The boy replied that he was 18 and died only a month ago. Chan was taken aback. 18? If you died a month ago, then you really are a complete newbie. The main character then asked how he became an evil god in the first place. "Did you kill someone? Were you a criminal?" "No, I wouldn't even hurt a fly," Vladimir insisted, as he drifted into his memories. Chan was confused. "Then why have so many people suffered because of you?" The boy began to tell his story. While working for the FSB, he hacked into various accounts. One day, he found a certain list and sold it to another party, earning a massive amount of dark karma. "So you really did screw up," Chan replied. Absorbed in the tale, he then added, "Wouldn't it have been easier to just go straight to hell?" But Vladimir claimed that not everyone is allowed there. The main character was intrigued. "What do you mean?" The boy replied that he didn't know the details. "It's just what he was told when he died." "So, how did you die?" Chan wondered. The evil god continued his story. He explained that out of sheer boredom, he hacked into the president's personal bank account and got caught. "The president? You mean like Putin or someone?" Chan exclaimed. Vladimir nodded. "Yes." "So then what, you robbed him?" the main character asked. Vladimir admitted that he took a little. "How much?" Chan asked, his face unreadable. The boy just shrugged his shoulders. "Only about $500 million. The expression on Chan's face instantly shifted. "Just what he thought. 500 million is a huge sum. How long would he have to work to save that much, Vladimir? However, replied sheepishly, that the president had around 200 billion in offshore accounts. So from his perspective, he hadn't stolen that much at all. But how could a pro like you get caught? It turns out Vladimir was working with his best friend. And it was that friend who turned him in, revealing himself as an FSB spy. So what did you do with the money? Chan asked. I doubt they killed you just for stealing it. Vladimir explained that he invested all of it in gifts. All that money, completely down the drain. Gifts? Chan asked, confused. The boy clarified he'd invested everything, in Canadian dollar margins, but some villain stole them all before he could sell. He slapped me with a $3 billion debt, Vladimir roared. So you didn't hack anything, Chan asked, his surprise evident. That's impossible, the hero pondered. Transactions happen in real time. Interrupting his thoughts, Chan realized it must have happened recently. It dawned on him. He had just spent every last cent this man had earned with his life. I didn't have that much money, so I hacked the president's account again. Recalling the terrifying moment of his death, Chan began to ask, Are you skilled at... The question ignited his passion. He roared that his entire life was dedicated to crafting special algorithms and exploiting them. He even boasted of building firewalls for every major Russian ministry. Have you eaten? Chan asked with a gentle smile. Vladimir hadn't received any karma. For an entire month, he had been forced to starve. Aren't there other gods here? The hero asked. This place is crawling with evil gods, the deity lamented. But alas, they all care for no one but themselves. His voice was laced with frustration, with tears streaming down his face. Vladimir begged Chan to give him some of his karma points. This place is terrible. Life here is hell. That was how the god described this realm. With karma points, I could ascend and become a spirit? Vladimir continued to plead. This was starting to get on Chan's nerves. Still, Chan decided to exchange his light karma points for Vladimir's dark ones. Just then, the scene shifts, throwing us into a sterile office in a massive city. The company's stock was in a freefall. An employee watched in horror as the numbers plummeted that morning. Suddenly, a stack of papers flew at his head, followed by a roar for silence. "What is this disaster? Are you all just going to sit there?" exclaimed the company's director. The atmosphere in the room was suffocating. The director seethed. "I don't pay you for this. I need an action plan, now," the ferocious man shouted. "Why is everything so complicated? President Choi, don't just stand there. Can't you request more financial support from a NOG group?" Choi replied that they had already taken out more than they could. The supervisory committee had already sent them a final warning for being late on their loans. The director turned to Department Head Lee, asking how much money they had left. 200 billion won, Lee replied. "After we pay salaries and bills, we can hardly last a month." The employee's shout echoed in the room. The director became enraged. He slammed his fist on the table, screaming, "How are we supposed to get out of this?" An employee thought to himself that they'd already reached their credit limit, so the banks refused them. The banks had cut them off. Then, anonymous sources leaked their entire credit history online. The public immediately turned away from their company. "How dare they ignore our calls?" the evil director shouted. The process of a large corporation's bankruptcy, the employee thought, is no different from that of a small business. He continued his thought. If the company couldn't secure a loan, the second financial sector would resort to private lending. Even someone far from the world of economics knows that this is an incredibly harsh process, the employee thought with a sunken face. The invisible hand of the market. Something is clearly wrong here. He guessed that foreign investors often expand into foreign markets. But this felt far too aggressive. Something was fundamentally broken. He began to question the sudden drop in stocks. "Someone is deliberately putting pressure on the company," the employee concluded. "And what are you all doing? Don't just sit there like idols. Organize meetings with the heads of banks. Take out any kind of loan you can," the director screamed. It was said the company barely stayed afloat thanks to chaotic, uncovered sales. "The market is testing us. We must survive at all costs," the director added. The value of liquid assets the company held exceeded all limits. "Wait, maybe this is his doing," the employee thought, finally connecting the dots. After all, their problems had been plaguing the company since the day they contacted that man. With Chan. We are then transported back to Chan and Vladimir. Chan is faced with the question of whether he should exchange his karma, his own points for Vladimir's. "How can I influence the karma of the gods? What should I do? Dark penalty points could be exchanged for light ones." Chan thought about it. "Please, I'll do whatever you say. Help me become a bright god," Vladimir tearfully pleaded. Chan reflected that in this world, every action has consequences. And what happened wasn't just Vladimir's fault. After losing his parents at an early age, Vladimir was raised in the harshness of Russian society. Chan understood that Vladimir couldn't be blamed for suffering such a difficult fate. "Do you wish to make an exchange?" Without a second thought, Chan agreed. "You have exchanged your light karma points." The room began to flood with a brilliant light, blinding our heroes and teleporting Vladimir and Chan. They arrived at a village house, far outside the city. They were both stunned, wondering where on earth they were. Was it really that easy to exchange karma? Chan finally understood. Vladimir shouted with joy, "Now I've become a god." Chan noticed he was much more innocent than he had initially thought. Even though he'd become a god, he didn't have many karma points left. Despite receiving points from donations to orphans every month, he still had just enough points for a carefree life. "You're the best, life god," he exclaimed happily. Chan asked what happened to the money he stole the second time. "Well, that's a funny story," Vladimir replied. "Tell me more," Chan asked. "You have reached the third level. We are transported back to the big city, where we see Chan holding a can." He was thinking about what other levels there could be. "I'm not in some kind of game," he muttered. Chan was then transported into a crowd of people, who were all staring at him. They all wondered who this handsome guy was and where he came from in their department. Are these financial karma points? Or what? Happily looking at his university, he thought, "This is it? University romance?" And the weather was wonderful today, but it didn't last long. Chan had already stopped liking it there. The smell of sweat and testosterone was everywhere. Walking down the hall, Chan finally found the room he needed. Room 3002? Approaching it, a girl appeared. Emerging from the doorway, she took Chan's drink from his hands and said, "Oh, coffee. Thank you." This surprised Chan immensely, but the girl wasn't at all embarrassed by her actions. She decided to drink his coffee. "So, I've refueled with caffeine," said the lady. The hero was surprised that girls even went to a technical specialty. "Maybe this is all a dream? Are you new?" She decided to start a dialogue with our hero. "My name is Onun." What a beauty, Chan thought.
This coffee should be considered a tribute to your elders, she said. And you should know how tired I am, so coffee is my true salvation. If you need any advice, contact me. I'm very talented, she added. What do you mean? Chan asked. The girl replied, Look at their faces. They're all jealous of me. With my help, you can easily get the highest score, she exclaimed. Well, surprise. Chan thought. She then decided to meet the hero properly and asked for his name. Jang Chan, he said. The girl boldly replied that Chan has a beautiful name and that he also looks beautiful. She then offered to sit next to him. The students in the back began to ask what she had forgotten. They whispered about their course because she was older. Someone decided to shout, So what did Sunbei forget in our 4th-year class? You're supposed to be done and ready to pass the test.
For this subject, you need a programmer's brain, a classmate sneered.
He must be from another major, another whispered, certain he couldn't handle it. Chan heard every single dismissive word. He felt completely out of place when the professor walked in. Good afternoon. My name is Rahul Sati, the man announced. My goal for this course is very simple. I want you to understand what it means to be a real programmer. A confident smile spread across his face. As I said, it will be very simple. He declared that a programmer must achieve total mastery of their chosen language. A specialist's true value lies in their experience and skill. I'll be extremely disappointed, he warned, if any of you become mediocre. The foundation of everything, he explained, is algorithms. In other words, understanding algorithms comes first. The code itself is secondary. These powerful words ignited a fire in every student. Smiles began to appear on their faces. Algorithms are the blueprints for solving any problem. As technology evolves, so do the specialties, from information security to game development. Chan absorbed this, stunned by the revelation. With the recent announcement of the iPhone, mobile software developers were suddenly in high demand. Rahul continued, Show me your potential, and I may invite you to join my team. The offer of a personal mentorship sent a shockwave through the audience. His team, I'm already in my 4th year, one student exclaimed. The professor's gaze locked onto her, and she froze in confusion. This is your final year at university, Rahul said coldly. And yet, you're no better than a freshman. He pressed her. Am I wrong? Still stunned? She could only reply, Yes, you're absolutely right. Chan was speechless at the brutal honesty. It seems you're familiar with the young man next to you, so I'm putting you two on the same team, the professor declared. Si-eun and Chan's expressions immediately turned to horror. What does this have to do with me? Chan asked timidly. But the teacher ignored him, continuing, Your final project for the semester will be the development of a mobile application. Si-eun and Chan were completely floored. The crushing weight of the task settled on Chan's shoulders. This couldn't be real. He thought of the titans of the industry, legends like Steve Jobs and Bill Gates. The girl, meanwhile, wondered why on earth they had to develop an app. Chan thought to himself with a smirk that it wouldn't be so hard. But Si-eun was paralyzed with shock. Deciding to tease her, Chan casually mentioned, You know, I have an iPhone. Her eyes widened in disbelief. An iPhone? She clearly didn't believe him for a second. After all, the iPhone hadn't even been officially released in Korea yet. Our hero tried to convince her it wasn't a lie. A friend from Hong Kong had given it to him. But you can't use it in Korea anyway, Si-eun shot back. Chan didn't see that as a problem at all, which only bewildered her more. It's a huge problem, she exclaimed. Why isn't it? Chan simply asked her. Why not? Apple's policies are insanely strict, she explained. Every single app has to be sent to them for approval. Si-eun said the hero still didn't understand the problem, so she pressed on. The issue is that iOS is Apple's private kingdom. On top of that, Korea doesn't even have the official tools for iOS development yet. They say the people who created iOS are absolute fanatics. I'll make a note of it, Chan said calmly. Si-eun sighed. It's much easier to develop on Android, but finding a good test device is a nightmare. And everyone complains about the constant bugs and errors. Chang realized the 4th-year students had a completely different perspective. He decided to challenge her. So, are you giving up already? Her eyes flashed with anger. No way if I don't pass this. I'll never find a good job I have to prove that professor wrong about me. Chan listened to her fiery declaration with great interest. Then, Si-eun turned the tables on him. So, what about you? What are your plans? He was a little taken aback. If you don't pass, you'll be in the same boat, she added. The hero just smiled. Oh, I'll be fine. This isn't even a required class for me. Si-eun was stunned. What? This course is mandatory for all programmers. If we don't pass, our careers are over. That's true. For programmers, Chan said with a mischievous grin. The implication hit Cyan like a ton of bricks. It sounded like programming wasn't his major at all. That's right, Chan confirmed. Wait, you're not a freshman programmer? Cyan asked. I'm a first-year student. All right, he confirmed. From the 08 class of the law department. Law, she thought, her mind reeling. The main character decided to change the subject. How about a coffee break? It's the perfect way to unwind. Well, if you're suggesting it, the lady agreed hesitantly. Out on the street, Sion asked. What was that thing you mentioned? Blockchain, Chan said, popping open a can of coffee. It's a technology that uses a peer-to-peer network to prevent double payments. Cyan had never heard of it. She thought he was just trying to confuse her, since that technology sounded illegal.
Peer-to-peer networks are the future of online transactions, Chan continued, but she was still lost. P2P, but isn't that the root of all evil?
How could it be used for legitimate online transactions? Chan began to question her knowledge. She was the IT security major here.
He was the one who shouldn't understand this stuff. There's a way to track the data packets of fraudsters, Chan said with certainty.
The girl was shocked. But that kind of technology doesn't exist yet. One of the algorithms will be released this fall, the hero told her.
Cyan was floored.
Seriously, she shouted. The principle is called proof of work, he said, trying to pique her interest. He knew that was a term only a specialist lawyer would know. Proof of work? Sion wondered. Just who was this guy? Why are you telling me this? She asked. This kind of technology isn't public knowledge yet. You wouldn't be able to develop something like that even if you dedicated your entire life to it, Chan joked. Are you kidding me? No, it's the truth, he replied. To commercialize this tech, you need a unique algorithm and you'd have to be a math genius. So what do you say? He teased her again. Think you can pull it off? Cyan was completely silent. You said your major is IT security, right? The hero asked. The girl could only confirm his question. While she may not be a genius, she's an expert in information security and firewalls. In other words, you're a hacker, Chan stated plainly. He then decided to propose a challenge. He had a security system in mind, and he needed her to try and hack it. You aren't offering me a crime, are you? The girl asked, her voice trembling. Come on, Chan said, trying to soothe her. It's only natural for a hacker to want to break a firewall. Hey, I can't risk my family's future. My parents are just ordinary people, she cried, still looking terrified. She added that she just wants to get married one day. Sunbae, Jang said, to which the enraged girl shouted, What now? Chan then suggested she accept, offering to take full responsibility. The proposal stunned her into silence. Ah, these women, the hero thought to himself. Roman 11. She reacted so intensely. At first, she was as cool as any man, but in the end, she nearly burst into tears like a powerless maiden. In that moment, the scene shifts to Chan's car. He turns to the girl beside him, asking if she needs a ride. She quietly asks him to take her home. Chan thinks she might want a drink. It also crossed his mind that he just recently turned the head of an IT prodigy, and now he's already flirting with an art student. Looks like I'm the only one between us spending my nights alone, Chan teased. Fortunately, I'm not getting any dark karma points for this. Yet, but if he were to bring a girl to his bed on New Year's Eve,
risking his health with his flirtations. Then, the scene shifts to a place shrouded in shadows. The hero realizes he must tread carefully. A voice echoes.
Let the meeting commence. The command is given for all to be seated. Before us, a gallery of hooded figures. This is clearly some kind of secret order, small in number. One of the members notes their last gathering was a decade ago. A solemn phrase rises from the circle. God bless you, my brothers.
One by one, each member repeats the oath. Their leader speaks, his voice resonating with ancient grievance. This year marks 86 years since this castle was stolen from us. Though we drove the invaders from this island in 1912, the shame of that defeat still taints our blood. We must never forget it. The members roar in unison.
We will never forget, the leader continues. Now, I will reveal the reason for this sudden assembly. Sir Lon Luton, you have the floor. Luton reports. There is much unrest in the east, the followers of heaven and earth, and the serpents. They are searching for something. The leader's interest is piqued. An artifact? No, Luton replies. They are moving with extreme caution, so details are scarce. But it appears they are hunting for a specific person.
A person, a voice from the crowd asks. Indeed, the cultist confirms. Most likely the heir to one of the legendary families.
The leader's eyes gleam with understanding. Are you speaking of the successor to the Iron Mask? He declares with chilling certainty. Then the time has come to make our move. Another cultist urges caution. Control your temper.
The crows are unsettled, but the zealot retorts, "Our sacred goal is the eradication of all non-believers." A unified shout erupts, "We will remember." One proclaims, "Not a single decade passed before we united the seekers of the Holy Grail, my brothers. It is our sacred duty
To protect the faithful subjects of the Almighty," the leader finished. "But now, the children, the descendants of the lost ones, have declared an economic war against us. We must crush them," he commands. "We will unite with the followers of earth and heaven, just as our ancestors did in the past." With that, the leader makes a proposal. "I propose an economic marriage. Tell me, my subjects, what are your thoughts?" A single, unified voice responds, "We agree." The plan was set in motion. My eldest son shall marry the daughter of the leader of the Earth and Heaven cult, the Society for the Holy Grail. He said this with such menace that the very crows in the rafters took flight. We are transported back to Chan's office. He stares at the market charts, a smirk playing on his lips. There's nothing more beautiful than the chart of a falling stock market. Everything is burning, like the final embers of a grand festival. Chan mused with delight, his mind drifting back to the cryptocurrency bubble that plunged the global economy into chaos. He was lost in thought. On the 16th, Morgan had acquired the failed investment bank. Bear
Stearns. The bank's shares plummeted to a mere $2. A titan that once ruled Wall Street, now brought to its knees.
In this brutal world of finance, you either maintain your sanity or you're left with nothing. And I, he thought, must be more careful than anyone. So many people see only numbers on a screen. Lost in his thoughts, Chan knows he speculates with sums of money others wouldn't dare to dream of.
While everyone else plays hot potato with their investments, men like Chan capitalize on their folly. For a moment, he recalled the 32
trillion he had hidden away in tax havens. But it wasn't enough. It was merely a drop in the bucket, a splash of water in a vast ocean. I cannot use it all. There is no one I can fully trust. A cold resolve settled over him. I must always remain vigilant.
After all, he never knows who or what he'll face next. Because right now, the markets are being manipulated by someone from the shadows. Someone
immensely powerful. A colossal flow of capital that even he cannot trace. The thought plunges the main character into a dark melancholy. What a pleasant fragrance. Chan's secretary broke his concentration. "Sir, are you not attending class today?" she asked. Chan replied calmly. "I've decided to only attend lectures." "On specific days? Monday through Wednesday?" The woman smiled. "I'm quite jealous. At your age, I had to pour all my time into studying. Just to find a decent job," Chan teased back. "Are you passing judgment on me?" "Not at all," she replied with a laugh, before deciding to pry. "So, how are things going with the ladies?" He answered coolly. "Nothing special." She tried to encourage him. "You shouldn't be so modest. There isn't a single girl."
Who would pass up a chance with such a handsome man? Sometimes, men have no idea. They aren't the ones hitting on women. They're just letting them make the first move.
"Girls are far more proactive than you think," the receptionist added. Her words brought a wide grin to our hero's face. Chan then asked. She marveled at the new office, to which he simply replied, "Of course, it's more than I could have ever dreamed." Just then, a call pierced the silence. The hero answered. A voice came through the line. "Director, how are you?" Jang thanked Huang for bringing some peace into his life. The caller got straight to the point. "Do you have any plans for tomorrow?" It was about the audition Huang had mentioned, and it was happening the very next day. Hearing this, Chan didn't hesitate for a second. "I'm in." The scene shifts to a quiet house, where a girl from the art department stares intently at her phone. She was clearly waiting for something. Her mother appeared, threatening. "I'm going to break that phone." Realizing her daughter was waiting for a call from a cavalier, Sunbi tried to deflect. "What date?" she stammered, asking about her painting skills instead. Her mother scoffed. "You're the best artist in your field. Isn't that an indicator? Besides, your latest paintings, they're so good they could be sold to a gallery." But the daughter's face fell. "Those aren't my paintings," she confessed. "They were a gift." Her mother was shocked. "A gift from who the professor can't draw that well," Sunbi said. "So who drew them?" her mother pressed, trying to uncover the truth. It turned out they were a gift from her beau. We cut back to the city, to a car pulling up. 6 employees step out, telling the director to pass. Chan exits the car and heads straight for the elevator. When the doors open, he enters a massive hall. "Line up by your number," a voice shouted. The hall was packed with hopefuls. "How's my makeup?" one girl asked her friend. Another guy told his girlfriend he was so nervous, he couldn't sleep all night. The main character scanned the room. This place felt like a goblin's cave. Suddenly, a name was called out from the crowd. Kango Yoon! Chan's head snapped around, searching for her. He spotted a girl raising her hand, confirming it was her. He wondered what the lead actress from Goblin was doing here. He saw another guy who looked like a character from Boy from the Future. Then, a voice cut in.
You came for the audition too. Chan was surprised. Turning, he saw a blonde guy telling him not to stand there like a pillar, but to go get a number.
The hero was a little annoyed, but the guy kept talking. Your speech style is way older than you look. Are you a singer or an actor? I don't, Chan began, but was interrupted again. You don't seem much older, so you must be an actor. And I have to admit, you're incredibly handsome. Compared to you, all the other guys here are just goblins, the masked guy declared. Chan was amused by his forwardness. Did you come alone? He asked. Yep, the guy replied. Jang then asked, Are you a singer? The blonde puffed his chest out. Not just a singer, a future idol. He introduced himself with a flourish. The name's Woot Ray Hayek. The hero thought it sounded strange and asked if it was a pseudonym. Hayek smirked. You have good intuition. My real name is Mang Chan. Chan tried to cheer him up, saying it was a good name. The guy shot back. Yes, it's good, but not great. Ray Hayek sounds much better, he insisted. An idol's name has to match his image. From the crowd, a group of girls began staring at them. Who is he? They whispered. He's too tall to be an idol. He must be an actor, with a face like that. All the main roles are his. Chan offered a slight smile, and it made the girls'
hearts glow. Soon, everyone was looking his way. He's so handsome. He must be a new actor. The whispers echoed through the hall. Chan heard them
and thought that the prank of the year was about to begin. We're transported to a lavish mansion. Someone steps out of an elevator. The place looks incredibly luxurious, without even a single speck of dust. It was Chan, and this was exactly how he imagined a major entertainment company's office should look. Huang greeted him. Are you ready to start work? There's a whole crowd gathered downstairs. Chan asked if he had recruited the staff. The secretary confirmed they had hired every candidate Chan approved, and the company now employed over 80 people. They handled everything from organizational issues and public relations to choreography and artist support. Chan was pleased. As I thought, you don't abuse your power. And we will not trade our stars. That is all you need to remember, the hero said firmly. The employee replied with conviction. You don't need to worry. I never would have, even if you ordered me to. He then added, By the way, I was planning to subsidize your company. Chan interrupted. That won't be necessary. I will bear all the costs. His only requirement to develop the talents of their stars. If we want to reach the top of the entertainment industry, we must understand and meet the needs of consumers. Chan then asked if they had hired teachers yet.
Yes, the secretary confirmed. English, Chinese, and Japanese. People will be shocked when they find out. He looked on in admiration. Director, your train of thought is amazing. Why are you so fixated on young people? Chan paused. El Su wrote, Heaven does not give wealth for the sake of luxury. I give it
to help the poor. The secretary was moved. Such goals are worthy of respect, especially for someone so young. A notification appeared. You have received K karma points. Karma points, the hero thought. It's just like an RPG with a level system. It seems he could earn these points by earning the trust of those around him. Suddenly, a frantic knock echoed at the door. Let me in. Jang and Huang were startled by the abrupt visit. Mrs. Yeo, you can't do this. Yeo's voice came through, urgent and desperate. I made an appointment. It's an emergency. Can I talk to him for at least a minute, please?
What is going on here? Chang asked. The secretary explained. This is an aspiring actress from the Lure Group, and she is not going through
the best of times. He explained how she'd once hit him on a project, then revealed her name, King E.O. Chan was completely surprised by this. Through the doors, her pleas for entry continued. I know her, the hero thought. More than that, I was a fan of hers. Let her in, Chan said. Huang tried to talk him out of it. Lure has strictly forbidden her from communicating with you if you sign a contract with her. You could get a barrage of criticism. Are you afraid? Chan asked calmly. The secretary replied that it wasn't that he was afraid. Don't worry, Chan told him. I will have several. If the bodyguards from the Samu law firm were on his side, with them, there was nothing to fear. Let her in, the director ordered firmly. A woman suddenly leaped toward Chan, Chu-chu-chon, with tears in her eyes, crying out, Director Huang! Chan was completely stunned as she wept on his shoulder. God, this couldn't be more perfect. Our hero thought, Yo, I'm here. Huang's voice cuts in. The girl instantly snaps back to reality, jumping away from Chan.
He asks with a hint of awkwardness if she'd cried too much. When the secretary asked who he was, Chan was introduced. Yeo quickly apologizes to the director, explaining that Huang is the only one she can truly trust. Huang reassures her, saying the director is like family. There's no need to be shy around him. But tears still streamed down her face. If only everything were that simple. Chan, sensing her desperation, offered his help. I'm willing to listen, and I'll help if I can. Taking a deep breath, Yeo decided to reveal everything. The head of her company had ordered her to Bali, tomorrow, for a photo shoot. Huang and Chan exchanged a look. What was the problem? The catch was, she was being sent completely alone. No manager, no staff. A chill ran through the room. I tried to refuse, she stammered. But he said he made a great deal with one of the sponsors. So I have no choice, the girl said tearfully. Otherwise, I'll be thrown out on the street. I don't know what to do in this situation. This didn't sit right with them at all. She must have been truly desperate. To come crying to Huang, a direct competitor to her own company. Chan had heard the entertainment industry was a place of fiery ambition. But this, he would call it hellfire. He looked her in the eyes. Kang Yeo, what is it you truly want? He offered her a way out, to sever all ties with the head of Lure. A spark of hope ignited in her eyes, surprising even Huang. Yes, please, director, save me. He's unbearable. Yeo cried out. Chan's voice was firm. Consider it done. I will help you. He leaned in closer. You trust me, right? He then casually asked if her parents were still living in America. After all, as a huge fan of Yeo, he already knew everything about her. She looked at him, puzzled. How could he possibly know that? Does your current company provide you with housing? The hero asked. The girl replied, Yes, I live in the Lure dormitory now. That was all Chan needed to hear. He would send people to retrieve her things immediately. Pulling out his phone, he dialed a number. A voice answered on the other end. Glad to hear from you, Chief. President Han, Chan commanded. Send bodyguards to MTS. The target is a woman, so send 2 men and 2 women. The response was instant. Roger that. My people are on their way. Chan turned back to Yeo. Do you have any proof? As luck would have it, she had recorded everything on her phone. This news was the perfect weapon. Chan was already dialing another number. Lawyer Cho, I have a job for you. Everyone else could only watch in stunned silence. What kind of work? The voice on the phone asked. Chan was direct. We need to break an actress's contract. She's being threatened by her boss. The reply was professional. Understood. I'll find an industry specialist. I need someone decisive. Send them to MTS. Chan then turned to Huang. Your security system here is top-notch, right? Huang nodded confidently. Of course. We have as many as 8 guards. You hear that? Yeo, you're safe here now, Jang reassured her. His words were a shield, inspiring true confidence. The hero then offered, You can stay in our dorm. It's located inside this very building. He explained that this building is also the security company's headquarters, making it the safest place in the city. Not counting the police stations. The main character flashed a reassuring smile. We will terminate your contract in no time. The lady was completely taken aback. She shot up to her feet, thanked him, and declared her trust in the director. You have received karma points. The scene shifts back to a crowded hall of people, where we see a girl, gazing around the massive building in awe. Her thoughts drifted to that guy from the audience. Is he an actor working for this agency? It's so beautiful, she thought, wandering the hall. But she was getting bored, unsure what to do while Yeo was in a meeting with the head of the company. I hope she's going to be okay, she murmured. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind her. Nice to meet you. My name is Jinsu. She was a little surprised. It was the assistant manager of the planning group. He asked if she had a moment, as the director wished to meet her. The director, what does he want from me, Kang wondered, picturing an old man. The manager reassured her. He just wants to tell you the results of your friend's audition. She wondered why she was here and what was really going on. But the man didn't wait for an answer. He simply led her along. Director, I've brought her. Chan greeted the lady. Good afternoon. My name is Kang, the girl started to say, when she suddenly froze. Recognizing the director's face, shock and delight washed over her. She wondered if this was the very same guy she was just thinking about. Chan asked, Would you like to become an actress? Then we're taken to a village house, where we learn that Kang Go-yoon is a real actress who played the lead in the TV series Goblin, a series that will be filmed in 9 years. She signed an exclusive contract with a 100 million won advance payment. We hear a voice ask, What is it? Hang up. A man was thinking that Kang Ho, being a fan, brought her for support.
Rich men always attract women, he thought. Do you like it here? The man asked. His companion's mouth was full. My cheeks ache, he mumbled. But these snacks are too delicious. Then he asked, Hey, do you need my help? Because you look like you drank 4 bottles of something. This angered Chan, who shouted, What did you just say? But he quickly calmed himself. It was just a friendly joke. Chan revealed he held auditions for his company today, Vladimir happily exclaimed. That's very cool, because the more money he has, the better. What? So you don't need my karma points anymore? Chan asked. Vladimir continued. Because the more money you have, the more karma points you can earn. Chang realized Vladimir wasn't such a simpleton after all. Chan approached Vladimir with a serious question.
With such incredible hacking skills, he started, you can probably bypass the protection of NASA and the special services of other countries, right?
He then considered that even a genius like Vladimir can't do absolutely everything. His friend clarified that this is actually classified information. Learning such skills can take a lot of time, not to mention a massive amount of karma points. Chan reassured him. Don't worry, we have plenty of time. Vladimir began his story. As a child, I had only one dream. This alerted Chan, as Vladimir's face had become terrifyingly intense. For the sake of fulfilling my dream, he confessed. I even decided to rob the president. Yeah. And what kind of dream is that? Asked Chan, leaning in to gain his trust. Model. I'll help you however I can. Chan offers. Do you need karma points or to increase your level? But Vladimir joyfully shouts out that he really wants to go to the amusement park. Chan is stunned, expecting a completely different request. Back in Vladimir's hometown, there is a colossal park filled with incredible rides. He begs Chan to take him, pleading that it's his one and only dream. The hero recalls hearing about that very park. A wave of sadness washes over him. This little boy's greatest dream was just to go to an amusement park with his family. He only wanted to feel happy, just like any other child. Vladimir's heart is much purer than Chan ever imagined. We shift to Chan's office.
He's at his computer, on the hunt for a master mathematician, someone deeply versed in algorithms. Vladimir is good, but
he's not enough. The skills from the young prodigy revealed just how many holes exist in Korea's cybersecurity. To become even stronger,
I must find new experts with immense knowledge, Chan resolves. He still can't believe Vladimir taught him the very algorithms that
will become the foundation of hacker attacks in 2017. He declares with cold certainty, for the next decade, all the world's computers will belong to me. We cut to the university campus, where Chan is a student. We hear whispers in the crowd. Wow, who is that? I don't think she's in our department. Could it be Kun? Everyone is captivated by her sudden, breathtaking beauty, and a spark of envy flashes through the crowd. No way a goddess like her is in programming. Kun seems a little lost. She had arranged to meet him in the parking lot, but he's nowhere in sight. Just then, a group of arrogant seniors closes in. Well, look who decided to dress up. They sneer. Their voices drip with malice. Didn't they teach you to greet your elders? Just look at her. They block her path, asking why she never dressed like this before, why she hid her face behind her hair. To Kun, they're nothing but annoying pests, like computer viruses. She tries to ignore them and walk away, but they shout at her back. We're actually complimenting you. Who do you think you are? You rascal. The words sting, and she can barely hold back her tears. But suddenly, a figure appears behind the bullies and takes 2 of their heads, forcing them to bow. Apologize to her. They are completely taken aback. Who the hell are you? Kun sees him. I'm Kun's boyfriend, Jang Chan declares. It's Jang Chan. A wave of relief washes over her. He leads her to his car, and she asks, Are you from a rich family? Chan replies, Something like that. So that's what he really is, Kun says, horrified. But her thoughts turn to the stunning car. Chan asks, Do you want one? I can give you this one. The offer leaves her even more surprised, unable to react. Our main character confidently says, I promised Ji to take care of you, Sunbae, or have you already forgotten? Are you really asking me to marry you? The lady blurts out. Chan asks, Do you want to? She blushes furiously. Why do you tease me so much? So he decides to suggest, Then let's start with a first date. Kun is completely embarrassed and says, You're the one who claimed to be my boyfriend. I didn't pull anyone's tongue. So, is Chan going to be responsible for those words? Don't tell me you're offering me a lifetime contract. Are you? You've got me figured out, Chan says softly. Kun Sunbae, do you want to have a sweet life with me? Then we see a car parked near an amusement park. Chan calls for Kun to come with him. No matter what anyone says, he adds, today, I'm your boyfriend. This shocks the girl. She's completely confused, unsure what to do. Even though she finds him handsome, the whole thing feels like a dream. Our hero decides to give a gift to the lady, but she is still in a state of shock and embarrassment. The gift will be the world's most powerful supercomputer, because he considers it the most suitable present. Kun remembers. The whole reason she started programming was her dream to create the best supercomputer with her own two hands. How could he have possibly known we are then transported to an office building? A voice on the phone says, "Is this all you can do?" Duh. President Lee. Lee apologizes in a shaky voice. The voice on the phone snaps. I've had enough. How can I trust someone who can't deal with one girl from his agency? Remember, your agency isn't the only one on the market. Don't call me again, the director says. Lee tearfully begs the director, please give me another chance. He offers to send an idol named Rhyme, claiming she's incredibly popular. This suggestion interests the man, and he asks which? One from Unix. And isn't she already booked Lee, still trying to stay afloat? Reassures the director. We can't take this lightly, not if the guest is the executive director. I'll have her on a plane this evening. The man once again places his trust in President Lee. Continue to work well. The president thanks the director profusely. The moment the call ends, he calls Lee a worm. He then starts yelling at his employee. Where has that audacious girl gone? Have you found her? The employee hesitantly replies. We found her. This immediately interests the man. The director demands, what's wrong with her? Is she with the police? The guy replies. It seems this girl went to President H. Wang at MTS. The director is surprised. The same H. Wang from YT, the employee says. We were sure she went to the agency, but after that, her trail completely disappeared. YT? Does he have a death wish? The man says menacingly. This enrages the director so much that he shouts harder than ever. Get her! Captured by any means necessary, and bring her to me at the same time. Take H. Wang as well. How dare he take what is mine? The man roars. The guy assures him that he will. Take care of everything. The director was furious, insisting that H. Wang wouldn't be able to live in peace anymore. We cut back to Chan's office. We hear Robert's name being called. We need to attract more lobbyists, Chan instructs, and invest in election campaigns through the acquired businesses. Robert says they have already invested heavily. Chan simply replies, invest more money, like $5 billion. The number makes Robert sweat. According to Jang's plan, 5 trillion won will be enough to completely sweep the US election campaign. Back before the development of social media, the effect of advertising in public opinion campaigns was immense. This is a very bold bet indeed, Robert remarks. Distribute everything, as unobtrusively as possible, and grant the Republicans a respectable term. Chan mused that in 8 years, the world's stage would shift once more. In the end, the lust for power always comes down to greed. Goodweather noticed the hero, staring intently out the window when a sharp knock broke the silence. Come in, Chan called out. Yeo entered, her eyes widening in disbelief. Was this truly the president's office, the team? Leader had mentioned he was still a student. Could he be from some powerful conglomerate family? The young woman wondered. Are you settling in all right? Chan asked. Any issues so far? Lost in her thoughts, she couldn't help but notice his skin was flawless, even better than her own. His question caught her off guard, leaving her flustered for a moment. Everything is perfect, she stammered. It's as comfortable as my own home. Chan casually added a comment about his own skincare and fitness routine. The girl's mind raced. She had to know. The headmaster mentioned, you were still a student, she asked tentatively. Chan explained calmly. I'm a freshman, studying law at Korea University. His words struck her like lightning. She cried out, Korea University's School of Law. The hero added that he was also the director of MTS and the head of an investment firm. Yeo, completely stunned, said, That's incredible. How old are you? To which he replied, I'm 20 now. Heat rushed to the young woman's face, a deep blush spreading across her cheeks. Chan just chuckled at the situation, a gentle smile on his face. Is my age a problem? 20 years old, was he some kind of alien? The hero's next question cut through her thoughts. Do you have a visa for America? Of course, she did. She was a citizen. Excellent. I'm planning a trip. Soon. Would you care to join me? Chan suggested. At that, the girl finally broke, when Chan gently asked if she missed her parents. Tears began to stream down her face. Don't cry, he said, his voice soothing. From now on, Only good things await you. He then asked if her contract were terminated. What would she do if my contract is terminated? The girl declared with newfound resolve. I will dedicate my entire life to MTS. You must keep that promise, Chang noted.
Will you really take me in? She asked, her voice filled with hope. The hero declared he would make her a star, one that would represent not just Korea, but all of Asia. Suddenly, his phone rang.
An awkward silence hung in the air before she answered. It was her aunt. Sobs could be heard from the other end of the line, making Yeo's heart pound with alarm. She shouted into the phone, frantic. What happened to her? But instead of her aunt, a man's chilling voice spoke. Kangya, it's me. Have you forgotten? My voice already. The voice sneered. I am Director Choi. Director Choi, how did you get my aunt's number? Still sneering, he replied. Is she pretending not to? No? Or is it because she's hiding out with Director Huang? Yeo screamed. My aunt has nothing to do with this. Let her go. Auntie, she cried through her tears. Come back to the office while I'm asking nicely, the voice on the phone commanded. Return, and I'll let your aunt go. In a flash, Chan snatched the phone from her hand and spoke into it. And who might this be? President Huang, the kidnapper asked rudely. No, Chan replied, his voice dropping to an icy calm. I'm the one who brings the absolute worst. Out of people like you. I'm far more insane than you can imagine, don't you think? The scene shifts. This is Chan speaking. We are transferring to the MTS security office. An emergency alert blared. A wave of controlled panic swept through the office. What was happening? But an order was an order. The command was clear. Relay the message through all emergency channels. This was not a drill. This was a top priority mission. In an instant, everyone moved, putting the plan into motion. Their deadline 1 hour. The employees felt a chill. They didn't know who the target was, but they were certain of one thing. Anyone who dared to cross their boss was already a dead man. In 5 minutes, we cut to the office of another company. A man meticulously checks documents. There can be no mistakes, not a single one, he muttered. He spoke of the one who had extended a helping hand in their darkest hour, a debt they would never forget. He reassured his employees, don't be afraid if things get physical. To stand by my side, you must be able to endure it. The employees responded with grim determination.
Don't worry, Director. We were criminal prosecutors in our past lives. This is nothing new to us. President Chan, it is time to depart, an employee announced. Let's move, quickly, Chan commanded. We are transported to the villain's office. He asks if Yeo is on her way and receives confirmation.
You said she left, right? She didn't flee to America, the boss demanded. The kidnapper assured him she was caught via her aunt. She won't run away. She doesn't have that kind of grit. This amused the villain, who praised the kidnapper for his wicked work. He decided to teach
her a lesson. For looking down on me. Send her to Gwangpil for a month. She'll come back a much more obedient girl.
In any case, it's time to remind the other kids, the boss laughed. They don't seem to realize the political power has shifted. Now, the law is in our hands. The employee eagerly agreed. The times have certainly changed. In the old days, I would have taught them a lesson with a wooden bat. Then, the phone rang. A trembling voice came through. President, we have a massive problem. What is it? Are the police here? The villain asked. The man on the phone explained. It's like a full-scale assault. These words sent a jolt of panic through him. The voice added. Dozens of men in black suits. They've surrounded the entire building. The president couldn't believe it. He kept asking, did they all come with Kang Ho? President? They're in the elevator right now, the man on the other end shrieked. The villain started screaming. Lock the doors! Stop them somehow! Just then, a heavy knock echoed from their office door. Both villains were drenched in a cold sweat. Director Choi, contact Gwangpil, now, the president yelled. The door swung open, and a flood of imposing figures poured into the office. President? Huang greeted him calmly. This enraged the man, who began spewing insults. Huang simply smirked. Careful now, he said coolly. Wouldn't want to get into any trouble. Then he asked, couldn't this be considered an insult? Or perhaps slander, lawyers? He received a firm nod of agreement, with a theatrical flourish. He pulled out a voice recorder and pressed play. The recording of Lee's vulgar tirade filled the room. I believe this serves as perfect evidence. In sheer desperation, Lee began to shout, I'll call the police.
Throw them all in jail for this illegal raid. He told Director Choi to call 112, but they simply laughed in his face. Do you even know what a corporate raid is?
Those words stung Lee. He demanded to know who this man was and what kind of nonsense he was spouting. "You're awfully loud for a kidnapper," the man shot back, "trying to escape the consequences of your actions. What garbage is this madman spewing? I am Cho Tae-soo, the director of the Samu law firm." At his introduction, the two villains' jaws practically hit the floor. Cho continued, his voice dripping with ice. "That's right. It would be a real shame if you forgot how our firm defended you years ago. But due to client ethics, I can't divulge confidential information. So don't you dare act like a law-abiding citizen. You're scum." Cho added that despite looking older, he had a good reason to speak so informally. As a former prosecutor, the moment he sees a criminal, he automatically switches to his old, commanding dialect.
Chan was marveling at how tough Lawyer Cho was. When Yeo suddenly ran up, "Where is my aunt?" she demanded. The kidnappers were utterly speechless. Lawyer Cho flashed a wicked smile. "Kidnapping is a serious crime. You could get up to 5 years in prison for this. Director, perhaps we should contact
The Central Prosecutor's Office. What do you think? And while we're at it, let's call in the journalists too, trying to defend themselves. They yelled, "This isn't a kidnapping," Yeo screamed back. "That's a lie. You're the one who kidnapped my aunt and dragged her to this office." All their excuses sounded pathetic. The man still couldn't grasp what was happening. He claimed he only invited her to discuss her future. Lee was seething with rage over the whole situation. As Yeo kept demanding to know where her aunt was, Lawyer Cho urged him to call the police, as he was already waiting. He had no intention of wasting his day off here. Besides, he had plans to meet his old classmates that evening. Lee then turned his glare on Chan, as if he were an easy target. Chan didn't appreciate that one bit. He decided to hit back with his own brand of rudeness. "What are you staring at, itching for a beatdown? Let's go outside."
"I'll put you in your place real quick." Lee and his partner did not like that at all, but Chan wasn't finished. "Why wait for your goons to show up? Go on, call them. I've already called a few reporters. It'd make a great picture, seeing a garbage agency president jailed for kidnapping. Tell your boys to turn
This place upside down. It'll be a work of art." In a final attempt to intimidate them, Chan brought up Director Choi. "Do you remember me?"
I'm that crazy neighbor, Huang Chan, and I'm also the director of MTS Entertainment, which means I'm now directly involved in this."
Case, contractual relationships built on moral duty and trust, have been completely shattered. Lee was overwhelmed by this barrage of devastating facts. Our hero turned to Choi. "Do you really think kidnapping an actress for a sponsored project is a good idea? This is exactly why actress Kang needs to change her agent." "President Han asked me to find his aunt," Lee shouted. "Yeo was sent with me because she might know where she was." He still didn't understand his predicament. "Dare to leave, and your aunt's acting career is finished." But suddenly, with a thunderous crash, Chan slammed his fist on the table. "I will finish you," he roared. Splinters and sawdust flew across the office. Everyone was frozen in absolute shock.
"Don't worry, go get your aunt," Chan said calmly to Yeo. He then turned to Lee and Choi. "Keep your heads down, if you value your lives."
"The game you planned is over. You've lost. I know all about that secret ledger. That lists the names of your special clients," Chan said menacingly. "How narrow-minded can you be to pull a stunt like this?" Director Choi was ordered to bring Kang Yeo's contract immediately. "You know," Cho added, "you two have a nasty stench about you. Maybe I should call my juniors first and have them picked up." Looking the villains dead in the eye, he said, "Hey, you? I'm the director of the Samu law firm." The unspoken threat was clear. He could absolutely ruin them. Fear finally gripped Lee and Choi. A moment later, we hear happy, tearful voices. "Auntie, are you really okay? You're not hurt?" Yeo cried. Her aunt tried to soothe her. "I was a little scared, but I'm fine now." "That you found me?" Lee frantically told Choi to bring Yeo's contract. "You have acquired karma points. You have acquired dark karma points." Excellent. Chan had secured double karma points. The scene shifts, transporting us to a mansion on the ocean. A chairman asks, "What is the reason for the sudden drop in the Hong Kong market?"
An employee reports, "Since October of last year, foreign funds have drastically increased short-term sales." "Are these foreign funds trading without coverage?" the chairman asked.
Hu Yulong explained. "Investment firms and private equity funds from the US, Europe, and tax havens are conducting a massive number of sales." The chairman reflected on the situation. The global securities market is falling everywhere, but the decline here is suspiciously faster. He wants to achieve his Chinese dream, but it remains out of reach as long as numerous militaristic and regional powers stand in his way. JJ claims it's only a matter of time. Despite the high difficulty, The chairman then asks if these are children's funds or religious funds. They're all mixed together, he's told. It's difficult to identify them.
What are our countermeasures? The chairman demanded. Julian explained that they would have to suffer
Some damage. To cut off the serpent's head, they must be willing to sacrifice an arm. The chairman devises a plan. A fierce competition rages on. Between those who control economic power from the shadows, wars break out daily over conflicts and confrontations, alliances and betrayals. The current union doesn't even trust its own allies. They'll strike the moment someone turns their back. He then tells his employee, "Since we can't figure them out, it must be an order. Or a children's organization? If not, then it must be a secret organization of assassins," Jude replied. "We will conduct our search with utmost discretion. There is no need to rustle the grass and startle the snake. It will reveal itself when the time is right." "By the way, when does the order arrive?" said the leader. The subordinate answered, "He is scheduled to arrive in Hong Kong next week." The head gave a curt nod. "Inform Clara? Miss Clara will be most satisfied. The asset from the order is not only pleasing to the eye, but also quite capable. And even if she dislikes him," Jude added coldly, "it won't matter, unless they are bound by the sacred blood ties of the order. Clara knows this too." The man in blue mused that she couldn't possibly hate her own father. That was simply his destiny. His thoughts shifted, transporting him back to his high-rise office. He stared out the window, unable to reach Clara. A cold dread crept in. Had something happened to her? The year 2000 was a time of seismic shifts, an era that would define the entire next decade. If the heavens decree it, then we are fated to meet again. Love filled his thoughts, but he pushed it aside. He had to. This was no time for romance. His focus had to be on the global economy. Chan smirked. The butterfly effect had yet to reveal its true devastation. The narrator explains that, in October of last year, the Chinese stock exchange soared to 6,000 units, but by November of 2008, it would plummet to a mere 1,700. And so, the real party would begin. After all, with short selling, you don't need money to acquire shares. Chan planned to devour it all. Power means nothing without capital. Foreign capital must flow exactly as he predicted. The exchange rate must remain hidden. Everyone has a stake in this game. Don't you dare blame me. This was your choice, Chan thought with a menacing grin. He then mocked Ung Hayek in his mind, knowing the man's peaceful days were numbered. Hayek eats and sleeps well for now. But in a few short months, he'll be crawling at the bottom of an abyss. The main character recalled that next month. Robert will call a general shareholder meeting. Everything should be wrapped up by June. A wicked smile touched his lips as he remembered his promise. The promise he made to Dong Sung. In 1 year, he would show him the true face of hell. With that settled, he calmly turned his thoughts to university. Compared to the dreary law department, the Department of Arts seemed far more fitting for him. Then he remembered he had a date with Yui tomorrow, and a meeting with Yoon on Wednesday. He mused that anyone who saw him would assume he was only there to chase girls. He didn't care one bit. Well, it doesn't matter, he shrugged. For a 20-year-old guy, going on dates with a beautiful girl is a blessing. An idea struck him. Perhaps he should summon Mozart. Maybe he needed some advice. You cannot summon a god who has already been reborn. The system message shocked Chan. Before even 200 years had passed, Mozart was a god, and now he was already reborn. What could have happened? Racking his brain for who else he could call upon. He suddenly found himself in an unfamiliar, ethereal place. He spun around just in time to see a horse charging at him. He froze in stunned silence. For the first time, he saw a creature with wings and a horn, a true unicorn. Though he'd visited the world of the gods often, this was a first. He asked the creature if it was the one who summoned him, but the horse just shook its head. Then, a voice called out from behind him. "I am the one who brought you to this world." Chan was utterly bewildered, even stammering slightly. Before him stood one of the greatest composers of all time. It was Beethoven. Smiling, he noted that the memory of him remained strong. Since Chan recognized him instantly, the hero's mind reeled. The great Beethoven, the very standard of music, was standing here, laughing. Chan managed to ask if his hearing had improved. "My ears, I'm completely cured. All human diseases vanished the moment I became a god. Besides, what I had was no human illness. To put it simply, it was a god's disease," Beethoven explained. "Ludwig van Beethoven?" Chan repeated in awe. The maestro continued. "Perhaps you don't know, but most true artists are gods. We communicate with one another. We despise being born human, but as gods, we are busy studying music, art, and literature from your world." Beethoven was one of them. Chan was stunned by this revelation.
So Ludwig created masterpieces without ever hearing them, because he communicated with the gods, his mentor, Mozart too, and countless other famous musicians. Their creativity was a product of a divine partnership. "Boy, you have no need to worry. You have met me," Beethoven declared. Chan had called for Mozart but got Beethoven instead. The situation felt awkward, so he decided to ask where Mozart had gone. The question seemed to stump Beethoven. "Ah, your teacher. Correct, I'd love to meet him myself. I hear he's become a god. Looks like he's not here. Will he not come?" Chan began calling out for Mozart. Beethoven, fumbling for an excuse, claimed Mozart was away on business, asked to hold a concert upstairs. But Chan insisted he could wait. He liked Beethoven, but he was more of a Mozart fan. "Well, let's wait. I don't know when he'll return," Ludwig said, then offered his own help. If Chan had a talent that needed teaching, he was welcome to ask. An offer Chan politely declined. Ludwig van Beethoven then asked, "Didn't you say you liked me when I first saw you? You reminded me of my younger brother." Chan decided to press the issue. Did he really look like him? And what about the rent for these tents? Stepping inside, he saw a chaotic gathering of various artists. It was absolute mayhem. Yet the music they produced was surprisingly beautiful. "Boy, what do you think? Are you excited? The instruments may be worn, but this is my 99th symphony." Beethoven narrated with pride. The 9th symphony. Chan wondered aloud. Beethoven explained that upon becoming a god, his mind became infinitely clearer. The hallucinations that once tormented him vanished. Chan was amazed. Despite the dilapidated instruments and the chaotic surroundings, a masterpiece remained a masterpiece. If humanity ever heard this 99th symphony, it would cause a worldwide sensation. But then, suddenly, the music stopped. The hero asked what was wrong. "Why did you stop playing? Is it over?" Beethoven's expression turned somber. "It is rather sad. But yes," Chan remembered that Ludwig once said the final movement needed vocals, a chorus to truly elevate it. "That's right," Beethoven replied. "But there is no god who sings. Among all the gods here, there are no vocalists. They simply do not come here." After becoming gods, Chan was confused. Why don't they hear these masterpieces worthy of praise? There are plenty of singing birds and spiritual beings, so they have pushed the singers aside. "They look divine and sing beautifully," Beethoven said. The camera pans to the other artists, their faces grim. The narration explains that almost no one listens to the classics anymore. Fashion has long since changed, and now it has become difficult to even earn a living. Model urged Beethoven to descend into the mortal realm, believing his masterpiece could change the world's very foundations. "I already tried, but it was useless," Beethoven confessed, his voice heavy with sorrow. Suddenly, a man stepped from the crowd. Declaring they had severed their own limbs in despair, Chan demanded to know his name. The man introduced himself as Chopin, the god of the piano. Just then, another legend emerged, claiming that any inspiration given to mortals would vanish like smoke. It was Richard Wagner, a brilliant composer and firebrand, a man known for his genius, his debts, and the countless scandals he left in his wake. Rachmaninoff then stepped forward from the throng of artists, pleading for help. Despite his unjustly fearsome reputation, he knew Chan had performed his work, and now the man himself stood right before him. Soon, all the great masters joined, a legendary assembly introducing themselves one by one: Paganini, Ferry, Schumann, Brahms, and Tchaikovsky. Chan realized they were all once world-renowned figures, but they revealed a shocking truth. They had lost all their karma points, a few days without rent, and they would be cast back down to earth. Desperate, they begged Chan to save them from their fate. Suddenly, the musicians' voices filled with rage. They spoke of a traitor who stole their remaining points, a man who told them to trust him right before he betrayed them. They cursed him as a monster, incapable of shedding a single tear, a true backstabber. Chan wondered aloud if this traitor could have been Mozart. Beethoven confirmed it with a grim nod. He was the thief. Chan then questioned how he could possibly help, since his own points were not limitless. Instantly, they swarmed him, shouting for him to buy their talents. Some offered their skills for cheap, others their entire symphonies. One even offered a 99% discount in that moment. A plan formed in the hero's mind. He invited them to work for him, calling out for Jenny Nuna. Suddenly, a breathtaking woman descended from the heavens. "What does my little brother need from me?" she asked, her eyes sharp. "Is something wrong?" Chan insisted he was just bored, but she saw right through him. Liar. Every composer blushed, their eyes glued to her divine form. Beethoven stammered, asking Chan who this noble goddess was. The others praised her, wondering if she was a celestial fox in a past life. Her beauty was truly perfect. Chan decided to take a harsh approach, stepping forward to declare everyone around her completely worthless. To his surprise, the woman agreed. "I know," she said coolly. "One look tells you they'll be kicked out of the divine kingdom today or tomorrow." That's when Chan turned on the composers. "Snap out of it," he yelled. "Stop staring. Aren't you afraid she'll be the one to banish you? How many of you gathered points while living as humans?" He challenged them. "You are all connected to the arts, sensitive souls with complex characters. That's why none of you earned a single point if you return to Earth now. You'll become nothing more than a dog or a common pig. You know this is true. Don't think you're safe. Tomorrow, this could be your friend's fate." Our hero's words struck them like a thunderclap. Nuna finally asked why he'd summoned her, explaining she was busy renovating her club. She took the glasses Chan handed her and expanded them into a full-sized establishment. "It's supposed to open tomorrow," she sighed. "That's why I'm so busy." The hero saw his chance. "Do you need part-timers?" he asked, gesturing to the crowd of legendary composers. "Would you consider hiring them?" Those words ignited a fire in their souls, and they began to clamor with newfound hope. "We want to work for you," they shouted. "We'll do anything you ask." Nuna simply smiled. "Then you'll start right now." In a flash, they were all transported. They found themselves inside the newly built club, stunned by its magnificence. Chang noted how luxurious and opulent the place was. "Of course," the girl replied. "I paid the dwarven gods to build it." Chan's eyes widened in shock. The dwarven gods weren't even part of the human pantheon. He realized the competition here must be fierce if she was hiring gods from other realms. Nuna agreed, admitting it was hard to make a living in this world. Chan then shouted, gathering the attention of all the musicians. "Oh, great musical geniuses! As you were once called in the human world, allow me to introduce you to your new part-time job." They demanded he explain everything clearly. He told them they first had to discard their useless, old-fashioned talents. "Even if you offer them for cheap," he warned, "no one in this world will want them. Now, watch me closely. I will dance with my sister." Everyone, including Nuna herself, was stunned. He took her by the waist and whispered that they needed to compose a song based on pure feeling. The composers watched, completely flustered. A melody began to swell. "Ready?" Nuna, Chan asked. She smiled. "I've been waiting." "Here we go," someone shouted. The scene shifts abruptly to Chan's university, where a girl stands waiting with her phone, wondering what's going on. It was Sunbi. They had agreed to have lunch, but he hadn't even shown up for class today. Had he dropped it entirely? Lunchtime was already over. Suddenly, the sound of a violin cut through the air. Despite the chilly weather, a crowd was gathering, mesmerized by the music. Everyone was captivated. Could someone really play like this? The melody sent shivers down their spines. They had never heard anything so enchanting. To Sunbi, the sound seemed far too powerful for an ordinary violin. Then she saw him. The one playing so beautifully was Jang Chan. His talent left everyone speechless, including Sunbi herself. When the final note faded, the crowd erupted. "Bravo, encore, play it again." Chan finally saw the girl and asked casually if she was hungry. She immediately started scolding him for skipping a lecture just to put on some violin show. But even Chan was surprised by his own skill. He'd learned this through the contract with the gods. Sunbi was still in shock. "How did you learn all this?" she asked, remembering his incredible piano playing. "Are you even human?" Chan just shrugged it off. "I'm a different breed," he said, dismissing it as if such talent were common. "Come on, you know how hard it is to master even basic drawing. Your piano skills are competition level. But now the violin, too. Do you have other talents?" Sunbi pressed, bombarding him with questions. "Tell me, are there more?" Chan simply smiled at her barrage. "A training session," she asked, her curiosity piqued. Sunbi couldn't understand. Why would he do that? Was he trying to save up enough to put up a building? Our hero simply replied he was considering donating it. As they walked, she noticed Chan seemed distant, lost in his own world. She finally had to ask what was on his mind. Chan masterfully deflected, turning her question into a smooth compliment. "I was just thinking," he began, "that everything feels perfect, because I'm spending this time with you." The unexpected words left her flustered, laughing it off as something an older brother or an uncle would say. Deep down, she had to admit, he did feel like a protective older brother. Suddenly, a voice cut through the air, calling Chan's name. It was a group of his old classmates from law school, and trailing behind them, he saw her. Yaren. Someone immediately put Chan on the spot, questioning where he'd been.
Both Yuri and Chan were taken by surprise. One of them, Yoon Kook, greeted Yuri and Sunbi warmly. But Yaren just stood there, a silent, imposing figure. She finally spoke, her voice laced with ice. "Why weren't you in class?" Aaron stared at the ground, muttering that they barely see each other anyway. Chan's reply was cold. "Do you need to know?" Yaren froze, stunned by his audacity. One of the guys piped up, saying you could hardly ever find Chan at lectures these days. He then asked if Chan had chosen any specialized courses this semester. Chan's answer was blunt. He wasn't taking any. Meanwhile, all eyes were drifting towards Lee. Yin, the undisputed queen of the law school, the most beautiful girl on campus, who also carried the stain of once being the womanizer Donson's ex-girlfriend. Chang asked Chan if he'd be at the meeting tomorrow. Yuri, however, was lost in thought, wondering if Yarn was trying to salvage her reputation by using their classmate. Tai, our hero, confirmed he would be there, asking for the address. Yaren's glare burned into Yuri, her anger palpable.
Her thoughts were poison. She'd despised Yuri from the very beginning. But now, her focus shifted to Chan. He would kneel before her. This time,
she would show him no mercy. The scene shifts. Chan sits in a classroom, the subject of hushed whispers. They all knew he was from the legendary
law faculty, but they'd also heard the rumors that he was a master of the piano and violin, a man who was lethally cool
and devastatingly handsome. Just then, two girls approached him directly. "Are you really?" they began. "From the Faculty of Law." Chan wondered why they bothered, asking a question they already knew the answer to. Still, he confirmed it, adding that he'd entered in the 28th year. Their eyes widened in shock. "Then you're our Hoi." In moments, a crowd formed around him. Among all the law students, he was the most famous. They were desperate to know if the song he'd played that morning was published. They praised his incredible teacher. But Chan revealed the song wasn't released yet. Then who composed it? They pressed, assuming it was his master's work. They pictured him studying at a prestigious music school, or coming from a family of famous musicians. But Chan's next words shattered their assumptions. "It's my own work. I wrote it myself." A wave of disbelief rippled through the students. It was impossible. Seeing their doubt, Chan made an offer. "If you're so interested, I can prove it." Their eyes lit up. Could he really play the piano right now? "I'll play a short piece," he said, taking a seat at the grand piano. When they asked for the song's name, he simply replied, "Just listen." And then, he began. Music flooded the room, an ethereal sound that poured out into the university grounds. Students passing by were captivated.
What is that incredible sound, they wondered. They had to see for themselves. For those inside, listening, a strange sensation washed over them.
It was like falling from the heavens, straight into the depths of hell. A shocking awakening in a world that was no longer their own. Chan's fingers danced across the keys. Tears streamed down the audience's faces. They were lost travelers, stripped of everything in an instant, wondering where to go and what to do. Then, an oppressive darkness fell. The audience wept openly, overwhelmed by a profound sorrow. A nearby teacher's ears perked up. He recognized the sound. It was the perfect chuen, notes that only the master himself could have ever conceived. It was a deeply moving performance. Chan finished playing. The students, through their tears, begged for more. They instinctively gave the masterpiece a name. Heavenly Sorrow, Chan. Meanwhile, was thinking that its original title was simply Composition Number 7. Just then, a teacher approached the crowd, asking who this incredible student was. "Is he from our department?" he asked eagerly. The students shook their heads, telling him Chan was from a different faculty. The teacher's jaw dropped. "Who is he?" When they told him he was just a freshman, from the Faculty of Law, the teacher was utterly speechless. Chan then turned and bowed to the professor, apologizing for using the piano without permission. But the teacher saw something else. He saw the spirit of Choen within the boy. Our hero knew it too. The master had helped him. It wasn't just Chan playing. It was as if Choen himself had descended and possessed his body. A system notification appeared. Paid karma points are being divided between God and the user. Later, as Chan walks, he wonders if this is some new, kind of divine scam. He submits new shares, and God consumes them. He turned his thoughts to the master. "Choen," he thought, "don't take me over like that again." Suddenly, his phone buzzed with a notification. It seemed rain was coming, so the meeting spot had been moved to Lecture Hall 103. Chan smiled. That meant there was still some money left over from their collection fund. More than enough for a round of beers. He walked on, feeling like it was a truly good day. Passersby whispered, recognizing the handsome man who played the violin so beautifully that Very morning. The scene changes abruptly. We see a man being berated, apologizing for his failure. A man in a blue shirt explodes with rage, screaming that the man in yellow is completely useless. He furiously asked if he had any idea how well Dong Young was performing. He then gestured to another man in a suit, declaring him to be just as worthless. As the chairman, he roared, do you even... The university council should have handled this, the man fumed. Claiming he'd exhausted every option to find another venue, he complained it was impossible, with so many people flooding in. But the professor cut him off, roaring that they must make the impossible possible. After all, their prestigious law school had never faced such a disgrace from the back. A voice cut through the tension. This is going too far, the professor bristled, wondering what worm would dare defy him. He spun around, and his eyes landed on a student. The sight of him left the professor utterly stunned. Chan stepped forward to introduce himself. I am a law student, he declared, one who will administer justice. Instant recognition rippled through the crowd. It was Jang Chan. The professor demanded to know what he meant. The hero stated plainly that the professor was crossing a line. Fury flashed in the man's eyes. How dare a mere freshman contradict him? Was Chan out of his mind? But Chan thought calmly. It's not me who's lost their mind, but you. The professor spat another insult, but Chan's voice remained firm. Even as a teacher, you have no right to speak to a student that way. He demanded the professor retract his words and apologize. Jang reminded him that he was also one of the students who would one day uphold the law in the Republic of Korea. By insulting me, Chan declared. You insult every student here? The professor's face turned purple with rage, but Chan remained an island of calm. He then posed a question. Didn't you say at the entrance ceremony that we were adults now? Chan challenged him to live up to those words and treat them accordingly. I didn't come to law school to be belittled. At that, the council chairman spoke up, agreeing the professor should not use such language. The enraged teacher couldn't believe his ears. Have you lost your mind too? Didn't you see him defy me? But the chairman simply said he hadn't noticed a thing. Once again, Chan told the professor to apologize. The teacher scoffed. Should he apologize for failing to find a venue, he flatly refused. A dangerous glint appeared in Chan's eye. And if another place was prepared, would you apologize then? The professor smirked, amused by this upstart's audacity. Find a new place, he sneered. Fine. If you can find a venue suitable for the faculty within 1 hour, I will publicly apologize. He then dropped what he thought was a checkmate. We're holding the event at the Fulton Hotel. The chairman gasped, knowing the impossibility of the task. Without missing a beat, Chan pulled out his phone. I'll make the arrangements right now. The professor watched, certain the freshman was bluffing. This was the 5-star Fulton Hotel. After all, the boy couldn't possibly do anything. Chan simply smiled and made a call to Chaesu, the banquet manager at the Fulton Hotel. Could I ask for a personal favor? Chaesu's voice was warm. Of course, how can I help? Chan explained they urgently needed a venue for an event. Could we possibly use the banquet hall? The manager asked if they needed it today. Yes, Chan replied. About 100 people will be there. In an hour. A wave of disbelief washed over the room. The professor choked out, impossible. But the manager simply said, don't worry, everything will be ready. Chan then added, and please have Chef Albert Leo prepare the meals. As a final touch, he requested 3 buses be sent to Korea University. Chaesu promised to handle it all immediately. The call ended with a simple, see you in an hour. The professors were utterly speechless. A world-renowned chef, 3 buses dispatched instantly. The teacher stammered that this was impossible. Do you need me to call the CEO? This time, Chan asked coldly, before demanding his apology once more. The teacher finally broke, screaming that it was all a bluff. A flicker of annoyance crossed Chan's face. This is your final warning. His calm demeanor vanished, replaced by a chilling aura. Apologize now, if you value your life. He took a step forward. Apologize, before I'm forced to get rid of you myself. Terror finally gripped the professor's heart. He bowed his head and apologized, admitting it was his mistake, and promising to watch his tongue. The students stared in shock as the teacher practically fled the scene, a sight that brought smirks to their faces. As he ran, the professor could only think of the monster he had just provoked. The council chairman rushed over to thank Chan, who simply said, we have to look out for our own. His words brought the chairman and his friend to tears. The students buzzed with excitement, talking about how legendary their classmate was. Chan's actions had earned him a massive amount of karma points. Soon, they arrived at the magnificent Fulton Hotel. The students couldn't believe their law school orientation was being held at such a place. As they stepped off the buses, They walked towards a banquet hall that smelled of heaven. They had been expecting a simple food cart, not a gourmet feast. A girl calculated that with such a famous chef, each plate must be worth at least 100,000 won. The red-haired girl could only think that she should have investigated Chan sooner. Everyone was buzzing. In just 1 hour, Chan had booked a grand hall at the most exclusive hotel in the city and arranged for a world-class meal. A rumor began to circulate that Chan's family on his mother's side was a powerful conglomerate. A student like Jang Chan could achieve anything he set his mind to. The girl was shocked. It was him again. She thought to herself, he's really caught my attention. The scene shifts, flashing back to an office. We see Jang Chan speaking with lawyer Cho, asking how the financial supervisory service investigation went. Cho confirmed that everything had been shut down and blocked. The lawyer assured him that since this was a legal battle, he would give it his all. For now, Chan didn't need to worry about those things, because they were very resourceful. Chan then changed the subject. By any chance, do you know someone capable of running a business? Lawyer Cho was intrigued. Why do you ask? Was Chan finally deciding to go into business for real? Yes, Chan replied. I'm thinking of starting soon. The lawyer asked for more details. What kind of business? Was it a small venture, and did he have a location in mind? Chan affirmed that it was all possible. Lawyer Cho mused that he could probably pull some strings with his friends. If Jang had the capital, even a difficult business venture wouldn't be hard to acquire. It will be a group, Chan stated plainly. Lawyer Cho agreed. But then the word registered. His eyes widened in shock. You don't mean Dongjin Group? Chan confirmed it was. Is Dongjin too small to be called a group? Lawyer Cho opened his mouth to ask another question. But Chan cut him off. That's all for now, he said, leaving the stunned lawyer to process the unbelievable news. Suddenly, Lawyer Cho's voice cut through the air, filled with panic. You can't do this. Chan had just announced he was considering a takeover of An's group. Lawyer Cho was frantic. It's better not to touch them, he pleaded, visibly agitated. Cho reminded him. Do you have any idea how much money An's group invested? In the birth of this regime, you know this better than anyone. The lawyer was practically shouting now. It's obvious Chairman An of the An Group will simply kill you. This time, you could really die, Cho insisted. But Chan just chuckled, completely unfazed. Lawyer Cho, don't worry. But the lawyer was beyond reason. Chairman An is deadly serious. It would be far better to target the Tongren Group, Cho desperately suggested. I will help you. You could even get a present for your mother. Chan's smirk returned. So, are these appetizers the main course? Lawyer Cho's eyes widened. You mean Tongren is the appetizer, and An's group is the main course, Chan simply stated. It's a possibility. Just then, coffee was delivered. Thank you, Team Leader Yu. It's part of my job, she replied. But then, Chan's phone rang. It was his mother. Are you busy? She asked. No, not at all. What's wrong? He replied. She continued. I just wanted to ask you how things are going. At the university, Chan offered. If you're curious, you could visit this weekend. But her response was strange. Actually, could you come home this time? A chill ran down Chan's spine. Did something happen at home? He asked, his tone sharpening. No, everything is fine here, she replied ominously. But you have a problem. He tried to explain the problem, but his mother cut in, holding up a letter, a summons for his medical examination. The words hit Chan like a physical blow, a summons to join the army. He desperately wanted to bury that part of his life. The memories of his service were a recurring nightmare. In his mind, that place was a living purgatory, a pit where maggots of every kind were gathered. Then she asked if it was about his military service. Chan froze, completely, forgetting she was even there. He mumbled that a summons for his medical exam had arrived. She just smiled, saying she was sure he'd get the highest level. Chan was completely baffled. Why was she so cheerful about this, she continued, thinking the Marines or even Special Forces would be perfect for him. The hero tried to ask, but she cut him off with a sly grin. Wondering how I found out your age? She laughed, telling him he clearly didn't know much about women. When a woman is interested, she can dig up information just as well as any man. She reminded him of what she once said. It's not the man who lures the woman, but the woman who snags the man by the tail first. It was suspicious how he only asked her for plane tickets and a hotel, paying for it, all himself, not to mention his strange obsession with snacks and fast food. She added that it was odd how he only ever worked, during holidays or on weekends. And as far as she knew, a student named Jang was studying law at Korea University. Chan thought to himself that she couldn't possibly verify that. That's why, she said. I had to dig a little deeper. She knew the general area where he lived. so she started searching for his old schools. She found it, Cheongju High School, and then Korea University? Chan was utterly speechless. Did you really think I'd look down on you because of your age? She asked. Don't you know how calculating a woman can be? She leaned in, her voice serious. There isn't a company left in Korea that I wouldn't stay with, even if the CEO was a high school student. She then asked what his age even mattered. Chan, completely embarrassed, admitted he knew she would understand. Don't worry, she said with a soft smile. I'll take all your secrets with me to the grave. Her words left Chan even more confused. She promised that even if he joined the army, she would never betray him. She swore she would write him letters and visit him every single month. She then asked him not to treat her badly just because she was older. Chan was bewildered. Why did it sound like she was pushing him to enlist? He told her she didn't have to go that far for him. Her face fell. Did I do something wrong? She asked shyly. Do you? Not like me, Chan quickly corrected her, saying it wasn't that at all. But he was firm on one point: he was not joining the army. Suddenly, the scene shifts. Hyen receives a report. Jang appears to be heading to his hometown. The voice on the phone confirmed Chan left his house early this morning and was now on the highway. Yeon asked about his bodyguards. The source replied that he was traveling completely alone. A smirk crossed Hyen's face. Follow him. The call ended. For someone so young, Hyen mused, he's quite the businessman. You'd never guess he was just a student. But Hyen's eyes turned cold. Jang's streak of luck was about to run out. The moment he sets foot in his hometown, we cut back to Chan, driving toward his past. As he neared Cheongju, faded memories surfaced, like the time he single-handedly beat up 30 people. Finally, he arrived. Stepping out of the car, he took a deep breath. The smell of home. He could meet up with old friends, but his main objective was to deal with the military service issue. In that instant, a blinding light engulfed him. The hero sighed. If the gods were going to call on him, now was not the time. What kind of deity is this? He yelled. An old man emerged from the light, asking if Chan had come to check on him. But Chan knew it was the other way around. Are you doing well? The man asked. The hero sensed something was off. Is something wrong? You have a rather sorrowful aura about you. The old man seemed surprised. You noticed? Chan pressed on. It feels like you've done something monumental. The old man chuckled. Your senses are as sharp as ever. Chan's eyes narrowed. Your way of speaking has changed. Tell me what happened. The old man posed a question. Have you ever heard of the Lake of the Gods? Chan's mind raced. The legendary lake where Nova Hungnam saved the Elven Queen? The very same lake that legends say was crossed by dwarves under Jin's command. The old man said he'd just returned from resting there, all thanks to the glasses Chan had given him. Chan was skeptical. That was the Lake of the Gods, a massively popular vacation spot. The old man insisted this was his first time, as the trip required an immense amount of points he couldn't afford alone. But according to him, it was divine. It's on a completely different level, he whispered. Chan leaned in, his heart pounding. What do you mean, a different party? But the old man was lost in memory. The water, it was so shiny, so soft. Chan immediately understood. He sighed. Why are you suddenly talking about how great the lake water is? The old man's eyes gleamed. I studied there. Chan was stunned. How is that possible? The old man simply asked if he'd told Li Chen yet. The hero did not. Chan finally understood the old god's words. Ancient runes? The god laughed, boasting he'd mastered them completely. Chan's eyes widened in disbelief. This was the language of fantasy itself. In return, the old god revealed he taught them a bit of his world's tongue. But Chan was confused. Why would a deity need to learn languages? It's essential, the god explained. For climbing the divine ladder. To ascend, the lower classes must learn. Only then can they claim a higher rank. Then, he dropped a bombshell. Gods from other dimensions were flooding in. All for part-time work. He mentioned familiar names. Dwarves, elves, magicians. The pieces clicked into place for Chan. Of course, he stammered. I've heard of them. Exactly, the god smirked. That's why I'm their language tutor. He leaned in conspiratorially. Don't you dare tell a soul about this. Especially about the elf girls. A sly grin spread across his face. Their bodies are divine art, but their glasses even better. Chan finally understood what the god meant by shiny and soft. Elves. He thought about the goddess Nova. But this old man had seen actual elves.
A sharp pang of envy struck him. Sure, he had Nova's training materials, but he desperately wanted to meet an elf himself. Vale sensed his desire.
Surprised, the old god teased. Chan could only express his profound respect. You're on another level, Vale, even earning points like this. Even so, Vale stated flatly, you can't go there. Fury flared in Chan's eyes. And why not I want to go too? Because, Vale replied, you are not yet a god. What do you mean? I'm not a deity. It's different, the god insisted. You simply cannot enter. But my body is the only thing in the mortal world, Chan argued. Don't I converse with gods and strike deals with them daily? A glint appeared in the old god's eye. I never said there was no way. Chan realized he had him. The old man knew a loophole after all. What do I have to do? Chan demanded. It might be a little dangerous, Vale warned. Dangerous how? How can learning a language be dangerous? I have a feeling you'll survive, the god mused. Have you saved up a lot of points? Chan grinned confidently. I have more than enough. The old god's smile turned predatory. Then the price will be double the original contract. Without hesitation. Chan agreed. Vale was genuinely taken aback by his speed. So, Chan questioned, your goal wasn't my glasses after all. The god simply chuckled. Shall we sign the contract then? Of course we will, Chan exclaimed. I take the runes, you take the points. It's that simple. As the deal was struck,
a system window flashed before his eyes. A powerful god from another dimension had taken notice of him. Why is a god watching me? Chan yelled.
Vale just roared with laughter. I told you, he cackled. This wasn't a safe business. Chan hadn't considered the consequences. And just like that, the scene shifted. Back in the real world, Chan's friends mobbed him with greetings. They swarmed him with questions, telling him how much they'd missed him. He smirked. Did you miss me or my wallet? They burst out laughing. Both. One friend eyed him up and down. Did you get taller or something? Have you been on any dates? Another friend slapped his back. Man, Chan's been out of our league for ages. Besides, someone chimed in, he's already got Seon. And that gorgeous Nuna from Chengju Girls' School. They all howled with laughter. He's a master of the vanishing act, that one. So, why'd you call us out? They asked. Suddenly, one of them shouted with excitement. I went on a blind date yesterday. He declared if it went well, the next round was on him. His friends erupted in cheers. They all praised him for finally growing up. But Chan felt a little embarrassed. He thought to himself, these guys haven't changed one bit. The scene changes again. The whole crew is gathered, sharing drinks. Everyone I called said they're on their way. Man, this place is going to be packed.
Once they heard you were treating, they lost their minds. Chan grinned. So, after this, who's up for the PC bang? We could check out that new game. But one friend slammed his glass on the table. Get your head in the game, Chan, he yelled. Who even plays that anymore, he declared. Right now, it's all about shooters. It's time for an upgrade. Another friend laughed. For guys like us about to enlist, what's better practice than a shooter? That sobered the mood. Did you guys pass the physical?
A discussion broke out. Turns out most of them had already passed. They began making plans, one turning to another.
Hey, you want to enlist together? Yeah, let's go in at the same time. Just like that, they sealed their pact. Chan was floored.
These guys were insane. Sorry, guys, Chan said sheepishly. You'll have to go without me. I have a lazy eye. His friends stared in stunned silence.
Why are you apologizing? They shouted. They smacked him on the head. That's something to be proud of, you idiot. Man, I'm so jealous, another one cried.
They joked about praying for him during their service. Then, a new energy filled the room. All right to the PC bang, let's shoot till we drop. And just like that, they were immersed in the glow of monitors. A wave of nostalgia hit Chan. No matter what anyone said, he loved these moments. This was his youth.
Sharing beers and shouting at screens, he felt a deep sense of happiness. He wanted his friends to enjoy themselves completely, as much as they wanted to eat or drink.
His wallet would always be open for them. I'll be right back, Chan announced. Just gotta grab something from my car. He stepped out of the restaurant, then turned a sharp corner and stopped. His voice was cold as ice. Come on out, stop hiding. Figures melted from the shadows, machetes gleaming. Chan's eyes narrowed. I knew you were tailing me the second I parked. He spat on the ground. Come on out, you dung flies. He finally got a good look at them. Those are some big knives you've got. Planning on cutting me down to the bone. Without a word, one of them lunged. The attack was blindingly fast, catching him off guard. The blade grazed his arm, a sharp sting. Chan was shocked by the speed. What was that? A bee sting? He taunted.
You actually scared me there for a second. The other two moved in for the kill. He sneered at them. You worms really want a piece of me, in a flash. He grabbed one of them.
From their faces, Chang could tell they weren't locals. With a swift move, Chang swept one off his feet, sending him flying. This time, he declared, he was done playing games. Veins bulged on his arms as he gripped one man's face. The assassin's screams of agony echoed through the night. His black-haired companion could only watch in sheer
terror as his comrade shrieked in pain. He was utterly paralyzed. Even the blonde man on the ground was frozen with horror. Then, a brilliant light erupted from Chan's palms.
Their eyes widened in disbelief. What was that power? This was the legendary 5 elements technique, Chan sneered, asking them what they were so afraid of. Before turning his back, he mused that this must be their first time facing someone of his caliber. The black-haired man's shock quickly turned to rage. He roared for his comrades to prepare for battle, but Chan merely looked amused by their pathetic display. Against his absolute calm, the blonde assassin charged forward desperately. The hero was more than ready. He was waiting for them to make the first move. You are all going to die here today, Chang declared. Every last one of you. A crazed look gleamed in his eyes. He was enjoying this. His opponents flinched, but the black-haired man rallied them. Don't be afraid, he has no allies. But Chang was a force of nature all on his own. In the next moment, blood sprayed in every direction. Chan's opponents collapsed to the floor like broken dolls. The 2 men behind him were already unconscious. The black-haired man clutched his face, grunting in agony. Another lay nearby with a shattered jaw, swimming in a pool of his own blood. Completely
out cold. Have you changed your minds about attacking me now? Chan taunted. Was that all you had? He urged them to get up and fight like before. Are you supposed to be assassins? He scoffed. The black-haired man could only mumble incoherently. Chang's voice dropped. Who sent you?
You should answer when you're asked, Chan warned. Seeing his defiance, Chan's tone grew colder. You really don't want to talk. That's fine, I already know everything anyway, so you can do whatever you want, the black-haired man choked out. Stunned, he couldn't understand what was wrong with this monster. You can still live, the hero said. Without one. And the assassin froze, thinking Chan had gone completely insane. Get some rest for now, Chang said with a chilling kindness. Your friends here have plenty of arms and legs to spare. He took a step toward them. Don't worry, he whispered to the man on the floor. You're next. The men were horrified. The assassin shot up, screaming. I'll tell you everything. He begged for forgiveness, admitting his guilt. A wise decision, Chang noted. But as he turned around, his voice became ice. Unfortunately, it's far too late. Even if I wanted to forgive you, the countless souls you've taken demand justice. Right now, I will crush your bones and tear your flesh. The vengeful spirits whispered to Chan that this was the only way to atone for their torment. The men stared in shock. A final splash of blood hit the walls. The scene shifts to Chan's office, where someone rushes in, asking anxiously if Chan is all right. As you can see, the hero replied calmly, I am safe and sound. Wang fumed. Which pathetic worms dared to try something like this? They were specially trained assassins, Chan stated matter-of-factly. Wang was taken aback. Are you talking about mercenaries? The hero simply asked if Wang knew of them. The man nodded grimly. So the rumors are true. It's finding any trace or fingerprint from mercenaries trained in China is nearly impossible. Chan asked if there were many of them. Wang replied, he's heard that countless agents enter the country on forged documents. They're said to be specialists in kidnappings and murders, he continued. On top of that, they run a thriving organ trafficking business. Chan was stunned. He had expected trouble, but he never imagined his enemies would be so utterly depraved. Protecting himself was one thing, but now, his family might be in danger. Chan then turned his attention to the men behind Wang and inquired about them. I only had time to gather 10 people today. Wang reported. Chan gave his orders. Introduce 2 of the women to my sisters as tutors. Have the others guard them from a distance. I'm also thinking of building a new training camp, Chan added, near my father's farm. He also instructed Wang to install surveillance cameras and all necessary equipment. Don't spare any expense, he commanded. I heard you were planning to hire 50 employees. Wang confirmed it was true. Make it 100, Chan declared. If they are trustworthy, professionals, our doors will always be open. Meanwhile, in Hyang's office, the man was screaming at his subordinates. You incompetent fools, he roared. You are all traitors. The men flinched in terror.
Where are they now? Hyang demanded, spitting Chan's name like a curse. Just you wait, he seethed. I am going to ruin your life. The scene cuts back to Chan, who is reviewing the personal data of one Han Dong-chul. This man was ranked third in the organization's Seoul hierarchy. The file noted that Han was far more dangerous with his schemes and frauds than with his fists. He even had the notorious nickname, Gangnam's Fox. The setting shifts to that same office, where Lawyer Cho is speaking to someone. Relax, he said gently. Your shoulders are too tense. He teased the man. Even at your age, you can't control your emotions. Our representative, Jang, is a good man, Lawyer Cho assured him. Don't be nervous. Just speak confidently about who you are. The man nodded. I understand. He then asked Lawyer Cho not to mention that the entire building was being used. It is, Cho confirmed, which clearly shocked the man. And so, they arrived at Chan's office. Chairman Yu met them at the door. Lawyer Cho asked if Lee Chang-woo was available. He is expecting you, she replied with a smile. Representative Chan, Cho called out. I'm here. The hero greeted them, saying he'd been waiting. The man was stunned. The director was just a kid. Lawyer Cho nudged him. Guan, say hello. He then announced, from now on, the man responsible for your life is Representative Jang Tae-sung. Guan took a few hesitant steps forward. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Huang Wo. Thank you for giving me a chance to interview, he said gratefully. But Chan simply replied, there's no need to thank me. It is I who should thank you for coming all this way. He gestured for them to sit down. Guan realized that for his age. Chan was incredibly mature. Still, he couldn't shake the feeling. This boy did not look like someone who had lived the life of a simple office worker. Chairman Yu then brought tea for the three of them. Understand? Elsewhere. Lawyer Cho approached Chan. Did you have a look at the man's resume? Chan nodded. I did. I reviewed everything. Lawyer Cho smiled brightly. So, what is your opinion of Mr. Guan? The hero declared that Guan could be considered a model for every South Korean worker. Guan himself looked flustered by the high praise. Lawyer Cho, practically bursting with pride, added that his friend was a living legend of Devon. I can vouch for him completely, Cho insisted. Jang gave a firm nod. I agree. I believe Mr. Guan is trustworthy. Guan humbly said they were flattering him too much. Just then, Jang made his decision. Mr. Guan, you're hired? Guan was in disbelief. So quickly? Jang smiled. Director Cho, I trust you more than I trust my own brothers. If you recommended him, there's no need for me to hesitate. Director Cho clapped Guan on the back. You'd better take good care of Supervisor Chan. If it doesn't work, you'll be out on the street with me. Guan, overjoyed, promised he would do anything to help. But then, an idea sparked in Jang's mind. Mr. Guan, he said, assemble a capture team on the 10th floor, immediately. Guan was shocked. Capture team, Jang continued. I am appointing you to the position of lead. Manager and director. Tears streamed down Guan's face as he thanked Chan in a trembling voice. The hero then asked, You really worked at Devon for a long time, didn't you? Guan confirmed. Yes, sir, for 26 years. A thoughtful look crossed Jang's face. I find I personally have a soft spot for the people from there. It's impossible not to. He marveled at Kwan's incredible skill. The art of crafting something from nothing. A bit flustered, Kwan insisted that Jang was giving him far too much credit. Jang's next order was swift and decisive. Gather the men from Devon. A ripple of shock went through the crew. I need people with real talent, Jang declared. Kwan, confused, turned to Cho, desperate for an explanation. What could Jang possibly want with the capture team? Jang smirked, realizing Director Cho had kept Kwan in the dark. The director chuckled, saying a little surprise made things more exciting. Utterly bewildered, Kwan demanded to know which company they were planning to target. And when he heard the name Anna Group, his blood ran cold. Director Cho then dropped another bombshell their own law firm was under the control of. Representative J. Kwan's world tilted on its axis. Director Cho joked that, with this level of loyalty, Kwan deserved to be rewarded more often, just as they'd promised. Was that really the issue at hand? Suddenly, he dropped to his knees, his voice ringing with conviction. I will dedicate my life to you. A satisfied smile spread across the faces of Cho and Jang. This was exactly what they wanted to see. Cho expressed his gratitude, but our hero insisted the thanks belonged to the director for finding such a capable man. Jang then shifted topics, asking about the thugs the police had apprehended. Have we learned anything? He inquired. Director Cho's face grew grim. Those butchers are a vicious bunch. One even took his own life, and the rest are sealed tighter than a vault. The director figured the official story would just be a simple gang brawl.
Are they Chinese? Jang pressed. Director Cho confirmed he'd reached out to the Chinese embassy and to their public security agencies. Their response was cold. Do as you wish. They are not our citizens. The director then turned to Jang, wondering where their enemies might have scurried off to. They didn't target Anna Group, Jang mused. It seems we've made a new enemy. Director Cho sighed, remarking on Jang's turbulent existence. I just want a quiet life, Jang replied.
But it seems fate has other plans. You've made a shocking number of enemies for someone so young, Cho observed. Jang simply stated, My enemies
are now your enemies too. The director nodded grimly. He was well aware. As if Anna Group wasn't a big enough headache, now they had to deal with these knife-wielding worms. I'd like to live to see 100, Cho grumbled. The scene then shifts to a private residence. A man stares intently at a photograph of the captured thugs. He knew this was no ordinary street fight. Something was off.
While tracking the stock market, a thought crossed his mind. Father, you've truly outdone yourself. He recalled how they had cared for her like their own daughter.
His focus shifted to a file on Jang Chan. My nephew is a brilliant one, he mused. Haeguk University's law faculty, and his talent as an investor. It's truly astounding. And he can fight too. His secretary inquired about the funds set aside for Mr. Cho's family. I will manage them personally, he declared. And I will manage them well, he roared. We cut to a courtyard. A man sits, a cigarette dangling from his lips, smugly enjoying his life. His mind drifts back to a recent conversation. A desperate apology to the chairman. Chairman, we failed. Please, end us now. We sent our best, but they were no match. But the chairman was unexpectedly calm. These things happen. Not everything goes to plan. His only command was to ensure no loose tongues wagged. Behind his back. The man cackled, overjoyed. He would never forget such mercy. The chairman had even told him to keep the money for himself. Such generosity. It was almost unsettling. He'd failed spectacularly. Yet the chairman gave him 300 million. One anyway. It made him wonder if there was something more. Some hidden connection between Jang and the chairman. A greedy thought sparked in his mind. Maybe there was a way to profit from this. Just then, nature called. With no regard for decency, he walked to his own fence and began to relieve himself, his mind wandering, dreaming of what he'd do with $30 billion. He'd leave this life behind for good. But first, he needed a real professional. A sniper who could take out Jang Tae-san with a single, perfect shot. Just you wait, Chairman. Suddenly, a hand grabbed him from behind, smashing his head against the fence with brutal force. He couldn't see his attacker as the blows rained down.
A cold voice cut through the air. This naive worm has no idea how cruel the world can be. With those words, he was violently thrown to the ground into his own filth.
And the mysterious assailant was revealed. It was Jang. A final, vicious kick to the head ended the man's pathetic life, karma points acquired. The points flooded in, 3 times in a row. The scene returns to Jang's home, where he notes the arrival of his morning buffs. Outside, spring was in the air. Our hero was healing much faster than he'd anticipated. Yet, a profound loneliness lingered. A lonely loner, he thought. Anyone would call me a strange grump. But what can I do? My life turned 180 degrees after my regression. He pondered his recent dealings, and his thoughts drifted to Clara. With her, he'd experienced the closest thing to love he'd ever known. As the memory surfaced, the scene shifts to Jang's office.
When asked about his progress, Ha reported that everything was proceeding smoothly, all thanks to the chairman's support. The hero, however, asked him not to use the title leader,
and to pick something else. It seems chairman was the chosen replacement. Ha then began to break down the structure of the Anna Group enterprise, which is built upon a principle of 3 distinct circles. First, their core holdings Anna Property Insurance, financing in the tech sector, Esper Bank Investments, and securities, along with their asset management division. This formed their primary financial arm. Chan realized this report was far more detailed than he had anticipated. Ha continued, explaining that the second circle, the middle part, is responsible for trade. This includes Anna Construction and Anna Chemical. Chan feigned ignorance, careful not to disrupt the flow of the briefing. The final piece of the puzzle, Ha explained, is the service and leisure sector, featuring their prominent department store chains, Anna Galaxy, Honor Resort, and Anna Development. They both knew this sector would soon be consolidated, as a dedicated acquisition team had already been assembled. Their mission: acquire a massive block of shares and seize control of the Anna Group. Based on their intelligence, they had a golden opportunity. Foreign hedge funds had driven down the stock price through aggressive short selling. They concluded that by leveraging negative public sentiment and the global financial crisis, They could execute a perfectly calculated mass merger and acquisition. After hearing the full report, Chan was impressed. Ha was good. He had gathered an incredible amount of intel in such a short time. With this strategy, they could seize over 45% of the shares of Anna's joint stock company, currently held by foreign capital. Jang then asked Wu-ha if they were aiming for the very heart of the cross-corporatization. Ha confirmed. That was precisely the plan. Anna's joint stock company was the core of the entire group, and Chairman Eung Hayek's personal stake was tied up in it. Ha then cautiously asked, a sensitive question, just how many shares did Jang personally own? He was certain foreign capital was already sinking its teeth into Anna, aiming to snatch management rights. If those foreign entities started to cooperate, their takeover would be impossible. But the hero simply told him not to worry. They weren't just taking over, they were going to capture everything. Ha was left speechless by his sheer audacity. Chan then ordered him to prepare a team to seize the motor division, and since Devon would likely be up for sale soon, he should congratulate the capture team in advance. The director was utterly stunned. Chan couldn't help but wonder at his surprise. After all, isn't the best part of shopping a 1+1 deal? The scene shifts to a grand mansion, where a young woman sits alone, listening to the radio. A sorrowful melody filled the air, bringing tears to her eyes as she remembered Daniel. We cut back to another location, where Mr. Cho is telling Chan how incredible he feels at that moment. Chan retorts, "Is this your first time on a plane? I don't think I'm a child anymore." Cho just smiles, saying he isn't a child either, but he still gets excited. Then, noticing Chan is skipping his duties, he calls him a truant. The hero, coolly, replies that he has an official release. Cho was amazed. He didn't even know such a thing existed. Suddenly, their path is blocked by 3 men in sharp suits. Jang decides to make introductions. "Robert, say hello. This is lawyer Yoon Tae, Joe, head of our Korea legal department." They exchanged greetings. And Robert introduced himself in turn. "A pleasure to meet you. I'm Director Robert Ryan, your overseas business partner." They shook hands, but the tension was palpable. Chan noticed it immediately. He knew this feeling all too well. The friction of excessive competition. He asked if they were all right, musing on how difficult it was to be the boss. Elsewhere, another character is on the phone. "Are you sure?" he asks. The voice on the other end confirms it. "We sent you the file. Study it." The voice then asks about his target's intended route. The man on the ground replies that it looks like he's about to leave the country. They're clearly talking about their target. The voice commands, "Good job. Now get out of there. Bravo team will take over the next operation." "Understood," the man replies, hopping into a taxi and asking to be taken to Eden. We return to Chan and his entourage, where they are being met by 2 flight attendants. They bow deeply, stating it's a great honor to accompany today's VIP customers. Cho was shocked to hear them called that. As the attendants led the way, Cho was utterly confused. He hadn't ordered any VIP service, and suspected this was the work of Robert. That competitive spirit of his never rests. He wondered what this Robert guy was really up to. He didn't seem like a typical crook. He then thought to himself, our guards will be far more effective. Just because he's a big guy doesn't mean anything. How influential was this man to have a personal exit to the plane prepared? Pure extravagance. "I have to protect Taeson's Korean assets," he resolved. Robert and Chan exchanged pleasantries about the wonderful weather, to which Chan smiled and replied that he should take more time to enjoy life's simple pleasures. Cho watched them, wondering why Robert was so attached to Chan. To any outsider, it would look like that young man was the second in command. The attendants led them to the entrance of a private jet. When Cho saw it, he froze in astonishment. Asking Chan what this was, Chan replied, "Can't, you see, it's just an ordinary plane." Cho sputtered that of course he knew it was a plane, but this was something else. Entirely. Chan just smiled, revealing that the plane didn't belong to him. Cho was even more stunned when he finally recognized the model. It was a 430, the same model the Sultan of Brunei had purchased in the year 2000. Inside, they were greeted by 3 more beautiful flight attendants, who expressed their honor at serving them. Cho thought to himself that after 50 years, he was finally getting a taste of the good life. He'd gladly die for Taeson after this. Once inside the luxurious aircraft, Chan asked Robert for an update on the election campaign. Robert reported that everything was now under their firm control. They were actively using the services of the Super Committee for Political Activism, systematically building up political capital and influencing the elections for both the Democratic and Republican parties. Chan then asked if there was any news from key figures. Robert confirmed they had promised them a handsome bonus, assuring him they would not be disappointed. They also expressed their desire to maintain a close relationship until the very end of the Re-election. Finally, the hero asked about the projects under Robert's direct supervision. He was told that they had already founded several financial.
On their boss's command, they hunted for companies managing patents. But finding the true owners of such technology was a shadowy, difficult business.
It didn't take long for the headhunters to pinpoint key intellectual property firms. He meticulously researched every lead internet, mobile tech, mobile messengers, artificial intelligence, even electric cars, just as Chan had instructed. But he was stumped by one lingering question. What good? Would these patents be for them in the future? Chan explained that this was the entire concept of the project. It wasn't just about finding patents. It was about finding the right investment firms to secure them. This grand design was meant to capture a dozen megatrends simmering just over the horizon.
Trends that would emerge after 2010. Robert was baffled. Megatrends. Chan began to paint a picture of the future. First, nanotech, the Internet of Things, and nanosensors.
These words were alien to Robert. A time was coming. Chan said, when computers, cars, thermostats, and phones would all fall under a single network's control. A network of physical objects. Network access control, Robert asked, trying to keep up. Chan explained it was a device that would manage artificial intelligence in a professional setting. IT, he called it. The second trend, environmentally harmless energy? Robert grasped for something familiar. You mean, like solar power? Exactly, the hero confirmed. Solar, nuclear fusion. And their ultimate goal, a new generation of batteries to store that power. His companion finally relaxed. At least this was something he'd heard of before. He knew that S was a large-scale energy storage system. Chan stated with absolute certainty, from now on, solar power will become the #1 energy source. It will surpass all other utilities. Nuclear and renewable systems would follow. In 10 years.
Panel efficiency would skyrocket by over 30%. The production of a single watt would become cheaper than the fuel it replaced. And before that happened?
They had to secure the core technology, Robert chimed in. The electric cars you mentioned. I already acquired several promising patents, per your instructions. Chan gave him a nod of approval. Good. Next on the list is artificial intelligence. And the fourth industrial revolution. The fourth industrial revolution. The words sent a shock through Robert. If computers and the internet defined the third economic era, Chan declared, then artificial intelligence will be its engine. The weak AI of today is merely evolving. Soon, it will be called Uji. Robert stared at him. Are you a god or a seer? Chan froze, realizing he'd said far too much. Why would you suddenly ask that? He deflected. Robert explained. You speak of things no one has ever heard of, much less seen. Your knowledge is astonishing. But I can't begin to fathom how you know so much about the technology of the future. Chan scrambled for his previous excuse. Do you remember what I said before about the mysteries of the East? Robert questioned if mysticism was really the answer. Chan pressed on, weaving a grand tale. In the place where I lived, people were called microcosms. His companion vaguely recalled the term from college, but Chan cut him off. I was taught that Easterners
possess a unique spirituality, a deeper understanding of the universe. The concept of the microcosm is born from this way of thinking. Ancient thinkers said,
if you wish to know the universe, you must first know yourself. As a young man, Chan too had questioned his own existence, until one day, he received an answer. Robert's expression screamed that this was the rambling of a lunatic. But out of professional courtesy, he asked, what was the answer? Chan leaned in. I received supernatural powers. His companion was stunned into silence. The hero offered a tailored explanation. When it comes to capital investment, I can predict the outcome. To a certain extent. He then added a grave warning. But you shouldn't try to learn more. If this information about my foresight were to leak, both of us would be in terrible danger. Robert understood. It was complete and utter nonsense. But for a moment, he wondered if his own mind was beginning to fray. Suddenly, Cho's cheerful voice cut through the tension. You better not abandon me, Chan, because if you die, I'll follow you around like a ghost. The hero sighed. Why do you love this plane so much? Cho beamed with delight. My tongue hurts. From telling you how much I love it here, it's a true paradise on Earth. There's no better place. Chan glanced at the flight crew. We'll be boarding soon. We should get ready. A clear hint for them to stop fussing over Cho. The girls simply said they were happy to serve him, so Cho invited them all out to dinner after landing. Later, they drove through endless woods and fields. The journey stretched on, and Chan finally admitted, I'm getting tired of all this driving. He turned to Robert. Isn't this place called Valley? Robert nodded. Yes, one of California's most famous wine regions. There's also a local legend, he added, that nymphs live here, protecting the wine. Chan noted his companion's deep knowledge of the area. My American ancestors were among the first winery owners here, Robert explained. My great-grandfather immigrated during the gold rush era. He cultivated a vineyard from nothing but wasteland. Cho's face soured with suspicion, his competitive streak showing through his distrust of Robert. Chan mused. Your ancestor must have been quite wealthy to own a winery. He was, Robert confirmed. But he suffered catastrophic losses due to a disease, a blight called fixer, which destroys grapevines. Chan was surprised. He knew of it a plague for vineyards, a truly sinister epidemic. Robert continued. By a fortunate twist of fate, my grandfather revived the business. But then, prohibition came into force, and he went bankrupt. His voice grew heavy. The last wish of my late father was for me to find our ancestral winery and bring peace to their souls. Chan put the pieces together. So this is where we're headed. As of now, Robert said with a hint of pride, I am the owner. Cho, who had been listening intently, grew visibly jealous. He turned to Chan. I'm very interested, but maybe my English isn't good enough. I'm not sure I understood everything. Why did the ownership pass to you? Chan, did you invest in America without telling me who is this Robert, really? Chan was amused by the outburst, knowing Cho was just as curious as he was protective. He offered a simple explanation. I was entrusted to receive a portion of the capital through an investment. It was foreign capital. A partial truth Chang felt was enough. He believed that sometimes people don't need to know every single detail. He's the man, Representative Chan, Cho boomed. When it comes to investing, he's a genius. Chan thought his friend was laying it on a bit thick. When they finally arrived, a magnificent mansion stood before them, leaving everyone utterly speechless. They all praised Cho for his incredible find. As night descended, the mansion filled with people in elegant attire, like a grand ball. Chan stood on the balcony, soaking it all in. The atmosphere was perfect. He'd have to bring his parents here someday. He mused that the only thing missing was the sound of a violin to complete the mood. Just then, a loud crash echoed through the halls. A chill ran down his spine. He was supposed to be completely alone. He had to investigate, drawn by the noise. He followed the sound as it grew louder, leading him down a set of stairs to the basement entrance. Stepping inside, he found a cellar lined with countless wine barrels. The entire room had a classic, vintage feel. But then, he saw something that made his blood run cold. We cut to a hidden vantage point. A man watches Chan's mansion, reporting that the target has arrived. A voice on the phone asks if there's any movement. The tracker confirms everything is quiet for now. He's ordered to maintain his watch, stay vigilant, and never reveal his position. Who is this guy? The tracker muttered to himself. To cause all this fuss. He sighed, thinking that after this mission, he desperately needed a date with Rachel. The stress was killing him. Back in the cellar, a spectral hand taps gently on a barrel marked Marrow. Wake up now, a voice whispered. It's time for work. You can't sleep forever, or you'll simply fade away. The voice sighed. Why do I worry so much about you? You've been in this state for 7 years. You should have a strong, lively taste. Truly excellent quality. Your flavor is a bit withdrawn, but I suppose that's part of your charm, Cabernet. Sauvignon is the prize around here, but you're special. Come now, produce a lovely foam, make a beautiful sound and delight me. Chan stared, bewildered. Who was this old man? His feet weren't touching the ground, yet he floated effortlessly. Not human, not a deity. Then it had to be a ghost, a real ghost. He wasn't joking. The spirit suddenly noticed him and flew right up to his face, startling Chan. Can you see me? The ghost asked with wide eyes. Flustered, Chan blurted out, No, I can't see anything at all. The ghost's face lit up with pure joy. He can see me. He celebrated. Chan was terrified. He could handle deities, but a ghost was an entirely different problem. He wasn't even sure his powers would work on one. Desperate to leave, Chan quickly said, It's cold in here. He paused, then added, Well, that's logical, I suppose. We're in a basement. The ghost looked slightly disappointed. As the hero turned to leave, he remarked, With this much aging, the taste should be magnificent. As he walked away, the ghost called out, You dropped a gold bar, scared witless. Chan knew he was caught. There was no escaping now. A pleasure to meet you, kid, the spirit said. Chan, still confused, asked who he was speaking to. The ghost seemed surprised. You don't know me, I'm quite famous. I raised all the grapes here. I am the grape wine fairy. The hero froze.
The ghost noticed the flicker of recognition. So you do know me. That's right. He was none other than the fairy guardian of the wine. But his smile was far from angelic. When you picture
Fairies, you imagine adorable, idol-like creatures, right? But how could this red-nosed grandpa possibly be a fairy? He looked more like an alcoholic.
Ghost Chan thought to himself. The hero decided to probe further. What kind of abilities do you have? I assume they're as magnificent as your infectious laugh. The ghost beamed with pride. Of course, when it comes to wine, I am a god, Chan thought. He's certainly full of himself. Then a thought struck him. Is your last name Ryan, by any chance? He asked. The man's eyes widened. Yes, that's right. My name is Connor Ryan. How did you know?
Chan thought. Anyone would say I look exactly like Robert. Deciding to press on, Chan began a new line of dialogue, filled with empathy. It must not have been easy.
For you, during the gold rush years. Connor was stunned. How does this boy know about that? Chan continued, his voice steady. It must have been incredibly difficult, trying to survive in a foreign land, barely scraping by. Danger was everywhere, even more so for an outsider. The ghost's expression turned somber. Ironically, he confessed, living in England was much harder. My father was Irish, my mother and brothers. They died during the potato famine. My father barely escaped, taking me with him to England. But we were no better than
common beggars there. Lost in his memories, he continued. With great difficulty, we made our way to America, seeking our fortune. We worked tirelessly just to buy a small plot of land. And on that land, we decided to plant grapes. My father, he died while working to build our dream. He loved wine so much. His last
wish was to be drowned in a barrel of it. Chan realized then that even ghosts carry deep feelings. He truly missed his father, Connor added. I loved that time so much. Growing the grapes brought me immense joy. They were cheap and sold like hotcakes. We had the best wine in the entire region. The story saddened Chan. He had to ask, why didn't you cross the river Styx? When a person dies, shouldn't they move on to the next life? Remaining in this world seems like a painful choice, the ghost replied. I was worried about my son. He hadn't mastered the art of winemaking yet. So I stayed behind, to help the wine ripen. Chan's voice was gentle. The world has changed. Your son, he's already in the next world.
And he's probably waiting for you. Through a haze of pain, the ghost admitted. I know it's time for me to go. It's not that I don't want to.
I can't, I've simply forgotten how. Chang was baffled. How could a soul die, yet forget where it's supposed to go? He felt this was far beyond his abilities to solve. But suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. Do you wish to send a lost soul to heaven using karma points? Chan hesitated. He wasn't sure he wanted to spend his precious points on this ghost. He accidentally spoke his thoughts, aloud. Who am I to decide where a spirit goes? I'm just an ordinary person? He paused, then added with a thoughtful frown. Well, maybe not entirely ordinary. The voice had told him, send a lost soul to the other world and absorb their abilities. A dangerous idea began to form in Chan's mind. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a luxurious mansion. A man's voice declares, the taste of this champagne is truly commendable. 3 men are seated at a table. One of them holds the bottle with reverence, explaining that it was crafted in champagne itself. Then begins an unstoppable, passionate speech. He speaks of the inimitable pop of the cork, the wisp of steam, the bubbles as clear as glass, and the unique aroma, infused with the very soul of the earth. You simply cannot find a sparkling wine better than one from Champagne, he boasts. The condition is excellent. Robert and Cho, the other 2 at the table, were stunned. Chan even commented on the quality of the cheese pairing. Robert just sighs. It's no surprise. The boss went all out. Cho wonders aloud why their chairman is suddenly acting like a connoisseur. But Chan is lost in his own world, reciting the champagne's history. It's made from the finest grapes, he explains. Grown in pure limestone soils, this vintage champagne possesses a rare elegance, unblended with reserve wines. Because the Chardonnay grapes grew in a pristine environment, Chan continues, there's no artificial scent. Every step is flawless. The grinding, pressing, fermentation, and maturation. Even the bottling is top tier. The secondary fermentation was handled perfectly.
Wouldn't you agree? Robert, Chan asks, breaking his lecture. The others are floored by his incredible knowledge. Robert can only admit his own expertise falls short.
Cho mutters that Representative Chan is on another level. After taking a slow sip, Chan adds, "But its true potential is only unlocked when you drink it." He details the manual process of remuage and dosage, noting the level of sweetness indicates its classification. "It's a semi-dry," he declares. "Likely a passion project from a stubborn merchant, given its 5-year aging period." Robert thinks to himself, "This is a prestige cuvée. How much longer can he talk about this?" Cho finally cuts in. "Chairman Chan, please stop." "My ears are about to bleed." Chan simply replies, "I want to buy the entire production area for this wine." His statement leaves Robert and Cho utterly speechless, begging their chairman to stop. Their minds are reeling. The scene changes to Chan's private jet. He thinks to himself, "America? It's as vast as I expected." His companions ask him how he learned all of that. But Chan is lost in thought, the feeling of crossing a continent still fresh and overwhelming. Cho presses him. "Did you make a deal with a night goblin or something? How did you get so smart overnight?" Chan knew he had to change the subject. He asks Cho about his trip to New York. Cho beams. "It's a fantastic city. I spent 31 days and 30 nights there with my wife to celebrate my retirement." Chan was surprised. "You're married." He thought Cho had been hitting on the flight attendant. Cho tries to recover, asking if Chan knew the UN headquarters was in New York. The hero scoffs. "Even a first grader knows that." Just then, the captain announces their descent into LaGuardia Airport. "LaGuardia?" Cho asks in surprise. "Not JFK." Robert explains that JFK is too congested for most private planes to take off and land easily. Chan smiles, a sense of camaraderie forming. "We've shared a glass of wine. At least now we're finally talking." The ice had been broken. Soon, our heroes have landed and are leaving the airport. Robert informs them he's booked a suite at the Fulton Hotel, where their driver is already waiting. But Chan tells them to go on ahead. Cho asks. "You're not coming with us," the hero replies. "There's somewhere I need to go first." We arrive at the Museum of Modern Art. Chan places a Black American Express card on the counter, shocking the cashier. The young woman stands immediately, offering to be his personal guide. Chan politely declines, preferring to explore on his own. Wandering through the museum, he stops before a masterpiece. "Starry Night," he whispers to himself. "It's a fantastic, extraordinary feeling." He remembers the story. How Van Gogh painted this while staying in a monastery, after cutting off his ear following a bitter argument. Seeing it in person, Chan is deeply moved. The stars always inspired him to dream. It felt like hearing Van Gogh's voice directly. Suddenly, a woman approaches him. "A beautiful piece, isn't it? This scattering of stars is so captivating," she says. The painting reflects his subjective idea of death. Chan found it strange. She wasn't even looking at the art. He studies her profile as she continues. "People say this painting is a fairy tale, but I disagree. I believe it shows the soul's desperate struggle for salvation, which is likely why he chose to take his own life," Chan calmly replied. "That's not the case." His words made the blonde woman turn to face him, her eyes wide with curiosity. Chan was struck by her beauty now that he saw her clearly. He shared his own perspective. Van Gogh didn't take his own life. This was his inspiration. He fought for salvation. It was a mental storm that every creative must endure. Madness, in other words. Chan concluded. The woman looked surprised. "But he did commit suicide," she insisted. "He brought his own death closer, and his life's work culminated in that final act. That's not an exaggeration." "I heard," the hero said softly, "that Van Gogh didn't kill himself." The woman's interest was piqued. "And who told you that?" Chan thought. If only I could tell her it was Vincent van Gogh himself. Instead, he says, "He loved to paint. Even now, that's all he does. He still paints his stars. To call such a person a suicide, he would be very upset to hear that," the woman admits. "I'm not sure I understand what you're talking about." Chan knew it sounded like a complete fantasy, but it was the absolute truth. He simply said, "I have to go now," and walked away. The woman was left stunned. He said everything he wanted to say and then just left. Chan, however, thought that the art was more important than any beauty today. The works the Celestials created in their lifetime were different from their modern pieces. He mused that they'd lost much of their worldly greed. He then spotted the paintings of Cézanne, when a horrifying realization struck him. They were fakes. At that moment, the woman he met lets out a scream, sending the crowd into a panic. What is wrong with her? Chan realized that even the famed New York Museum of Modern Art can't pay the bills, and that some people are simply blind to the truth. He was bombarded with questions about his shocking statement. When he turned around, he saw the same woman again. Chan began to wonder, was this girl a stalker? He calmly clarified his point. "All I said was that painting is a fake." Furious, she snapped back that he was ill-mannered and strange, then added,
You may be a VIP with a black card, but I will not tolerate these insults any longer. Chan was puzzled. How did she know who he was? His words had already spread, and now every visitor was questioning the authenticity of the gallery's collection. He finally asked her, "And who are you?" The lady declared that she was the curator. Her name was Sarah Johansson. She then demanded to know the name of this tactless man. He simply replied that she didn't need to know. "Oh, but I do," she insisted, "because you just insulted the work of the great Paul Cézanne." Chan sighed. It was clear she wanted to make a scene. She accused him of defaming the museum and its entire staff. So, Chan thought, she wants to challenge an expert. He began to explain. What was wrong with the painting? If I prove it to you, will you burn this cheap forgery? He challenged. Or can you not accept the truth I'm telling you? Since you're a curator, let me ask you. Would you stand by and do nothing if a fake was being passed off as real in your own museum? This is an unacceptable insult to my colleagues. She seethed, her face flushing with anger. The visitors were in shock. This young man was not only calling a masterpiece a fake, but he was also speaking to the curator with such arrogance. I will not forgive you for this, she declared. Chan shot back. The feeling is mutual. Suddenly, the museum director appeared, cutting through the argument. What is going on here? He demanded. The curator quickly explained. This man claims that Paul Cézanne's Chateau Noir is a fake. The director looked surprised. Chan coolly confirmed her words. A man with a heated expression warned him. Slander like this can lead to criminal charges. Chan knew their threats were meaningless. I simply couldn't pretend I didn't know it was a forgery, he stated plainly. The director announced they were calling the police. He claimed that every painting's authenticity was verified by numerous art experts. They then sized up the hero, noting his youth. Since you're just a student, we would appreciate it if you left. One of them sneered. But the curator interjected. Sir, this is a VIP visitor. Chan sighed. Fine. I'll explain in simple terms why this painting isn't real. He began his lesson. As everyone knows, Cézanne suffered from diabetes in the last years of his life. Works created in his Chateau Noir style are often called masterpieces, but only by those who are ignorant of Cézanne's true condition. Unlike his other works, the paintings from Provence, where he went for treatment, were done with much rougher strokes. That's why some of his works appear unclear, the director scoffed. That is a well-known fact, so what? Chan continued to explain the truth to these slow-witted people. The problem is that in 1905, 1 year before his death, the artist's health was failing. He was struck by another disease, a severe hand tremor. They feigned surprise, pretending not to know. The hero continued. And at this point, you can be absolutely certain that this painting is not real. Other visitors remained unconvinced, thinking his theory was a stretch. But Chan added, an incredible artist worked on this forgery, but he made one fatal mistake. The rhythm is wrong. The entire room went quiet. What did he mean by rhythm? It sounded like complete nonsense. This is a museum, not a concert hall, someone muttered. Chan urged them. Look closer. Only when you see this painting in the context of his past works. Can you see the subtle differences? His hands began shaking in 1903 to a beat of 223. By 1905, his condition worsened. However, this fake has a 333 beat. The person who painted this, Chan declared, was perfectly healthy. He'd presented another fact, yet people still doubted him, calling it far-fetched. They demanded clearer proof. A smirk played on the hero's lips. Then I'll show you real evidence, he announced. Would you believe me if I painted an identical copy of this fake right here and now? Suddenly, the scene shifts to a pristine office. A briefing is underway. The Anna Group's Korean Investment Center is composed of two subsidiaries, Anna Investment and Anna Insurance. Of these two, Anna Investment is the key. If we acquire Anna Investment, the other branches will collapse like a house of cards. An employee reports, as expected, the tax evasion incident by their American corporations has tarnished the company's image, causing a sharp drop in their stock price, Robert explains. Their mergers have gone too far in the pursuit of growth. In May of 2000, they acquired Anna Energy, and in September, their subsidiary, Pohang. He reflected that the Anna Group takeover briefing was proceeding flawlessly. An employee added, at the same time, due to these large-scale acquisitions, their costs have increased dramatically. Robert then asked. What's the current stock market situation? Chan thought to himself. Even though Robert was leading this conference, he was the true architect of this plan. Robert was merely a figurehead. No one suspected that this entire operation was the result of a collaboration between him and Robert. The employee reported. The total number of shares issued is nearly 65 million, with a par value of 5,000 won.
The current market price is 13,000 won, with a market capitalization around 843 billion won. Over the past few months,
About 35 trillion won has been withdrawn due to short sales. The PER score was also slashed from 7 to 1.5. For your information, the industry average is 14.5. Another employee stated, their capital-to-debt ratio is now almost 180%. If this continues, the stock price will fall even further. A third employee added, their net profit for 2006 was 275 billion won, and in 2007, 538 billion won. The unanimous opinion of domestic investment firms has shifted from indecisive to a firm agreement to sell, Robert asked. And our own stock acquisition. The employee replied, we have collected nearly 50% of Anna Group's shares to date, just as planned. Anna Insurance shares have plummeted. Robert asked the final question. Have we received the assigned power of attorney? An employee confirmed. Yes, sir. I've received permission to delegate authority from the small investment firms. Robert pressed for their analysis on the Anna Group's response. An employee reported that the owner's family holds a direct share of 11%, while group subsidiaries control about 21%. Another 12% is held by domestic pension funds and other companies, with the remainder owned by small, private investors. The chairman of Anna Group wields immense influence with the Korean government. As a result, pension funds and large investors have no choice but to favor the Anna Group. Another analyst chimed in, stating that if control were transferred to a foreign investor, the government would never approve it.
public opinion would simply be too hostile. Robert smirked. This was all part of his grand design.
A statement from the US government would make their path much smoother. We've already allocated funds for lobbying, he explained, and sponsored an information channel within the Korean media. There won't be any issues. Once the new board is formed, he continued, the previous one won't escape. Their legal liability? They committed fraud, siphoning massive profits through shell companies. It's a textbook case of negligent management that has no place in an American firm. He then added that with the new Korea-US Free Trade Agreement about to be unveiled, they could file a claim through the investor complaint procedure in a US court, he declared confidently. We are guaranteed to win. Director Cho turned to Chan, asking, do you understand? But Chan played coy, replying, I'm not sure what you mean. I'm just a simple investor. Robert then questioned the missing shares in Korea. Chan revealed that his firm, along with a friend's, held the necessary 1%. Robert smiled, thanking him and calling him Daniel. The hero then addressed the room. Since we are all gathered here, I have a proposal. He declared his intention to lead the Korean side of this operation. A wave of shock washed over the investors. One of them scoffed. Isn't that a bit arrogant?
For someone who holds a mere 1%. Chan simply explained that Korean public opinion is hostile toward foreign capital.
As everyone is aware, Korea's management system is unique. I can guarantee the safety of every dollar invested, he promised. After all, isn't profit the ultimate goal? A woman noted his youth, doubting his ability to handle such a task alone. He simply asked them, have you heard of Dune? One investor replied that the company was dissolved long ago. Are you seriously planning to hire people? Another asked. From a bankrupt company? The scene shifts to another office, where a man is roaring. An employee reports there are no more available shares to buy. This is insane, the boss yells. The employee adds that the stock, which was plummeting, suddenly skyrocketed on rumors of a merger with foreign capital. The boss frantically clicks his mouse. Checking their remaining funds, the employee reports only 2 billion won is left. The boss demands they raise it to 3 million. He slams his fist on the table in a vicious rage. He swore that Hayak wouldn't get away with this. The employee then revealed that the CEO's company only holds a 2% stake in theirs. This news fueled the boss's fury. Should I contact him? The employee asked. The boss growled. We need to put pressure on him, just in case. Get in touch with Ken, he ordered. I think we'll need their help. We cut back to the museum, where a man dismisses Chan's claims as utter nonsense. But Chan calmly tells him he should at least look, as he is ready to prove it all. The man bellows that he bought the piece at auction. How dare you desecrate this painting? He then turns to Robert, sneering that he knows things aren't going well for them right now. I won't let this Asian monkey get his way so easily. Robert's eyes hardened. Daniel is not someone you can speak of so lightly. Just then, Sarah entered the room. The screaming man's face lit up at the sight of her. She simply stated that the preparations were complete. But Chan and his companion stood up in utter shock. Noticing this, Sarah asked what was wrong. What did you see? Robert, standing nearby, saw it too, and was equally stunned. Someone even asked if he was all right. Suddenly, he gasped out a single name. Shadow Noir. The entire room reeled in disbelief. They couldn't believe what they were seeing, Robert wondered. Just who was his boss? Chan calmly told them all to take a closer look. He explained that Shadow Noir was created later than rocks in a cave, painted with just 2 or 3 brushstrokes. Chan began his lecture. The Shadow Noir in the Picasso Museum was a work from a later period. At this time, the artist was in the initial stages of hydrocephalus. To compensate, he added colors by slightly shifting his touch interval. But the work here, Chan pointed out, displays the rule of the 3rd exact coloring technique. This is nothing short of a miracle. This painting reflects the powerful trace of a soul, created by the perfect union of the artist's body and spirit. He delivered the final, devastating blow. Therefore, the Shadow Noir on the 5th floor is a fake. There are no traces of Paul Cézanne in it. The man screamed in defiance. That's impossible. According to him, anyone could tell at a glance that the work was a Cézanne. The director also tried to justify the piece, claiming its abstract atmosphere and floral selection were hallmarks of the artist. A woman chimed in, trying to keep up. She asked what Chan meant by his 3rd exact technique, demanding a simpler explanation. The hero thought to himself, what kind of amateurs are these? Suddenly, everyone was struck speechless, their jaws agape, because standing behind Chan's back was the spectral form of Paul Cézanne himself. As if that wasn't enough, Chan stated that there isn't a single hint that the artist even touched this canvas. We shift to a lavish apartment in a skyscraper, where a man reflects that traveling is always useful for calming the mind. It also, he mused, allowed him to meet Clara in Hong Kong. We see him pour a glass of deep red wine. He savored the taste, as expected of a Shadow Mountain vintage. The flavor is exquisite, with incredible depth. The woman with him was surprised. You know of Shadow Mountain. We hear the hero's inner monologue again. I was too young back then. It seems Clara is trying to hide something from me. It's revealed that we are in a restaurant where Chan and Sarah are seated. He comments that the vintage is from the year 2000. Even as he sat with this captivating woman, Clara's image lingered in his mind. He liked her, yes, but he couldn't call this feeling true love. Their glasses met with a delicate chime. Chan remarked, "It's as if life itself flows from this wine." Intrigued, the lady asked, "Really?" Chan mused internally. He may like Clara, but this beauty before him possessed a mature, enchanting aura, a kindness that matched her stunning looks. She smiled warmly. "It seems you truly savor wine. Daniel, hearing you describe it, it's like listening to poetry. Thanks to you," she continued, "I fulfilled a dream. This place is so exclusive. Even booking a table is a challenge. But you made it happen." Chan casually brushed it off. "It was nothing." She then steered the conversation. "About what happened today? Did you really draw that picture yourself?" The hero sighed. "How can I prove it?" "You saw it with your own eyes and still don't believe me." She explained that countless expert appraisers had missed it entirely. Chan decided to draw her in closer. "Do you want to know how I knew? Without being an expert. As I said before, the painting had no soul, the colors, the technique. They were flawless. But the forger couldn't breathe life onto the canvas. Take you, for example, Miss Sarah Johans. This caught the girl off guard. "Please," she insisted, "just call me Sarah." Chan continued, "Anyone can feel it, so long as their own soul isn't damaged." The painting reeked of insensitivity, created by someone who only wanted profit. She then challenged him. "And your paintings, Daniel? Do they have feeling?" He met her gaze. "The answer is in my eyes." The response flustered her once more. The hero noted her reaction. "This is very bad." Confused, she asked, "Is the food not to your liking?" But Chan's mind was racing, trying to figure her out. Was this all an act? He didn't know. He spoke aloud. "Time is passing faster than I realized." She leaned in. "Do you really have somewhere to be?" He thought of the battlefield waiting for him at school, the line of challengers he needed to crush. "I must return to Korea after my meetings tomorrow. I was hoping we could talk more about art," she said, gathering her courage. "Daniel, today." The words stirred something in a very confused Chan. She finally found her voice, offering, "How about one more glass?" He took the bottle. He poured for them both, a cool edge to his voice. "We should hurry then." In that moment, she thought he was unbelievably cool. Suddenly, the scene shifts. "We're in a lavish mansion," a voice reports. "The new target's name is Lee H., age 20. The briefing on their target began.
He's a first-year student at Korea's most prestigious law school, and using new investment methods. He acquired billions in assets in just 2 years. A man holding a cigarette interrupted. New investment methods. An older, gray-haired man confirmed it. According to our intel, yes, the first man pushed further. Then why did he meet with Robert? The grandfather replied. A corporate merger is underway. It seems he's trying to acquire a Korean company. He likely anticipated last year's financial crisis and prepared his foreign investments accordingly. I believe he's about to make his move. The grandfather concluded. A malicious smile spread across the other man's face. So he already knows everything, he sneered. Quite an outstanding talent he is. We flash back to Chan's apartment. The sheets still held the warmth of the previous night. It had been like a long journey, one where secret desires flared into madness. Sarah had been a surprisingly passionate woman. As dawn broke, the beauty fluttered away after one last languid kiss. Chan thought to himself, she could have at least left a phone number. He smirked. So this is the so-called American style. I guess American foxes have 9 tails too. A lipstick mark on his skin served as the only reminder. The scene changes again. To the hero's office. A report is being given. The final decision is made. The assault on Anna Group is complete. All executive power has been transferred to the Lore Investment Corporation. Chan knew his scenario was reaching its climax. He and Robert's plan was coming to fruition. A strange feeling washed over him. He was already the president of a massive company. Robert asked for his next command. Chan inquired, "What's our stake in the Dong Ryan Group?" The answer came back. Not as much as we'd hoped. Their domestic business is booming due to a stable circular investment structure. Between Dongrin Construction and Dongrin Bonds, even if we buy back all available shares, we'll never get more than 40%. The lion's share belongs to the owner's family. But Chan recalled the future. Dong Ryan was destined to collapse in a few years. Now wasn't the time. He asked for a way in. Robert had a plan. I believe we should target Dongryong Food. Their stock is 10%. While it shares the name, it's owned by another person, who also owns a 10% stake in the main group. But like most conglomerate families, they don't trust each other. They see everyone as an enemy. Robert laid out his strategy. I'll continue to pressure them with short sales. I've also heard their reserves are low after recent projects in Russia. Chan approved. I like it. Shake things up for them. I'll try to make contact. He then added, oh, and Robert, from now on, your salary is $100 million. Robert was so stunned, he could barely speak. We are then transported to a skyscraper courtyard, where someone is on the phone. My lady, are you all right? A blonde woman looked out at the city. Everything is fine, she replied. The voice on the phone seemed relieved, but cautious. We should check again, just to be sure. Her voice sharpened with irritation. What is this? Do you not trust me? That's not it at all, the voice insisted. Then take care of it, she snapped. And tell your shadows to stay away from me. It's too obvious. She declared she would call her father herself. Hanging up. She walked to the edge of the patio, the wind whipping through her hair. Goodbye, Daniel, she whispered. As we cut back to Chan's office, he approaches the reception desk, placing a small box before the woman there. A little gift for you, he said. Overjoyed. She couldn't help but ask why he was being so kind. Jang simply replied, just because, and then asked for a cup of coffee. She practically squealed with delight, promising to make him the best coffee in the entire world. As she rushed off, she couldn't help but notice. The very atmosphere around him had shifted. He seemed even cooler than before. Back in his office, Jang settled in at his computer, pulling up the stock charts. Looks like everyone's busy today, too, he murmured, his eyes scanning the screen. Wow, this is just insane. They've all gone mad. A thrill shot through him. The more money you spend, the faster you adapt. He knew low-quality products would soon disappear from the art market, a company on the brink of bankruptcy. This couldn't last forever. He realized this was the perfect time to acquire art. The world was full of cheap, passable pieces ripe for the picking. The year 2008, the first great corporate sell-off. In the last 10 years, and soon, in 2009, the world's first cryptocurrency would emerge, created by Satoshi Nakamoto. It was Bitcoin. Jang schemed to himself. When I have the time, I'll scoop it all up like candy. He knew a future was coming where 5,000 Bitcoins could barely buy a pizza. And when that time arrived, he would forge his own cryptocurrency. But just then, his thoughts were interrupted by a ringing phone. The call was from Director Cho. The lawyer plays his hand, submitting an application for an emergency shareholder meeting to determine who will be the next person in charge. Chan knew this was a declaration of war. He thanked Cho for everything and asked for one final favor. Cho swore to do anything he asked. Chan's request, to purchase a school as the base for a new foundation. Cho asked for the details, which district, and for whom Chan revealed his target, Yangon University, was up for sale. He ordered Cho to meet with the owner and offer him 200 billion won. Chan knew he had to use this money to earn karma points, even if death was near, and a university was the perfect way to make his mother's name eternal. We cut to the R&O office, where employees mill about, until a sudden shout pierces the air. What do we do? A rival law firm had just issued a statement. They were coming for the honor group. The director scoffed, calling them Sammy rats and noting their strange behavior. He told his employees not to worry. It was just an empty threat. Suddenly, a car tears down the road. Its speed so immense it skids around the corners. Chan stepped out. The security guard rushed over, telling him he couldn't park there. Chan ignored him. Is my aunt here? The guard was confused. Why would he be looking for his aunt in this building? Chan's voice grew cold. I'll ask again. Is my Aunt Marian here? The guard froze. He finally understood. He meant the chairman. Inside, a woman's voice demands. Youngmoo, how much capital do we have left? She was told they had about 90 billion in liquid assets. Far less than I expected, she muttered. Her employee explained most of their funds were tied up in a new enterprise in the Russian Federation, and the bank was demanding repayment. The woman waved it off. She already knew. It was just such a good opportunity. A shame to miss. This was Ji Myung, Jang Taesang's aunt, and the CEO of Dongryang Foods. As her phone rang, she answered, annoyed. I'm in the middle of a meeting, a voice on the other end told her. A guest had arrived, claiming to be her nephew. She scoffed, saying such visits needed to be announced. But in the background, a commotion erupted. He's Ju Solren's son, they cried, but it was too late. Chan burst in, a dazzling smile on his face. Your charming nephew is here because he missed his aunt so much. Tell me you missed me too. He threw his arms wide to embrace her, shocking everyone in the room. The atmosphere became thick with discomfort. Chan then added that he'd brought a gift. It's not much, he said with false modesty. I was in such a rush, I didn't have time to prepare. He presented a 2008 limited edition watch, sparkling with jewels. It only cost me 100 million won. Stunned, she postponed the meeting. Once everyone had left the office, the real conversation began. You're Solran's son, aren't you? What is your name? He met her gaze. Jang Taesang. She then asked after Solran. Chan told her his mother was at home, living in the city of Yangju. She lives in the countryside, good, his aunt mused. It's safer for her to stay away from all this. Her eyes narrowed. And what is it that you do? I'm a student, Jang replied simply. A first-year law student at Korea National University. Studying hard, I see, she noted. Chan seized his chance. Auntie, you just said it's safer for Mom to be away from all this. What did you mean by that? His aunt realized this was no idle question. Leaning closer, she asked if Chan knew their brother was a very frightening person. Chan asked if she was afraid of him. Terrified, she admitted. And you should be wary of him, too. He then handed her his company card, revealing he owned a small investment firm. His aunt looked surprised. Aren't you a student? He replied that he was, but it was also his company. Did you really think I wasn't capable of anything, Auntie? She told him not to pretend he didn't understand. Running a company is incredibly difficult. Chan replied that he might need some help. Nephew, his aunt warned, don't try to test me. We both know we're not in a position to be gifting luxury watches worth 100 million won. Tell me the real reason for your visit. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't sorry. About what happened to your mother. Lost in thought, she continued. I was only 10 when my own mother passed, and my stepmother arrived. You might think it didn't scar me at such a young age, but I never hated her, nor did I hate my sweet, always cheerful little sister. But if I showed my stepmother even a hint of kindness, my brother's rage would explode. He would beat me without mercy. I just wanted to survive. He was a monster then, and he is a monster now. Her words pierced Chan's heart, and his eyes grew moist. A sudden clarity washed over him. He had sent killers after someone he'd never even seen. And for what? There was nothing to gain from his death. Why? Because in the line of succession, Chan was at the very bottom of the list. Then, a chilling realization struck him. If he and his father were to die, their entire fortune would go to his mother. And if his mother also died, everything would fall into his brother's hands. The thought sparked a cold fury within Chan. He had to ask her again. What was her true purpose for coming to him? He knew this couldn't just be about money. She confessed her real ambition to take over the company. A couple of key businesses, she revealed, were already poised to fall under her control.
Her aunt was stunned. Was she really trying to seize a major corporation? Chan thought to himself, not just a company, a conglomerate. He turned to face his aunt, and in that moment, she knew he needed something from her. And so, he made his pitch a chance to build something truly legendary together. Elsewhere, in a dimly lit apartment, someone was wondering about Chan's sudden wealth. The assassination attempt had failed. Now what? Looking over his personal file, they noted his musical talent and his prestigious university enrollment. But then, a single phrase in the report seized their attention, Son. Jang's connection to Song Yui. Meanwhile, Chan received a grave warning from his aunt. If he was truly going to make a move, his first priority had to be his own survival. Back in his training room, Chan was practicing with his sword. As he sliced through apples, he knew this wasn't enough. His breathing, his stance, his swordsmanship, all of it was still imperfect. He knew CEO Hyunwoo's protection wasn't infinite. He was also certain his uncle had a powerful ace hidden up his sleeve. However, that didn't mean Chan had revealed all his cards. After all, he possessed an ultimate weapon, the Lord Grand Jade Emperor, his secret mentor. He wondered if the mentor would accept his remaining points. A wave of anxiety washed over him. Then, a system notification flashed before his eyes. He couldn't summon a god above the middle rank until his own level increased. The news shocked Chan. He had no idea his level was considered so low. It meant every god he had met so far was merely low rank. He thought this was all about farming points. But he was completely mistaken. He couldn't understand this level restriction. This wasn't supposed to be some kind of game. Just then, his phone buzzed. It was Director Ha. Director Ha started by apologizing for disturbing him at such a late hour. Chan told him it was fine, and to speak his mind. Director Ha apologized again for his audacity, then asked if Jang could spare some time for him. Chan was surprised. He wanted to meet right now. Chan's mind raced. Was something wrong? Was Director Ha being threatened? The director's voice trembled as he denied it. It wasn't that. He spoke hesitantly, explaining that a certain person wished for an audience with Chairman Chan. The hero was stunned. Who is this person? He demanded. But before he could get an answer, he understood. The scene shifts to a house on the beach. Someone was reporting their failure. The subordinate confirmed that the 31st Squad from the lower ranks had reported a complete mission failure. A white-haired youth listened calmly. "You're talking about that Korean?" he asked. The subordinate confirmed it was true, because of police surveillance. They were unable to make contact. One of them committed suicide, while the other two were left in a vegetative state. The white-haired youth's eyes narrowed. "And what about the target?" The man trembled. "We couldn't get anything from them in their state." The youth gave a cold, simple order. "Deal with this, and complete the mission." "As you command, master," the man exclaimed. The white-haired youth added a final, chilling statement. "The honor of the organization depends on it." We cut to Seoul, glittering in the night. Chan pulled up in his white car. He was met by two men in suits, who informed him that he was expected. They led Chan down a hidden path to a secluded meeting point. An old man sat there waiting, and upon seeing Chan, he let out a laugh. "So, you have finally come," he said. Chan looked around at the quiet surroundings. "It's peaceful here," he remarked. The old man agreed. "This young man knows a thing or two," he then added. "When one needs to clear their mind, fishing is better than any medicine." While stirring his coffee, he asked if Chan would like some. Our hero accepted with a smile. The old man then asked about Chan's way of speaking. "I heard," the old man said, "that you were not in the army." Chan instantly realized that this old man had already investigated him thoroughly. Chan gave an awkward smile. He had served, of course, but that was in a past life that no one could ever know about. "You are different from what I heard," the old man observed. "Even though I am a decrepit old man now, I once had a network of agents. That was hardly inferior to the National Intelligence Service." Chan knew at that moment that this elderly man could not be underestimated. The old man smiled. "Even now, I can find out a great deal." Chan understood. This was the man who once toyed with the economy of Korea, as well as the entire world. This old man is Chairman Luo Woon. "I heard that you are turning 20 this year," Young said. Chan confirmed it. He then asked a question of his own. "Have you caught any fish?" The chairman chuckled. "If you want a bite, you must first put bait on the hook." Besides, he couldn't stand the taste of freshwater fish. He offered Chan a drink instead, which Chan accepted. Then, the chairman got to the point. "Does this mean you are taking care of my children?" Chan replied smoothly. "I am flattered. I only hired them because they seemed very competent." The old man laughed. "That is true. However, my children are not the kind of people who would allow themselves to be mistreated by anyone. To have so much money for his age." The hero was stunned and wanted to ask how Jang discovered this. He simply asked why Chan was so surprised. "The world is full of whispers," he replied. "Your account and your mother's are hardly a secret." He suddenly warned Chang, telling him to never trust government organizations. Jang claimed they were filled with bandits and rats. And this time, Director
Choi was one of them. According to the old man, the only thing that man cares about is money. June revealed he discovered the former chairman's obsession too late
and had to deal with him. But somehow, Choi survived and is now running for president. The old man sighed. Life is truly ironic. Chan was left stunned. Chang had questions as he stared at the old man. June simply laughed, asking if Chang truly believed it was possible to see the future. The hero was speechless. It was becoming clear now. Jang didn't become the chairman of a massive corporation by chance. Until now, no one had suspected Chang of his abilities. But now, it felt like walking on thin ice. Meanwhile, Jang advised him, whether it's visions or ghosts, one shouldn't get too attached. The old man elaborated. You can glimpse visions of the past, but you can never truly predict the future. People are strange creatures, he mused, because even a saint can become a monster of pure evil if they get caught on the hook of immense wealth. That, the old man said, is why the future remains unknowable.
Whether it was a vision or the whispers of ghosts, Chang should never trust anyone or anything. And yet, Jang added, you can't afford to ignore it either.
The old man told Chang to take his time, to build his own foundations. That way, even if he was betrayed one day, even if he ended up just like him, he would have no one to blame but himself. This is fate, he declared. The words shocked Chang, who asked if the old man had also been betrayed. Jang confirmed it. It was, he said, by the friend I trusted most in this world. His voice filled with venom as he told Chang that they are persistent and hardy. Do not underestimate them, he warned, and never forget to watch your own neck. The hero's eyes widened. Who was he talking about? Who was after him? You are being hunted by the Ilyong Society, June declared. The name hit Chang like a physical blow. Information flooded his mind. The ancestors of the venomous snakes. They had begun their observation of him. A notification appeared. In exchange for this information, Du-won June had been paid in karma points. Those worms, Jang spat, are worse than parasites. He revealed they had hunted him down relentlessly. This was the first time Chang had ever heard of such an organization. Were they just some kind of gangsters? Confused, he asked the old man, what is the Ilyong Society, and why have they targeted you? Jang explained that to escape the black-haired foreigners, and the others hunting for his head. He had no choice but to abandon his entire fortune. The mention of black-haired foreigners sent a jolt through Chang. His anger flared as he demanded to know if they were connected to the Anna group. The old man admitted he didn't know the full details. He only learned of their existence after he had already lost everything. With a wry smile, he asked, Do you also think I'm just a common thief? Chang countered. Didn't you enjoy the power you had? He pointed out that the old man poured massive funds into the world of politics for his own gain. On top of that, June had committed massive accounting fraud. Chang smiled coldly. That was quite a sum of money. If I'm not mistaken, we're talking tens of trillions. Jang grew nervous, admitting it was true, but he tried to defend himself.
Everyone was doing it back then, he insisted. It wasn't unusual. He claimed other large corporations were also committing fraud, and that things are no different now.
In fact, the old man argued, things were much worse in the past. If you look at it that way, he conceded, I suppose I really was stealing. But it wasn't enough for me to just stir things up in a small country like Korea, he declared. So I tried to steal from the entire world. Chang stared at him, bewildered. The old man confessed he never expected his company to fail. This might sound like an excuse, he said, but I wasn't trying to take everything for myself. He claimed he just wanted to give bigger bonuses to his employees and create more good jobs for the people. His ambition was to become the head of a larger Danderchis state, not just a small Korea. He wanted to launch the country onto the world stage, and Chang knew this part was true. Chairman Du-won Jun was famous for his generosity to the union. The old man recounted the IMF crisis, when all the other major companies were restructuring and firing people without a second thought. But he couldn't even cut his staff by 20%. His employees told him they had nowhere else to go. As a result, his company fell out of favor with the government. Do you know a man named Joe Hongi? The old man asked. Chang recognized the name. You mean the former chief of financial supervision? The old man laughed bitterly. That very man was once my employee. He'd been forced to fire him for incompetence.
That puppy held a grudge, he snarled. And when the moment was right, he stabbed me in the back as revenge. June explained that this worm,
who had once groveled at his feet, conspired with the Deputy Prime Minister for Economy, Yang Bong-jun, to bring him down. Chang connected the dots. Are you saying those two are part of the Ilyong Society? Jang said he didn't know for sure, but he doubted it. The Ilyong Society is not just some simple organization. Its history, he revealed, stretches back more than 100 years. If that was true, Chang realized, it meant they'd existed since the Joseon dynasty. The old man corrected him, saying it wasn't quite that old. He then listed several names: Ban Yongju, Song Yong, Yong Il-guan. He told Chang to memorize them. Are they your creditors? Chang asked. The old man's face darkened. Those worms have sold our country for their own profit. Many times. He began to speak of a man named Ban Yongju, but Chang cut him off. I know that name, Ban Yongju. Is he the director of a financial company? You're sharp, Jang replied. Ban Yongju is the older brother of the director of the Chok Ilbo School.
The revelation shocked Chang. The old man continued his list. A man named Song Yong became a lawyer, and eventually rose to the position of Chief Justice of Dingtiez.
Supreme Court, founding a famous family of lawyers. He is the founder and CEO of the Lee and Chung law firm. The hero was reeling. Next, he spoke of Yong Il-guan. During the dictatorship, the old man said, Yong died while serving as the prime minister of the Korean government, a member of the National Assembly, chairman of the Korea-Japan Parliamentary Association, and the first president. The Liberal Democratic Union declared that among all the pro-Japanese figures, Young was the absolute worst of them all. And now, that man is a member of parliament. Chan was seething with rage. The old man revealed it took ages to uncover him, because he'd hidden his tracks so perfectly. He spat that they were more cunning at hiding than rats. Jang then explained the Ilyong Society, an organization built by traders who secretly take money from Japan. They use this dark money as their political foundation to fund their election campaigns. These worms are actively trying to sell out the entire republic. The old man continued, saying even major media outlets push and support these figures. Aiming to control the government from the shadows, several corporations are also members of this treacherous Ilyong Society. He warned Chan to hunt them all down. It's the only way for him to ensure his own survival. The old man quoted his favorite, Shakespeare, from Macbeth. Evil will always give rise to more evil. He told Jang to be strong. It was his only path forward. The scene shifts. Yuri asks her father if something is wrong, since he's usually so busy. He simply smiles, saying he carved out some time just for her. Yuri wished he'd called her mother too, if he had the time. She sighed, mentioning that her mother has been nagging constantly, blaming it on menopause. Yuri asked him to go easy on her, but her father just smiled, saying he'd already solved that particular problem with an envelope he knew her mother would love. Yuri joked that she also likes envelopes like that. Her father promised her a thick one after their meal. Then, his gaze turned serious. Yuri felt a sudden chill. He reminded her of a time she hugged him, asking for snack money. He said she was so sweet back then. He picked up a napkin, dabbing his lips. Is there something you need to tell your father? He asked. She had no idea what he meant. What are you talking about? She asked, confused. He gave an example. About problems. And relationships. A jolt of panic shot through her. She immediately denied it, pretending she had no idea. I don't have anything like that, she insisted. Her father's eyes narrowed. No one at all. Yuri's nervousness grew. No, I don't have anyone, she repeated. In that case, he said coldly, you can take a sabbatical. Go study in France for a few years. You can even transfer. And finish your university degree there. Yuri was stunned. Abroad? Why so suddenly? Her father feigned innocence. Didn't you once say you wanted to study abroad? Yuri exclaimed that everything was fine now. She could go after she graduated. But his smile was gone. I've already spoken to your mother. He insisted. She had to go. Yuri knew, in that moment, that he'd found out something. This isn't a request, her father stated, his voice like ice. It's an order. It's time for you to learn how big the world truly is. He then delivered the final blow. When you finish your studies, you will marry the man I have chosen for you. You just have to marry him. That is your path. And just in case she had any ideas, he warned her that complaining to her grandfather would change nothing. Your grandfather has already given his full consent. We flash to another scene. CEO Jang gets a call. It's his lawyer, asking what trouble he's gotten into now. The lawyer, Cho, joked that Jang certainly wasn't calling just because he missed him. Did you cause another problem last night? He sighed. Jang cut straight to the point. I have a few questions. Lawyer Cho chuckled. Why does our brilliant CEO Jang need a simple lawyer like me? Jang's voice was serious. Do you know a place called Lee and Jang? He needed his lawyer to tell him everything, especially anything hidden from the public eye. Anything that was never revealed to the masses. Lawyer Cho's tone changed. That's a terrifying place. He explained that Lee and Jang is far more than just a normal law firm. Jang asked, "Are you talking about their connections to powerful people?" "That's part of it," Cho replied. "But it's not the whole story. I don't know every single detail. But it was officially founded in the early 70s by lawyers Lee Youngmoon and Jang Sokyul. But it's not a normal firm. It operates more like a legal syndicate." But the real owners of Lee and Jang, he revealed, were not those two men. The true power was a senior lawyer, named Song Gukjun. Jang's eyes widened. "You mean Supreme Court Chief Justice Song Gukjun?" Lawyer Cho sounded unnerved. "You know of him." Jang simply replied that he was a law student. "After all," Cho continued, explaining that according to the rumors, Song Gukjun invited only the best lawyers he knew to join his firm. This gave his business an explosive advantage. There were almost no cases his firm couldn't win, all because Song Gukjun himself was the supreme judge. Cho stated it plainly. Song used any method necessary to secure a win and profit from it. And it gets worse. Chief Justice Song Gukjun's own son, Song Dae-king, is a board member there. After graduating from Hankuk University Law School and serving as a senior judge, he joined Lee and Jang's firm and shot straight to a board member position. Lawyer Cho asked rhetorically. "Don't you think he rose to director a little too quickly?" He hoped Jang was grasping the sheer scale of the corruption. "I understand now," Jang said grimly. "They are not people we should ever cross." Cho agreed. "Our firm, and most others, try to stay far away from them. No one wants to go up against Lee and Jang, because they have no problem using illegal methods to win, no matter how you look at it. They are the absolute sharks of the legal world. And if something seems impossible to handle in Korea," Cho added, "they just bring in foreign experts." He laughed without humor. "There's a reason their fees are astronomical." Jang realized the horrifying truth. In that case, the Anna Group will definitely hire Lee and Jang to help them. "It's very likely," Cho admitted, "which is why I'm doing everything I can. I need your help, Lawyer Cho," Jang said. Cho's response was immediate and firm. "I'm willing to do anything for you, CEO Jang. I would even play dead." "Then start planting the seeds," Jang ordered. Cho was completely baffled. "Seeds? Are you really going to take up gardening right now?" Jang thought to himself that Lawyer Cho never did have much of an imagination. He didn't correct him. But he knew Cho was right about the gardening part, except they wouldn't be planting flowers. They would be planting people. It was time to put his own agents everywhere, in every corner of the battlefield. "Release the information I gave you earlier," Jang commanded. The lawyer was still confused. "What information are you talking about?" Jang's voice was sharp. "What we just discussed." He confessed his confusion over CEO Jang's true intentions. But our hero clarified. This was about the corruption data on National Assembly members. The lawyer was stunned that Jang remembered every detail. Jang pressed him, asking if he possessed that very information. A wave of panic washed over Lawyer Cho, terrified of the consequences, should that data ever see the light of day. But Jang cut him off, adding a bonus to the deal, a house in Kota Kinabalu, and a lifetime VIP card. For any 5-star luxury hotel? Lawyer Cho was speechless. He flatly refused, disappointed that Jang saw him as that kind of man. He pleaded that they shouldn't make such deals, citing their brotherly bond. Cho insisted there was no need for such extravagance. He then steered the conversation back, asking again about the data Jang required. Our hero was specific. He wanted something that could be released to the public immediately. The weight of the request crushed Lawyer Cho. Then, Jang added ominously, "Just in case," the lawyer shot back, asking if Jang had yet another demand. That's when Jang dropped the name. "Have you ever heard of the Ilhong Society?" Fear flashed in Lawyer Cho's eyes as he denied any knowledge of it. He desperately asked how CEO Jang could possibly know about that case. Jang simply replied, "It was by chance." A trembling Cho argued that this was going too far. The pressure finally broke him, and he yelled that no matter how much power one wielded, it was impossible to destroy such an untouchable law firm with a mere snap of the fingers. "It's terrifying," Cho screamed. "There are less than 10 members in that firm. Even I don't have this information." At that, Jang realized he may have pushed too hard. But suddenly, the office phone rang, shattering the tension. Jang answered, asking what was happening. The receptionist informed him that Director Han Jin-won would be arriving shortly. "Send him straight in," Jang commanded. The receptionist added that Director Han had a question.
What should be done with the guest accompanying him? Lawyer Cho suddenly remembered his own meeting. It seems my retirement is just around the corner. He sighed, announcing he was busy. He made to leave, promising to send the materials by email. Jang simply smiled, saying that he would be in touch. The scene remains in Jang's office. Our hero heard the distinct sound of 2 sets of footsteps approaching. This was the guest he had been waiting for. He had anticipated this moment so keenly. He'd even cracked the door open in advance. Han Jin-won addressed Jang, who turned to face his guest. He saw a man in his early 50s, short, with a body carved from stone. Jang felt the man's piercing, cruel eyes lock onto him. Jang introduced himself and extended a hand. The man shook it firmly. Jang Hong, he stated. This was our hero's first meeting with the future head of national intelligence. The scene shifts to the National Intelligence Service headquarters. A man is demanding to know the whereabouts of the third group's leader. His subordinate replied that the leader was at a meeting and they had just missed him. The man exploded in anger. Have you all gone soft just because you served the last administration? He roared. Do you still even consider yourselves employees of the NIS? He ordered them not to let a single one escape his sight. Find every subordinate loyal to the Chai-si. Previous director. Back in the office, Jang is shaking hands with Hong. He thanked the man for making the long journey. Hong remarked that he never imagined the road here would be so challenging. Han asked to be excused, saying he had other matters on his schedule and had to leave them. Jang gave Han an approving look. A short while later, the 2 men were sharing tea. Jang asked if Hong was finding things difficult. Right now, the man replied that this was his golden era. When he was at the NIS, he barely got more than 5 hours of sleep a night. Now, he could sleep as much as he wanted without a single word of complaint. No documents, no orders. But Jang believed he should keep working. Hong disagreed, saying he wanted to retire for now and simply rest. He'd even heard the president himself planned to return to his hometown, to take up farming. Hong's dream was to mentor a junior agent and finally write his book. Jang pressed him, asking if it wasn't a waste to end his career so early. Hong sighed, saying there was nothing to be done. He was frustrated, feeling his hands were tied. It was then Jang said that even though this was their first meeting, he'd like to ask a favor. Hong smiled wryly, claiming he had nothing left to give. Jang urged Hong to go to the United States to study. The older man was clearly taken aback by the proposal. Jang promised to cover all expenses, and even arrange the visa. Hong countered that it wasn't so simple. The current regime was far harsher than Jang realized. But Jang assured him everything would be fine. I'm quite skilled at pulling strings, Jang said with a knowing smile. He could even hire other retired employees. He told Hong he could have whatever he wanted. Jang had crafted an offer that was impossible to refuse. He was certain a man who loved his organization this much would take the bait, even if he didn't realize it was a trap. The scene changes to the MTS building. CEO? Ryong tearfully asked if he didn't love them anymore. Jang told her to stop crying as the girls gathered around, thrilled to see him. Our hero presented a box of cakes, mentioning he'd heard they were trending recently. The girls were, of course, overjoyed. But group leader Chae-young playfully scolded him, asking if he thought they were pigs he could placate with a single meal. Jang felt awkward, realizing they were the same age, so he told them to speak casually. He immediately regretted giving them that permission. Jang announced he had prepared a gift to repay their support. Sei and the other girls waited in anticipation. He told them he wrote a new song for them. They were shocked. Knowing Jang was a law student and not expecting much. Then he revealed the title, Tell Me. In his mind, Jang apologized to the original artists whose song he had just stolen. A massive amount of dark karma points flooded his system. We cut back to Jang's office. Lawyer Cho called with an update. He had discovered that Lee Inchin was working with Anna. Jang noted that this was entirely expected. The lawyer added that they must have spent a fortune. When Jang asked about the outcome, Lawyer Cho confirmed there were too many irrefutable facts. Even the court would be powerless. It seems foreign investment had already, with their reputation in tatters, nothing could save them now. Jang urged the lawyer to bring the full weight of the law down on them. Cho promised to mobilize every connection he had, but he warned it would be a battle that required patience. Cha, however, wanted it settled by the end of summer break. Jang noted Cho's determined spirit and told him to maintain that fire. In his mind, Jang recalled the deal he struck with the university's chairman, Chu Yang, a deal that bought them a few precious months. Jang called it welcome news. Cho then asked when the scent data would be released to the public. Chan revealed they were likely posting it as they spoke. Cho was stunned. He couldn't believe Chan had kept such a powerful card hidden for so long. Chan simply told him to consider it a donation to a worthy cause. Meanwhile, April arrived. Cherry blossoms danced in the wind. A hand shot up, and a familiar voice called out to Chan. It was the girl, greeting him brightly as he walked past. Jang asked her if she was having a good day.
Of course, she replied, before coyly asking when he'd finally make time for her. Jang reminded her that he'd promised individual lessons. Chan just apologized. He explained that things had been incredibly hectic. She pouted, asking if he could spare even a moment of his precious time for her. Jang mentioned the growing line of beautiful newcomers,
all asking for an introduction to him. Suddenly, the air filled with chatter about a new video. Someone chuckled, guessing it was because of that famous American site.
The traffic was so immense, they complained that the site was impossible to access. Another person mentioned the video was already available elsewhere. The whispers grew louder. This video was spreading like wildfire. Chan and the girl simply stood by, observing the chaos. From what they could overhear, the video starred the younger brother of the Anna Group's chairman. Mentally, Chan offered a silent apology to the Anna Group. The students gossiped about how the man in the video boasted about his family connection. Jang smirked. It seemed this family was about to be erased from the annals of Korean history this year. The girl asked Chan in confusion what all the commotion was about. Chan casually remarked that a certain incredible video had just gone viral. She sighed, asking if this was truly all because of men's foolishness. Except for you, of course, she added. The main character knew. The Me Too movement had just been unleashed, with the election just days away. The timing was perfect. Perfect for sending one particular man into political oblivion. The scene shifts to the city of Janggu, where a man named Oh Joo-hyuk is rallying a crowd. He begs the residents to place their trust in him one more time. Hyuk declared that even though he wasn't born in Janggu, he considered it his true home, ready to sacrifice everything for it. The man boasted about attracting countless companies over the past 4 years, working tirelessly to develop their city and champion local businesses. Hyuk then bragged about his close ties with President Hyun. He roared into the microphone, promising that if re-elected, he would transform Janggu into the absolute mecca of the regional economy within the next 4 years. He pleaded with the esteemed residents to lend him their support.
A dedicated support group began to chant Hyuk's name, calling him the #1 candidate. But despite their cheers, Hyuk's face was a mask of irritation.
He forced a thank you into the microphone, then immediately started cursing under his breath, furious that his opponents were making his life so difficult.
We cut to a private room, where an aide is asking the gentleman if he'd like chamomile tea. The man in the suit reported that the latest public opinion polls were looking good.
They were leading the next candidate by a full 15%. A wicked smile spread across Hyuk's face. Thanks to those insignificant worms, he was on the verge of a grand victory. This was their chance to seize power, because those protesters knew nothing about real politics. Speaking of gentle hands, he mused, where is Chang Yang now? As if on cue, a girl appeared, asking if he had called for her. He lit up, exclaiming she was right on time. Hyuk complained about his stiff shoulders, ordering her to come over and work out the knots. The girl hesitated, clearly embarrassed, but complied. Hyuk then dismissed his other aides, telling them to take a short walk. Though they looked uncomfortable, they obeyed. And so, Chang Yang began the massage. Hyuk purred with satisfaction. He gave a knowing smile, remarking that for a shoulder massage, someone young like her was always the most suitable. Then his hands began to move beyond what was appropriate. The girl stiffened, her unease plain to see. Suddenly, the door burst open. An aide rushed in, shouting in a panic. Have you lost your mind, Assistant Kim? Hyuk snapped. Can't you see I'm on a break? Sir, we have a massive problem, he yelled, urging Hyuk to check the internet immediately. He flipped open his laptop, his eyes landing on the headline. He froze. Intimate video of Janggu Representative Oh Joo-hyuk leaked online. The world seemed to stop. Kim then stammered that the party leader was on the line. Hyuk's mind flashed back 10 years, to a foolish party he threw when he was still a nobody. Are you insane? Hyuk hissed. You expect me to answer that now? His voice trembled as he insisted it was all a fabrication, a deep fake. Crash. The sound of shattering glass filled the office. The citizens had gathered below, pelting the building with stones. They roared for the worm, Joo-hyuk, to resign. A mob had formed, screaming for him to get out. They questioned how he could even call himself a human being. A rock flew through the window and struck him squarely in the face. The crowd's chants grew louder, calling him a pervert. This couldn't be happening, Hyuk thought, his reality crumbling. Leave our city, they screamed. Prison is where you belong. Hyuk desperately told himself it was just a nightmare. But the shouts continued,
Cowardly worm. The scandal was now plastered across the massive screens in the city square for all to see. The scene changes. Inside a car, music plays softly. It was Chan. He wondered why anyone would be foolish enough to film such a thing in the first place. But he had to admit, he was enjoying the fallout. The thought of that entire corrupt family being brought down by this, it was truly amusing. A deep satisfaction settled in his heart. Just as he suspected, cleaning up the trash was the most satisfying job of all. Jang mused that Oh Joo-hyuk and Oh Dong-soo needed to hit rock bottom. Only then could they begin to recover. He thought with a smirk that they should be thanking him. Thanks to Chan, their names were now infamous. As he drove down the road, he saw something. Later, a familiar silhouette appeared in the darkness. He recognized the girl instantly. It was Uri, and she was clearly heartbroken about something. He got out of the car. "What are you doing out here?" The girl was weeping. He ran to her side. "If you keep standing in the rain without an umbrella, you'll definitely catch a cold." He shielded her from the rain, begging her to get in the car so he could take her home. But this only made her cry harder. "Something happened," she sobbed. Chan grew alarmed, asking if she was hurt. But in that moment, she fainted, and he caught her just in time. Finding the girl like this, lost in the rain, Chan knew this was no small problem. The scene shifts to another building, where Uri's father is being informed that she has disappeared. The caller said she went to school, and then vanished from sight. Her father exploded with rage. "What are you people even doing?" He roared that he didn't care for excuses. They had to find her. He screamed into the phone, reminding them to keep a close eye on her. The voice on the other end could only promise they would find her. His father's mood was black. A dark thought crossed his mind. Could Uri be with Chan? But he refused to believe it. We are then transported back to Uri, lying somewhere unconscious. From the look on Chan's face, it's clear his emotions are under perfect control. He stood and looked down at Uri, who was lying in his bed. And as he watched, we are transported to the past. On the eve of her departure, a painful realization dawned on her eye. She finally understood the name for this ache in her heart. It was love, an emotion she had buried deep inside. She desperately wondered if she could see him one last time. A man named Chan. Suddenly, her eyes fluttered open. Chan's hand was resting on her forehead, checking her temperature. "Your fever seems to have finally broken," he said softly. He told her not to worry, that whatever happened would soon feel like a distant memory. But as he pulled his hand away, Uri suddenly grabbed it, her grip surprisingly strong. Chan was taken aback. "Hug me," she pleaded, her voice trembling. Still confused, he watched as she raised her hand to his cheek. She pulled him closer, her whisper filled with longing. "Love me. Let's allow this feeling to overwhelm us." Their lips met in a desperate, passionate kiss, but Chan pulled back, insisting it was impossible, that this would only make things more complicated. "I won't blame you," she promised. "Just let it happen," she begged. When he called her by a formal name again, she stopped him. "Call me Uri." As rain began to fall outside. The scene shifts to Korea Engineering University. In the hands of students, a miracle device appeared. It was the iPhone. Chan announced that they were now standing in the future as the world's first smartphone users. Chan asked Uni to help hand them out. The students who received them were utterly speechless, overcome with a feeling of pure wonder. This was an iPhone, something impossible to buy, even with an endless supply of money. Their shock was completely understandable. Through Robert, Chan would secure his party card. He explained that in 2007, Steve and Matthew unveiled a fascinating device, the very same iPhone they were now holding in their hands. Confused, the students asked why he was giving these away. Chan simply smiled. "Consider them gifts." The room erupted in cheers of pure joy. One student marveled that it was like a miniature computer. Chan explained the iPhone supported 2.5G wireless networks, but due to the country's GSM standard, that feature was currently inaccessible. "But give it 2 years," Jang promised, "and everything will change." Hearing this, the students groaned in frustration. Chan calmed them down, a knowing look in his eyes. "Before we discuss the app I developed," he began, "I want to ask you all a question. How do you think Apple will achieve its success?" One student guessed that while the new phone was interesting, he couldn't imagine corporate giants like Nokia simply standing by and watching. Another added that he'd heard rumors that Microsoft and Google were also preparing to unveil their own game-changing technologies. But Chan's prediction was absolute. "Nokia's fortress," he declared, "will soon crumble to dust." The students scoffed in disbelief, reminding him of Nokia's overwhelming control of the mobile market. "And what if I told you," Chan continued, "that Nokia's own smartphone will be a catastrophic failure? He stated it as fact in the future. Apple will reign supreme. They demanded to know how he could be so certain, accusing him of wild exaggeration. A slight smirk played on Chan's lips. "You've just experienced the reason for yourselves," he said. "But allow me to break it down. There are 3 key reasons why the world will fall in love with the iPhone." The students leaned in, captivated. "First is the device itself," Chan explained. "For anyone who has used a MacBook or an iPod, you understand. It's a user interface that no competitor can possibly match. It's an identity that forges a special bond between human and machine. The second reason," he continued, "is the program's addictive element. If you use iTunes, you'll soon find your device constantly plugged in by a USB. It's a seamless, inescapable ecosystem." "This is the very addiction Stephen Matthew engineered," he revealed. "And the third reason, Apple provides a programming suite built for developers. With these intuitive tools, the business will attract the most talented and curious minds, and many of them will become legends." Chan spoke of a coming golden age, an era of app development and code fever, a time when individuals could achieve massive success without bowing to massive corporations. A student scoffed. "It's not even a web marketplace. Do you really think an app program can make money?" He then smirked. "For a law student." "You have quite the imagination." Chan just laughed. Were they still skeptical after everything he had shown them? "Very well. In that case," he announced, "I'll just have to show you personally." He told them to look at the applications on their phones again. "Do you see the app with the lion icon?" he asked. "Go on, run it," Jang declared. "That is an app developed by me and Sun Bansi." A wave of shock silenced the room. The two of them. Together, they thought it was impossible for those two to collaborate on anything, thinking too highly of themselves. But Chan simply stated, "This is only the beginning." He explained that even without a company or a guild, anyone can access development tools. Even ordinary people can hit the jackpot with them. His eyes then caught a magnificent lion cub. Remarking how precious they were, seeing that the app was a massive hit, the little lion cub huffed. "Where did he come from? Humans have no respect at all." Chan playfully started to tickle it. The cub roared with laughter, shouting about being tickled. The entire office erupted. "It's so cute, so cool," and immediately started trying out the app. The hero thought to himself, "This combo is incredible, isn't it?" He realized the character was reacting directly to his touch. This app was the first of its kind to truly capture attention. And since he built it with Vladimir, it didn't take long at all. In the audience, hands shot up. "How did you create something like this? Was it really just the two of you?" Chan addressed the crowd with a powerful statement. "Remember this. Only those who possess knowledge can lead this world." A system notification chimed. "You have received a huge amount of karma points. Your ancestors look on with pride." We cut to the street where she asked him, "How is any of this even possible?" He just played it cool. "What's wrong? Be honest. You're not a law student. You're an alien, aren't you, Chen?" Just laughed it off. "There's one thing I can tell you. Aliens only exist in Zone 51, in Nevada." She fumed, thinking the brat just saw her as silly. Suddenly, Chan's phone rang. The screen displayed "you." He picked up, his tone serious. "What's wrong?" The voice on the other end was frantic. "Something important has happened." Suddenly, Chan's voice rose to a shout. "What do you mean the prosecutor's office broke in? Prosecutors and investigators?" "Why?" The lead investigator was baffled, unable to grasp what was happening. "We are transported to the hero's office, where an official announces they are now investigating a suspicion of insider trading." The man flashed his ID. "Can we call our lawyer?" The receptionist simply smiled, thanking them for their hard work, even offering them cold coffee on such a hot day. He snarled back, "We didn't come here to play games," then scanned the room. "Are you the only employee here?" She smiled sweetly. "Feel free to look around. We have nothing to hide." Then she casually added, "I used to work for a law firm." That comment put the investigator on edge. Why would she tell him that? He turned to his subordinates and roared, "Don't just stand there. Work harder. Don't leave a single piece of paper. Seize everything you can find." The receptionist calmly asked them to calm down, suggesting they just take the hard drives. "All our information is stored there. Our company doesn't keep many paper records, so this should make your jobs much easier." The investigator scowled, looking at the sign for Director Chan. Such a young guy, and already a director. They're all the same, he thought bitterly. He strode to the computer, turning it on, and was completely stunned. The desktop was empty. Not a single icon, not even the recycling bin. Did he hide all this on purpose? Who does he think we are? Just then, his men approached him. "Sir, our search is complete. There isn't a single document here." The investigator's eyes widened. "How is that even possible?" he started, shouting. "Did you search all the floors? Find me a clue." An employee responded nervously. "Sir, that's not within our authority. We can't do that." "I will take full responsibility," the investigator roared. "Now hurry up and check everything." Suddenly, a new voice cut through the air, saying, "Everyone seems to have worked very hard." This enraged the investigator, who spun around and shouted, "Who dares interfere with an official investigation?" He turned to face the man. "Do you see what's happening here?" It was none other than Cho, the lawyer. "Nam Sandal," Cho said smoothly. "It has been a long time." The investigator's voice trembled. "It's really you! Sunbi Nim!" Before he could finish, Cho cut in. "Oh, so I've become your Sunbi now," the man stammered. "Why did you come?" "Don't pretend you don't know," Cho said, his voice dripping with authority. "I am the legal counsel for this company." The investigators looked at each other, utterly bewildered. Cho demanded their IDs. They just stared at each other. Cho's voice turned to steel. "Where are you looking? Don't you know you are required to assist?" "The victim's lawyer in an investigation. Now hurry up." The lead investigator reluctantly ordered them to hand over their ID cards. Cho smiled mischievously as the papers were handed to him. "You're driving me crazy. Insider trading. Hasn't this case already been investigated? So why are you making so much noise?" The investigator called him Sunbi again. "We were just investigating this case." Cho cut him off once more. "Then why were you trying to search areas that aren't covered by your warrant?" "Are you insane?" Cho's voice boomed. "This is exactly why prosecutors are always seen in such a bad light. People who serve the law must follow the law. So why are you doing whatever you want? Did Chief Ko order you to do this?" "That scoundrel. Just because he's higher in rank, he feels no fear. Just because he became the first deputy, how dare he abuse the law in this economy, isn't that right?" Cho explained. "I was told that if I abused the law like Ko, I would be dragged down with him. You had better keep this as normal as possible. Because do you know how much Director Chan earns in a single day? It's at least 10 million won, which will cost you dearly in a civil suit. Also, part of their funding is from American investors. They will, of course, participate in it." Cho smiled. "It seems you didn't know about that." He started to say, "His name is Robert. You've probably heard of him. He's currently one of the most powerful investors on Wall Street. And he is also Director Chan's business partner. You need to choose the right side, investigator. Because if you choose the wrong one, you will have to pack your clothes and go back to where you were born." As the sun began to set, he told them, "Pack up your things and get out of here." He shouted, "Why are you all standing still? There is nothing here to justify your presence at night. Once the sun has set, you'll have to end. Mishima, your investigation anyway." The investigator stood in shock. Realizing his chief would have his head for this, he finally understood that he was in the wrong place entirely. He'd never considered a direct clash with Cho's firm. He turned to his employees and ordered, "Pack your bags." They obediently agreed, and began to pack. The investigator himself bowed deeply before Cho. "We are on our way out," Cho thought. "This guy seems to understand his situation." He added one last instruction. "Even if you leave a little late, you need to leave all the evidence exactly where you found it." We flash forward to sometime later. Back in his office, Cho remarked on the sheer audacity of those thugs. Jang Tae-san replied that he doubted they were acting of their own free will. He then demanded to know who their leader was. A confused Cho explained their leader is Ko Jin-ril, the new deputy chief of the Central Zone. But an order from him was the same as an order from Lee and Chang themselves. Jang notes that the Anha group has been suspiciously active recently. If Lee and Chang have this much free time, another attack is almost certainly coming. Jang believed this sham investigation was just the beginning. Cho agreed, saying anything is possible with enemies so treacherous. He lamented that in modern South Korea, even the innocent can be framed for all sorts of crimes. Jang warned Cho to be more careful. Cho apologized, admitting he did everything in his power. But it wasn't enough. At least here, they were safe. He urged his boss to wait. With Lee and Chang on the move, the political world was about to shift. He told Jang to be extremely cautious, too. Jang replied that this development would force him to reconsider everything. When Cho asked if he had a plan, Jang just smirked, saying he'd simply do what he felt was right. The scene shifts to another company, where a man is roaring in fury, demanding to know why they couldn't find anything. The investigator, Director Ko, sat there, offering only his apologies. The executive sneered. "Director Ko, you're pathetic.
You couldn't even handle the office of some brat. Ko insisted it was impossible, promising to try again. But the man screamed that he didn't need him to, slamming his phone down. He muttered to himself that the new generation has no fighting spirit. He believed there wasn't a single useful person left these days.
With the workers' election over and Yuri safely in France, he was finally adjusting. He snarled that this was all Jang Tae-san's fault. Suddenly, his phone rang again. A guest had arrived.
The voice on the phone was calm but firm. "Tell the director Jang Tae-san is here. He will know who I am." The director was stunned and confused, but allowed him inside. Jang Tae-san walked in with a disarming smile. "It's a pleasure to meet you." Director Song disliked his attitude, but invited him to sit. He cut straight to the chase. "Why are you here?"
Jang calmly replied that he just wanted to meet his Sunbae and talk business. Song was amused. Sunbae? He thought to himself that this kid was exactly like the rumors described.
Jang pressed on. "Aren't you an alumnus of Korea Law University, our shared school, region, and occupation? Isn't that a perfect start for a good relationship?" Song played dumb. "If you're calling me Sunbae, what's your name?" Jang, unfazed by the act, properly introduced himself. "I am the director of lore, Jang Tae-san. I recently heard you were interested in my company, so I came to see you myself, Sunbae." Song replied that he didn't understand, and told him to drop the honorifics. "Let an old man ask you," he said, leaning in. "What is your real purpose for this visit?" The hero didn't mince words. He was there to ask for help. "The Anha Group will soon fall," he stated. "Its investors are already circling, ready to tear them apart." These words shocked Director Song. Jang continued, mentioning his close relationship with the investor. "Robert." The director's eyes widened. "Not the Robert I'm thinking of." Jang confirmed his fears. "Yes, the very same Robert. And he is extremely close to powerful American politicians." Song listened as Jang claimed to have overheard Robert's plans. He was apparently targeting them for political reasons, planning to do to them exactly what he did to Dae-young.
"For political purposes?" Song asked. His voice strained. "The man known as Robert told you this himself." Jang decided it was time to go on the offensive.
"Isn't that why you sent people to my office, Sunbae, because you wanted this information?" The director was astonished but kept a straight face, thinking this kid was unbelievable. Jang then leaned in. "I'll tell you straight, Sunbae, the reason I came here so late at night is because a massive opportunity is about to arise, and I'd like to invite you to join it." We're transported to a traditional Japanese room, where men are discussing unsatisfactory election results. One lamented that if a certain incident hadn't occurred just minutes before, they could have secured at least 10 more seats. A chairman praised a regional director for a job well done. That director, we now see, is Director Song. But it was all thanks to President Park Jin-han. The scene cuts back to Song saying those exact words, but the man corrects him, stating it was all thanks to the One Pine Society. He adds, "Director Song, I heard you've already taken over the Anha Group." Song confirms that he received permission from the society's president. He's planning a merger and will seize control of the Anha Group, which will cause more problems than it solves. The chairman calls this an unfortunate turn of events. Anha Group is, at the very least, good at distributing money. Song says that for this very purpose, he has a recommendation for a much better option. When they asked what he meant, Song told them about Jang. "There is a junior from my university whom I know, and he is quite talented." "No," he corrected himself. "He's as good as an investment genius. He's only 20 years old, but in a short time, he has grown his net worth to several trillion." After saying this, he passed over an envelope with all the necessary documents. Both men were utterly shocked. They had never seen such a genius before, especially since he's only 20 years old, one remarked. Song explained there was a small catch to his mind-blowing talent. He wants the Anha Group for himself. He continued, "This junior is currently allied with Robert, the Wall Street investor, and says he wants to take over Anha." They asked, shaken, if he was talking about the same Robert, the one they called the investment demon. They grew fearful, knowing this person has immense connections, making it nearly impossible to meet him even once. The older man asked, "Is he truly that good?" Song nodded gravely. "Yes, his investments in just a few years will be worth several $100 billion. "Well, if it's just the Anha Group," the man mused. "Didn't we plan on taking control of it anyway? Wouldn't it be better to just give it to him?" The older man looked at Director Song's sharp eyes. "It feels like you've already offered the contract to him." Song replied that this was the perfect moment to take control of the Anha Group. Even the other directors agreed. "And that's not all I learned about him," Song added. "I've realized he is also connected to Director Cho, who owns the Dongyun Company. This junior was the son of President Zhou's exiled daughter." The men grew excited, sensing the situation was escalating into something truly interesting. They questioned the young man's ultimate goal.
He spoke of a massive gamble looming on the horizon, urging them to watch for its arrival. After all, if they took his offer, he promised to multiply their investment tenfold. They cautiously asked about the risks involved. A tenfold return. Chan mused to himself. He needed to monitor this. He resolved. I believe you two can assist me from the shadows. I'm going to risk 300 billion of my own money on this. The scene shifts to Chan's office. A voice on the phone reporting that the meeting time had been set. It was unexpectedly early. Chan coolly replied that it was no trouble. The voice on the phone then asked if he was ready for an even bigger shock. He'd heard that Lee and Chang had already departed on a group trip. Incredible, Chan muttered. He made a mental note to himself. Sending out invitations to the shareholders would take roughly a month. Chan affirmed his trust, telling his contact he was counting on him. He then typed out a quick message. Thank you for the gift. We should share some wine again. He promised to send his bank details later. His contact quickly thanked him, but Chan thought to himself, what is there to thank me for? He knew that soon enough. He would have to plunge a dagger into this man's back. Just then, his desk phone buzzed. Director Chan had visitors. The voice on the other end said, You'll understand when I say President Anjung sent them. Jang had almost forgotten the president's promise. He told them to let the guests in. A moment later, a woman in high heels strode into his office. It's a pleasure to meet you, Jang Tae-sang, she said with confidence. Introducing herself as Dudo, Jang thought it was a rather unique name. He smirked. When President Anjung said he was sending someone, I never imagined it would be such a stunning beauty, she replied coolly. My father is quite a character. Those words left Chan stunned. President Anjung? Is her father Chan mused that he might have believed it if she'd said grandfather? But father? What a fortunate man. He gestured to a chair. Please, have a seat. Would you care for some coffee? She accepted. Chang buzzed his secretary, requesting 2 cups. A short while later, they were served. The woman commented, Your employees are quite beautiful and competent. Chan just laughed, replying that he simply pays her a high salary. A high salary? I'd like that too, she smiled. After spending so much on my car, Chan countered, believing her father surely provided for her. A comfortable life, he listed. A car, a house, tuition, and at least $1 million in the bank. Chan noted that was quite impressive for her age. She simply replied, It's not enough. I want to fulfill my father's dream. Chan could only think about her captivating presence. He knew if he wasn't careful, he'd fall for her charisma, just like most men would. She was a level 99 danger. So Chan got to the point. I understand your father's dream is a grand one, she asked. Can you give me a chance? I can, he said, if you have the skills to back it up. She revealed her training at Princeton University in business. She held a master's degree and had finished her doctorate. And on top of that, she was only 25 years old. The revelation shocked Chan, who himself had graduated from multiple colleges. That's quite impressive, he admitted. She replied, It's nothing compared to your own achievements. She added that her father's standards were impossibly high. Do you know what he told me? She asked. He said at best she could manage a single sector, that she shouldn't dream of anything more. Just then, the phone buzzed. Chan told them to enter. The girl asked if she should leave. No, the hero stated. First, you need to complete an internship. She was utterly shocked. An internship with my qualifications. The man who entered asked if Chan had called for him. Yes, Director Ha, you should know this young lady. He bowed respectfully, saying it was a pleasure. Jang made the introductions. This is the manager of Daeyu Hong, Director Ha Guanggu. The girl then introduced herself by her full name, adding that she'd heard a great deal about Director Ha. He asked who her father was. Do Onyum, she stated. Even though I was raised in the US, I believe I can be of great help. I intend to join this team. She thought to herself. A leadership position on the team would suit her perfectly. Director Ha declared, Then we should begin. Their current plan to take over a car company. The Korean company, Samrang Autos. She questioned if they were really attacking a domestic company. No, he clarified. Our goal is the foreign market and exports. She replied instantly. That's likely impossible. Jang and Director Ha were taken aback. What made her so certain first, she explained. It's a small market, and another company was already dominating it. Ha argued that if they failed to invest in new tech, they wouldn't last long. The girl countered. The next American financial crisis is just around the corner. When it hits, Samrang will be wiped out without a chance. Their entire structure is too simple. They need a different solution. Director Ha challenged her. Then name that solution. That will be your ticket into this company. She replied without hesitation. If our goal is the foreign market, then I will acquire Volvo cars. The statement stunned them both. Jang extended his hand. Welcome to the team, Dudo. The scene shifts to a college campus, where a student asks if everyone has had breakfast yet. They all decided to go grab a bite. One of the guys announced he just got paid, so the meal was on him. Everyone cheered. A beautiful spread of food covered the table, and spirits were high. After the meal, they walked to class, talking about how good Yuki Jang's cooking was. The others agreed that today's food was on another level, but one of them worried if Chan had enjoyed it. Chan replied that although it was simple, it was absolutely delicious. The generous guy then offered, "In that case, I'll buy coffee for everyone too." But Chan noticed something in his demeanor. "Is there something you want to say?" the guy finally admitted. "To be honest, I have a favor to ask all of you." Everyone immediately shouted for him to just say it, promising they'd do anything for him. He took a deep breath. Everyone knows that. Meanwhile, a professor, overjoyed with the results of a recent meeting, expressed his high hopes for an upcoming festival. Chan turned to his sunbae. "Does this sound like a job for the finance department?" The sunbae replied. "Your intuition is sharp as always." Chan nodded. "Then trust me to handle everything." The scene cuts to a lavish office, where a man is roaring at his subordinate. "Jang Chan, was it all because of him?" In a flashback, Chairman Oh asks the same question. "It was all because of this." Chan, the manager confirmed it was true. According to the report, there was a clear feud between Master Dongsung and Chan, but the connections ran deeper. A student named Lee Yin, whom the young master met at Korea University, was rumored to be Chan's lover. The manager continued his chilling report. The Taecheon Beach incident? They confirmed it was connected to sexual harassment. And the problem with the girl group member from FOB? It turned out she was Chan's close friend. And the web didn't end with young Master Dongsung. The same pattern applied to Master Ojak from Gwangju City. The chairman was stunned. Ojak as well. The manager confirmed it. They discovered the conflict between Anna's apartments and the orphanage was sponsored by Jang Chan. "Are you telling me?" the chairman growled. "That Jang Chan was the one who leaked Ojak's video." "We believe so, yes," the manager replied. A wave of pure fury washed over the chairman, and he slammed his fist on the table. "Did he attack our group as well?" The manager's voice was grim. "Yes, sir. It was an L4 investment group, involving several foreign investors. Our conclusion is, these groups have all joined forces." The manager revealed that the very building Chan acquired is now swarming with former Dio members, all loyal to the takeover team. The chairman admitted that Chang had played him perfectly. He confessed he should never have underestimated Jang simply because of his youth. The man asked if this intelligence was solid. "Double-checked and confirmed," the manager assured him. The chairman then wondered, just who was this worm, Jane Sang? The manager explained that Chang was rumored to be a genius investor, who likely made a fortune playing the futures market and exchange rates. The chairman recalled that back in the day, Chan had his hands in Leo Chang's business as well. The manager agreed, noting that since Director Lei Chang is his senior, the likelihood of a connection is extremely high. Suddenly, a cold laughter filled the room. The chairman mused that he'd been swallowing poison all this time, completely unaware. While Chang was making all these moves right under their noses, he had remained blissfully ignorant. The manager began to apologize, but the chairman waved him off, saying everything was fine. He declared that such things are simply a part of life. A chill ran down the manager's spine. In all his years, whenever he saw the chairman laugh like that, someone would inevitably disappear. The chairman rose from his desk and moved to the window. He asked if the shareholders' meeting was still 1 week away. The manager confirmed it, sensing the storm that was brewing. The chairman was radiating a fury he had never seen before. This time, the manager thought, he was definitely aiming for the man's throat. Staring out at the city with a smile, the chairman thought to himself, "It's time for this worm to be erased." The scene shifts to a bustling park. Someone called out, asking if the roast pork would be ready soon. A girl then chimed in, asking about the scallion pancakes. A guy boasted that as head of the house. She could leave it all to him. The girl agreed, but warned him that even the professors would be there, so he couldn't afford to make any mistakes. She then asked about the law school's plans for this year. The guy scoffed, wondering if they were going to roast a whole piglet like last year and fail miserably. Someone else agreed, saying last year's food was bland and undercooked. Another student complained that the law school is terrible at teamwork. Someone else wondered if they even had anything worth seeing. For years, another sneered, the only thing their stalls attracted were flies. If they can't even sell to their own department, how could they possibly sell to anyone else? They all agreed it was pathetic. But as the students took a few more steps, they froze, shocked by what they saw. They couldn't believe how massive their designated space was. It was nearly the size of all the other department stalls combined.
The girl felt a sense of unease creeping over her. Then, they saw the trucks, rolling in, and their confusion only deepened. As the trucks parked, a man began shouting orders, telling everyone to hurry and set things up. The students watched, mouths agape, as fancy tables and chairs were unloaded, followed by a huge number of gas cylinders. They wondered if this was hotel catering. They were completely stunned, unable to process what was happening. When the crew brought out professional-grade Chinese woks, the girl whispered, "I have a really bad feeling about this." Suddenly, a voice from behind them barked at them to clear the way. The students turned and saw that this was no simple tent. It looked like they were setting up for a grand restaurant opening. Everyone was speechless as fresh clams and octopuses were brought in. They wondered if the law school had actually hired a professional chef. Had the school sponsored all this? "They're crazy," someone yelled. "Festivals are supposed to be run by students," another shouted. "This is cheating. It's a total scam." But someone just laughed and said it doesn't matter, since they can't cook anyway. One of the students shot back. "Do you have any idea how hard it is to prepare these ingredients?" The envious students screamed that it was all just a bluff. Then, a voice declared, "We're about to show you what real talent looks like." A man walked in and asked if they were ready. He looked around and said that, at first glance, everything looked good. A disgruntled student confronted him. "President Yu, is this some kind of scam?" The president simply asked what he meant. The student argued that school festivals should be a student effort, and that getting this much outside help is a farce. President Yu just laughed. "I never thought I'd hear such a thing from a business student," he said. The president then asked if they weren't always...
President Yu confirmed their fears. Even this year, it seemed their kiosk wasn't funded by the faculty alone. A wave of outrage swept through the students.
A girl then questioned who their sponsor was. Could it be a corporate partnership? And then, a sudden realization struck her like lightning. A familiar voice cut through the tension, noting they'd gathered early. It was Jang Chan. She was stunned. It was Chan again. The scene shifts to an airport. A man slips into a taxi. The driver asked for his destination, but a glance in the rearview mirror froze him. A formidable man with blonde hair and a brutal scar stared back. His destination, Ipu University. The driver's blood ran cold. Who was this intense man? An uneasy silence filled the cab. Back at the festival, the cooking battle had already begun. Orders flew in, one for a spicy seafood jambong. Chan was in the zone. Another called for webfoot octopus and fried pork. With practiced ease, Chan announced the first order was ready. The festival was roaring to life. Chan's food was an absolute sensation. The students were blown away by his culinary creations. Thanks to his skill, karma points began to flood in for Chan. Youngshi mentally cheered him on. Just then, someone approached his stall. A girl's voice asked how he could look so cool even while cooking. She declared she wouldn't be able to sleep that night. Chan just laughed, thanked her, and encouraged her to order more. Uni watched in disbelief. Those girls were from the prestigious music department. Then another pair approached. Two men. One of them remarked that he lived to see the day Chan was working a food stall. The second teased him for cooking instead of studying. They were the professors from his entrance interview. Chan's face lit up, exclaiming his admiration for them. They asked if he really wanted that package deal so badly.
Chan just grinned, warning them they'd be spending a lot today. The professor asked if they could truly buy whatever they wanted.
Since they'd already contributed money, Chan assured them it was all taken care of. But then, another voice called out his name, startling him. "Director Kang!" It was Lawyer Cho. A nearby student whispered in shock. A CEO can cook like this. Others wondered if they were celebrities.
Chan laughed it off, reminding them this was his school and to just call him by his name. The lawyer's assistant apologized, and the group promised to drink quietly.
Suddenly, a man pushed through, demanding a seat for two beautiful ladies. A wave of unease washed over Chan. He prompted his friend to greet the newcomer first. Jang revealed the man's identity, Director Cho Yunti, head of the Samu law firm. The entire area fell silent with shock. Ju introduced himself with a pleasant smile. The three friends immediately bowed, stating it was an honor. Before they could recover, another man appeared, noting that Lawyer Cho had arrived first. Chan realized the powerhouse financier he was waiting for had come. Director Song greeted Cho, mentioning it had been a while. The students were reeling from the sheer display of power. And then, another voice spoke. A man who had been standing quietly in the background asked if they had forgotten about him. Director Song and Lawyer Cho immediately greeted him as Sonbi Nim. The man, Nim Sunbi, told them to visit him at the Atlantic. The onlookers were stunned once again. Director Song then turned to Jang Hu, expressing his regards. Jang thanked the director for coming. Director Song replied that it was nice to be there after so long. This was no ordinary festival stall. Show. It was a gathering of titans. Even the famously stoic Director Lee looked almost human here. It was a truly unbelievable sight. A voice then shouted for the men to join him. The elite lawyers of South Korea, all assembled at a university festival. With Chan at the very center of it all, the scene cuts to Chan's apartment. He's stumbling towards the elevator, groaning about a stomach ache from all the drinking. He wondered how he managed to down so much alcohol. Flashbacks show him at the festival, never imagining she could drink that well. Back in the present, Chan rode the elevator up. He keyed in the password to his apartment and stepped inside. But something was wrong.
A cold, unfamiliar feeling washed over him. In a home where Chan lived alone, the silence should have been comforting. Tonight, it felt menacing.
Suddenly, searing pain, a bullet tore through Chan's shoulder. An assassin, hidden in the darkness, had fired from the shadows. Chan dodged the second shot by instinct. He dove to the side, bullets whizzing past his head. The pain in his shoulder was blinding. He couldn't see a thing in the pitch black. What could he do? His eyes darted to the side, and he realized this was his only chance.
Chan flexed his arm, channeling his strength. He had to end this in a single throw. He calculated the distance. Approximately 7 meters.
The system confirmed his calculation. Omniscient attack and defense range. Correct. He hurled the vase in his hands. An enemy bullet shattered it midair. And in that brief flash, Chan found his target. There was no time to think. He lunged forward, unleashing a devastating strike. The impact was catastrophic. The hero's blow tore the killer's arm clean off. The assassin collapsed, blood instantly flooding the room. Chan sneered. Did the worm really want to play? But his victory was soured by a sudden, disappointing memory. He groaned. He still had to attend the shareholders' meeting tomorrow. The scene shifts. In a sterile boardroom, a voice asks everyone to take their seats. A man nervously checks his watch, waiting for someone. It's Lawyer Cho. Something was wrong. He couldn't help but worry. Where was Chan just then? The host began his speech. According to the decision made by the Seoul County Anna Joint Stock Company, we will now begin the first shareholders' meeting on May 2nd, 2000. The moderator explained the meeting was called due to numerous disagreements regarding the group's management. In accordance with shareholder requirements, the meeting had to begin. The moderator announced a representative from a foreign investment company, the very firm that had made claims of mismanagement. He then announced the witness lawyer Cho Yunti from the Samu law firm. Lawyer Cho was shaken. It looked like he'd have to start this battle without Director Kang. He walked onto the stage and introduced himself, ready to face the storm alone. Discussing the problems Anog Group was facing, Cho explained that due to Anog Group's recent mergers, its management is facing a severe liquidity crisis. Cho's lawyers added that due to mismanagement, expenses had skyrocketed while profits had completely collapsed. Not only that, another lawyer revealed, and the true owner, President Oh Yu-hak, along with his family, used the media to utterly destroy the group's reputation. Cho's lawyer revealed that due to the failure to capture Daewon Jojin, the company's capital and available funds had dwindled to almost nothing. The lawyer insisted that every devastating detail was recorded in the materials provided. He declared that the current state of the group is so fragile that if even one party defaults, it will trigger a catastrophic collapse of investments and guarantees across multiple exchanges. Yes, the parent company's debts and loans, the group is teetering on the brink of irreversible failure. Cho's lawyer grimly stated that if the company collapsed today, he
wouldn't be the least bit surprised. Chaos erupted from the audience, with shouts questioning if Cho was being too cruel. They roared for him to show some moderation, while another voice screamed
for Cho to put a stop to these scoundrels, yelling that this was nothing short of treason. Then a man from the other side of the room fired back at him. Lawyer Cho quickly intervened, his voice cutting through the noise, demanding that everyone calm down. He warned that if anyone continued to behave disruptively, they would be removed to preserve order at this crucial shareholder meeting. This, Lawyer Cho declared, was exactly what he was talking about. Foreign investors are struggling to justify aiding the Anna Group, which is
facing such immense difficulties. He argued that because of this, the company's true owner isn't an individual or a family. See?
But the shareholders themselves, Cho's lawyer announced that today. They seek to finally rid themselves of Anna's abusive leadership. The listeners gasped, wondering if he'd lost his mind. As a shareholder now holding 49% of the total shares, he officially requested the removal of the current president, Yu-hak, and his entire board of directors. The chairman and manager were completely stunned that Cho had amassed such a massive stake. The shareholders exploded, demanding to know when he had managed to acquire so many shares. The host acknowledged what Lawyer Cho had said. He then announced that they would now hear from the current president. Oh Yu-hak,
to hear his side of the argument. As Lawyer Cho stepped off the stage, Chairman O strode towards it. A flicker of doubt crossed the lawyer's face. Had something gone wrong? Was Chang running too late? Chairman O coolly adjusted the microphone, introducing himself as the current president of the Anna Group. But inside his mind, he sneered. That lawyer was a fool. He had far more than 49%. President O began, expressing his deep regret for meeting their valued shareholders under such negative circumstances. He claimed he had no excuses and offered a deep, apologetic bow for the situation. But even as he bowed, he was thinking that Lawyer Cho must be desperately wondering why Chang hadn't arrived yet. Chairman O gloated internally. Because the reason was simple, Jang had died last night. He thought to himself that it wouldn't matter how long the lawyer waited. Then, speaking to the shareholders, he roared that you hack was not finished yet. Chairman O vowed that he would protect the Anna Group, the legacy passed down to him by his father. He announced that the number of D1 Joseon residents had not yet been finalized. Furthermore, he claimed they received a favorable response from the government regarding their low capital. President O promised that if they could just overcome this single hurdle, he would ensure their investments yielded returns many times over. He declared that they would never stop serving their shareholders. Then, he concluded his speech, asking them all to make a wise choice. The room erupted in cheers, with everyone shouting their belief in President O. They screamed that they couldn't let a Korean business fall into the hands of scoundrels, that it would be an act of high treason. The host announced they would skip the questions and begin voting immediately, starting in descending order with the largest shareholders. But suddenly, Cho raised his hand, making the host tense up. Cho's lawyer told him there was no need for any delay. He proposed they settle this right now. The lawyer challenged, wouldn't they just need to surpass the number of shares he currently holds? He stated that if President O agreed, they would reveal their stakes. This very instant, President O, filled with arrogant fury, thought he might as well let the lawyer have his moment of hope. He declared that he was sure the shareholders were tired of waiting, and so he also agreed. The host announced that lawyers from both sides would now come forward and present their shares. All eyes were fixed on the two men. But then, a gasp came from the host. Something was wrong. He stared down at the documents, his face a mask of shock. The number of shares President O revealed was far greater than anyone had expected. Lawyer Cho was frozen in disbelief and fear. He couldn't comprehend what had just happened. President O, meanwhile, savored the moment of absolute victory. The host announced that President O's stake was significantly larger than Lawyer Cho's. The lawyer was, of course, devastated. This meant certain defeat. The two men stood facing each other. Chairman O gloated, thinking this was his final secret trump card. The winner or loser would now be decided by the Dongran. Group's choice. President O smirked, knowing he and President Jae-yu had already made a deal. The host turned to the lawyer representing Dongran, asking him what his decision would be. As the lawyer began to speak on Dongran's behalf, Lawyer Cho's face filled with terror and despair. President O leaned in, anticipating his glorious wins. However, the doors to the hall were suddenly thrown open with a massive bang. A man walked in, casually asking why there was so much traffic today. He remarked that everyone seemed to be working so hard. It was Jang. He apologized for his tardiness and introduced himself as the CEO of Lord Gen Tess. Lawyer Cho's face lit up with pure, unadulterated joy when he saw Jang alive and well. President O was utterly horrified. He thought Jang had died yesterday. Jang looked at him, a smirk playing on his lips. President O, why so surprised? He leaned in closer. Did you see a ghost or something? And with that, we flash back to the moment Jang cheated death. As he lay bleeding out, he thought that he'd won the lottery and gotten a second chance at life. He couldn't let it end like this. Just then, a figure appeared, a voice asking if he desired the power to heal himself. But there was a hidden, sinister intent in that voice. The killer, lying at death's door, wondered if this was a god. Chang knew instantly that for someone to appear before him directly like this, it had to be a divine and immensely powerful being. The entity asked Chang if he wished to sign a contract with it. Chang's mind raced. If it was a god with healing powers, then it must be a god of medicine. The hero realized that for a god to seek him out like this, it must desperately need his points. The god warned that they didn't have much time, and once more asked if he wanted the deal. The hero screamed with all his remaining strength that he would sign the contract. In that instant, something began to glow. A brilliant golden beam rained down upon Chang's body. He received a notification that he had just summoned a middle-class evil god, All of Chang's fatal wounds began to seal, and his body was reborn. But Chan's karma points have plummeted to their lowest level. The horrifying realization hit Chan. He had somehow provoked a mid-tier evil god. He began to scream in terror, convinced he was doomed, and started panicking about his glasses. As the good gods began to question his very existence, the evil gods took a newfound interest in Chan. We snap back to reality, where Jang demands to know why President O looks so stunned. Had he seen a ghost? President O was utterly speechless. He desperately wanted to ask how Jang had managed to cheat death. Instead, Jang held out a single envelope. He told Lawyer Cho to take it. Explaining these were Anna's final assets. They were securities once owned by Lore. Lawyer Cho's face lit up with greedy delight, while President O and his manager looked on in horror. "It's just 1% of Anna's stock," Chan stated calmly. Lawyer Cho snatched the envelope, thanking Chan profusely, but the president's mind was racing. The horrifying math clicked into place. 1%, added to their 49.42%, meant they now controlled over half. A silent rage burned within him, directed at President Ju. He realized he'd been played, used for this tiny, critical share. Lawyer Cho urged the host to make the final verification. The host raised the microphone. "According to the final audit," he announced, "a total of 50.52% of the shares. The motion to remove the current director of Anna has been approved." President O let out a desperate roar of denial, screaming that this couldn't be happening. He would never accept this outcome. "Enough of your pathetic whining," Jang said coldly. "Just disappear." Spitting insults, President O lunged forward in a blind rage. But the guards intercepted him in a flash. President O stared in disbelief. Jang was even controlling the security now. The guards seized President O by both arms. He thrashed wildly, screaming at them. "Don't you know who I am?" he shrieked. "I am the president." But his cries were met with cold professionalism as Lawyer Cho gave the order. "Take him away." President O was dragged out, still crying and hurling insults at everyone he saw. Meanwhile, Jang simply admired Lawyer Cho's newfound courage. "From now on," Cho announced, "we will purge Oh Sun-yuk and every last one of his cronies. Anyone who refuses to leave," he declared, "will face legal action." As he was hauled away, President O screamed that he would never forgive these insects. He vowed this company should have been his mind already plotting a lawsuit. It was a historic moment the day Anna's ownership changed hands. President O's hysterical cries echoed down the hall as the meeting participants sat in stunned silence. Lawyer Cho noticed their uneasy mood. He cleared his throat and addressed the shareholders. "As General Counsel, I would like to recommend a new head for the Anna Group. Please welcome Mr. Hwan-gu." Lawyer Cho introduced him as the former vice president of the Daesung Company, a man whose managerial skills were legendary. He explained that for this very reason, they had already secured the support of many major shareholders to appoint him as the new president. Lawyer Cho then called for a round of applause. "Mr. Hwan" was welcomed warmly, bowing graciously to the room. And so, the meeting concluded. President Hwan, Jang, and Lawyer Cho were discussing their next move when a voice called out to Chan. It was President Ju. Chan was surprised. Ju simply smiled and congratulated him. "That was truly impressive," he said. Chan thanked him for the compliment, but his mind was already calculating. A new predator had just appeared to take the place Suk had left behind. Addressing Ju as uncle, Chan knew this was his next target. Suddenly, a system notification flared to life. A massive amount of karma points had been acquired. A bonus reward had been triggered. The notification added that several constellations were expressing their satisfaction with the outcome. The scene then shifts, and we see Chan walking with a few other men. They've arrived at a luxurious location. "So this is the famous chaebol bathhouse I've heard about." Chan mused. It was beyond impressive. Lawyer Cho added that the place practically dripped with money. Jang smirked. "President O must be absolutely furious. He couldn't have even recovered most of his personal belongings." Lawyer Cho chuckled. Sun-yuk is probably one step away from a complete mental breakdown. Because he was kicked out so abruptly, he couldn't even retrieve his prized golf club set, which he infamously used to beat people with. Lawyer Cho's expression then turned serious. He asked about Chan's condition, having heard he'd been shot by an assassin. Chan dismissed his worries. The assassin was skilled, forcing him to get serious. But the real help came from the underworld god who had summoned him. A surprisingly legendary being. The god named Hwada? We flash back, seeing Chan receiving skills from this powerful entity. But of course, nothing from a god comes without a price. "What are you standing around for?" Hwada asked, gesturing to a massive crowd of souls. "Treat them well," he instructed. "They're about to become your regular customers." Chan stood beside the god, directing the line of souls. Somehow, he had ended up with a part-time job working for Hwada himself. He watched the legendary being and wondered how a man like Hwada became a demon-level underworld god. In life, he was a legend, a divine physician who treated the poor for free. If a man like that couldn't enter heaven, then what hope was there for anyone else to do good deeds? How did he become a so-called evil god? Hwada answered his unspoken question. I came here by choice. Chan was shocked. Why would anyone willingly come to this place? There's no work in heaven, God said with a sigh. Those boring celestials never get hurt or fight. But down here, he grinned, every single day is a glorious war zone. What would take a century in heaven, Hwada explained, can be achieved in a single day here. Chan, his voice trembling slightly, understood the terrifying logic. Hwada continued that while he gets a steady stream of karma points, he's chronically understaffed. He told Chan to drop by from time to time to help out. And in that moment, Chan understood why Hwada approached him directly. Whether they were gods or mortals, everyone moved for the sake of profit. We snap back to the present. Lawyer Cho is asking if Chan is really okay. I'm fine, the hero assured him. The shooter only grazed me. Chan then turned to team leader Hwan-gu. He'd asked him to deal with the assassin quietly. Since the killer slipped in unnoticed, getting rid of him was no difficult task. Hwan-gu reported that he had passed the intel to the finance department as requested. They've already taken care of the employees at the meeting, Hwan-gu said. Chan thanked him for his hard work. At this rate, you'll be promoted to director in no time. Chan praised. Hwan-gu humbly replied it was all thanks to the CEO. Lawyer Cho coughed pointedly. And, of course, Lawyer Cho, Hwan-gu quickly added. Chan's tone became serious. As you all know, President Oh used company funds to bribe shareholders. I want that dealt with immediately. It is our top priority, Chan commanded. Show him no mercy. Next, we'll discuss the pressure coming from the government, Lawyer Cho warned him. CEO, that won't be easy. The slush fund President Oh was using. Cho's lawyers warned of the political fallout. Their connections to the government run deep. The backlash, they claimed, would be severe. But Chang simply brushed off their concerns. His master plan was already in motion. Meanwhile, across the city, at the home of President Oh, a storm of rage was brewing. I'll kill them all, he roared, the sound of shattered glass echoing his fury. He spat Chan's name like a curse. The drunken chairman vowed to send more killers. If 2 assassins failed, I'll send 4. If 4 can't kill him, then 8 will. 10 if I have to, he shrieked, his voice raw. Do they truly believe I will fall so easily? I'm the president of Anna Group. I refuse to go down alone, he screamed. I'll drag them all to hell with me. But then, his phone rang. President O believed it was his only lifeline. He answered, expecting salvation. But the voice on the other end was a government minister. I received your call, he said, his tone chillingly calm. I will be brief, the minister began. Starting tomorrow, you are not to leave your house. The words struck President O like a physical blow. I'll call you by your name. One last time, for old time's sake, the minister continued. As of today, you are forbidden from leaving the country. You'll need to rest somewhere quiet for a couple of years. Pure rage ignited in President O's eyes. What is this nonsense you're spouting? Are you abandoning me? He shrieked into the phone. Have you already forgotten who put you in that seat? The final, desperate threat came next. I won't die alone. The minister's voice turned to ice. Are you really threatening me now? A cold laugh echoed down the line. Everything you thought you had on me has already been turned to ash. This is precisely why I always considered you a fool. Live quietly, the minister ordered, delivering the final judgment. Unless, of course, you want your children to never know a moment of peace. The threat was absolute, foaming at the mouth. President O's world went black as his body gave out and collapsed to the floor. Soon, the news spread like wildfire on every screen in the city. The chairman of Anna Group had fainted in his residence and was currently hospitalized. His family and former employees, finally free from his constant threats, had opened a massive civil lawsuit. Experts were estimating the expected payout to be between 1 and 2 trillion won. Above the city, which pulsed with life in the middle of the day, birds soared freely. Chan gazed out the window, lost in thought. Almost 2 months had passed since Anna Group's spectacular collapse. Time, it seemed, truly healed all wounds. His office received a call. The team leader from their Doha branch had arrived. A woman walked in and greeted him respectfully, calling him Director Chan. She started to ask a question, but stopped short, her eyes wide with surprise. Chan turned, a confident smile on his face. Team Leader Du, welcome. The legendary success story of the Super Ant, which started from nothing, was no longer focused on just the Korean market. Now, his sights were set on the international stage. Chang suggested she join the evening meeting. For him, Chan Lottery was like a second, Chance at life?